After being rejected by the campus belle, I confessed my love to her goddess-like mother. Meng Lang unexpectedly found himself reborn in the summer of 2010. After being rejected once again when he confessed to the school belle, he met her stunning, goddess-like mother. In that moment, his heart skipped a beat. That summer, the South Africa World Cup was in full swing. miHoYo hadn't even taken shape yet. ByteDance was gathering momentum. And Meng Lang took the very first step of his new career, seizing the school belle's family clothing factory. Chapter 1: Who do you think you are? Late at night, inside the executive suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a man and a woman were tangled up on the wide, soft bed. On the nightstand, the water in a glass rippled rhythmically. The two of them were in the middle of an intense poker match. "I can't take it anymore. I've already lost 5 rounds. I really can't do this any longer." The woman lay flat on her back. She looked to be in her 30s, her whole body exuding the unique allure of a mature woman. Her cheeks were flushed, her fragrant shoulders half bared, and the flimsy blanket couldn't conceal her graceful figure. "Didn't he think you'd be so good at this? Be honest with me, do you often bring young girls to hotels to play poker?" Lying beside her, slightly out of breath, Meng Lang gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "When I was young, I didn't know how good older sisters were. I foolishly thought little girls were treasures. If I'd known earlier the perks of being with women like you, how could I have wasted my time on those immature brats who aren't even fully grown?" Who would have thought that this man, Meng Lang, hailed as the internet's #1 mature beauty slayer, had once been a bootlicker for a full 10 years. "We've known each other for so long. Why do you only ask me to play poker now? Do you know how much I've been craving this all these years?" The beauty lay sprawled across Meng Lang's broad chest, tracing lazy circles with her delicate fingers, her tone brimming with reproach. "The #1 rule I live by is to never, ever touch another man's wife. Otherwise, who dare do business with me in the future?" Meng Lang said with utmost seriousness. The beauty lifted her head and gave him a sidelong glance before bursting into giggles. "So my deadbeat husband only entered the crematorium this afternoon, and by tonight you've already dragged me to a hotel to play poker? Doesn't that just prove how irresistible you are? Look at me, I couldn't wait even a second longer." The woman lazily rubbed her cheek against Meng Lang's chest and teased, "You sure have great timing. So what other rules do you live by?" "My second rule is, never spend money on poker." The beauty rolled her eyes at him in mock annoyance. "So basically you're just freeloading?" Meng Lang tightened his arms around her and planted a kiss on her forehead. "How can something we both want be called freeloading? Besides, if I threw a wad of cash in front of you right now, wouldn't that be insulting? I just lost my husband. Do you really think I care about your money?" As Meng Lang's hands wandered, she let out a muffled moan and closed her eyes in pleasure. "My third rule is, never be a bootlicker again." Meng Lang murmured softly, his unfocused gaze fixed ahead, as if lost in memories. The beauty in his arms was soon breathing evenly fast asleep. With a warm body nestled against him, and the exhaustion of losing billions in poker crashing down, Meng Lang drifted into a heavy slumber. "I really don't want a relationship right now, Meng Lang. Don't force me, okay?" Meng Lang's mind went hazy. He didn't know when he suddenly found himself on a somewhat familiar street someplace he felt he'd been long ago. A tall, elegant figure stood before him. Her skin was fair, her features delicate. She wore a pure white blouse, and her slender, porcelain legs were exposed, catching every eye. She stood there bathed in the glow of neon lights, which made her already pale skin shine even brighter. Meng Lang's gaze gradually focused on her face. It was a ponytailed girl with an aura of innocence. Her name was Li Shuya. Back in high school, she had been the untouchable goddess in countless boys' hearts. But as Meng Lang looked at that face, the very face that had fueled so many adolescent dreams, he only felt disgust. "Meng Lang, are you even listening? I said I don't want to date right now." Yeah, whatever. Date, don't date, I don't care." Meng Lang responded impatiently. "To think I dream about her. What rotten luck." He muttered, shaking his head, desperate to wake from this nauseating dream. Meng Lang's loathing for Li Shuya came down to one thing. This woman had made him a bootlicker for 10 whole years. From high school all the way until she graduated from graduate school. His own college entrance exam scores hadn't been good, so he went straight to work. But just to stay close to Li Shuya, he moved to the city where she was studying and took on odd jobs. Nearly every cent he earned went into buying her gifts. In her freshman and sophomore years, she said she was too busy with schoolwork to date. By junior and senior year, she claimed she had to focus on preparing for grad school, begging Meng Lang not to ruin her future. During her postgraduate days, things only got worse. Her advisor treated her like free labor, and she treated Meng Lang like a beast of burden. If she had ever clearly told him, "We'll never be together," Meng Lang, being a man, might have finally let go. But she never rejected his gifts. And if Meng Lang so much as chatted with another girl, she would get angry. She strung him along mercilessly, leaving him in constant torment while dangling the tiniest sliver of hope. Until the day of her master's graduation ceremony. That day, she walked up to Meng Lang holding hands with a bookish-looking man. Her face glowed with happiness, a kind of joy Meng Lang had never once seen directed at him. She introduced that man as her senior. As her boyfriend. At that moment, Meng Lang's heart froze. 10 years of devotion, brushed aside as if they were nothing. From then on, Meng Lang stopped believing in so-called love. He couldn't be bothered with pretty little girls anymore. Instead, after a brutal awakening, he discovered the warmth of older women, and from there, he blazed his path to becoming the internet's unrivaled mature beauty slayer. But that's a story for later. For now, Lee Shuyer looked utterly stunned at his casual dismissal. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. After rejecting him, wasn't he supposed to beg and plead? Wasn't she supposed to relent after his desperation, promising that if he behaved, she'd consider him first when she was ready to date? That way, he would stay at her beck and call, endlessly obedient, working hard to please her until the next time he confessed. But what was this? Rotten luck. Did he seriously just say it was rotten luck to be rejected by her? Why was he shaking his head like that? How dare he treat her with such an attitude? Meng Lang, what is with you? You can't even handle such a tiny test. I don't see any determination in you at all. How could I possibly agree to be with you like this? Meng Lang swayed in place for a long time. For some reason, this dream just wouldn't end. How strange. When he finally turned back and saw Lee Shuyer's aggressive expression, memories of those 10 wasted years surged up inside him. Rage flared in his chest. Even in my dream, you think you can lord it over me? The only ones qualified to test me are the party and the people. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare test me? Chapter 2, In the Name of a Father. Lee Shuyer was stunned by Meng Lang's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. How dare you talk to me like that? I only turned you down this time. As long as you behave well, I'll consider being with you in the future. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she actually began to cry. What the hell? I was your simp for 10 years and never shed a tear, and now you have the nerve to cry in front of me. Before Meng Lang could finish, a furious roar erupted behind him. Meng Lang, you bastard! How dare you make Shuyer cry? A short, chubby guy came charging over, glaring at Meng Lang with righteous fury. This was Zhu Jiahao. If Meng Lang was Shuyer's number 1 simp, then Zhu Jiahao was absolutely number 2. It wasn't that Zhu didn't simp hard enough, far from it. The problem was his looks. His squat, pudgy figure made it impossible for Shuyer to accept him as her top pursuer. Thinking back to how proud he once was for holding the number 1 simp title over Zhu Jiahao, Meng Lang almost wanted to grab a brick and smash his past self's head in. Trailing behind Zhu was a skinny, bespectacled young man. Meng Lang's gaze immediately locked onto him. It was Lu Fei, his childhood buddy, who had died in a car accident at 25. Lu Fei walked right up to Meng Lang and asked, "Weren't you confessing? How do you end up making Shuyer cry?" But instead of answering, Meng Lang stared at him in wonder. "This is the first time I've dreamed of you. How's life down there after your death? If you're short on cash, just tell me, I'll burn you some tomorrow." Lu Fei slapped Meng Lang hard on the back. "What the hell are you babbling about?" The slap stung so badly that Meng Lang sucked in a cold breath. "His damn, you really hit hard. Wait, that hurt. But if this is a dream, how can it hurt?" Meng Lang suddenly spun around, scanning his surroundings. The place looked more and more familiar, memories rushing through his head. This wasn't the street by the south gate of his high school. And across the road, that Washier internet cafe, it had gone out of business years ago. Why was it still open? And wasn't this whole area later replaced by a Wonder Plaza? Yet here it was, still a row of old flats. Everything looked exactly like the summer of 2010. Was this the night of their high school graduation party? The night he confessed to Lee Shuya? Don't tell me this isn't a dream. Did I really come back to life? Just as Meng Lang was reeling from the revelation, Lee Shuya's voice rang out again. Meng Lang, from today onward, we're done. I'll never speak to you again. She stared at him blankly, baffled by his bizarre behavior. He had just confessed so earnestly, but the moment she rejected him, it was like he turned into a different person, like he suddenly didn't care about her at all. How could someone change so drastically in such a short time? He had to be faking it. It had to be a ploy playing hard to get. If she threatened to cut ties, Meng Lang was bound to apologize and beg. Yes, that had to be it. But Meng Lang's response crushed her expectations. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Do me a favor and stay out of my sight from now on. You live your life, I'll live mine, let us never bother each other again. You. Shuya's teeth ground together in fury, her snow-white face flushing crimson. Zhu Jiahao, meanwhile, was overjoyed. Seeing Shuya this angry at Meng Lang meant his chance had finally come. Today, he would reclaim the title of Shuya's #1 pursuer. Meng Lang, that's too much. How can you talk to Shuya like that? Don't you have any manners? Looking at Zhu's righteous indignation, Meng Lang almost laughed, but the memory of his own pathetic simping made him laugh bitterly instead. Zhu Jiahao, take my advice, don't fall too deep. You think you're a gentleman, but by the time you realize the truth, you'll find you're nothing but a blazing goblin simp. Zhu didn't get the hint. Instead, he shot Meng Lang a smug look, then turned to Shuya. Shuya, let us go. He's not worth your time. Shuya didn't really want to leave with Zhu, but just to spite Meng Lang, she gave a cold humph and deliberately leaned closer to Zhu as they turned to walk away. But after only a few steps, Meng Lang suddenly called out. He looked like he had something urgent to say. Seeing his expression, Shuya's lips curled in triumph. So he was just pretending. The moment she got close to someone else, he couldn't stand it. What now? I already told you I won't care about you anymore, so stop wasting your time. She said smugly. Don't flatter yourself. I just want my stuff back. That unopened phone in your hand, I just gave it to you, didn't I? Hand it over. Shuya froze as if struck by lightning. This wasn't it a gift you gave me when you confessed? She asked in disbelief. You turned me down, didn't you? Isn't it normal to take back the gift? Meng Lang replied matter-of-factly. Who says accepting a gift means I have to agree to your confession? Meng Lang chuckled coldly. Accepting a gift, saying yes. Har. Using inequalities to dodge commitment 10 years ahead of time, brilliant. Truly ahead of the curve. Though Shuya didn't understand, she could tell it wasn't a compliment. You bastard, I don't want your damn gift. She snapped, raising the phone box as if to throw it away. Hey. Don't break it, I still need to return it. Meng Lang rushed forward, but Zhu blocked him. You're so petty. You give a girl a gift and then ask for it back. Tell me how much it cost, I'll pay for it, and consider it my gift to Shuya. Instead of being angry, Meng Lang only pitied him. Forget it. It's the new iPhone 4. I paid extra for it, it's expensive. No need to waste your money on Shuya. But Zhu thought of a famous saying, the more your enemy opposes you, the more it proves you're right. Unfortunately, he applied it in the worst way possible, treating Meng Lang as his enemy. So the more Meng Lang tried to stop him, the more determined Zhu became. What's wrong with spending money on Shuya? I'm not like you, counting pennies. Well, suit yourself. It cost 8,000 yuan. Cash or transfer? 8,000. Zhu's face went pale. He had thought maybe 3,000 or 4,000 at most. Painful, yes, but worth Shuya's favor. But 8,000. That's right. I've got the receipt right here. Don't want it? No problem, I'll just return it at the store. Meng Lang pulled out the invoice. Zhu's face flushed crimson. He couldn't back down now. Though his family was well off, he didn't have 8,000 yuan in pocket money as a fresh high school grad. Meanwhile, Meng Lang remembered how he scrounged up the money, lying to his dad for 4,000 yuan driving school fees, plus all the New Year's money he saved for years. His dad only made about 4,000 a month. Blowing 2 months of his father's hard-earned wages for Shuyer, damn, his past self deserved to be smacked. Forget it. Your parents work hard for their money, Meng Lang said, reaching for the phone. But seeing Shuyer's eyes glisten, Ju clenched his teeth and made his choice. Wait here. I'll make a call. Pulling out a Nokia N95, he dialed. 5 minutes later, he withdrew 8,000 yuan from a nearby ATM and shoved it into Meng Lang's hands. Shuyer, let us go. I'll get a cab to take you home. Even after that financial bloodletting, Ju felt it was worth it. He won Shuyer's favor and crushed Meng Lang. Maybe he'd even get to hold her hand in the cab. But Shuyer's reply doused his fiery hopes in ice water. No need. My mom's coming to pick me up. Meng Lang almost burst out laughing. Sure enough, at the end of the day, simps get nothing. Ju had just blown 8,000 yuan and couldn't even give her a ride home. Soon, a white BMW 5 Series pulled up. Out stepped a stunning woman who looked about 30. Tall and elegant, with radiant fair skin, she carried herself with effortless grace. She wore a black short-sleeved dress, a waist belt accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her long, glossy black hair spilled down her back, and under the streetlights, she looked almost ethereal. At a glance, she resembled actress Lee Se-ran, but softer, gentler, more breathtaking. To Meng Lang, she was simply perfection, leaving him dazed. Damn, Shuyer's mom is this gorgeous. Was I blind in my past life? Ignoring this goddess and wasting 10 years simping for Shuyer? Of course, he'd met her before in his last life, but he had been too obsessed with Shuyer to notice her mother's beauty. Her husband had died when Shuyer was in junior high, and she had never remarried since. Which meant Meng Lang's first principal wasn't in danger here. Even better, he knew from experience that this summer, Shuyer's family business would face a crisis. Back then, he'd wasted the whole summer with Shuyer, but he still remembered the gist of what happened. Now he saw clearly, a single mother, about to face disaster, and he had the power to help. Wasn't he this heaven's gift? He glanced at Shuyer with a look of mock compassion. In my past life, I simped for you 10 years. In this one, I'll take care of you for life only in the name of a father. With that thought, Meng Lang straightened, put on a polite smile, and strode confidently toward the beautiful woman. Chapter 3. Auntie, do you believe in love at first sight? Shuyer, why haven't I heard you tell me that you have such a beautiful sister? Meng Lang stood between the beautiful woman and Li Shuyer and stretched out his hand towards the beautiful woman. When Li Shuyer heard Meng Lang's words, she instantly became furious. She was so angry that she completely ignored her image as a lady. Meng Lang, are you sick? This is my mother. Also, who allowed you to call me Shuyer? Please call me by my full name. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's face showed a look of extreme shock. He stared at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "Impossible. How could your mother be so young and so beautiful? You didn't even inherit an ounce of her beauty." Li Shuyer was almost going crazy. She had just clearly said that her mother would come back to pick her up later, but Meng Lang was still pretending to know the answer and asking. Moreover, he actually said that he did not inherit even a little bit of his mother's beauty, which he was proud of. How is this possible? Although my mother is also very beautiful, she is already 38 years old. How can she compare with her who is in her youth? Women's greed for beauty is endless, especially beautiful women. They are unwilling to admit that there are people who are more beautiful than them, not even their mothers. That bastard Meng Lang must have been deliberately trying to piss me off. He was just taking revenge on me for not accepting his confession. Humph. I can't be angry. The angrier I am, the more proud he will be. Meng Lang completely ignored Li Shuyer's psychological activities. What he said just now was sincere. In his current aesthetic point of view, Li Shuyer was not even as good as a hair of her mother. He took 2 steps towards the beautiful woman, continued to extend his hand and said, "Since you are Li Shuyer's mother, I will still call you auntie, although I think calling you sister is more appropriate." The beautiful woman was naturally happy to be praised by such a young and sunny boy. She stretched out her fair and slender hand and shook hands gently with Meng Lang. "Hello, classmate Meng Lang, I'm so sorry. I've spoiled Shuyer. Please don't mind what she said just now. My last name is Gan, so you can just call me Aunt Gan." Holding the delicate and boneless hand and smelling the refreshing fragrance emanating from Sister Gan, Meng Lang felt that the blood flow in his body was accelerating. Sometimes your eyes may deceive you, but your body's reaction will never be the same. Sister Gan has perfectly captured Meng Lang's aesthetic taste by being able to make the body so excited. How could that be? Shuya and I have always had a good relationship. I have always taken good care of her throughout the 3 years of high school, and everyone can prove it. What Meng Lang said was indeed true. Even Zhu Jiahao, who was also a bootlicker, had to admit that Meng Lang had taken care of Li Shuya in every possible way during the 3 years of high school. But everyone had a very strange feeling when they heard what Meng Lang had just said. It seemed that the tone of his voice was not that of a student speaking to his classmates' parents. Rather, it's more like we are discussing how to take care of children as elders. Zhu Jiahao and Lu Fei's expressions as they looked at Meng Lang gradually became weird. They had no idea what Meng Lang was doing. Li Shuya watched her mother and Meng Lang chatting happily, her teeth almost breaking. "Mom, let's go. I want to go home." Gan Yuru also felt that the young man in front of her was a little strange. He had a maturity that was not in line with his age, and when he spoke, he did not have the restraint that a normal student would have when talking to his classmates' parents. Having a beautiful daughter, Gan Yuru naturally knew that her daughter had many suitors at school, and she thought Meng Lang was one of them. But now, judging from his attitude towards his daughter and the tone of his voice, he didn't seem to have much interest in his daughter. He never looked at his daughter from beginning to end, but kept staring at himself. This inevitably made Gan Yuru more curious about this special boy Meng Lang. But she was troubled by recent business problems and had no time to care about one of her daughter's classmates. "Well, it's getting late. Everyone, go home early and don't let your parents worry. Especially Zhu Jiahao, your mom always complains to me about you not coming home at night." After Gan Yuru finished speaking, she nodded to Meng Lang and Lu Fei, then turned around, opened the passenger door of the BMW, and let Li Shuya get in. Zhu Jiahao quickly waved to Li Shuya, "Goodbye Shuya, goodbye Aunt Yuru." However, he didn't get the chance to send Li Shuya home, which obviously made him feel a little depressed. Meng Lang knew that Zhu Jiahao's family seemed to have some business dealings with Li Shuya's family, so he was not surprised by the familiarity between the two families. Li Shuya sat in the passenger seat of the BMW, and the packaging box of the Apple phone in her hand was almost crushed by her. She was about to leave, but that bastard Meng Lang hadn't come over to apologize to her yet. She made up her mind to ignore him for at least a month, block his QQ, and not let him visit her space. He will definitely be worried to death by then. Thinking of this, Li Shuya specially rolled down the car window, smiled sweetly at Zhu Jiahao, and said, "Jiahao, thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Remember to send me a QQ message when you get home." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiahao was immediately filled with excitement. His originally depressed expression disappeared, and his eyes and brows were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy, like a fiery goblin who couldn't resist temptation. Although Li Shuya was talking to Zhu Jiahao, she was always keeping an eye on Meng Lang out of the corner of her eye. She wanted to see if Meng Lang would get angry because she spoke to Zhu Jiahao so intimately. Meng Lang picked a red rose from the roadside flowerbed and walked towards the BMW. Li Shuya's breathing suddenly stopped and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She snorted inwardly with a smug look on her face. This bastard Meng Lang couldn't pretend any longer. What is the meaning of red roses? It seems to be an expression of passionate love, saying, "I'm madly in love with you." What does Meng Lang mean by this? Does he want to confess his feelings to me again? Or does he know that he went too far and wants to apologize to me? Should I forgive him? No, he just went too far and even wanted to take back the gift he gave me. I must not forgive him. I must ignore him for at least a week so that he can realize his mistake. Wait a minute. Meng Lang's voice suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of everyone present. Gan Yuru, who was about to open the driver's door, turned her head and looked at Meng Lang, who was holding a rose in his hand. She seemed to realize something, glanced at her daughter sitting in the car, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She couldn't help but think of her own youth when she was also as popular as her daughter. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, "It's great to be young." Li Shuya held her breath while sitting in the car. She had already made up her mind. No matter whether Meng Lang confessed his feelings or apologized, she would reject him with the sharpest words, but at the same time, she would leave room for him and give him a little hope. But what she didn't expect was that Meng Lang didn't come to the passenger seat at all, but walked directly to the front of the car and handed the flowers in his hand to her mother. Aunt Gan, although this is very abrupt, please forgive my inability to help myself. Do you believe in love at first sight? At that moment just now, I felt that I had fallen deeply in love with you. Can you be my girlfriend? Chapter 4 Young Stepfather. The headlights of the BMW hit Meng Lang's face, acting like a spotlight, enveloping him in a feeling of solemnity and making these words seem like a solemn oath. Li Shuya was so shocked that she lost her grip on the phone box and dropped it under the seat. All the words she had prepared to reject Meng Lang were stuck in her throat. Zhu Jiahao and Lu Fei were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Although Gan Yuru has rich life experience, facing the passionate love confession of a boy 20 years younger than her, especially in front of her daughter, her heart couldn't help but pause for a beat. At this moment, the calmness and elegance on her face were completely gone, replaced by astonishment and embarrassment. What are you talking about? This joke is not funny at all. I'm serious. I swear to God that if I tell you even a single lie, I'll end up living alone for the rest of my life. Looking at Meng Lang's serious eyes and resolute expression, Gan Yuru's heart suddenly trembled. The young man in front of me seems to be serious. Meng Lang is 182 centimeters tall, with a sturdy build, a high nose, deep eyes, and tough facial lines. He does not quite conform to the current popular aesthetic of handsomeness, but is closer to the aesthetic style of 20 or 30 years ago. Looking at Meng Lang's resolute face, Gan Yuru couldn't help but think that if she were young, Meng Lang would definitely be very popular. But Gan Yuru quickly dismissed this ridiculous idea. The boy in front of her was her daughter's classmate. What was she thinking? Stop talking. I'm already 38 years old, 20 years younger than you. This is totally impossible. Age is not a problem. There are many couples with huge age gaps. Life is 100 years long, and the difference between us being only 20 years is nothing. I know you definitely cannot accept such a sudden confession. Perhaps in addition to age, you must have other requirements for your partner, such as wealth, connections, social status, etc. I will try my best to show you my sincerity. If I meet your requirements for a partner in other aspects, I hope you will seriously consider me and not be swayed by worldly prejudices. After hearing this, Li Shuya, who was sitting in the car, finally couldn't stand it anymore. The classmate who had just confessed his love to her was now confessing his love to her mother. This was simply outrageous. Meng Lang. What the hell are you talking about? I'm really going to get angry if you keep saying that. Seeing Li Shuya coming out to make trouble, Meng Lang knew that his confession could not continue. But it doesn't matter. Gan Yuru can't accept his confession the first time they meet. Feelings need to be cultivated. Today he is just planting a seed of hope. In the next period of time, as long as he continues to water and fertilize it, it will eventually bloom and bear fruit. Meng Lang looked into Gan Yuru's eyes, his gaze still firm. Meng Lang was so serious just now, obviously from the heart. So you're very familiar with him? Then tell me everything about him. Li Shuya panicked when she heard this. She wondered if her mother was really moved. She couldn't help but think of what it would be like for Meng Lang to become her stepfather, and instantly felt a chill down her spine. No. Meng Lang, you don't really want to pursue Li Shuya's mother, do you? Lu Fei looked at Meng Lang as if he were a monster. How is that possible? This guy must be angry and embarrassed after his confession was rejected, and he is doing this on purpose to irritate Shuya. Zhu Jiahao's face was full of pride, as if he had seen through everything. But you did succeed. Look how mad Shuya is. Maybe Shuya will never talk to you again. Har har har. When Zhu Jiahao thought about how his biggest competitor had offended the goddess so badly, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meng Lang looked at Zhu Jiahao with amusement and said, "Now you are Li Shuya's suitor, and I am Li Shuya's mother's suitor. So, you have to call me dad. My dear son, come here and kowtow, call me daddy, and I'll give you a big red envelope." As he spoke, Meng Lang took out the 8,000 yuan he had just received from Zhu Jiahao from his pocket and swung it in the air. Zhu Jiahao's laughter suddenly choked in his throat. Looking at the 8,000 yuan swinging in Meng Lang's hand, his heart was bleeding. HMPH. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. You'll regret it sooner or later. I'm going to the internet cafe to book a night. Shu Ye must still be waiting for me to chat with her on QQ. After saying that, Zhu Jiahao ran towards the internet cafe across the street with his short legs. Jiangsu City in 2010 was far less prosperous than it would be more than a decade later. After dark, the streets would quickly become deserted. Meng Lang walked on the lonely street, his emotions gradually withdrawing from the confession incident. God has given him a chance to start over, and he must cherish it. In his previous life, because he was not ambitious enough, he spent the most precious 10 years of his life as a bootlicker for others, and he made a mess of the family. Because of the trouble he caused, my father miHoYo was forced to leave the system and started doing business in his 40s. But he was too honest and had no talent for business. He was deceived and lost all his savings of many years, and even owed a lot of foreign debts. After Meng Lang had a sudden realization, he started a clothing business with his uncle. After earning money through hard work for several years, he finally encountered a good opportunity and plunged into the sex toy industry. He opened an online store and gained a lot of fans by sharing his stories of being a dog licker. He made some quick money in 2 years and paid off his family's debts. But until his rebirth, he still hadn't been able to buy a decent car, let alone a house. When living a new life, the most important thing is, of course, to make money. Meng Lang still remembered a sentence he had read online in his previous life: "You are what you eat." So, you can't become a superior person by enduring hardships. Only by eating people can you become a superior person. Meng Lang will never have to suffer again in this life. He wants to eat people. He wants to be the best. Chapter 5: South Africa World Cup. Seeing Meng Lang walking in silence all the way, Lu Fei directly put his arm around Meng Lang's shoulders. "Still thinking about Li Shuya? What's so annoying? It's not the first time you've been rejected. Let's go. I'll treat you to some barbecue." Meng Lang turned his head and looked at Lu Fei's familiar face, remembering the last time he saw Lu Fei in his previous life. At that time, he was still flattering Li Shuya. He spent all his money to buy her a birthday present. He couldn't even afford to eat and had to eat steamed buns and instant noodles every day. Fortunately, Lu Fei went to see him at that time. Seeing how miserable he was, Lu Fei also said, "Come on. Brother will treat you to some skewers." Meng Lang enjoyed the meal very much and may never forget it for the rest of his life. Before leaving, Lu Fei gave him 5,000 yuan. Not long after that day, Meng Lang learned that Lu Fei had died in a car accident. Seeing Lu Fei still lively among them, he saw a video in which Spain defeated its opponents 1-0 in 4 consecutive games starting from the round of 16 in the 2010 World Cup and eventually won the championship. Because this incident was quite dramatic, Meng Lang remembered it quite clearly. Thinking of this, Meng Lang's face gradually showed ecstasy. If you know the outcome of the game, and even the winning score, wouldn't it be like making money without doing anything if you buy sports lottery? Which World Cup match is it? Meng Lang grabbed Lu Fei and asked. "I don't know either, but my dad told me that the quarter-finals start at 10 o'clock tonight and is going out to watch the game with his friends. My mom scolded him for that." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took out his Enicol slider phone and checked the time. 8:30. Lottery sales will stop 1 hour before the game starts. There is still an hour and a half left, so it should still be time to buy a lottery ticket. Thinking about the 8,000 yuan in his pocket, if nothing unexpected happens, by the end of the World Cup, he will have his first pot of gold. 8,000 yuan is still a little too little. For something like this that is 100% profitable, no matter how much capital you put in, it is never too much. "Lu Fei, do you have any money on you?" Hearing this, Lu Fei looked at Meng Lang with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes, didn't we agree to sign up for driving school together? I asked my mom for 4,000 yuan, and I saved 1,000 yuan myself, all of which I put in my card. Go get it out and lend it to me, I need it urgently," Meng Lang urged. Although Lu Fei was full of doubts, because of their childhood friendship, he still went to the ATM to withdraw 5,000 yuan and gave it to Meng Lang. "You go back first. I'll come back to you in a few days and I promise to give you a surprise." Meng Lang took the money, waved to Lu Fei, and ran towards the sports lottery center with lights on in the distance. Looking at Meng Lang's departing figure, Lu Fei scratched the back of his head, feeling that this friend who had grown up with him was a little strange today. "Boss, which 2 teams are playing in the World Cup today?" The middle-aged owner of the lottery shop looked up at Meng Lang, pointed to the bulletin board on the wall filled with densely packed numbers, and said, "Brazil is playing the Netherlands. Sales will be closed in 10 minutes. Buy now if you want to." Meng Lang glanced at the notice board and felt dizzy. He simply asked, What are the odds of the Netherlands winning? Although Brazil has always been a strong team in the world, Meng Lang knew that the Netherlands was the runner-up of this World Cup and the winner of this game was destined to be the Netherlands. However, Meng Lang didn't know the score of this game, so he could only bet on the outcome, and the odds were definitely not as high as betting on the score. The Netherlands' winning odds are 4.6. The middle-aged boss snorted in his heart, another person who doesn't understand football. Brazil is the favorite to win the championship this year, how could they lose to the Netherlands? It was 4.6. Meng Lang hadn't expected the odds of the Netherlands winning to be so high. It looked like everyone was more optimistic about the Brazilian team. This was a perfect bargain for him. I want to bet on the Netherlands to win. How much do you want to buy? The middle-aged boss was operating the ticket purchasing interface, preparing to place an order. Meng Lang took out all the money he had on him and put it on the table, not even leaving out the dozens of dollars in change. 13,068. The middle-aged boss looked at Meng Lang again and said, "If you lose, I won't give you a refund." Young man, think carefully. Don't worry, winning or losing is my own business. The boss was just kindly reminding the young man not to get carried away. Seeing Meng Lang's decisive answer, he said nothing more and used the computer to issue him a ticket. 5 minutes later, Meng Lang walked out of the sports lottery center with the lottery ticket as he wished. Looking at the numbers on the lottery ticket, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The odds of 4.6 mean that after the game is over, his more than 13,000 yuan will become more than 60. At this time, the game had been going on for 10 minutes and Brazil was temporarily leading with a score of 1 o'clock. And from the scene, the Dutch team has been suppressed by the Brazilian team and rarely launched dangerous attacks. Meng Lang stood in the pub with a frown on his face, seeming out of tune with the cheerful atmosphere of the Brazilian fans present. What's wrong, little brother? You look so sad. Are you a fan of the Dutch team? Someone noticed Meng Lang, who looked like an alien in the crowd. Upon hearing this, a group of Brazilian fans stopped watching the game and turned their attention to Meng Lang. The most exciting thing about watching a competitive game is naturally seeing the team you support win. But if there is anything more satisfying than this, it is to see the fans on the other side get angry and frustrated. Take the annual League of Legends S game as an example. After the LPL team wins, the popularity of videos that copy Korean comments will skyrocket. The more the opposing LCK fans curse, the happier the LPL viewers watching the video will be. This is just in text form. At this time, Meng Lang was standing next to these Brazilian fans. As the saying goes, a smile never disappears, it just shifts. At this moment, Meng Lang's smile was transferred to the faces of these Brazilian fans. If Meng Lang cursed the Dutch team at this time, these Brazilian fans would probably be happier. However, Meng Lang had no intention of satisfying other people's bad tastes, and just watched the game helplessly. Until the end of the first half, the score was still Brazil leading 1 o'clock. Meng Lang didn't really like watching football games. His legs were a little numb after standing for a long time, so he took advantage of the halftime break to find a place to sit down. Glancing around, he saw a woman in a booth by the window of the tavern, looking at the night view outside the window and drinking alone. The woman was wearing a black suspender dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders and neck. She had a graceful figure and was leaning lazily on the sofa in the booth, as if she was worried about something. Meng Lang couldn't help but move closer. The woman's profile became clearer and clearer. She was well maintained, and Meng Lang couldn't tell her age for a moment, but judging from her expression and temperament, she should be over 35 years old. Her profile is soft and elegant, her eyebrows are long and curved, revealing a graceful temperament, her bright eyes are slightly drunk, blinking slowly, her nose is high, her lips are full, and the pearl earrings hanging on her ears add a bit of nobility to her. Meng Lang walked in front of the woman and was finally able to see her full appearance, but he had no mind to look at anything else at this moment. Because there was an abyss of sin that always attracted his attention and left him no time to look at anything else. The woman noticed that there was another person in front of her, so she withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at Meng Lang. Meng Lang also quickly focused his attention on the woman's face and looked into her beautiful eyes. What's up? The woman's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and a sweet scent blew onto Meng Lang's face as she spoke. Meng Lang smiled warmly and said, "Sister, could you please buy me a drink?" When the woman heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. In the past, when men approached her, they would ask if they could buy her a drink. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of her did not play by the rules and asked her to buy him a drink. This immediately piqued her interest, and she carefully examined the young man's face. He looked to be about 20 years old, with a resolute face and a sunny smile. He was the type of man she would take a second look at if she met him on the street. In the past, she would not have had too much contact with a strange man in the bar, but she was in a terrible mood today, and it was great to have a young wolf dog to accompany her and relieve her boredom. "Sure, what would you like to drink?" The woman supported her cheek with the back of her hand, tilted her head and said lazily. The woman's simple action made Meng Lang stare in amazement. Because the expression of the woman in front of him was somewhat similar to that of the queen of the kingdom of women who wanted Tang Monk but couldn't get him. This sad and beautiful expression is simply amazing. Why are you in a daze? Haven't you decided what kind of wine to order? Seeing the handsome young man in front of her staring at her face, the woman raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled a little more. How can these vulgar wines be more intoxicating than beauties? Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. You are so young, where did you learn such sweet words? The woman scolded lightly, but a smile appeared on her face. This is not just sweet talk. Among the women I've met today, your beauty is enough to rank in the top 2. Top 2? And just today? Is there anyone who praises others like you? The woman was obviously not very satisfied with Meng Lang's answer. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she cannot accept that someone is prettier than herself. Even if I extend this time to my entire life, you'll still be in the top 2. Meng Lang's words softened the woman's expression, but she continued to ask, why can't I be number 1? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Of course not. If I start by praising my sister as the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, wouldn't it make me seem superficial? How can I talk so much to my sister like that? Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, You're such a talker. I wonder how many ignorant little girls have fallen for your words. You're wrong. I'm still single and have never had anything beyond friendship with anyone. The woman didn't say anything when she heard this, but just looked at Meng Lang with a slightly contemptuous look, obviously not believing what Meng Lang said. Meng Lang was also very helpless about this. Although he had never had sex with anyone or been in love in this life, the temperament of a veteran playboy brought from his previous life had deeply betrayed him. We've been chatting for so long, but you still don't know your sister's name. My name is Meng Lang, so you can just call me a Lang. The woman glanced at Meng Lang and said softly, My last name is Sang. I just saw you sitting here drinking alone. Is there something upsetting you? If it's convenient, please tell me. Maybe I can help you out. It's just some family stuff, no big deal. Meng Lang's words obviously reminded the woman of unhappy things. She drank a large glass of wine, looked out the window, and lost interest in continuing the conversation. At this moment, a burst of shouting and cursing suddenly broke out from the crowd watching the game, attracting Meng Lang's attention. Then I won't bother you anymore, sister. Meng Lang was chatting with the woman to kill time. Seeing that something unexpected seemed to have happened during the game, he quickly stood up and walked towards the crowd of spectators. Looking closely, the score had been changed to 1-1, and the Dutch team successfully scored a point. At this moment, the replay of the goal was playing on TV. The Netherlands team's number 10 made a cross, and Brazil's number 5 jumped high, trying to head the ball away, but collided with the goalkeeper who rushed out of the goal and accidentally headed the ball into his own goal. This is an own goal. After watching the replay, the Brazilian fans were so angry that they cursed. Melo, fuck me. Investigate thoroughly. Number 5 must have accepted the money. Gani, I beat Brazil 1 o'clock. It's all gone. A few guys instantly got angry and smashed their wine glasses in their hands. It seemed that they had lost a lot of money. Their pub owner seemed accustomed to such scenes and just said calmly, Those who smashed the cups, 20 yuan each, remember to pay the bill later. The smile that had previously shifted to the faces of the Brazilian fans instantly returned to Meng Lang's face, but he didn't dare to laugh too wildly, for fear of being attacked by these gamblers who had lost all their money. This own goal dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Brazilian team, and the Dutch team launched a counterattack. Just 15 minutes later, the Netherlands number 10 made another effort and scored with a header, leading the Netherlands to overtake the score 2-1. There was a sudden wailing in the pub, and a group of Brazilian fans were madly cursing number 5 Melo, who scored an own goal. Meng Lang finally felt relieved. It seemed that the Dutch team was destined to win this game. Seeing that it was getting late, Meng Lang no longer had the heart to continue reading. When he turned around and was about to leave the pub, he saw that the woman he had just chatted with had already walked out of the pub door. Judging from her stumbling steps, she was obviously drunk. At this moment, a man in a casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses suddenly stood up and followed. Meng Lang had noticed this middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses before. Wearing a suit in the middle of summer was already suspicious. Moreover, he had been sitting by the door, neither drinking nor watching the game. He had a bitter face and kept scanning the people in the pub, as if looking for prey. Gold-rimmed glasses. 8 out of 10 people are beasts. And 2 are worse than beasts. The more Meng Lang thought about it, the more he felt that this person was a perverted rapist and murderer. Although he was not a gentleman, he could not pretend not to see such a thing, so he quickly chased out of the tavern. Chapter 7 Misunderstanding. Please collect. Just as he ran out of the door, Meng Lang saw a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses helping a woman turn into the alley next to the tavern. When Meng Lang chased to the entrance of the alley, the middle-aged man had already helped the woman into a black SUV. Then the man actually stood next to the car door and started taking off his clothes. Fuck! You pervert! Meng Lang couldn't help but curse, and rushed over and kicked the middle-aged man. Wei Xiong is a designated driver. To be precise, Wei Xiong is a programmer during the day and works part-time as a designated driver after get-off work. When he was young, he saw Ekin Cheng in A Moment of Romance on TV and was amazed at how a man could be so handsome, so he also learned to wear gold-rimmed glasses. You know what, the young Wei Xiong really has a bit of a gentlemanly villain vibe. But as he reached middle age, the pressure of life made his cheeks greasy and tired, and he seemed to have a bitter face all day long. His wife once asked him to replace his flashy gold-rimmed glasses, but they were a proof of his youth, just like Kong Ija's long gown, which could not be taken off just like that. Today, Wei Xiong waited in the pub for more than an hour and finally saw a drunk customer. He immediately followed the customer out and took the business. He had just helped the passenger into the back seat and was about to take off his coat to reveal his designated driver uniform when he saw a man running towards him and kicking him in the waist. The sudden severe pain reminded Wei Xiong of a robbery and murder case that had been circulating in the designated driver group for a long time. At this moment, Wei Xiong thought of his seriously ill mother, his virtuous wife, and his lovely daughter. He is the pillar of this family, he can't die. If you encounter a robbery, cover your eyes immediately. As long as you don't see the robber's face clearly, the robber will not kill you. This is the experience passed down by the predecessors in the designated driver group. Thinking of this, Wei Xiong immediately covered his eyes with his hands, ignoring the pain, not caring that his gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. He yelled, "Please spare my life. I have parents and children to support, and after work I have to work as a designated driver. Life is really not easy. Please have mercy on me, sir. Please don't kill me. You can take the money if you want. I didn't see your face clearly, so I will not call the police afterwards." After saying that, he took out a wallet from the pocket of his half-removed suit and threw it in front of Meng Lang. Meng Lang was stunned by his ramblings. It took him a while to react and ask, "What did you say you do?" I'm a designated driver," the middle-aged man said with a slight stutter. Meng Lang's raised foot suddenly froze there. "Why are you sneaking around like that as a designated driver, sitting outside the pub, wearing a coat in the middle of summer?" "I'm wearing my designated driver's uniform, but the bar owner won't let me in. It's so hot, and I'm hot even with my coat on. I have to sit by the door and get some fresh air." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang took a step to the side, allowing the light from the street lamp behind him to shine on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely at this time, and it was unclear whether he was scared or in pain. His gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, making him look a little funny. Under the half-taken-off suit jacket was a dark blue t-shirt with a few words reflected on the upper left corner of the chest. Meng Lang leaned forward, and the words "designated driver in the same city" suddenly caught his eye. Even though Meng Lang was thick-skinned, he couldn't hold it back any longer. His toes instantly dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment from his canvas shoes. "Brother, this is a misunderstanding." As he spoke, Meng Lang bent down flatteringly, picked up the gold-rimmed glasses on the ground, and put them on the slightly sweaty nose of the designated driver. "So you're a designated driver. I thought you were a hooligan. So you are brave enough to help others. I thought you were robbing people. The middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Lang held the driver's arm and tried to help him up. Don't move. My back hurts. I can do it myself. After hesitating for a long time, the designated driver finally got up from the ground. Meng Lang quickly stepped forward and brushed the dust off him, saying, I'm so sorry, I stepped a little too hard just now. How about taking you to the hospital for a checkup? Why bother with that? I can just put on a plaster when I get home. I have to send the customer home first. The designated driver said as he opened the driver's door of the black SUV and got in, holding his waist. Hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People nowadays are still simple and honest. If this happened to people more than 10 years later, they would probably be lying on the ground, opening the car app and starting to choose a car. I'm so sorry, could you please leave me your phone number? If you have any further problems with your waist, please feel free to contact me. I can't blame you for this. You were just trying to do good things. Just don't be so impulsive next time. And don't even talk about paying any money. Just take care of my business when you have the chance in the future. As he spoke, the designated driver took out a business card from his pocket with his name and phone number on it. Meng Lang walked out of the alley and glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. He didn't have a penny in his pocket, so it would probably be late at night before he could walk home. At this time, the black SUV just turned around and came out of the alley. Only then did Meng Lang notice that the car was an Audi Q5. It seemed that this beautiful lady surnamed San was also a wealthy woman with considerable family wealth. At this moment, the Audi Q5 suddenly stopped in front of Meng Lang. The rear window slowly rolled down, and a drunken beauty appeared in front of Meng Lang. Alang, right? Where do you live? Do you want me to give you a ride? Sang Wanyan drank a lot tonight and fell asleep as soon as she got in the car. She had no idea what was happening outside. Or maybe the designated driver just told her about Meng Lang's heroic act. Originally thought that Meng Lang was just a small-time scoundrel who hung out in bars and nightclubs, but unexpectedly he had such a manly side. This made Sang Wanyan have a better impression of Meng Lang. Seeing that Meng Lang seemed to be waiting for a car, Sang Wanyan decided to give him a ride. Meng Lang was just worrying about how to get home, so how could he refuse such a piece of good luck, especially when he was riding in the same car with a beautiful woman. I live in Taipingli. Is that convenient? After Meng Lang got in the car, Sang Wanyan, who seemed quite sober just now, seemed to be drunk again and fell into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, and began to speak nonsense one after another. If you dare to have sex with other women behind my back, I will bring a wild man home for you to see. I've been with you since I was 18, and you, a bastard, are actually keeping a mistress outside. And you, too, are an unfilial son. You didn't even come home for my birthday. All you do is ask for money to please some little girl out there. You're the same kind of person as your father. Later on, Meng Lang didn't know whether this woman thought he was her husband or her son. She kept scratching and clawing at him, making him miserable. But when facing a drunk woman, he could only hold her hands to stop her from scratching herself. But the woman refused to give in and rushed directly towards Meng Lang. Meng Lang had nowhere to hide and almost drowned in a deep ditch full of sin. Chapter 8 Mother and Daughter Night Talk. Meng Lang finally pushed the woman away. Looking at the blush on the woman's delicate face, her plump lips slightly opening and closing to exhale fragrance, the strap sliding from her shoulders, her delicate collarbone and her rising and falling breathing, Meng Lang almost couldn't control himself. After taking 2 deep breaths, Meng Lang managed to calm down his agitated emotions. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his previous life. What a pity, from the woman's drunken words, we learned that she has a husband. Meng Lang is a principled person and will never touch someone else's wife. The woman's home was not far from the tavern, so Meng Lang did not suffer for too long. The car quickly drove into a villa area and stopped in front of a 3-story villa. After Wei Xiong parked the car, he raised an eyebrow at Meng Lang and said, "My service is over. The task of sending this beautiful woman home is now up to you." After saying that, he patted his butt and left. Only Meng Lang was left in the car looking at the woman who was already drunk and unconscious. What's going on here? If I send her home, won't her husband beat me up? Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help swallowing. But looking at the drunk woman in the back seat, he couldn't just leave her in the car. So he had no choice but to get out of the car, walk to the door of the villa and ring the doorbell. But no one came to open the door for a long time, so it seemed that no one was at home. Meng Lang could only go back to the car, pat the woman's face and wake her up. Wake up! We're at your house. Can you go back by yourself? The woman grunted twice, opened her eyes with difficulty, and sat up. Then he took out a bunch of keys from his bag and handed them to Meng Lang. What else could Meng Lang say? He could only help the woman get out of the car, open the door with his key, and follow her instructions to the bedroom on the second floor. Just when Meng Lang thought he had accomplished his mission and was about to turn around and leave, the woman suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, looked at him with a pair of seductive eyes and said, "Am I not beautiful? Don't you want to touch me? Are you still a man?" Meng Lang was stunned by these 3 consecutive questions. Of course he knew that according to the social principles of adults, when a woman took the initiative to give him the key to her house and let him help her into the bedroom, it meant that she allowed something to happen next. If the people standing here were some weak-willed guys, they would definitely have lost control by now. But Meng Lang is a man of principles. If he says he won't touch a married man, he will definitely not do so. It's not that he's so noble, it's just that it would be too troublesome if he touched a married woman. The story of Boss Cow killing 3 sages with 1 shot has been passed down through the ages, and Meng Lang has a physique that easily attracts mature women. If he cannot stick to his principles, he will get into big trouble sooner or later. Sister, it's not that I don't want to, but you have a husband. I can't destroy your family. After returning home, Sang Wanyan's consciousness gradually returned to normal. She is not a promiscuous woman, but she was just in a bad mood today. Meeting a man like Meng Lang, who is pleasing to the eye, humorous, and brave enough to stand up for what is right, inevitably made her feel moved. And she also had the idea of taking revenge on her cheating husband. Why can he party outside every night, but I can't go crazy myself? What she didn't expect was that Meng Lang was even more upright than she had imagined. He could actually refuse such temptation. He was completely different from her greedy and lustful husband. This made Sang Wanyan's favorability towards him grow rapidly. It's rare to meet such a reliable man. Before, I might have just thought of it as a one-night stand, but now it seems that it is not impossible to develop it into a long-term relationship. What's wrong with having a husband? He can have a life of luxury outside, but I can't bring a man home. Sang Wanyan pulled the straps on her shoulders to the side, and her 2 long, beautiful legs overlapped, reflecting a delicate luster under the soft light. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Meng Lang's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt that every cell in his body was instigating him to commit a crime. Which man can resist such temptation? Principles and non-principles are all shackles that restrict a happy sex life. Just this once. Just this once. I will never touch a married woman again. Meng Lang was caught in a dilemma, his desires were surging, and he couldn't help but find excuses to exonerate himself. Sang Wanyan looked at Meng Lang's conflicted. So, you have feelings for Meng Lang? Is that why you keep giving him hope, wanting to wait until the right time to date him? I can't really say I like him. He's not handsome, his grades aren't great, and besides being nice to me, he doesn't have any other advantages. Listening to her daughter complaining about Meng Lang's shortcomings, Gan Yuru's brows furrowed more and more. In her opinion, Meng Lang was not as bad as her daughter said. At least the Meng Lang she met today was calm and composed, and spoke in a generous manner. He may not be handsome in appearance, but he is strong and sunny, and looks like a reliable person. Since you don't like him so much, why don't you reject him decisively? Why keep giving him hope? If he keeps pursuing you, you will keep dragging him along like this. Li Shuyer said nonchalantly, "It's his business if he likes me, what does it have to do with me?" Girls should take the initiative in relationships, and they can't be moved by a man's slightest effort. You must test him repeatedly until you are sure that you are really attracted to him, then you can give him a chance. There are so many people chasing me, how can I know which one is sincere if I don't test them more? Gan Yuru listened to what her daughter said and suddenly felt that she had paid too little attention to her daughter over the years, which led to her developing such thoughts. The more I listen, the more outrageous it sounds. Where did you learn this? M.I. Meng. One of my favorite writers, she is like my spiritual mentor. She is simply misleading young people. You are not allowed to read her books anymore. Also, find an opportunity to make things clear with Meng Lang soon, don't waste his time. Gan Yuru said sternly. Li Shuyer had forgotten how long it had been since she had been scolded so harshly. Today, her mother actually spoke to her like this because of Meng Lang, which made her feel extremely wronged. Mom, why do you keep speaking for Meng Lang? He even wanted to take back the phone he gave me today. If Ju Jiahao hadn't bought it for me, I would have been so embarrassed. Chapter 9. Does he live here too? Gan Yuru looked at her daughter's delicate little face, which was full of grievance, and suddenly thought of a saying, all that glitters is not gold. Why did you accept his gift if you had no intention of accepting it? It's just a cell phone. It's only worth 8,000 yuan. Is it really that serious? Li Shuyer's tone was already slightly tearful. She didn't understand why her mother would make a big deal out of such a small matter. Is this a matter of money? This is a matter of being a human being. Your parents have created a very good family environment for you, so you may not care about 8,000 yuan, but for others, this may be the income of the whole family's hard work for a month. So what? He gave it to me on his own initiative. I didn't ask him for it. After saying that, Li Shuya ran out of the room crying. Gan Yuru looked at her daughter slamming the door and could only sigh silently. The company's affairs have already made her overwhelmed, and now her daughter's education has exposed such a big problem. At this moment, she feels exhausted. She suddenly felt that it was really difficult to support the family alone. If only her husband was still alive. Looking at the family photo on the bedside, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The next day, Meng Lang was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Wake up with him was the naked Sang Wanyan. She was not a promiscuous person, and yesterday was her first time having sex with a second man. Thinking about the crazy night she had with a boy 18 years younger than her, Sang Wanyan felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously covered herself with the quilt. Meng Lang acted very calmly. He had experienced too many such scenes in his previous life. He said nothing and hugged Sang Wanyan into his arms. Feeling the soft body in his arms, Meng Lang felt his body gradually getting hot. An 18-year-old's body has a strong ability to recover. In his previous life, he actually wasted his entire career peak period by being a bootlicker. Now he thinks that he really wasted his good talent. Sensing the boy's increasingly numerous little movements, Sang Wanyan finally didn't dare to continue playing the ostrich game and quickly said, "No. My son might be back soon." Seeing that Sang Wanyan had no intention of continuing, Meng Lang did not force her. This kind of thing would only be interesting if both parties were in love with each other. Can I use the bathroom to take a shower? I'll leave right after I'm done. Meng Lang said, then got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Sang Wanyan finally got out of bed, picked up the clothes that had fallen beside the bed and prepared to put them on, only to discover that the suspender skirt had been torn in the fight last night. Seeing the clothes torn beyond recognition, Sang Wanyan's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. The feeling of breaking free from restraints last night was something she had never felt before, and she couldn't help but recall it now. She wanted to get up and get clothes from the closet, but she was afraid that Meng Lang would suddenly come out of the bathroom, so she simply lay on the bed, planning to wait until Meng Lang left before getting up to look for clothes. Just then, the phone in her bag rang again. She reached out from under the covers, took out her cell phone from her bag, and saw two unread text messages. One is the bank's payment information, showing that 8,000 yuan was received this morning. The other message was from her husband's business partner, who was also the mother of her son's classmate. She said her son spent 8,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone for his daughter, and the daughter expressed her gratitude and returned the money. He's just like his father, all he does is spend money to please other women. Just as Sang Wanyan finished replying to the text message, Meng Lang had already finished his shower. Then I'll leave first. Meng Lang said after putting on his clothes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't even ask for a phone call. It seemed that there was no way to develop a long-term friendship. Just as Meng Lang was about to walk out of the room, Sang Wanyan suddenly called him, etc. Meng Lang turned his head expectantly, thinking that Sang Wanyan was calling him to leave her phone number. Unexpectedly, Sang Wanyan took out her wallet, pulled out a stack of money and placed it beside the bed. Meng Lang was stunned. What did this mean? Who did they take me for? Was I someone who needed this little money? Sang Wanyan seemed to see the problem in Meng Lang's mind from his stunned expression and quickly said, "Don't misunderstand me, I didn't mean anything else." She couldn't explain what the money meant. Maybe she was very satisfied with last night, or maybe she thought that young men of this age should be short of money. Suddenly, she felt that doing so seemed to hurt Meng Lang's self-esteem, and she hurriedly wanted to take the money back. Even if you don't want to. Before she could finish, Meng Lang held her hand. Who said I don't want it? After saying that, Meng Lang put the money into his pocket and turned to walk out the door. Watching Meng Lang leave in such a carefree manner, Sang Wanyan couldn't help but feel a little lost. Men are really dogs, they eat and run away. She slowly got up, found a pair of pajamas to put on, and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom had just been used by Meng Lang. It was wet and seemed to still have his scent on it. Turning on the shower head, the warm tap water poured over her exquisite body, making her unable to help but recall the aftertaste of last night. Just as she came out of the shower, she suddenly heard the doorbell downstairs. She thought her son had forgotten his keys, so she put on her pajamas and went downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw Meng Lang appear in front of her with flowers in his left hand and small cakes in his right hand. Happy birthday! When Sang Wanyan heard the words, happy birthday, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Meng Lang, who was thought to have left, actually came back and brought her flowers and cakes. She had forgotten how long it had been since someone said happy birthday to her. Her husband is out all day and her son is never at home. No one cares about her at all. Although the young man in front of her had only known her for one day, he gave her the first birthday greeting in many years. She had to admit that she was completely moved at this moment. Sang Wanyan threw herself directly into Meng Lang's arms, hugged him tightly, and kissed him even more crazily than last night. At this moment, she no longer cared about anything and just wanted to indulge in intimacy with the young man in front of her. This was exactly what Meng Lang wanted. The moment he took the stack of banknotes from the woman's hand, he decided to completely conquer her heart. This was the price she had to pay for looking down on him. From the living room on the first floor to the balcony on the second floor, and then to the bathroom in the bedroom. During this process, Meng Lang saw a family portrait of 3 people in the living room, which gave him a strange pleasure. However, Sang Wanyan covered the heads of her ex-husband and son in the photo with Zhu Barge's portrait stickers, so you can't see what they look like. From this we can see that she is full of resentment towards these 2 people. 2 hours later, Meng Lang finally walked out of the villa contentedly. Looking back, he could still see Sang Wanyan standing on the second floor balcony looking at him. He remembered that location they had just checked in there. Turning back and waving, Meng Lang strode out of the community. Just as he reached the gate of the community, Meng Lang suddenly saw a familiar person. Isn't this Zhu Jiahao? Does he live here too? Chapter 10. Have I really become his father? Zhu Jiahao played games in the internet cafe all night last night. Li Shuya chatted with him on QQ until late at night. After Li Shuya went offline, he had no place to vent his excitement, so he simply poured it all into the game. Pay the price. Pay the price. He actually got a golden Alaska, which made him so excited that he played until he had no money left before he quit. What to do when you are out of money? Of course you go home and ask your mom for money. Just as he was about to enter the community, a car came out and the automatic barrier was raised. Seeing this, he was too lazy to go around and use the small door for people to pass through, so he walked directly through the driveway and just saw Meng Lang coming out. Meng Lang, why are you here? When he paused, the barrier had already fallen down and was about to hit him on the head. Meng Lang quickly reminded, watch out for your head. Zhu Jiahao also realized the danger, and subconsciously lowered his head and rushed forward with his short legs. But his short legs ran too slowly and he was hit by the barrier. Fortunately, the barrier automatically rose up after sensing an obstacle, leaving Zhu Jiahao squatting on the ground and rubbing his head. Meng Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a long time, Zhu Jiahao stood up again. Seeing Meng Lang laughing so hard that he fell backwards, his face turned red with anger. Just be happy. See how long you can keep laughing. Do you know how long Shuya and I chatted on QQ last night? We chatted from early morning until late at night, and Shuya even said good night to me. Also, Shuya told me that she will never forgive you again, and asked me to tell you not to look for her again. Zhu Jiahao originally thought that Meng Lang would be angry after hearing these words, but he did not expect that Meng Lang kept looking at him with a smile, without any sign of anger, and there seemed to be some kindness in his smile. This gave Zhu Jiahao an illusion that Meng Lang's expression was a bit similar to the way his father looked at him. Very good, keep working hard and strive to become my stepson-in-law soon, so that you can call me daddy. Then I'll give you a Lamborghini. Hearing Meng Lang's joking words, Zhu Jiahao clenched his fists, wishing he could rush up and punch Meng Lang in the face twice. But he knew he couldn't win, so he shouted towards the security booth behind him. Security! This guy isn't from our neighborhood. He might be here to steal something. Quickly arrest him and send him to the police station. The security in this high-end residential complex is quite strong, and soon 2 tall security guards rushed out of the security booth. Meng Lang thought to himself, I did come here to steal, but I didn't steal things, I stole people. 2 security guards walked up to Meng Lang and looked at him warily, as if they were going to arrest him if he couldn't give a suitable reason. Sir, we don't seem to have seen you before. Which owner are you a guest of? Hearing this, Meng Lang glanced at Zhu Jiahao's smug face and said, the owner of A18 invited me to his house to play poker. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jiahao immediately started yelling, bullshit. My house is A18. When did I invite you to play poker at my house? His words also confused Meng Lang. Zhu Jiahao also lives in A18. Then what is his relationship with Sang Wanyan? Meng Lang suddenly remembered the family photo he saw in the living room. Although the head was covered, the short and stocky figure. Holy shit! Isn't this? This is so fucking exciting. Thinking of this, Meng Lang looked at Zhu Jiahao with a more loving gaze. Originally, asking him to call me dad was just a joke, but I never thought that this could actually become true. He just said that he would give Zhu Jiahao a Lamborghini as soon as he started calling him dad. Now I have to work hard to make money. It would be embarrassing if I can't afford it when the time comes. Meng Lang speaks with conviction. If he says he will give a Lamborghini as a gift, then he will definitely give it to him. But he really couldn't understand how Zhu Jiahao could grow up to be such an ugly boy with such a beautiful mother. Seeing Meng Lang smiling at him, Zhu Jiahao thought he was guilty and shouted, Humph! You have nothing to say now. Uncle Security. He just lied, arrest him now. Upon hearing this, the 2 security guards immediately moved towards Meng Lang. Wait. Why don't you call and confirm first? I can't run away from here. Seeing Meng Lang so calm, the 2 security guards were afraid of making a mistake and offending someone. After looking at each other, one of them returned to the security booth to make a phone call. Zhu Jiahao had a look of gloating on his face. He even took out his cell phone, ready to take a picture of the scene of Meng Lang being caught by the security guard and send it to Li Shuya. But what he never expected was that not long after, the security guard who went to make the phone call ran back and apologized to Meng Lang repeatedly. Sorry. We made a mistake. We have confirmed that you are indeed a guest of A18. It's okay. You have done your job well. It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone for making trouble here. Meng Lang said as he looked at Zhu Jiahao. There was a hint of blame in the eyes of the 2 security guards when they looked at Zhu Jiahao, but Zhu Jiahao was the owner and they couldn't do anything to him. How is that possible? Maybe you dialed the wrong number. Zhu Jiahao looked incredulous. I called the landline of the owner of A18, there is no mistake, the security guard replied. Impossible. R18, only my mother is at home, how could I ask her to go home and play poker? Zhu Jiahao said excitedly. When the 2 security guards heard this, they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions became very interesting, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in their eyes when they looked at Meng Lang. They ignored Zhu Jiahao who was shouting. The owners of this high-end community were either rich or noble. The 2 security guards would not get involved in the grudges and family affairs of the wealthy families. Meng Lang ignored the chattering Zhu Jiahao and strode out of the community gate. Only Zhu Jiahao was left, running towards home with his short legs. He wanted to find out what was going on. Meng Lang hailed a taxi on the roadside and wanted to go home directly, but when he was looking for his phone, he accidentally took the lottery ticket out of his pocket. Only then did Meng Lang remember to check the final result of last night's World Cup match between the Netherlands and Brazil. The speed of the 3G network cannot be compared with the future 5G. The browser on the mobile phone scrolled for a long time before Meng Lang finally found the result. Netherlands 2:1 Brazil. Meng Lang couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. Open your phone's calculator. 13,068 times 4.6 equals 60,112.8. After deducting 20% tax, there is still 48,090 yuan left. Although the amount received is less than 50,000 yuan, because the total prize amount exceeds 50,000 yuan, it can only be redeemed at the Municipal Sports Lottery Center. Meng Lang asked the driver to turn around and drive towards the City Sports Lottery Center. Chapter 11 Lottery Ticket Redemption. After arriving at the Jiangju Sports Lottery Center, Meng Lang followed the sign to the lottery redemption counter. At this time, the counter was empty, with no one else there except Meng Lang. This is normal. Even if ordinary people gamble on sports, they will not bet too much. The prize money is unlikely to exceed 50,000 yuan, and most people redeem it at sports lottery stores. Meng Lang handed over his ID card and lottery ticket, waiting for the staff to check. At this moment, a skinny middle-aged man wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses, a washed-out short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of leather slippers stood in line behind Meng Lang. He looked a bit like the landlord in Kung Fu. "Little brother, you also bet on the Dutch team to win?" the middle-aged man said excitedly with his skinny face. Meng Lang didn't know this person either, so he just nodded slightly without any further response. "How much is it?" the middle-aged man asked. Meng Lang did not answer, but instead became wary. There are all kinds of people these days, and who knows if someone would take a risk for a few tens of thousands of dollars. It is better not to reveal any information casually. "Little brother, if you don't mind, I'm just too excited and want to find someone to talk to. You don't know how I almost jumped off the building when I saw the Brazilian team score a goal and take the lead in 10 minutes yesterday. The money I use to buy lottery tickets is all the private money I have hidden from my wife for more than 10 years. I would be heartbroken if I lost it. Fortunately, Melo's own goal really saved my life." Listening to the chatter around him, Meng Lang gradually let down his guard. Just a pathetic middle-aged man. Not long after, the staff member had completed the verification work and looked at Meng Lang and asked, "Sir, do you want a transfer or a check? Do you sell lottery tickets here? I plan to continue betting, but it's too troublesome to transfer the money back and forth. Can I just buy a ticket for the next game?" Meng Lang looked at the staff and asked. "Sure, please wait a moment." This was obviously not the first time the staff had encountered this kind of thing. They took Meng Lang to another counter and asked, "Sir, which one do you want to buy?" "Tonight's World Cup, Germany versus Argentina, place all your bets on Germany to win." "Oh, I have 2,000 yuan here, buy them all for me." As he spoke, Meng Lang pulled out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. This was what Sang Wanyan had given him this morning. Excluding the money he had spent on flowers and cakes, and the money he had spent on the taxi, he still had over 2,300 yuan. Meng Lang kept more than 300 yuan for himself and placed the rest on the counter. Just to confirm, the odds of Germany winning this match are 3.6, so the total is 50,090 yuan. Is it correct to bet on Germany winning? That's right. Meng Lang nodded in confirmation. After a while, Meng Lang took the newly won lottery ticket and was about to go out when the middle-aged man appeared in front of him and approached him with a mysterious look on his face. "Little brother, do you have any inside information? All that money is going to Germany. Argentina is the favorite to win the championship. Messi is so strong this year, every player on the Argentine team is a star." Meng Lang looked at the humble demeanor and tone of the middle-aged man and almost laughed at his question. What kind of inside information can there be about the World Cup? Do you think it's the Chinese Super League? Then why are you so sure that the German team can win? The middle-aged man asked. "It's just a hunch. I won the money anyway, so I might as well give it a try and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle." Meng Lang replied perfunctorily and continued walking towards the door. "Let's take a chance, turn the bicycle into a motorcycle," the middle-aged man muttered, looking at Meng Lang's back as he left. He gritted his teeth and returned to the prize redemption counter. As soon as he walked out of the sports lottery center, the phone in Meng Lang's pocket rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the name on the caller ID was Meng Haihua, his father. Because it was a graduation party yesterday, Meng Lang told him in advance that he might not go home that night, so he didn't call him last night. It's already noon today, so he should be calling to ask Meng Lang if he wants to come home for lunch. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Meng Lang heard his father's voice on the other end of the phone. "Will you come home for lunch?" "Yes, I'm getting ready to take the bus. I'll be home in about half an hour." Meng Lang replied. Okay, I'll get an extra meal from the cafeteria. After a brief conversation, the call was hung up. There were many people trying to get a taxi at noon, and Meng Lang waited for several minutes but still couldn't get one. At this time, the skinny middle-aged man who had just spoken to Meng Lang also walked out of the sports lottery center. Seeing Meng Lang waiting for a car on the side of the road, he immediately walked over, as if he wanted to continue exchanging experiences with Meng Lang. But just when he was halfway there, he was grabbed by the ear by a fat, curly-haired lady. All right. Yuan Hua, you've become quite capable. You lied to me and said you were going to buy groceries, but ended up buying lottery tickets again. Tell me. How much private money have you hidden from me? It hurts, let go quickly. Wife. We didn't lose money, we won this time. If you don't believe me, look. The skinny middle-aged man immediately took out a check from his pocket. The fat lady snatched the check, took a look at it, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, more than 50,000. Yes, wife. I won so much this time, can you leave some for me, said the skinny middle-aged man with a pitiful look on his face. Hearing this, the fat aunt sneered, I think you are still dreaming. The middle-aged man suddenly turned into a bitter face. He won the lottery with great difficulty, but he was not happy for a few minutes before his wife took away the money. Even the capital for buying the lottery ticket was lost. Meng Lang could only sigh once again at the miserable middle-aged man, stopped a taxi, and drove towards home. Meng Lang's home is in a community called Taipingli, which is the residential area for the staff of the Jiangsu Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce. Meng Haihua has been working at the Jiangsu Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce since he started working. Although he is over 40 and is still only a deputy section chief, the unit's welfare benefits are still very good. We live in the family housing allocated by the unit, eat in the unit's canteen, and various daily necessities are distributed during festivals. It is not that difficult for a father and his son to live together. They can still live a good life by just getting by. It's just that Meng Lang in his previous life ruined all of this, offended people he shouldn't have offended, and caused his father to be ostracized at work. Finally, Meng Haihua could no longer bear the oppression, so he gritted his teeth and took out all the family savings to start a business, but ended up losing everything. Even this house was used to pay off debts. Meng Haihua, who was not even 50 years old, suffered a stroke due to anger and was admitted to a nursing home. Recalling his past life, Meng Lang went all the way to the 5th floor and arrived at the familiar door of his home. After knocking twice, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Meng Lang opened the door. You're back. Come and eat quickly, or it'll get cold. Meng Haihua picked up a pair of slippers from the shoe rack and threw them in front of Meng Lang, then invited him into their house. The food was brought back from the company cafeteria. Meng Haihua was also very busy at work and had no time to cook for Meng Lang, so the two of them had been making do over the years. We eat out in the morning, go to the cafeteria to get 2 servings of food at noon, and cook some noodles or something with the leftovers in the evening. Today's meal is pretty good, with fried pork with dried tofu, fried ham with cauliflower, and steamed pork ribs with rice flour. In his previous life, ever since his father left the company, Meng Lang had never eaten in the company cafeteria again. The cafeteria food that I used to get tired of now tastes so delicious. Halfway through the meal, Meng Haihua suddenly asked, How's your driving school application going? Meng Lang's chopsticks that were picking up food suddenly stopped in mid-air. Of course he didn't sign up for a driving school, because the money he had spent on it had already turned into lottery tickets. But it's not easy to tell my dad about this directly. He is a rather old-fashioned person. I don't know how angry he would be if he knew that he spent so much money on lottery tickets. Not yet. Don't worry, Lu Fei and I have an appointment to go to the driving school together in a few days. After saying that, Meng Lang quickly changed the subject and said, Dad, how are you getting along with Aunt Zhao? You know. Meng Haihua's honest face showed a bit of guilt. He had mentioned this matter to Meng Lang in a roundabout way before, but Meng Lang had always been against it, so much so that when he found someone he liked, he didn't know how to tell his son. Of course Meng Lang knew this. In his previous life, it was because he had ruined his father's marriage that he offended people and caused his father to be unable to survive in the system. I heard from others that Aunt Zhao is the daughter of the head of your unit, right? Chapter 12, Dinner with a Big Thigh. You don't object? Meng Haihua was a little surprised to see Meng Lang's attitude. Why should I object? If you can marry the director's daughter, I would be more than happy to do so. By this calculation, I can barely be considered a third-generation official. Maybe if you work harder, I can become a real second-generation official. Meng Lang said in a joking tone. Don't listen to people's gossip. Your Aunt Zhao and I are truly together. It has nothing to do with whether her father is the director or not. Although I don't know why my son's personality suddenly changed so much, I don't object to him remarrying, which at least relieves a big worry for him. Actually, your Aunt Zhao wants to invite you to dinner this afternoon. It's also the first time our two families meet. Are you free this afternoon? Meng Haihua looked at Meng Lang and asked. Go, of course I have to go. The sooner you get married, the sooner I can become a third-generation official. Meng Haihua tapped Meng Lang on the head with chopsticks and said, You're such a grown-up, but you still don't behave properly. Meng Lang had finished his meal by now, put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked towards his room. He planned to catch up on some sleep and get enough rest to attend tonight's dinner. I remembered the dinner I had this afternoon in my previous life. In order to oppose, Meng Lang knew that the old man's name was Zhao Qiushan, his father's immediate superior, and that he would be promoted by the end of the year. He was the absolute protagonist of this dinner. Without his consent, no matter how true the feelings between my father and Aunt Zhao were, they were destined not to be together. There was also a woman in her early 30s following Meng Haihua. She was naturally Aunt Zhao, whose full name was Zhao Yarji. She is not beautiful, but she is the type who looks comfortable. She is wearing a light green dress, which gives people a clear and elegant feeling. Seeing the two people come in, Meng Lang quickly stood up and greeted them. Zhao Yarji looked at Meng Lang with a warm smile on her face. Is this Xiao Lang? You're as tall and handsome as your dad. This is our first meeting, and I don't know what gift to get you, so I asked a friend abroad to buy you a tablet. See if you like it. As she spoke, she handed Meng Lang a white box with the Apple logo printed on it. Apple's first-generation iPad is a new product released by Apple in early 2010. It is only sold in the United States, has not entered the international market, and is not available in China at all. She gave Meng Haihua such an expensive gift when they met for the first time. This also shows that Zhao Yarji is sincere to Meng Haihua and wants to gain Meng Lang's approval. Meng Lang did not let her down and accepted it generously. I said very solemnly, Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Seeing Meng Lang accept the gift, Zhao Yarji also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Haihua had talked to her about Meng Lang's attitude before. She originally thought that she still had a long way to go if she wanted to join this family, but now it seems that Meng Lang is not very disgusted with her. Compared to Zhao Yarji's enthusiasm, Zhao Qiushan was much colder. He just nodded at Meng Lang without saying much. He was actually not very satisfied with Meng Haihua. As a subordinate, Meng Haihua is down to earth and hard-working. He is the backbone of the unit. He is sincere and does not fight or compete, which is naturally excellent. But if we look at Meng Haihua from the perspective of a son-in-law, he is too mediocre. To put it nicely, his non-competitiveness shows humility and down-to-earthness, but to put it bluntly, it shows a lack of ambition. What's more, Meng Haihua is a second married woman with a child. However, Zhao Yarji just fell in love with Meng Haihua, and he, as a father, had no good solution. He came here this time because he couldn't resist his daughter's pleading. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to show his attitude to Meng Haihua, hoping that Meng Haihua could be more sensible and take the initiative to leave his daughter. Seeing Zhao Qiushan's cold expression, the atmosphere in the box became a little silent, and Zhao Yarji and Meng Haihua both looked a little unhappy. Meng Lang took the initiative to stick close to him. Zhao Qiushan was a golden pie for him now, and he had to help his father hold him tightly. Grandpa Zhao, are you about to get promoted? Meng Lang's question immediately shocked everyone present. Meng Haihua and Zhao Yarji both looked at Meng Lang in disbelief, wondering why he suddenly asked such a question. But the most shocked person was Zhao Qiushan. His old boss mentioned to him not long ago that his rank might be raised. But he had never told anyone about this, not even to Zhao Yarji. How could Meng Lang, who had just graduated from high school, know about it? He must figure this out. To be able to sit in his current position, he must have made many enemies. If others knew about it, his promotion this year might encounter unexpected setbacks. Alang! Don't talk nonsense. Just when Meng Haihua was about to interrupt Meng Lang's nonsense, he was stopped by Zhao Qiushan. Let him talk. I'm curious, why did Lang say I'm getting a promotion? Chapter 13, Zhao Qiushan's change of perspective. Why did Zhao Qiushan get promoted? Of course Meng Lang didn't know the answer to this question, and he didn't need to know. But his previous life experience told him that Zhao Qiushan would be promoted to deputy mayor of Jiangzhou City by the end of this year. That's enough. Meng Lang did this just to attract Zhao Qiushan's attention. Zhao Qiushan has been looking very serious since he entered the box, without even a polite smile. It is impossible for him to reach the position of director without acting according to circumstances. It is obvious that he is not optimistic about Meng Haihua, so he deliberately puts on such an attitude, hoping that Meng Haihua will give up. He even looked down on Meng Haihua, so he looked down even more on Meng Lang, a high school graduate who couldn't even get into junior college. If he didn't come up with a surprise move, Meng Lang might not even have the chance to have a serious word with him. Then the dinner ended in this silent and awkward environment. Thinking of this, Meng Lang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He always thought that his father couldn't be with Aunt Zhao in his previous life because he made a big fuss at the dinner party and offended Zhao Qiushan. But judging from Zhao Qiushan's attitude today, even if he didn't make a fuss, the chances of Dad and Aunt Zhao finally getting together would be slim. Is it possible that in my previous life, the quarrel I caused at the dinner party was the result of Zhao Qiushan's deliberate act? After all, he was just an impulsive and brainless high school student at the time, and was easily angered. For an old hand in the officialdom like Zhao Qiushan, a few ambiguous words could easily stir up his emotions and make him make impulsive mistakes. Meng Lang could also guess the motive behind Zhao Qiushan's actions. He didn't want the Meng Haihua incident to hurt the father-daughter relationship between him and Zhao Yarji. As long as Meng Lang made both parties embarrassed at the dinner, Meng Haihua and Zhao Yarji naturally had no way to continue being together. In this way, Zhao Qiushan could separate the two without bloodshed. The memories of his previous life kept replaying in Meng Lang's mind, and some details that had been overlooked at the time were gradually sorted out by him. Finally, Meng Lang came to a conclusion. That's right, in his previous life, it was Zhao Qiushan who deliberately provoked him, which led to what happened later. Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an old fox who could reach a high position. His means of manipulating people's hearts were truly amazing. It's a pity that Meng Lang won't give him the chance to use his tricks this time. A large part of the misery that Meng Haihua suffered in the second half of his life in his previous life was caused by Zhao Qiushan. In this life, Meng Lang wanted Zhao Qiushan to be the stepping stone for the father and son of the Meng family to achieve success. My thoughts went around in a circle in just a moment. Facing Zhao Qiushan's question, Meng Lang rolled his eyes and gave an answer. My father told me all that. Oh? Really? Zhao Qiushan turned his gaze to Meng Haihua. But Meng Haihua looked stunned, as if he had no idea what was going on. Seeing his father's stunned look, Meng Lang quickly answered, my dad is just too low-key and doesn't like to show off in front of others. He told me at home that day that there are too many and too complicated departments involved in market supervision, and many departments pass the buck to each other, resulting in extremely low efficiency. Before long, the relevant units will be merged or eliminated. Our Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Food and Drug Administration, and Quality Supervision Bureau can be merged. This will ensure clear responsibilities and streamline the administrative team. If the merger really happens, a capable and experienced leader like you, Grandpa Zhao, will definitely be the first person in charge of the new unit. I was thinking, since this new unit is a merger of several other units, its responsibilities and powers must have expanded. Isn't this a disguised promotion for you? The merger of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Quality Supervision Bureau into the Market Supervision Administration is something that will happen in the future. In his previous life, Meng Lang paid special attention to this because his father came from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Although the pilot program didn't begin until 2014, it wasn't fully rolled out across the country until around 2018. However, such an important administrative change could not have been carried out without any discussion and verification in advance. Given Zhao Qiushan's level and position, he would definitely have received the signal in advance. Meng Lang said this at this time in order to enhance his father's image in Zhao Qiushan's heart. After hearing Meng Lang say yes, Zhao Qiushan felt a little relieved. It seemed that Meng Lang's statement that he was about to be promoted was just a guess, not a leak of the news. However, the way he looked at Meng Haihua did change at this moment. Sitting in this position, he has access to more information than the average person. During this period, there was indeed discussion on the feasibility of merging market regulatory departments. However, there is no formal document. Logically speaking, with Meng Haihua's level, it is impossible for him to know this high-level information. Could it be that he really doesn't like to show off, but has a keen sense of policy changes from above? Sensitivity to policy trends is an extremely important talent. If this is true, then Meng Haihua is truly a rare talent. If Meng Lang knew what Zhao Qiushan was thinking now, he would definitely laugh out loud. He was reborn, so he knew exactly what policy changes would occur in the future. Although Meng Haihua didn't know why his son made up such a story, he could clearly notice that the way Zhao Qiushan looked at him was completely different from before, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his son's lie. Haihua, from what aspects did you come to the conclusion that the three bureaus might be merged? Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Haihua and asked. The main thing is that in recent years, I have heard people who come to the company to do business complain that there are some things where the responsibilities and powers of various departments are not clearly divided. People who don't know the business can't find the relevant department at all, and it might take them several days to run back and forth between different departments to handle a small matter. Although Meng Haihua is rather honest, he has been in the system for more than 10 years and already knows the answer. He has no problem explaining his ideas. Zhao Qiushan nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, "It seems like you're very diligent in your work. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to deduce the direction of policy adjustments from such trivial details." This was the first time he showed a positive attitude towards Meng Haihua since entering the box. Zhao Yaji looked at the two men who had found a topic to talk about, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Meng Lang. If Meng Lang hadn't started the topic, with Meng Haihua's taciturn personality, even if she had strategies in mind, she would have had no chance to show them in front of her father. "Xiao Lang, I heard that your college entrance exam wasn't going well this year. Are you thinking of repeating it? The head teacher of the key class at number 1 middle school is my best friend since childhood. How about I talk to her and let you study in her class for a year?" Zhao Yaji wanted to help Meng Lang with his studies to repay his help today. But Meng Lang no longer wants to repeat his studies. He is not cut out for studying. Even if he repeats a year, he can only get into a second-tier university at best. It would be better for him to make money as soon as possible. Forget it. You don't have to go to college to contribute to society, and I've already made plans to start my own business, so I won't bother you, auntie. Are you going to start a business at such a young age? Do you have any specific plans? What industry do you plan to go into? Zhao Qiushan became interested in Meng Lang's entrepreneurial idea and asked casually. When it comes to popular entrepreneurial tracks, Meng Lang naturally knows a lot. Since 2010, internet industries such as group buying, food delivery, and taxi hailing have been popular. But Meng Lang neither understands the technology nor has any connections. If he rushes into these unfamiliar fields rashly, he will definitely be eaten up by those internet giants without leaving anything behind. Therefore, Meng Lang still plans to start from his old business in his previous life, and he has already found a suitable entry point. As long as the funds are in place, he will be able to set up the stall quickly. But it was difficult for him to talk about this project in front of these elders. I have just graduated from college and am not familiar with various industries in society. I want to take some time to observe and then make a decision. But I am ready and determined to fight, and I will not let my father down. Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang's confident look and couldn't help but nodded. It's not that I think Meng Lang is so outstanding, but for a kid who just graduated from high school, he can talk to him calmly and confidently, recognize his own shortcomings, and have clear steps in doing things. Putting aside academic performance, this kind of performance is already outstanding among peers. Great. I'm free tomorrow morning at 11:30. Come to my office. Recently, the higher-ups have issued a lot of guiding documents encouraging entrepreneurship. I'll show them to you, they might be helpful. Chapter 14 Plumber. Both their host and the guests enjoyed the meal very much. After a deep talk with Meng Haihua, Zhao Qiushan no longer opposed Zhao Yaji's relationship with him. However, he still needs to continue to observe whether the two can finally get married. Both parties left their hotel and went home. On their way, Zhao Yaji looked at her father and said, "Let me tell you. After you have a detailed talk with Haihua, you will definitely change your opinion of him." Zhao Qiushan just smiled and nodded slightly. He really didn't expect that Meng Haihua, who has always been taciturn, would have such high political insight. But it was impossible for him to accept Meng Haihua as his son-in-law so easily. He has only one daughter, and his political legacy will definitely be passed on to his son-in-law. He must choose someone with outstanding abilities and good character. It now seems that Meng Haihua's character may be acceptable, but his abilities still need further examination. On the other side, Meng Haihua was also chatting with Meng Lang about tonight's meal. "Where did you learn those words you just said to the director? I don't remember ever saying them to you." Meng Lang rolled his eyes and said, "I saw it on a Chinese forum online. There are a lot of experts online." Meng Haihua heard this and did not ask any further questions. Zhao Qiushan's attitude towards him changed, ultimately thanks to what Meng Lang said today. But in the end, he, being a cautious and conservative person, still gave a warning: say less of these irrelevant words in the future. Meng Lang could only shrug his shoulders to express his helplessness. Given Meng Haihua's personality, he still has a long way to go if he wants to gain Zhao Qiushan's complete approval. After returning home, Meng Haihua washed up and went to bed early. He had to go to work the next day and couldn't stay up late. Meng Lang slept for several hours in the afternoon and now he was not sleepy at all. He tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep. He simply got up, went to the living room, turned on the TV, and watched the World Cup broadcast on CCTV5. But the game was nearing its end at this time. Meng Lang looked at the score. "Good job. Germany 4 o'clock Argentina. Isn't Argentina the favorite to win? Isn't it said that every person is a football star? Isn't there Leo Yossi to keep the place in check? That's it? We were beaten 4 o'clock. If only Meng Lang had known the score of this game earlier, a score of 4 o'clock, the odds would have been incredibly high. It's a pity that I didn't see the sliced video of this game when I was watching short videos in my previous life. If I had seen it, Meng Lang would definitely have some impression of such a huge score difference." Fortunately, Spain's game is tomorrow. Meng Lang knows that starting from the 1/8 finals this year, Spain will win 1 o'clock no matter who they play against. Bet on Spain 1 o'clock tomorrow, a sure win. However, although the final against the Netherlands was also 1 o'clock, that goal was scored in overtime. According to the rules of football lottery, the score only counts the results of the 90-minute match. Therefore, in the 2010 World Cup final, the only way to win a prize is to bet on a 0-0 draw. Readers who have been lucky enough to be reborn should beware. The odds of betting on the score are much higher than betting on the outcome. After watching the game, Meng Lang finally felt sleepy. He lay back on the bed and was about to go to sleep when his cell phone rang with the characteristic beeping sound of QQ messages. Meng Lang has already forgotten how many years it has been since he last heard the QQ message ringtone. In the future, who would use QQ anymore? I picked up the phone and saw that it was from Li Shuya. "You didn't even come to apologize to me for a day. I will never talk to you again." Meng Lang scratched his head as he read the message. A question mark was slowly typed in the dialog box. "Didn't we agree yesterday not to contact each other anymore? What's wrong with her now?" After sending this question mark, Meng Lang directly blocked Li Shuya's QQ to avoid being disturbed by her noise. Seeing the question mark Meng Lang sent back, Li Shuya gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't know what medicine her mother had taken wrong, but she insisted that she explain things to Meng Lang and apologize to him, otherwise she would cut off her pocket money. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to send a message to Meng Lang. She didn't expect that even after she contacted Meng Lang on her own initiative, he would still have this attitude. What does a question mark mean? She quickly edited another message, questioning Meng Lang's attitude. This time, the reply she received was not a question mark, but a red exclamation mark. "The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. He actually blocked me. Meng Lang, you bastard." From childhood to adulthood, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing Li Shuya, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to add her on QQ. This was the first time she had encountered someone blocking her, and she was the one who took the initiative to send a message to Meng Lang, and then was blocked. This made her feel extremely humiliated and she was so angry that tears were about to come out. She really wanted Meng Lang to disappear from this world forever, so that no one would know about her shame. But thinking of her mother blackmailing her with her pocket money, she had to go to Meng Lang again. After sulking in the room for a long time, Li Shuya finally calmed down and sent a message to her number one bootlicker. "Zhu Jiahao, do you know what Meng Lang has been doing recently? Although it was late at night, Zhu Jiahao, as the number one bootlicker, still replied to the message immediately. I know. I ran into him this morning, and he lied to me about playing poker at my house, but he was actually called in by my mom to clean the sore. He must be afraid I'd find out he's a plumber and look down on him. He's so vain. You didn't see how surprised my mom was when she found out he was my classmate. Thinking that Meng Lang had now become a dirty and smelly plumber and was no longer qualified to compete with him for Li Shuye, Zhu Jiahao couldn't help but squeal like a pig with excitement. Li Shuye looked at the QQ message Zhu Jiahao sent back and fell into deep thought. Plumber? Did Meng Lang block my QQ because he felt inferior because he was a plumber and felt unworthy of me? It must be like this. It's impossible for someone who has been pursuing you for 3 years to just say they don't want to pursue you anymore, right? Please ask Auntie Sang which housekeeping company Meng Lang works for as a plumber. I have something I want to talk to him about in person. Although he didn't know what Li Shuye wanted Meng Lang to do, Zhu Jiahao, as a bootlicker, still faithfully fulfilled his mission. No problem, but my mom seems very tired today and fell asleep early. I'll tell you tomorrow morning after I find out more. Li Shuye gritted her teeth in hatred when she thought about Meng Lang blocking her QQ and she had to go to great lengths to find him. This time she must make it clear to him and let him know that he has no chance to be with me anymore. When the time comes, I will make him regret what he did to me these 2 days. Chapter 15 Gan Yuru's Big Trouble. The next morning, Sang Wanyan was still immersed in her dream. In her dream, she was making out in the room with the boy from yesterday. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door, which scared her so much that she woke up instantly. After she woke up, she found that the door of her room was really being knocked loudly. Sang Wanyan reluctantly tidied up her pajamas, got up and opened the door. Then she saw her son Zhu Jiahao standing at the door. Mom! Does Meng Lang work for a housekeeping company? He's the same Meng Lang who came to our house to unclog the sewer yesterday. Hearing her son asking about Meng Lang, Sang Wanyan seemed a little flustered. Yesterday, when she learned that Meng Lang, who had had intimate relationships with her family many times, was actually her son's high school classmate, she could not control the shock on her face. Although she is divorced now, she is free to have a relationship with anyone. But it is somewhat embarrassing when the other person is your son's classmate. She could only lie to Zhu Jiahao and say that Meng Lang came to her house to repair the sewer. Fortunately, Zhu Jiahao did not suspect anything at the time. She thought that the matter was over. At most, she would be more cautious when contacting Meng Lang in the future so as not to be discovered by her son. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, Zhu Jiahao knocked on her door in a hurry and asked about Meng Lang. This made her not know how to respond for a moment. After being stunned for a long time, she pretended to be angry and looked at Zhu Jiahao and said, "You disturbed my sleep just for such a trivial matter. If you have nothing to do, go find your dad. Don't stay here with me. It's annoying just to see you." After saying that, Sang Wanyan closed the door. After being scolded, Zhu Jiahao immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. But judging by the conflicted look on his face, it wasn't because he was upset at being scolded by Sang Wanyan. He felt disappointed because he failed to complete what Li Shuye had asked him to do and lost the opportunity to show himself in front of the goddess. At the same time, Meng Lang had already brought the lottery ticket to the City Sports Lottery Center again. Based on the odds of 3.6, the 50,090 yuan that Meng Lang bet yesterday has now become 144,259.2 yuan. That's more than 140,000 yuan. Meng Lang thought about the first time he made so much money in his previous life, which was after he entered the sex toy industry. That day, when he was buying sexy lingerie in the live broadcast room, he shared his story of being a dog licker. Some words touched the heart of a rich boss. The rich man was so excited that he gave him a large string of rockets in one breath, which instantly made his live broadcast room popular. That month, he received nearly 140,000 yuan in commission from gifts and income from sales. From then on, Meng Lang's life became better. Even so, money was not as easy to come by as it is now. It's a pity that making money by buying football lottery is only temporary. When the World Cup is over, Meng Lang will no longer have the advantage of foresight. You still have to rely on your own efforts to truly achieve financial freedom. Meng Lang sighed and walked into the sports lottery center. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw the middle-aged man named Yuan Huer who was caught by his wife buying lottery tickets yesterday running towards him. "Little brother. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Meng Lang immediately became alert. What are you waiting for me for? Thank you. My wife took all the money I won from the lottery yesterday. But I listened to you, took a chance, and bought 5,000 yuan worth of German winnings, and I actually won. Fortunately, I have you, my little brother. Otherwise, all the private money I have saved for so many years would be gone. Meng Lang heard this and finally understood what was going on. If you win money, it's your own business, so there's no need to thank me specifically. That won't do. Little brother, you made me win over 10,000, I have to treat you to a meal. Meng Lang has to go back to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to find Zhao Chushan later. They made an appointment yesterday and he can't break it. How can he have time to go out for dinner? Really, there's no need. Meng Lang said as he broke free from Yuan Huer's entanglement and walked towards the prize redemption counter. Little brother. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Which team are you planning to bet on today? Could you please tell me? After hearing this, Meng Lang finally understood what he was planning. Want to take a ride on the money you make? This guy has good vision. But why should Meng Lang let him make this money for free? He ignored her and walked to the prize redemption counter and completed the prize redemption. Just like yesterday, Meng Lang did not take the money and leave, but planned to continue betting. But just when he was about to say which team he wanted to bet on, Yuan Huer had sneaked up to him again at some point and started listening with his ears perked up. Seeing this, Meng Lang immediately shut his mouth and turned around to glare at Yuan Huer. Please don't get so close. After saying that, Meng Lang motioned the staff to come closer, and he whispered the target of today's bet directly into the staff's ear. Seeing that Meng Lang had completed his bet, Yuan Huer looked helpless, but he still pestered Meng Lang, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Hey! More friends means more opportunities. You won't lose anything even if you tell me. Consider it my debt. Meng Lang almost laughed at his words. Is your favor valuable? Yuan Huer was not annoyed when he heard this. Instead, he said complacently, although I'm only the deputy director of the news department of the city TV station, I can basically have a say in most of the important figures in Jiangsu City. Hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man who looked like a landlord. I didn't expect that this man who was dominated by his wife was actually a section-level cadre. Now, Meng Lang can really consider whether to do him a favor. Although television stations have been on a downward trend since the advent of the mutual benefit network era. However, at this point in time in 2010, the TV station still had considerable influence among the middle-aged and elderly population. If it can be used properly, it may produce unexpected results. But before that, Meng Lang had to verify his identity to avoid being deceived. What can you prove that you are from the TV station? Meng Lang's question stumped Yuan Huer. He goes out to buy a lottery ticket, so it's impossible for him to carry his work ID with him at all times. Just then, he saw a convenience store not far away was discharging electricity, and hurriedly pulled Meng Lang towards the convenience store. I borrowed the remote control from the shop owner and turned to Jiangsu TV station, which was broadcasting the morning news. Then he pointed to a name in the column information of a news item and said, "Look at this name." Then he took out his ID card, pointed at the name on it and said, "This is me." However, at this time, Meng Lang's attention was no longer on him, but was attracted by the next piece of news broadcast on TV. Arctic Fox Clothing Company, Limited, a nationally renowned thermal clothing brand and a star enterprise in this city, has recently received numerous complaints. Reporters visited several clothing stores and discovered serious quality issues with the clothing produced by Arctic Fox. Isn't this Li Shuyer's company? It turns out it's already in trouble. Meng Lang couldn't help but imagine Gan Yuru's elegant and intellectual figure. She must be feeling very awkward now. Chapter 16 Meeting Gan Yuru again. Seeing that Meng Lang ignored him and kept staring at the news on TV, Yuan Huer asked, "Why, are you still interested in Arctic Fox Company?" Meng Lang really wanted to know more about the Arctic Fox, so he looked at Yuan Huer and said, "Since you are the deputy director of the news section, you should know a lot of information." Of course, this news was dug up by my people. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes widened and he looked at Yuan Huer. Wow, it turns out you were the one who brought down the Arctic Fox. It seems that there is a problem with the raw materials of Arctic Fox. The clothes they make are of extremely poor quality and will fall apart if you pull them a little hard. The industrial and commercial department should have intervened in the investigation now. If the problem is not handled properly, they may be ordered to stop production. Yuan Huo continued. It breaks just by pulling it. Is there such a good thing? Meng Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. If this fabric is used to make normal clothes, it will definitely be complained about, but if it is used to make sexy lingerie, it will be a disaster. Meng Lang originally planned to wait until Arctic Fox was about to go bankrupt, then use the money he won from the lottery to acquire the production line of underwear at a low price, and use this as a basis to enter the sexy underwear manufacturing industry. Unexpectedly, Arctic Fox had already helped him solve the raw material problem in advance. This is such a pleasant surprise. How about it? Little brother, now you can tell me which team you bet on to win. Seeing that Meng Lang was interested in the information he provided, Yuan Huo immediately started talking about football lottery. How can you be sure that you will win if you follow me? Meng Lang asked curiously. Winning once might just be luck, but winning 2 games in a row, you must be quite good, little brother. And I see that you have a full forehead, a rosy complexion, and bright eyes. I can tell at a glance that you've been blessed with good fortune recently. It would be a mistake to follow you and buy from you. I didn't expect that a deputy director of a TV station like you would actually be so superstitious. We journalists interact with people from all walks of life, so it's normal to know some supernatural things. Now that things have come to this, it's not impossible for Meng Lang to do him a favor. Let me be frank. Lottery tickets are inherently risky. If you follow me and lose, I won't be responsible. Seeing Meng Lang finally give in, Yuan Huo's face was full of smiles. Don't I understand this principle? Don't worry, if you encounter any problems in the future that require my help, as long as it is within my ability, I will do my best. Yuan Huo promised, patting his chest. Meng Lang knew that this kind of guarantee was meaningless, and the only thing that could truly maintain human relationships was interests. There are still several World Cup matches left this year, so it's okay to let him have a taste of success first. After he wins the money in this game, he will rely more on Meng Lang in the next games. No matter what conditions Meng Lang puts forward at that time, Yuan Huo will definitely find it difficult to refuse. Okay, then I'll tell you, I just bet on Spain 1 o'clock Paraguay, the odds are 6.0. When Yuan Huo heard this, his eyes widened. You're betting on the score. Did you bet all the over 100,000 you won yesterday? Meng Lang nodded. That's right, over 140,000, all bets. The difference in strength between the two teams today is too obvious. The odds of betting on Spain to win are only 1.5, so even if they win, it won't mean anything. Meng Lang's words immediately made Yuan Huo feel conflicted. The winning odds of 1.5 are indeed a bit low, and there is almost no profit after deducting taxes. But the risk of betting on the score is too great. If the game ends in 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, the money will be wasted. I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Meng Lang was about to leave after he finished speaking. It was getting late and he had to rush to see Zhao Qiushan. After Yuan Huo stopped him and exchanged phone numbers, he walked towards the sports lottery center with a troubled look on his face. When Meng Lang rushed to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. It was the height of summer, and the sun scorched the concrete ground, making the entire Jiangsu city feel like it was trapped in a furnace. Meng Lang broke out in a sweat as soon as he got out of the taxi. Uncle Qin, the security guard at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, knew Meng Lang. Seeing Meng Lang approaching, he greeted him and asked, Meng Lang, are you here to see Section Chief Meng? Meng Lang quickly responded, Hello, Uncle Qin. I'm here to see Director Zhao. Is he at work now? Uncle Qin glanced at the parking lot and said, Yes, the car hasn't left yet. I'll call Section Chief He to see if he's available now. According to the 8 regulations, Zhao Qiushan's level does not qualify him to be a full-time secretary. However, there are countermeasures to every policy. If there cannot be a full-time secretary, then a relatively idle position can be arranged to take on the task of helping the leader handle work. Section Chief He plays such a role in the bureau. Although he held the position of Deputy Section Chief, his actual job was to assist the director in handling trivial matters at work. Shortly after the phone call was hung up, a fair-skinned young man who looked to be about 30 years old walked out of the office building. He walked all the way to Meng Lang under the scorching sun. You must be Section Chief Meng's son, Meng Lang. The director told me to take you to him when you get here. After saying that, he personally led the way and took Meng Lang into the office building. Please write down my phone number. If you need anything from the director in the future, you can call me directly. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang quickly took out his cell phone and wrote down Section Chief his phone number. When he starts his own business in the future, he will definitely need to go through various industrial and commercial procedures. At that time, he can directly ask Section Chief he for help. Seeing everyone he met along the way smiling warmly, Meng Lang guessed that everyone at work probably already knew that his father and Aunt Zhao were dating. In the past, when he came to see miHoYo, there wouldn't be so many people greeting him. When he reached the door of the director's office, Meng Lang heard the sound of people talking in the office. Section Chief he first glanced into the office, then said to Meng Lang, "The director has something else to do. Let's wait a moment before going in." Before Meng Lang nodded, Zhao Qiushan in the office seemed to hear the sound at the door. "Is Xiao Lang here?" "Xiao He, let him in." When Meng Lang walked into the office, he saw Zhao Qiushan talking to a woman with her back to the door. "Boss Gan, I'm truly sorry. The quality issues with Arctic Fox are indeed serious this time. We in the Industrial and Commercial Administration must act in accordance with the law. There is no room for negotiation on the suspension of production for rectification. I have other things to do here, so I won't entertain you." After saying that, Zhao Qiushan picked up the teacup on the coffee table to show his farewell. Gan Yuru looked extremely lost when she heard this. Just as she stood up and prepared to leave, she saw Meng Lang walking in from outside. "Student Meng Lang, why are you here?" Gan Yuru asked with a little surprise. Gan Yuru's heart seemed to skip a beat when she suddenly met the boy who confessed his love to her 2 days ago. "I came to see Grandpa Zhao for something," Meng Lang replied. "Do you know each other?" Zhao Qiushan asked the two of them. "Meng Lang is my daughter's classmate. I met him at their graduation party 2 days ago," Gan Yuru replied. At this time, Gan Yuru was also guessing the relationship between Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan. Just now, Meng Lang addressed Zhao Qiushan as Grandpa Zhao. It seems that the relationship should be very close. Can we start with Meng Lang and ask Zhao Qiushan to help solve the problem of Arctic Fox being ordered to suspend production and rectify the situation? Gan Yuru is not a person who likes to seek personal gain. Unless it is absolutely necessary, she would not think of relying on the relationship with her daughter's classmates to achieve any goals. But now Arctic Fox is really at a critical juncture of survival. If the administrative order cannot be lifted and production cannot be resumed, it will go bankrupt soon. She had to do everything she could to keep the company running. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly spoke up, "Aunt Gan, I have some thoughts on the problems encountered by Arctic Fox. Can you wait for me for a moment? Let us have lunch together, maybe I can give you some ideas to solve the problem." Chapter 17 Aunt Gan, do you still remember what I said the day before yesterday? Gan Yuru's gaze flickered between Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan before she nodded and said to Meng Lang, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After Gan Yuru left the office, Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang curiously and asked, "Do you know how big a problem Arctic Fox is facing right now? How dare you say you have a solution? I saw it on the news this morning." It was nothing more than a problem with the raw materials, which resulted in substandard products and triggered a crisis of trust in the brand. Perhaps some banks will stop lending and the capital chain will be broken. Furthermore, there must be serious problems within Arctic Fox, at least within the procurement, production, and quality inspection departments. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow products with such serious quality issues to enter the market. After hearing Meng Lang's words, Zhao Qiushan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Meng Lang could infer so much information just from the news he saw on TV. Of course, these questions were not something Meng Lang could discover from a short piece of news, but were the result of his combining the information he learned in his previous life with reasonable speculation. He said so much, in fact, he was also showing his ability in front of Zhao Qiushan, so as to improve his father's image in Zhao Qiushan's heart. "How do you, a high school student, know so much? Did your dad tell you again?" Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang and asked jokingly. "That's not the case, but I was able to infer so much information thanks to my father's teachings and actions," Meng Lang replied. "Tell me your solution." Now Zhao Qiushan was really curious about the solution Meng Lang proposed. "I dare not say that it can be solved. These are just some of my personal ideas." Meng Lang knew very well that you should not say too much before doing anything, so he took precautions in advance. This made Zhao Qiushan take him even more seriously. If Meng Lang promised to solve the problem, he would think that the young man was unreliable. Grandpa Zhao, what do you think is the most valuable thing about the Arctic Fox Company? Meng Lang asked. Zhao Qiushan thought for a moment and said, it should be the Arctic Fox brand. After all, it's been around for over a decade. Although Gan Yuru adopted a conservative management strategy after taking over Arctic Fox, causing it to gradually fall out of the ranks of first-tier brands, it still has a certain degree of popularity nationwide. Meng Lang nodded, yes, it is brand value. I think the most important thing for Arctic Fox now is to maintain its brand image. We can even offer high compensation to consumers and turn this accident into a marketing opportunity for our brand image. Zhao Qiushan shook his head upon hearing this. It's not as simple as you think. Arctic Fox's funds are almost completely gone, and banks are unlikely to lend to them. If they use all their remaining funds to compensate consumers, how will they resume production? Why does Arctic Fox have to resume production? Meng Lang asked. Zhao Qiushan was immediately stumped by Meng Lang's questions. Arctic Fox is a clothing company. What else can they sell if they don't make it? They can sell tags. Meng Lang answered as a matter of course. Buy a tag. Zhao Qiushan became even more confused. In fact, Meng Lang borrowed the development ideas from another large thermal clothing manufacturer called Nanjiren in his previous life. In its previous life, this company also cut all production lines after encountering a crisis and authorized the brand to other unknown small manufacturers or distributors. These manufacturers purchased the brand usage rights from Nanjiren, obtain the Nanjiren tag, and then stick it on the products they produce and sell. The final number of authorized dealers reached more than 1,700. Antarctic collects more than 1 billion yuan in tag tax every year. This business strategy allowed Antarctic's market value to reach over 60 billion. Although it quickly fell back to a few billion after encountering a crisis, it also shows how crazy the entire business model is. As long as Arctic Fox can rebuild its brand image, there will be no problem selling the tags. After Meng Lang explained this business strategy to Zhao Qiushan fell into deep thought. Isn't it too radical to abandon production completely? And how can we guarantee the quality of the products produced by authorized manufacturers? Meng Lang shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I'm just offering suggestions. Whether they follow my advice or not, and how they solve any problems they encounter, is their business. That's true. I originally asked you to come and take a look at the entrepreneurial guidance documents issued by the higher authorities, but now it seems that I underestimated you. You don't need any guidance at all. Zhao Qiushan couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect that Meng Haihua, that taciturn guy, could raise his son so well. It seemed that he really paid too little attention to Meng Haihua. By the time they had finished chatting, it was already 12 noon, and it was Zhao Qiushan's break time. Meng Lang didn't bother him any further and left the office after saying goodbye. As soon as he closed the door of the director's office, Meng Lang couldn't wait to look for Gan Yuru. Gan Yuru, who was waiting at the end of the corridor, saw Meng Lang coming out of the director's office and hurried towards him. She was wearing a white shirt with a collar today. Her long black hair fell naturally, sliding down from her shoulders like a waterfall. A pearl necklace hung around her neck. The pearls were white and round, dazzling the eyes. She wore a pair of black high-waisted wide leg pants, which perfectly outlined the beautiful curve between her slender waist and plump hips. Meng Lang had just spent more than half an hour in the director's office. It was hot outside and Gan Yuru sweated a lot while waiting in the corridor. Sweat soaked her shirt, and the lace and suspenders underneath were faintly visible, making Meng Lang unable to help but look inside. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let me treat Auntie to lunch. You are helping Auntie now, so you should do the same later. Auntie should treat you to dinner. As they talked, they came to a restaurant not far away. After ordering the dishes, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and asked, Xiao Lang, I heard you call Director Zhao Grandpa. What is your relationship with Director Zhao? She actually didn't think Meng Lang had the ability to resolve the Arctic Fox crisis, so she had been waiting for Meng Lang, wanting to see if she could persuade Zhao Qiushan to lift the suspension of Arctic Fox production through Meng Lang. There's no special relationship at the moment, it's just that my dad is dating Aunt Zhao right now, so he's taking care of me. Meng Lang sat opposite Gan Yuru, his eyes fixed on her face, admiring her beautiful and gentle appearance. Gan Yuru was slightly surprised when she heard this. Your father is dating the director's daughter, so your mother. Having said this, Genjuru seemed to realize something and stopped talking in time. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Nothing, my mother passed away when I was very young, and I basically don't have any memory of her. Upon hearing this, Genjuru's eyes softened as she looked at Meng Lang. Her husband also died unexpectedly, and she could empathize with the pain of losing a loved one. However, if Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan only have such a relationship, it is estimated that there is no way to persuade Zhao Qiushan. Genjuru couldn't help but sigh. Meng Lang felt that Genjuru seemed to have a magical attraction to him, which made him want to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. Looking at the beauty in front of him with her eyes lowered and her brows frowned, Meng Lang couldn't help but feel distressed. Aunt Gan, do you remember what I said to you the day before yesterday? Chapter 18 Meng Lang's Ambition. Meng Lang's words seemed to suddenly activate Genjuru's memory from 2 days ago, making the expression on her face a little unnatural. Xiao Lang, we are talking about serious matters now, please don't make such jokes. Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head slightly. It seems that Aunt Gan, you still don't take my confession from the night before last seriously. Seeing Meng Lang's slightly lost expression, Genjuru felt a little sorry, but still said, I'm sorry. With the current situation at the company, I really don't have the energy to think about emotional issues. She wanted to use the company's business problems as an excuse to evade Meng Lang's confession, but she didn't expect Meng Lang's eyes to light up after hearing her say that. If I can revive your company, will you agree to be my girlfriend? This isn't a threat, but I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. Looking at Meng Lang's serious eyes, Genjuru finally did not refuse. In her opinion, Meng Lang was just a high school graduate with nothing special about his family background. How could he possibly solve such a big problem? Then please let Aunt Gan introduce the current situation of the Arctic fox. Although Meng Lang had a general understanding of the crisis faced by the Arctic fox, there were many specific details that only Genjuru, the person involved, knew best. Do you really have a way to solve the problem of Arctic foxes? Genjuru still had doubts in her heart. Why don't you tell me first? Since we're already sitting here, you might as well just review the company's situation. Upon hearing this, Genjuru nodded slightly and slowly said, since the financial crisis in 2008, the price of raw materials has been rising. Recently our purchasing manager said that we have found a new source of raw materials. The price is 30% lower than before, and the quality of the samples sent is also good. In order to save production costs, we placed an order to purchase a large amount of raw materials. But after the products were put on the market, serious quality problems were discovered. What are the main products in this batch? How many have been sold? Meng Lang asked. They are mainly hot-selling underwear and socks in summer. The total value of the products put on the market is about 10 million. About 1/3 of the products have been sold, and the rest have been urgently recalled. Genjuru said as she lifted the hair that was blown in front of her eyes by the wind. Meng Lang propped his chin up with his hand and said, in other words, substandard products worth over 3 million yuan were sold to consumers, and now they want compensation for that 3 million yuan. That's just one aspect. Besides that, we need to refund distributors for recalled products. Now that the factory has stopped production, many orders can't be delivered on time, and we need to pay liquidated damages. All in all, we need to pay at least 15 million. Hearing this amount, Meng Lang took a breath of cold air. In this way, at least 20 million funds are needed to get through this crisis. So, the biggest problem facing Arctic Fox right now is actually funding. Meng Lang said, touching his chin. That's right. The company's current liquidity is less than 5 million. There's no way to pay the dealers liquidated damages. Only by resuming production as soon as possible and delivering orders on time can Arctic Fox have a chance of survival. The more Genjuru spoke, the more depressed she became. The enormous pressure was almost suffocating her. Even if production can be resumed, it will cost a lot of money to buy new raw materials, right? Meng Lang said. That's right, I plan to mortgage my property and car. As long as I can help Arctic Fox survive this crisis, everything will be fine. Genjuru's delicate face was full of determination at this moment. The Arctic Fox was the life's work of her late husband. She would never allow the Arctic Fox to fall into her hands, and she was even ready to give everything to save the Arctic Fox. But everything you said is based on the premise that production can be resumed. If public opinion cannot be properly addressed, the suspension and rectification order issued by the industrial and commercial authorities will not be lifted, and you will not be able to resume production. Gan Yuru immediately became deflated when she thought of the production suspension and rectification order from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Yes. That's why I came to see Director Zhao just for this matter. After saying this, Gan Yuru fell into a long silence. After hearing this, Meng Lang had a clear understanding of the current situation of the Arctic fox. He began to plan in his mind. Meng Lang was indeed attracted to Gan Yuru, but that was not the only reason why he helped Gan Yuru save the Arctic fox. What he values more is Arctic Fox's clothing production line and a large number of experienced workers. In his previous life, although he made money in the sex toy business, compared to those manufacturers of sex toys, his earnings were just a drop in the bucket. The sex toy market in 2010 has not yet developed. As long as he can seize the opportunity, he will have a chance to get the biggest piece of the pie in the sex toy market. This time he not only wants to be a sex toy distributor, he wants to open up the entire industry chain and become the king of sex toys. Taking over Arctic Fox's clothing production line is the first step in his plan. Therefore, he must help Gan Yuru, let the Arctic Fox survive, and guide the Arctic Fox to give up production and follow the development path of the Antarctic people in the previous life who sold tags. In this way, Meng Lang could easily acquire Arctic Fox's production line and take a solid step forward in his sex toy business. Of course, he also thought about not caring about Arctic Fox's life or death, and then finding a way to acquire the production line after Arctic Fox went bankrupt. But on the other hand, looking at Gan Yuru's expression, she would never accept bankruptcy unless she spent her last dollar. With the Arctic Fox's background, I don't know how long it can last. Moreover, even if it goes bankrupt, Arctic Fox's production line is still a high-quality asset, and there will definitely be many people who want to take over. Even if Meng Lang has money, he may not be able to compete. Therefore, helping Arctic Fox overcome difficulties is the best choice, which can not only gain Gan Yuru's favor, but also smoothly take over Arctic Fox's production line. What Meng Lang has to do now is to persuade Gan Yuru to adopt his advice and let Arctic Fox rush on the road of selling tags. After thinking for a moment, Meng Lang said, "If this is the case, I should have a way to help Arctic Fox overcome this difficulty and even develop better." Really? Gan Yuru's eyes lit up when she heard that. But looking at Meng Lang's young face, the hope that had just ignited in her heart gradually dimmed. "I think the most valuable thing about Arctic Fox is actually the Arctic Fox brand. Do you agree with me?" Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded in agreement. Seeing Gan Yuru nod, Meng Lang immediately said, "So, our first step is not to resume production, but to immediately conduct crisis public relations. We must do our best to restore the reputation of Arctic Fox among consumers before its brand image is seriously damaged." Gan Yuru felt that what Meng Lang said made sense, but she still shook her head. "This requires a lot of money." "Who said it costs money?" Chapter 19 Long Lost Support. Gan Yuru was confused and didn't know why Meng Lang said that public relations didn't cost money. In her opinion, advertising and marketing cost a lot of money, not to mention crisis public relations. What are you going to do with the substandard products that are recycled? Meng Lang's eye stayed on Gan Yuru's soft and pretty face, admiring the beauty of this mature woman. At this moment, Gan Yuru had no intention of caring about Meng Lang's unscrupulous gaze. She just wanted to know if Meng Lang had any way to bring the Arctic Fox back to life. She didn't know why Meng Lang suddenly asked about the scrapped products, but she explained, "They are still in the warehouse. I plan to wait until everything is over before scrapping them all. This is such a waste." Meng Lang shook his head and said, "These substandard products are completely worthless. Especially the thin underwear and stockings, which will lose their shape after just one wear and tear easily." When Meng Lang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow, it tears as soon as I put it on. Isn't this a natural sexy garment? He must find a way to get these. Even if the styles are old and difficult to sell directly, they can still be used as gifts in the future. Do you know about the incident where Hire smashed the refrigerator?" "Of course, you mean." "That's right, let's learn from Hire's experience. Tomorrow, call in the TV reporters and have them destroy these substandard products in public. Ideally, they should be the same reporters who reported on the Arctic Fox product issues this morning. This way, the publicity will be even more effective." Gan Yuru thought Meng Lang's idea was very good. These products had to be destroyed anyway. There was no loss in making use of the waste and doing some crisis public relations. Maybe it could even restore the company's reputation among consumers. But when she heard Meng Lang say that he would invite reporters to, Meng Lang did not intend to reveal his entire plan immediately. After all, Gan Yuru would not be able to fully trust him before seeing the results. It would be better to get the Arctic Fox brand authorization first, produce results yourself, prove that selling tags is indeed profitable, and then go to Gan Yuru to explain the benefits of giving up production altogether and switching to a business model of selling tags. But what Meng Lang didn't expect was that when Gan Yuru heard that he wanted brand authorization, she had already guessed his plan. Is it the kind of brand authorization that Hengyuangxiang has? Do you want Arctic Fox to sell tags? Only then did Meng Lang realize that the business model of selling tags in his previous life was not first started by Nanjiren, but by Hengyuangxiang. Nanjiren was also inspired by Hengyuangxiang, but Nanjiren did it more thoroughly. It directly cut off all production lines and fully embraced the business model of selling tags. No wonder that on later e-commerce platforms, all the companies selling underwear and socks are Nanjiren and Hengyuangxiang. But since Gan Yuru guessed it, it saved Meng Lang a lot of trouble. That's right, the second step of my plan is to have Arctic Fox sell the tags. This way, even if we don't produce, we can still make a huge profit. We actually considered learning from Hengyuangxiang and selling hanging tags, but we gave up because we were worried that dealers might sell counterfeit products under the Arctic Fox brand. We have always maintained an integrated production and sales model. Now that it's like this, why not give it a try? It can't get any worse anyway. After hearing this, Gan Yuru was still a little hesitant. Changing the business model of a company that had been in operation for more than 10 years was not something that could be decided in one go. How about this, you give me an authorization first, and I will try it for 2 days to see the effect. If it doesn't work, I will help you think of other ways. Meng Lang persuaded. In the end, Gan Yuru nodded. After all, she had almost reached the end of her rope and could only try Meng Lang's method. At this time, the restaurant waiter finally brought the dishes. By the way, when you destroy the unqualified products tomorrow, remember to leave the stockings and some women's underwear with more avant-garde designs for me. Meng Lang said as he put a piece of food into Gan Yuru's bowl with chopsticks. Although she didn't know what Meng Lang wanted these things for, Gan Yuru didn't refuse. They were all going to be destroyed anyway, and the most she would have to spend was some storage costs. Because she was worried about the safety of the company, Gan Yuru's appetite was not very good and she couldn't eat after a few bites. Seeing Gan Yuru still looking so heavy-hearted, Meng Lang said, "Don't worry, I will do my best to make you my girlfriend." Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang in front of her and saw seriousness and determination on his face. After this meal, her opinion of Meng Lang changed drastically. Maybe I just thought of him as a precocious and calm child before. But during this meal, Meng Lang behaved as if he was her age. Whether it is the tone and attitude of his speech or his views on business, you can't tell that he is just an 18-year-old boy. If the future of Arctic Fox can really develop as Meng Lang said, it seems that it can really get out of this predicament. It even gave her the illusion that she had someone to rely on, a feeling she hadn't felt for a long time since her husband passed away. Chapter 20, Hang up the tag and double the price. After dinner, the two separated in the restaurant. Gan Yuru promised Meng Lang that she would send him a brand authorization letter this afternoon. Meng Lang also promised to help contact the TV station's news section to prepare for Arctic Fox's public destruction of substandard products tomorrow. After leaving the restaurant, Meng Lang took a taxi directly to the Jiangdong clothing market next to the train station. In 2010, when e-commerce had not yet emerged, Jiangdong clothing market was the first choice for Jiangsu people to buy clothes. Meng Lang still remembers that when he was a child, before the Chinese New Year, his father would always take him to the Jiangdong clothing market to buy new clothes. At that time, the Jiangdong clothing market was packed with people. Every store was crammed with people, pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of bargaining was endless. Meng Lang's uncle's family runs a clothing business in the Jiangdong clothing market, mainly selling underwear. In his previous life, after Meng Lang had a great enlightenment, he followed his uncle to learn how to do business and was able to make a living. It's just that Meng Lang entered the industry too late in his previous life. E-commerce had already been very developed, and the entire physical clothing business was no longer as good as before. Seeing that there was really no future, Meng Lang switched to the sex toy business. So Meng Lang can be said to be very familiar with the Jiangdong clothing market. My uncle's shop is located at an entrance on the first floor of the clothing market, which is a very good location. It was afternoon, the summer weather was hot, and there were few people in the clothing market. As soon as Meng Lang entered the market, he was discovered by his uncle Liu Lei. Xiao Lang, why are you here? Liu Lei stood up from the recliner and waved to Meng Lang. Although his mother passed away early, Meng Lang never stopped communicating with his mother's family. They basically visited each other during the holidays. However, his relationship with his father's family was not so harmonious. This time, Meng Lang came to see his uncle, naturally to make use of the Arctic Fox brand authorization letter promised by Genyuru. In the past, so many people rushed to spend money to buy Antarctic's authorization, naturally because they could make money. As long as the news of Arctic Fox publicly destroying unqualified products appears on TV tomorrow, its reputation will definitely rebound. It is absolutely certain that Meng Lang's first Arctic Fox brand authorized store will make money. It's too late to open a clothing store again. So the first thing he thought of was his uncle. If he could open an Arctic Fox authorized store here, he would definitely make a lot of money. Not only can he repay his uncle's kindness in his previous life, but he can also rely on the foundation of his uncle's old store to achieve good results, which can be used to persuade Genyuru to let Arctic Fox switch completely to the business of selling tags. This is a best of both worlds solution. Uncle, why are you alone here today? Where's my aunt? Meng Lang looked at Liu Lei and asked. If he wanted to turn his uncle's family store into an Arctic Fox authorized store, it would be better to discuss it with his uncle and aunt. There's nothing going on in the store this afternoon. Isn't your cousin on summer vacation? I asked your aunt to go back and keep him company. Is there anything you need from your aunt? Liu Lei asked Meng Lang to sit down and poured him a glass of boiled water from the kettle. Meng Lang took the cup, took a big gulp, and felt a little more energetic. There's something I want to discuss with you. Tell us what it is. We will definitely help if we can. Your aunt won't have any objections. Liu Lei said seriously. Meng Lang knew that his uncle and aunt were both good people. When he was learning how to do business in his previous life, they both took good care of him. How much does this set of pajamas cost? Meng Lang didn't ask directly, but pointed to a set of women's pajamas worn on a plastic model and asked. This is a low-end brand product, not worth much. The marked price is 80, but you can usually bargain it down to around 60 yuan. Although Liu Lei didn't know why Meng Lang asked about the price of a set of women's pajamas, he still answered seriously. If this set of pajamas is labeled Arctic Fox, how much can it sell for? Meng Lang asked. Then the asking price should be at least 180, and the selling price should be at least 150. At this point, Liu Lei suddenly realized what was happening, and his expression suddenly became serious. You're talking about putting Arctic Fox labels on generic clothing, right? You can't do that. It's illegal. If you get caught, you'll go to jail. Facing Liu Lei's serious expression, Meng Lang simply said calmly, I have the brand authorization letter from Arctic Fox. How can this be considered illegal? Seeing his nephew's expression, Liu Lei knew that the situation was definitely not as simple as he thought, so he asked, brand authorization letter. What's going on here? Well, the owner of Arctic Fox is the parent of one of my classmates, so I was able to get their brand authorization letter. Uncle, are you interested in starting this business with me? After hearing what his nephew said, Liu Lei's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been working in the clothing industry for many years and naturally knew how profitable those specialty stores that could obtain brand authorization were. The quality of clothes produced by some conscientious unknown brand clothing factories is actually not much different from that of products from big brand manufacturers. As long as they are labeled with a well-known brand name, the price will at least double. But he suddenly remembered the news he saw this morning, that there seemed to be quality problems with Arctic Fox's products, and he immediately fell into hesitation. Meng Lang, don't you know that Arctic Fox's reputation hasn't been very good recently? I know. You don't have to worry about that. Arctic Fox will have a public relations campaign tomorrow, and their reputation will definitely recover. Maybe it will be even better than before, so opening an Arctic Fox store will definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, the products that had issues with Arctic Fox this time were mainly underwear and socks. We can start with other products to minimize the adverse effects. Meng Lang also considered it carefully and decided that his store definitely could not sell underwear and socks. Otherwise, if the news just reported that Arctic Fox destroyed a large number of substandard underwear, and he started selling these products at a low price, it would easily lead people to have bad associations. Not selling underwear? Then what should we sell? Arctic Fox's main products, in addition to underwear and socks, are warm clothes for winter wear. It is midsummer now, and if Arctic Fox doesn't sell underwear, Liu Lei really doesn't know what else it can sell. Warm clothes. Meng Lang said firmly. Warm clothes. It's summer now, how could anyone buy warm clothes? Liu Lei asked in confusion. No one buys it because the price is not low enough. Uncle, let me ask you, under normal circumstances, how much does a set of Arctic Fox thermal clothing cost? Meng Lang said confidently. Arctic Fox warm clothes, the price is at least 200. Then we'll sell them for 80 yuan each. Anyone interested? We could have a clearance sale. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Lei was finally moved. If it's warm clothing that costs 80 yuan a set, it will definitely sell out even in summer. Especially those old men and women who like to take advantage of others. They buy clothes no matter what season it is. As long as they are cheap, they can even buy clothes for several years to come. And even if they sell it for 80%, they will definitely make a profit. Now is the off-season for thermal clothing sales. Many warehouses have leftover thermal clothing from last year. If you go to purchase them now, they will definitely be very cheap. As long as you put the Arctic Fox tag on it, you won't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Okay, I'll open this store. Liu Lei said with determination. Should we wait for my aunt to come and discuss it? Meng Lang asked. It's okay, your aunt is definitely 100% supportive. As soon as Liu Lei finished speaking, a middle-aged woman who looked to be about 40 years old came over with a boy of about 16 or 17 years old. I support everything 100%. The people who came were Meng Lang's aunt Li Xiuhong and cousin Liu Zihang. Meng Lang quickly stood up and greeted him. Li Xiuhong was also very happy to see that it was Meng Lang who came. Liu Lei told his wife what Meng Lang had just said about opening a specialty store. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhong's face lit up with joy. She quickly grabbed Meng Lang's hand and said, Xiao Lang, thank you so much for thinking of your uncle and aunt first when you had such a good thing. You must not wait to leave tonight. Your aunt will go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables and make you your favorite braised pork belly. Chapter 21. Our store has never been blocked. No need to bother, I have other things to do this afternoon. Meng Lang said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Meng Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was Yuan who were calling. Looking at the time, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's World Cup match starts at 2:30 p.m. Beijing time. Calculating the time, today's match should have just ended. Yuan Hua must have called me impatiently after seeing the score of the game. When Meng Lang answered the phone, he heard Yuan Hua's excited voice coming from the phone. Brother Xia Meng, you are truly amazing. It really is 1 o'clock. After that, there was another sound of slapping thighs. What a pity, I hesitated this morning and ended up only buying 5,000 yuan for 1 o'clock, and the remaining 10,000 yuan was all bought on Spain to win. All in all, I only made less than 30,000 yuan. If I had used all the money to bet on Spain to win 1 o'clock, I could have made at least 40,000 more. I really regret it. Listening to Yuan Hua's voice, Meng Lang could imagine how regretful he was. But he deserved it. I told him the secret to wealth, but he didn't even know how to seize the opportunity. Before Meng Lang could say anything, Yuan Hua continued, Brother Meng, what should we bet next time? I'll definitely listen to you this time and bet everything I have. Well, this game just ended and Yuan Hua was already thinking about the next competition. Now all 4 World Cup quarter-final matches have been played, and the next one is the semi-final, which will be played in 3 days. Don't worry, the next game is 3 days away. I have something I need your help with. Yuan Hua immediately understood what Meng Lang meant. If he didn't help, Meng Lang probably wouldn't tell him which side to bet on in the next game. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it for you. It's like this. I know the owner of Arctic Fox. They plan to publicly destroy the unqualified products tomorrow. I'd like to ask your news program team to conduct an on-site interview, and it would be best if it could be broadcast on the news program as soon as possible. Can you help solve this problem? Meng Lang directly stated his request. So it's about the Arctic Fox Company. We can do it, but we've already scheduled the news for the next 2 days, so it'd be a bit troublesome to insert one. Can we do it a couple of days later? Yuan Huer was the deputy director of the news program, so it was not difficult for him to insert news into the program. However, he was an old hand and knew that he should not be too straightforward when promising to do something for others, so he deliberately emphasized in front of Meng Lang the difficulty of doing this matter. Meng Lang could naturally tell that Yuan Huer was asking for a benefit, so he said, "As long as it's broadcast before the morning news the day after tomorrow, I will tell you the betting results for the next game." The next game is Netherlands versus Uruguay. There is a big gap in strength between the two teams. Meng Lang doesn't know the score of the game, so he can only bet on the win or loss. The odds are destined not to be too high, so it's okay to tell Yuan Huer. Yuan Huer had no idea of this. He thought Meng Lang could continue to bet on the score, so he couldn't help laughing and promised repeatedly, "Okay, okay. I'll arrange for someone to go to Arctic Fox Company for an interview tomorrow morning." Meng Lang directly gave Gan Yuru's phone number to Yuan Huer, asked him to contact her directly, and then hung up. Then Meng Lang called Gan Yuru again and told her that the people from the news column had been contacted. He also gave her the address of his uncle's clothing store and asked her to send someone directly to deliver the authorization letter and the Arctic Fox clothing tag to her uncle. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang was unable to refuse his aunt's enthusiasm and was invited to stay for a sumptuous dinner. Before dinner, Meng Lang and his uncle and aunt finalized the specific details of the store. The three of them also divided the work among themselves. Meng Lang was responsible for promoting the store in advance. My uncle Liu Lei was responsible for preparing the goods in advance. He went to the garment factory's warehouse to purchase thermal clothing of qualified quality, and arranged for someone to hang the Arctic Man tag on them in advance. My aunt Li Xiuhong was responsible for redecorating the store and changing the sign to Arctic Fox Store. After roughly estimating their workload, they all decided to open the store the next morning. This will coincide with the TV news and allow us to make a big comeback together with the Arctic Fox. Just as Meng Lang was busy planning the store, Gan Yuru had just received a call from Yuan Huer, deputy director of the TV station's news department. Yuan Huer was extremely polite on the phone and promised to send a team of professional reporters early tomorrow morning to follow the entire process of Arctic Fox's destruction of substandard products. Gan Yuru was surprised by his attitude. When did the people at the TV station become so easy to talk to? She didn't know how Meng Lang did it. If Arctic Fox was still the national brand it once was, perhaps it could easily invite TV reporters, but Arctic Fox has been on a downward trend in recent years and has completely lost its previous influence. Maybe this time we can really make the Arctic Fox regain its former glory. Gan Yuru's eyes appeared with Meng Lang's confident look, and she couldn't help but make up her mind to take a final gamble according to the plan formulated by Meng Lang. Anyway, the situation of the Arctic Fox couldn't be any worse. Thinking of this, she called the assistant outside the door and asked him to deliver the authorization letter to Meng Lang. At the same time, she also called the company's main leaders and held a short meeting in the general manager's office to arrange the specific matters of destroying unqualified products tomorrow. The other leaders of the company had no objection to Gan Yuru's decision. After all, they were just some unqualified products that could not be sold. They could be destroyed and storage costs could be saved. After the meeting, other management left the general manager's office, except for the department director in charge of production who stayed in the office. "Sister-in-law, should we inform Mr. Zhu about this? After all, he is also a shareholder of our company." The director of the production department is Gan Yuru's late husband's younger brother, named Li Shunchang. He has been working diligently in the company over the years, and Gan Yuru trusts him very much. "I'll call Mr. Zhu and tell him." Gan Yuru nodded and said, "Okay, sister-in-law, don't be too stressed. Let's work together and the company will get better." Gan Yuru simply nodded upon hearing this, then, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked at Li Shunchang and asked, "How's the investigation going on with that matter? Any clues?" "The purchasing department has confirmed that the purchasing manager accepted the money, but we have no evidence. We haven't found any problems in the production department yet. It's all my fault for not managing things properly, which is why we've caused such a big mess," Li Shunchang said with a guilty conscience. "I can't blame you. They are all veterans of the company. I didn't expect them to be so disloyal," Gan Yuru said with a sigh. "If only Big Brother were still here, they wouldn't dare to do such tricks behind my back. Li Shunchang realized his slip of the tongue after he finished speaking. It was as if he was blaming Gan Yuru for not managing the company well. He quickly said, "Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. I meant that if my brother were still here, you wouldn't have to work so hard." Gan Yuru didn't pay any attention to what Li Shunchang said. She just shook her head wearily and said, "Since we can't find anything, let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to keep the Arctic fox alive." After Li Shunchang left, Gan Yuru called another shareholder of the company and explained the matter of destroying the products. Destroy the unqualified products? That's a good thing. Although I have a 20% stake, this kind of thing should be decided by yourselves. After hanging up the phone with Gan Yuru, Zhu Dong sighed deeply, feeling that this year seemed to have been a bad time for him and everything was going wrong. He divorced his ex-wife and lost a lot of his property. Now the Arctic fox, in which he holds shares, is also in trouble, and he doesn't know whether it can survive. If Arctic fox goes bankrupt, his assets will shrink by more than half this year. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hit his thigh, feeling a little regretful. He shouldn't have divorced Sang Wanyan like this. He even wanted to remarry her at this time. But I don't know whether Sang Wanyan will agree. Just as he was secretly regretting his mistake, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw his son Zhu Jiahao standing at the door with an aggrieved look on his face. "What's wrong? Why are you here instead of staying with your mom?" Zhu Jiahao said with a frustrated look on his face, "Dad. My mom kicked me out." "What's going on? Doesn't your mother love you the most? Why would she kick you out?" Zhu Dong asked with a puzzled look on his face, and then he seemed to think of something. "It was your mother's birthday the day before yesterday. Did you forget to buy her a gift?" "Birthday? I forgot." Zhu Jiahao looked surprised. "What are you thinking about all day long? You even forgot your mother's birthday?" Zhu Dong knocked on Zhu Jiahao's head. "That shouldn't be the case. Even if you forgot her birthday, your mother wouldn't kick you out based on her personality. You must have done something else to provoke her." Hearing this, Zhu Jiahao lowered his head guiltily. "There is indeed another thing. The day before yesterday morning, my mother called a plumber to clean the sore at home. When I got home, I found out that the plumber was actually my high school classmate. I asked my mother if she knew which housekeeping company he worked for. My mother said she didn't know either. I kept pestering her with questions, and she probably got annoyed by my questions." Zhu Dong suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard this, and his brows furrowed. "Plumber? To clear the sore? That shouldn't be the case. Our sore has never been blocked before." But when he thought about Zhu Jiahao saying that the plumber was his high school classmate, Zhu Dong felt a little relieved. He thought to himself, no matter how great Sang Wanyan was, it was impossible for her to find a child who had just reached adulthood. "What's your relationship with this high school classmate? Why do you keep asking your mother?" Zhu Dong asked casually. Zhu Jiahao said somewhat embarrassedly, "He used to be my love rival." Chapter 22, The Affair is Exposed. Love rival. Does he like Li Shuyer too? Zhu Dong knew that Zhu Jiahao had always liked Li Shuyer, and he supported her very much. After all, the two families were old friends, and he had watched Li Shuyer grow up. She was a perfect choice in terms of appearance and family background. He would be very satisfied if she could become his daughter-in-law. That's right, but that was in the past. A few days ago, he went crazy and confessed his love to Aunt Gan in front of Li Shuyer. Zhu Dong's eyes widened when he heard this. "Your Aunt Gan is about the same age as your mother. How could he possibly confess his love to your Aunt Gan?" I felt it was strange, too, but seeing how serious he was at the time, it seemed like he really liked Aunt Gan. Hearing this, Zhu Dong could no longer sit still. It didn't seem right that a young man who liked mature women was unclogging pipes in his ex-wife's house. "What's the name of this classmate of yours? Tell me everything that happened in the past few days." Zhu Jiahao couldn't understand why his father got so angry, but he still told him everything he knew. "Playing poker? Unclogging the sore pipes. The security guard didn't even know when he entered the community." The more Zhu Dong listened, the tighter he clenched his fists. After listening to Zhu Jiahao's story, Zhu Dong felt that his ex-wife might have been ruined by this little beast named Meng Lang. He only felt that he was wearing a green hat on his head. "Do you have Meng Lang's contact information? Ask him now and ask him what he was doing at our house that day." Yes, but I only have his QQ number. Zhu Jiahao didn't know what was wrong with his parents. It seemed like they had become different people after encountering the matter concerning Meng Lang. Zhu Dong didn't care how Zhu Jiahao contacted Meng Lang, he just wanted an answer now. Send him a message. Seeing his father so anxious, Zhu Dong didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly took out his mobile phone, found Meng Lang's QQ, edited a message and sent it. Meng Lang had just returned home when he received the message. Seeing the message that Zhu Jiahao asked him what he was doing in his house the day before yesterday, he was stunned. Could it be that Sang Wanyan exposed her relationship with him? Thinking of this, Meng Lang did not reply to the message immediately, but found Sang Wanyan's phone number and called her. Sang Wanyan's voice, slightly surprised, soon came from the other end of the phone. What? Do you miss me so soon? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a succubus tempting people to commit crimes. Meng Lang almost lost control of himself and wanted to take a taxi to find Sang Wanyan right away. But when he thought of the message sent by Zhu Jiahao, he still remained rational. Zhu Jiahao just sent me a message, asking me what I was doing at your house the morning before yesterday. Sang Wanyan was also surprised when she heard this, and her voice returned to normal. I told him you were here to fix the sewer pipes, so don't let on. Having a relationship with my son's classmate is exciting, but it would be another matter if my son found out. Meng Lang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Repairing the sewer pipe, this excuse is too uncreative, you could just say you were here to deliver a package. After colluding with Sang Wanyan, Meng Lang hung up the phone and sent a message back to Zhu Jiahao. I unclogged the sewer at your house the other day. Please don't tell anyone about it. If others knew, I would be so embarrassed. Zhu Jiahao looked at the QQ message and immediately became delighted. This guy is so vain. He's a plumber, but he's afraid others will know. I want everyone to know that he unblocked the sewer in my house. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dong knocked Zhu Jiahao hard on the head. Then he snatched Zhu Jiahao's phone and carefully read the message from Meng Lang. Although Meng Lang's excuse was reasonable and was certainly enough to deal with an idiot like Zhu Jiahao, it was completely incapable of convincing Zhu Dong, a veteran who had been in the business world for many years. Looking at his silly son, Zhu Dong just felt upset. Especially when Zhu Jiahao said that he would let everyone know that Meng Lang was repairing the sewer pipes at home, Zhu Dong almost died of anger. But he couldn't tell Zhu Jiahao his suspicions directly, so he had to say it tactfully, since your classmate doesn't want others to know about this, then don't talk about it outside. And also consider other people's face a little. This will also benefit you, do you understand? Hearing his father say this, Zhu Jiahao nodded in person, but he disagreed in his heart. The relationship between Meng Lang and him was like water and fire. How could he give up the opportunity to ridicule Meng Lang? After replying to Zhu Jiahao's message, Meng Lang ignored him. After returning to his room, he began to think about the promotional strategy of the store. The store will officially open the day after tomorrow morning. If you want to achieve impressive results, you must do solid publicity work. It would be great if it were the era of short videos now, so we could directly find internet celebrities to promote our products. Their main publicity channel now still relies on traditional media, and there is not much Meng Lang can do now. However, with his experience in his previous life, he had seen many marketing tricks, so doing targeted marketing work was not a difficult task for him. Of course, this marketing campaign was definitely not something that Meng Lang could handle alone, so he immediately turned his attention to his high school classmates. These people have just graduated from high school. Except for a few who went out to travel, most of them are idle at home. Moreover, they usually have no living expenses at home during the summer vacation, so they are definitely willing to work part-time to earn some money. High school graduates who have just graduated are highly qualified, obedient, and short of money. They are simply the chosen workers. Thinking of this, Meng Lang directly sent a message in the class group and at the whole class. Anyone want a part-time job distributing flyers for 80 yuan a day? At all members. Meng Lang had a good relationship with his classmates when he was in school, so he received a reply soon after sending the message. The first person to reply was his good friend Lu Fei, take me with you, I'm almost bored to death at home. Then one classmate after another replied, saying that they were all willing to earn some pocket money during the holidays. Meng Lang quickly created a small group and invited all the students who were willing to work part-time to join the group. But soon, someone in the class group made a different voice. Zhu Jiahao, Meng Lang. Aren't you working on the stores? Why are you launching another flyer campaign? Is your business so extensive? The message was followed by several sarcastic emoticons. Lu Fei immediately replied to help Meng Lang refute the claim. What Meng Lang does is none of your business. Meng Lang was not angry at all in the face of the ridicule, he just sent a smiling emoticon in the group. I don't know what expression Zhu Jiahao will have when he figures out how he repaired the sore in his house. It must be very exciting. After the group calmed down, a total of 15 people were willing to participate. Meng Lang made an appointment with them to meet at Jiangdong Clothing Market at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and he didn't bother with it anymore. With such preparation, there shouldn't be too many problems with offline channel stores. Meng Lang began to turn his attention to online channels. Although the number of online shoppers was not too large in 2010, starting from this year, smartphones will quickly become popular across the country, and the number of online shoppers will also increase rapidly. In the future, whether Meng Lang sells thermal clothing or sex toys, online channels will be very important. So, he plans to start planning now. Chapter 23, Falling in Love with Someone Else. Meng Lang planned to set up an online store immediately and start cultivating customers from this sales campaign. It would be best if he could become a leading store in the category before Taobao developed, so that he could make more money with less effort in the future. To set up a Taobao store, you naturally need a business license. Fortunately, Meng Lang's father works in the industrial and commercial department. Registering for a business license may be a bit troublesome for others, but for him, as long as he prepares the information, it can be done quickly. Early the next morning, Meng Lang told Meng HoYo about his plan to apply for a business license. When Meng HoYo heard that Meng Lang was going to join his uncle's family in the clothing business, he expressed his support, just like in his previous life. Of course, he also hoped that Meng Lang could get into a good school and find a stable and decent job, but Meng Lang's academic performance was really terrible. As a father, he could only support his son's entrepreneurship. After asking Meng Lang to prepare the materials for applying for a business license, Meng HoYo returned to the room, took out a bank card and placed it in front of Meng Lang. There's over 50,000 yuan in here, part of my savings. The password is your birthday. Use it first, and tell me if you're short of money. Meng Lang is actually not short of money now. The lottery ticket in his pocket can be cashed out at the sports lottery center for nearly 700,000 yuan. But Meng Lang still counts on this money to continue investing in the next World Cup matches. So he didn't hesitate to take the 50,000 yuan given by Meng HoYo and put the card directly into his pocket. After going out, Meng Lang first found a store and printed 2 large stacks of flyers. Then, holding the flyers, he arrived at Jiangdong Clothing Market before 8:30. At this time, several classmates who agreed to work part-time yesterday have arrived. When Lu Fei saw Meng Lang arriving, he quickly ran over and took a stack of flyers from his hand. Seeing the information on the flyer, Lu Fei seemed a little surprised. Holy crap, are Arctic Fox thermal jackets so cheap? 79 yuan a set, and they even give me a pair of socks. They can't be fake. How could it be fake? This is my uncle's store, authorized by the Arctic Fox brand. It will open tomorrow, so I asked everyone to help promote it. Meng Lang explained. Then can I not ask for a salary? Just give me a set of warm clothes. I will go home and ask my mother to pay for it and say that I bought it for 200 yuan. Lu Fei said with a wise expression. Meng Lang was amused by Lu Fei's clever suggestion. If you don't want a salary, I can give you 2 sets. After a while of laughter and joking, all the part-time workers finally arrived. How do we distribute flyers? Should we all disperse to crowded places to distribute flyers? Asked a classmate who had done a similar part-time job. Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head and said, we won't distribute them on the streets. Take the flyers and go back to your respective neighborhoods to distribute them. And don't give them to young people, but specifically to the retired elderly who are living at home. When everyone heard this, they were immediately confused. They had no idea what Meng Lang was doing. In fact, the reason is very simple. Young people generally seldom go off-season shopping just because it is cheaper. Only those elderly people who are rich and have free time would get up early and run to the supermarket late just for a few eggs. Not only that, you must be skillful when handing out flyers. Look at how I do it. As he spoke, Meng Lang held up a flyer and made a mysterious expression towards Lu Fei in front of him, saying, Aunt Lu, I found something great. There's a store in Jiangdong Market that's selling Arctic Fox thermal underwear for only 79 yuan, originally priced at 200 yuan, and they even give you a pair of socks. Lu Fei also knew that Meng Lang was treating him as a customer and was demonstrating, so he quickly said, "It's so cheap, it can't be fake." Meng Lang gave Lu Fei an approving look and said, "It must be genuine. They have the Arctic Fox brand license and are selling it so cheaply because it's an off-season promotion. If you don't know, you can go and see for yourself." After saying that, Meng Lang handed the flyer to Lu Fei. The others were amused by the coordinated performance of the two, but they also understood what Meng Lang wanted to express through their performance. "Meng Lang, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the clothes your uncle sells? If we go back to our neighborhood to hand out flyers, they'll all be our neighbors. If the clothes aren't of good quality, we'll be too embarrassed to see them in public." Hearing this, Meng Lang knew his classmates were worried. He patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, I guarantee that the clothes are all genuine Arctic Fox products of high quality. If your neighbors find any quality issues with the clothes they buy, feel free to come to me and I guarantee triple compensation." When discussing yesterday, Meng Lang emphasized to his uncle Liu Lei that the quality of the goods must be guaranteed when purchasing, and they cannot ruin their reputation just after opening the store. Liu Lei also replied to Meng Lang this morning. He found a clothing factory with very good quality. During the peak season, it even did OEM for big brands. There was definitely no problem with the quality. That's why Meng Lang dared to make this guarantee to his classmates. After hearing what Meng Lang said, all the students felt relieved. Meng Lang demonstrated to Lu Fei again the problems that might be encountered when distributing flyers. Just as he was about to let the students take the flyers home and distribute them, he heard a sweet voice sounding from the side. "Meng Lang, you bastard, I finally found you." Meng Lang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Shuyer, wearing a snow-white dress, who had appeared in front of everyone at some point. She stood there, her white dress making her snow-like skin look even whiter. Her face was flushed because she walked too fast. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Meng Lang. She was holding a parasol in her hand, and the morning sunlight slanted down, illuminating only her slender white calves and her tender white feet in high-heeled sandals. If the LSP from the previous life was present, he would definitely shout, "Jade feet." Li Shuyer's appearance and figure are indeed amazing, and the boys who came to work part-time nearby couldn't take their eyes off her. However, Li Shuyer like this was not Meng Lang's type. He preferred the plumpness and intellectual charm that were unique to mature women, such as Gan Yuru and San Wanyan. Meng Lang frowned at the angry Li Shuyer and asked, "What do you want from me?" Li Shuyer saw the part-time job notice that Meng Lang sent in the class group last night. She asked the classmates who participated in the part-time job about the time and place of gathering this morning. She rushed over just to find out from Meng Lang why he deleted her QQ and didn't contact her. Perhaps Li Shuyer naively thought that Meng Lang was deliberately trying to anger her, so he blocked her QQ and refused to contact her. But after seeing a hint of disgust on Meng Lang's face amidst his indifference, she finally realized that Meng Lang might really no longer like her. She thought to herself, "Meng Lang has been pursuing me for 3 years, why does he suddenly not like me anymore?" At this moment, she suddenly thought of a sentence on the internet: "The best way to get out of a relationship is to start a new relationship." Could it be that Meng Lang has fallen in love with someone else? This made Li Shuyer feel inexplicably panicked, as if something had been taken away from her, which made her feel very unwilling. Why did Meng Lang fall in love with someone else? Who could be the person that made Meng Lang fall in love with someone else? Chapter 24 Don't care about adults' business. At this moment, Li Shuyer suddenly saw the flyer in Meng Lang's hand. The 3 words, Arctic Fox, are particularly eye-catching on the flyer. Isn't Arctic Fox her family's company? Why was Meng Lang holding an Arctic Fox flyer? Was this job offered to him by her family? She walked up to Meng Lang and asked, "Who gave you your flyer?" Meng Lang was very unhappy with her tone and replied directly, "None of your business. Don't act like a spoiled brat here. No one will tolerate you." Li Shuyer was immediately moved to tears by Meng Lang's words. No one had ever dared to speak to her so rudely. "Meng Lang, you bastard. If you dare to say that to me, I will make you pay the price." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang just sneered and didn't take it seriously. Gan Yuru is now following the plan he gave to save the company. Why should Li Shuyer make him pay the price? Seeing that Meng Lang didn't take her threats seriously at all, Li Shuyer became even more angry. She pointed at the students who came to work part-time and said, "Put down all the flyers in your hands. Arctic Fox doesn't need you handing out flyers anymore." Meng Lang was almost pissed off by Li Shuya. She really thought of herself as a young lady and was even giving orders here. "Who do you think you are? You said you can't send it, so you can't send it. Arctic Fox is my family's company, so of course you have to listen to me." When the classmates heard what Li Shuya said, they immediately fell into hesitation. They didn't know what was going on, but since Li Shuya was the eldest daughter of Arctic Fox, they might not be able to continue this part-time job. Meng Lang turned around and said to his part-time classmates, "Don't worry about her. Although I have obtained the brand authorization from Arctic Fox Company, the store is independently operated and is not under their control. Students who are willing to work part-time are either close to Meng Lang, or have average family conditions and need to earn some pocket money." After hearing what Meng Lang said, naturally no one backed down. Seeing that a group of people ignored her and were about to leave with piles of flyers, Li Shuya was so angry that she stomped her feet. She quickly took out her cell phone and found the number of his uncle Gan Yuyen. After Gan Yuru took over Arctic Fox, she needed help, so she invited her brother to join the company. He is now mainly responsible for the sales department. Li Shuya also knew that Gan Yuru would definitely not indulge her on this matter, so she called her uncle directly. Her uncle dotes on her the most and will definitely stand up for her. As soon as the call was connected, Li Shuya heard a burst of noise. Just by listening to the sound, she could feel that Gan Yuyen was a bustling scene. "Shuya, is there anything you need from your uncle?" Gan Yuyen spoke loudly, as if he was afraid of being disturbed by noise. Li Shuya could not hear his voice. "Uncle, did the company ask my classmates to help distribute flyers? Can you stop them?" Li Shuya said angrily into the phone. However, the environment on the other end of the phone was too noisy, and Gan Yuyen only understood what she meant after she said it several times. "Handing out flyers. What flyers? No." Gan Yuyen looked confused. Since the company fell into crisis, it had already stopped some unnecessary expenses. How could it possibly let people distribute flyers? "I heard that they got the brand authorization of our company. Is that true? Can it be cancelled?" Li Shuya continued to ask. "I don't know about this either. You have to ask your mother." Gan Yuyen replied. Seeing that Gan Yuyen had no idea what was going on, Li Shuya knew that the method of punishing Meng Lang through her uncle might not work, so she had to hang up the phone in disappointment. On the other end of the phone, Gan Yuyen looked at the busy tone and was confused. "Yuyen? Whose call are you answering? Go and see if Li Shunchan is ready. The people from the TV station will be here soon." Gan Yuru's voice sounded behind him. "Sister, it's Shuya calling. She asked if it is possible to cancel some brand authorization." Gan Yuyen turned around and said to Gan Yuru. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru roughly guessed what was going on. "I'll handle this matter. Go help Li Shunchan prepare to destroy the unqualified products." After sending Gan Yuyen away, Gan Yuru thought about it and still felt uneasy. She knew her daughter's willful personality and was afraid that she would affect Meng Lang's plan, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called Li Shuya. When Li Shuya saw that her mother was calling, she actually didn't want to answer the call. But thinking that her mother might cut off all her expenses if she got angry, she had no choice but to pick up the phone. "Shu Ya. Did you go to find Meng Lang? Don't cause trouble for him, go home quickly." Gan Yuru sounded a little anxious because she had something important to do today. Upon hearing this, Li Shuya's tears, which had been welling up in her eyes because of Meng Lang's anger, finally burst out. She felt extremely wronged. The first thing her mother said to her on the phone was to scold her so eagerly. "And it's all because of Meng Lang. It seemed that ever since the last time my mother met Meng Lang, she had been displeased with me. It seems like whatever I do is wrong in my mother's eyes. They are all like this." Meng Lang, who had originally obeyed her in everything, became very rude. Her mother, who loved her so much, was now so aggressive. What's going on with these two people? Suddenly, Li Shuya remembered the scene of Meng Lang's affectionate confession to her mother the day before yesterday, and suddenly she couldn't help but shudder. One is a pursuer who has fallen in love with someone else. One is his mother, whose attitude towards him changed drastically after Meng Lang confessed his love to him that day. The two of them. Li Shuya's thoughts were instantly cleared up. Yes, the transformation of the two people happened almost at the same time. Meng Lang must really be in love with my mother, which is why he avoids me. And the brand authorization he mentioned must have been given to him by his mother. Doesn't he that mean they have already met privately behind my back? Thinking of this, Lee Shuyer yelled hysterically at the phone, "Mom! What is your relationship with Meng Lang?" Gan Yuru on the other end of the phone was stunned by Lee Shuyer's question. What was his relationship with Meng Lang? Pursuer and pursued. Partners. Neither seems so appropriate. But no matter what she thought, in her heart, she no longer regarded Meng Lang as a classmate of her daughter. Don't worry about adult affairs. The company has been very busy recently, and I don't have time to take care of you. You should stay at home and don't run around. Before Gan Yuru could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lee Shuyer in an excited tone. What do you mean I don't have to worry about adults' affairs? When did Meng Lang become an adult? Mom! Did you secretly date Meng Lang without telling me? Gan Yuru then realized that she had just spoken out of turn, but she had no time to explain so much to Lee Shuyer, because the people from the TV station had already arrived and she had to rush to greet them immediately. I'll explain it to you when I get home tonight. I have something urgent to do right now, so I'm hanging up now. Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Lee Shuyer clenched her teeth tightly. Sure enough, my mother didn't know how to explain to me. There must be something wrong between them. Thinking of this, Lee Shuyer looked around for Meng Lang, wanting to ask him for an explanation. However, Meng Lang had already walked away and disappeared from her sight. Chapter 25, Destruction Before Construction. At this time, Meng Lang was standing in front of his uncle's shop. The shop door was closed, and my aunt Li Xiulan was directing the workers to dismantle the shop's old door and prepare to replace it with a new one. Aunt, my uncle hasn't come back yet from purchasing goods. Meng Lang asked. No, but I found the goods and the price has been negotiated. I guess they are changing the tags now. As she spoke, Li Xiuhong raised 5 fingers towards Meng Lang. The purchase price is 50%. There won't be any quality issues, right? Meng Lang asked in a low voice. Don't worry, your uncle has been in the underwear business for so many years, he should be able to tell the difference between good and bad quality. These are all top-notch warm clothes, and they are only available at such a discounted price because they are off-season. After hearing what his aunt said, Meng Lang didn't ask any more questions. He had been taught how to do business in his previous life by his uncle, and he still had confidence in his uncle's vision. Looking at the bustling work of the storefront renovation, Meng Lang felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, and he found his aunt and said, "Can we put up a big TV in front of the store and broadcast news about Arctic foxes tomorrow?" What's so interesting about the news about Arctic fox? Haven't they been ordered to stop production now? Aunt, listen to me. Arctic fox is destroying substandard products today. We've invited a TV station to come over. It'll be on the news tomorrow morning. We can use the buzz of this news to promote our store. After hearing Meng Lang's explanation, Li Xiuhong was surprised. That's great. We just got an LCD TV and a cable box installed, so we can catch up on the shows. We can just play the news on TV over and over again. After Meng Lang put forward his suggestions, he didn't have to worry about the rest of the matters. Li Xiuhong would naturally take care of it. At this moment, the cell phone in Meng Lang's pocket suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Yuan Hua calling. Meng Lang guessed that Yuan Hua must have sent someone to the Arctic Fox Company to call him to tell him. After the call was connected, as expected, Yuan Hua came to take credit. What surprised Meng Lang was that Yuan Hua actually took the reporter team to Arctic Fox in person. Meng Lang repeatedly assured him that as soon as the news was broadcast, he would tell him what lottery tickets to buy for the next World Cup. Only then did Yuan Hua hang up the phone with peace of mind. The entrance of Arctic Fox Company. Gan Yuru looked in surprise at the deputy director of the TV station's news department who was talking to Meng Lang. Hearing his humble and somewhat flattering tone, Gan Yuru felt even more incredible. After Yuan Hua finished the call, Gan Yuru asked indirectly, "Director Yuan, what is your relationship with Meng Lang? You two seem very close." "Brother Xiaomeng. He is my god of wealth." Yuan Hua did not elaborate, but just showed an inexplicable smile. God of wealth. Did Meng Lang give Director Yuan some money? It doesn't look like that. There was a flicker of doubt in Gan Yuru's eyes, but she didn't delve into it. No matter what, the person was invited by Meng Lang, and she would repay Meng Lang well later. Please come in. We've prepared the destruction work and are waiting for you. As she spoke, Gan Yuru led Yuan Hua and his group of reporters and photographers towards the company's warehouse. Led by Gan Yuru, a team of reporters followed to the door of the factory warehouse. At this time, several large crushers were placed in the open space at the entrance of the warehouse. Workers are using forklifts to pile boxes of unqualified products next to the crusher. The scene of nearly 10 million worth of substandard clothes piled together looks particularly spectacular. When the warehouse was emptied, the workers who had stopped production and the company's management also gathered at the warehouse door. Gan Yuru walked up to the makeshift platform, looked around at the company's employees, and then said loudly, "Today is a shameful day for our Arctic Fox clothing company." Gan Yuru didn't use a microphone or a loudspeaker, but the sound she made could be heard by everyone present. After she finished speaking, her chest was breathing slightly, and the veins on her fair neck were slightly bulging. Everyone could see the beauty and fragility of this woman, but at this moment, she was carrying the entire Arctic Fox company on her shoulders. Because she didn't warm up her voice specifically, Gan Yuru's voice sounded a little hoarse, but this kind of voice was more touching. The serious mistake we made destroyed the image that Arctic Fox has built in the minds of users over more than 10 years. Today, we have to pay for the mistakes we made. We will destroy all of our substandard products in front of the television media. After saying that, Gan Yuru walked down from the platform, pressed the switch of the shredder herself, and took the lead in moving a box of unqualified clothes and throwing it into the shredder. The exquisite unopened clothes, which might be sold for several $100s a set in a counter outside, were shredded into pieces by the shredder, turning into strips of cloth that fell out from the bottom of the shredder. Led by Gan Yuru, managers from various companies stepped forward, picked up boxes and threw them into the crusher. Then came the company's frontline employees, and more people joined the team to destroy unqualified products. Watching the pieces of clothing that were carefully sewn by the workers and then shredded into strips, there seemed to be a fire burning in the eyes of all Arctic Fox employees. This fire burns the resentment and anger in their hearts. All of this was fully recorded by the TV station's cameras. Clothes worth millions cannot be destroyed all at once. At this time, the reporters under Yuan Hua walked up to Gan Yuru and began to interview her. The questions asked by the reporters were all discussed with Gan Yuru in advance. Since Meng Lang had greeted Yuan Hua in advance, he naturally would not ask embarrassing questions. Gan Yuru stood in front of the camera and solemnly apologized to the consumers who bought unqualified products. Then it was announced publicly that any customer who purchased unqualified Arctic Fox products could apply for a refund from Arctic Fox Company after half a month, and Arctic Fox Company would compensate them with 10 times the price. When these words were spoken, both the reporters present and the employees and management of Arctic Fox Company were shocked. Even Yuan Hua walked up to Gan Yuru after the interview and asked her if the part announcing compensation needed to be cut out. He was afraid that Gan Yuru was acting on impulse. If the Arctic Fox Company failed to fulfill its promise after the news was broadcast, their TV station would also be implicated. Gan Yuru just shook her head and said seriously, "This is my final decision." Perhaps Gan Yuru had hesitated about the 10 times compensation amount proposed by Meng Lang. But just now on the stage, I watched boxes of substandard products being shredded into pieces and saw the fire in the eyes of the company's employees. She knew that the Arctic Fox had reached a point where it had to break down before it could be rebuilt. If Arctic Fox ultimately fails to survive this crisis, she will accept it. At worst, she will sell all the factory equipment and compensate the consumers. Gan Yuru's eyes looked into the distance, as if she could see Meng Lang on the other side of the city through the towering houses. She murmured in her heart, "I have done everything I can, now it's up to you, I hope you won't let me down." Chapter 26 Factory Inspection. After the TV station staff sorted out the materials and left the Arctic Fox Company, Li Shunchang walked up to Gan Yuru and asked solemnly, "Sister-in-law, do we really have to pay so much? Where can we get so much money?" Some other management levels also showed hesitation and obviously did not agree with Gan Yuru's decision. "I know what I'm doing, you don't have to worry." Gan Yuru simply replied and walked towards her office. The management team was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Gan Yuru had already boarded Meng Lang's pirate ship at this time, and could only follow his plan all the way to the end. Behind her, Li Shunchang looked at her back with deep dissatisfaction in his eyes. At this time, Meng Lang was checking the distribution of flyers by his part-time classmates in the QQ group. Lu Fei complained in the QQ group, the neighbors I know are all very easy to talk to. They are very interested in the warm clothes that cost 79 yuan and come with socks. But those unfamiliar neighbors looked at me like I was a thief, afraid I was a scammer, and I didn't even have a chance to talk to them. Others reported similar situations. As long as they can strike up a conversation, a set of branded thermal clothing for 79 yuan is attractive enough to these old men and women. But if they don't trust you and ignore you at all, there's really nothing you can do. Meng Lang looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help scratching his head, and finally came up with a solution. Tell them that as long as they come to the store tomorrow, they can get free eggs. The earlier they come, the more they can get. This is the basic routine used by supermarkets in later generations to attract the elderly. Although many people come just for the eggs and leave after getting them, there will always be a group of people who will be attracted by the goods and generate sales. Not long after Meng Lang sent this message, Lu Fei received feedback. Awesome. As soon as I mentioned giving out eggs, those old men and women who just ignored me snatched all the flyers from my hands. Others said the situation was similar, and that free eggs were too attractive to these old men and women. In Meng Lang's previous life, his main channel for doing business was e-commerce, and he had never opened a physical store, so there were only so many solutions he could think of. However, judging by the current situation, the store should be quite popular when it opens tomorrow. After having lunch at a roadside stall, Meng Lang hailed a taxi and planned to visit the Arctic Fox Company. In his future plans, the Arctic Fox clothing factory is an important part. So of course he checked in advance whether the factory had the ability to produce sexy lingerie. He could only purchase the factory with peace of mind after receiving the lottery prize. Half an hour later, Meng Lang arrived at the door of Arctic Fox Company. After calling Gan Yuru, he soon saw a beautiful figure walking to the company gate to greet him. Perhaps because she was going to face a TV interview, Gan Yuru wore a more formal business suit today. The upper body was a black short-sleeved striped suit, and the lining seemed to be a tank top. The clothes were quite tight, and a full gutty appeared on her chest. She was wearing a black hip skirt that perfectly outlined the curve of her hips. Her pair of round, straight long legs beneath the skirt were dazzlingly white in the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Gan Yuru walked up to Meng Lang, who was staring at her blankly, and asked. I also want to do business in the clothing industry in the future, so I want to visit the Arctic Fox clothing factory. Is it convenient? Meng Lang replied. Of course you can, but the factory has been ordered to stop production and no production tasks have been arranged. I'm afraid you won't be able to see anything. Gan Yuru turned around and led the way, and Meng Lang hurriedly took 2 quick steps to catch up. It doesn't matter. I'm just a layman. It's okay if I just get familiar with the factory environment. As they talked, the two walked side by side towards the factory building inside the company. By the way, did everything go well this morning? Gan Yuru nodded and said, it went very smoothly, thanks to you. Otherwise, the people at the TV station wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Don't be so polite. You know, I don't do this without expecting anything in return. Meng Lang said, his eyes fixed on Gan Yuru's delicate and charming face. Gan Yuru naturally knew that the reward Meng Lang was talking about was herself. Because of Meng Lang's behavior in the past few days, the identity label of her daughter's classmate has long been faded in Gan Yuru's mind. So after hearing his such blunt words, Gan Yuru did not resist as before, but looked thoughtful, as if she was really considering the possibility of this relationship. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked into the factory. Since there was no production arrangement, there was no one else in the factory except 2 workers on duty. The factory is very clean and the equipment is very complete. Cutting machines, sewing machines, finishing equipment, ironing equipment, and applique machines are neatly arranged in the factory. Gan Yuru explained to Meng Lang the functions and uses of various machines one by one. Meng Lang noticed that there were a lot of boxes piled up in the corner of the factory, which seemed a bit out of place with the neat factory environment. So he turned to look at Gan Yuru and asked, what's in these boxes? Didn't you say before that you would keep all the silky and avant-garde women's underwear among those unqualified products? These are them. Gan Yuru explained. When Meng Lang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Can I open it and take a look? Sure. These were originally going to be scrapped, but if you hadn't asked me to keep them, I would have disposed of them this morning. Meng Lang directly opened a box and saw that it was full of packaged long black stockings. Take out one and tear open the package. Judging from the appearance alone, Meng Lang did not find any quality problems with the stockings, but when he tore them with a little force, the black stockings were torn apart. Meng Lang looked at the black stockings in his hand, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Gan Yuru's round and plump thighs beside him. He couldn't help but imagine, if this pair of black stockings were worn on Gan Yuru's legs, and he gently tore them, Gan Yuru's snow-white thighs would be revealed under the stockings. Hiss. Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help but take a breath to cool down the exciting scene in his mind. I can't think about it anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll bleed from my nose, and that would be so embarrassing. However, this also shows that if these substandard stockings are placed on the right sales track, there will definitely be no problem selling them. Meng Lang dug out a few more pairs of women's lace panties, and similarly, the fabric would tear apart with a slight pull. If this is worn on the body and torn open forcefully, the visual impact will definitely be maximized. Keep all of this for me. I'll need it. Gan Yuru watched Meng Lang fiddling with these substandard products. Although she didn't know what use he had for them, she nodded and said, "You can always find a car to take them away." "How much do these cost?" Meng Lang asked. Although these things are Arctic Fox's scrapped products, Meng Lang wants to sell them for money, so it would be unreasonable not to pay. "Scrapped products, how can I ask you for money? Besides, you've already helped me so much, just take these things away." Meng Lang thought about it and didn't say anything more. At worst, when he acquired the factory, he would just not bargain too hard. Chapter 27 Sexy Lingerie Design. Gan Yuru continued to take Meng Lang to visit the garment factory. "By the way, I have a few clothing styles that I would like to have customized by a factory. Can you help me?" Meng Lang asked. "What costume? Do you have a design?" Gan Yuru asked. "No, but I have the general styles in my mind." "You should have a fashion designer here who can draw designs, right?" "Yes, but the factory has been ordered to stop production these days, and the designers have nothing to do, so I gave them all a holiday." At this point, Gan Yuru suddenly thought of something and continued, "There's an intern designer who just graduated from college and lives in the factory dormitory. I can call her over. Although she's just an intern, you have a confirmed plan, so the drawings should be ready quickly." After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call. While waiting for Gan Yuru to bring Meng Lang to the designer's studio next to the factory, they saw a girl who looked to be in her early 20s already standing there waiting. The girl was wearing a camouflage crop top and grey sweatpants. Her good figure is clearly visible. Her C-plus figure makes the camouflage t-shirt form a graceful curve. There is no trace of fat on her belly exposed to the air. From the vaguely visible muscle outline, it can be seen that she has a habit of exercising. The sweatpants on her lower body perfectly outlined her round, firm and plump buttocks. Wearing sportswear and with a clean short hair, she looks like a sports girl. But her face is a baby face, which makes her look a little young, and there is a strange contrast. When Meng Lang approached, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with the way this girl looked at Gan Yuru. There is a kind of adolescent boy who sees the unique tenderness and temptation of the girl he likes. When she saw Meng Lang walking very close to Gan Yuru, a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Seeing the girl's expression and reaction, Meng Lang immediately felt something was wrong. There was something seriously wrong with this girl. She can't be a T, right? Isn't that my love rival? Gan Yuru took Meng Lang to the door of the designer's studio and introduced him to him. "This is Yang Xingnan, our company's intern designer. Xiaolang, if you have any ideas, you can tell her." Although Xingnan is still an intern, she is a top student who just graduated from East China University. She will definitely be able to meet your requirements. Then she looked at Yang Xingnan and said, "This is Mr. Meng Lang, an important partner of the company. Xingnan, could you please provide some design drawings?" Yang Xingnan's eyes were fixed on Gan Yuru's face, as if they were about to pull at her. "I will definitely try my best." Just after introducing the two to each other, Gan Yuru's cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She gave Meng Lang an apologetic smile and then answered the phone. After just a few words on the phone, Gan Yuru's brows began to frown. "Sorry, there's an urgent matter at the company that I need to attend to. Excuse me." After saying that, Gan Yuru walked towards the office building anxiously. Meng Lang's eyes followed her graceful figure until she disappeared around a corner. Turning around, he saw the fashion designer named Yang Xingnan looking at him with contempt. The two people's eyes met in the air, and sparks seemed to fly. From each other's behavior, Both of them could see that the other had bad intentions towards Gan Yuru. In the end, Yang Xingnan took the initiative to retract her gaze, turned around, opened the door of the design studio, and walked in first. Meng Lang admired Yang Xingnan's curvy figure from behind, especially her round and firm buttocks, and couldn't help but sigh, what a pity, such a beautiful girl is actually a T. Yang Xingnan seemed to feel Meng Lang's gaze, turned around and gave him a blank look, with the contempt on her face becoming even stronger. Entering the design room, Yang Xingnan sat at her workstation, casually crossing her legs. Tell me, what kind of design do you want? Meng Lang didn't care about Yang Xingnan's attitude. If he could still have a good attitude towards his love rival, then something really weird would happen. There is a clothes rack in the design room, on which hang many clothes that serve as design templates. Meng Lang walked over to the clothes rack, picked out a slip dress, and said, I'll tell you my idea, and you can draw up the drawings according to my requirements. Is that okay? Yang Xingnan nodded casually, but her face showed disapproval. She could tell from Meng Lang's words that he was not a professional fashion designer. How could such an outsider come up with any novel designs? Meng Lang picked up the suspender skirt and started to demonstrate. Although he was not a fashion designer, he had seen countless popular sexy lingerie when he was in the sex toy business in his previous life. All he had to do was describe the appearance according to his memory and ask Yang Xingnan to draw the picture. The skirt should be about 20 centimeters shorter, with a thigh-high slit, and a bit tighter at the waist. The neckline should be lower, and the back should be completely hollowed out. Watching Meng Lang gesturing there, Yang Xingnan felt more and more that something was wrong. Wait. What are these clothes for? Can you wear them outside? Her question was met with a look of confusion on Meng Lang's face. Who told you need to wear this kind of clothes outside? When Yang Xingnan heard this, she immediately thought of something and her baby face turned red instantly. You are shameless. It was still 2010, the live broadcast era had not yet begun, there was no live broadcast on the internet, and the social atmosphere was far less open than it would be more than 10 years later. Many people didn't even know what sexy lingerie was. Fortunately, Yang Xingnan studied fashion design, so she had some understanding of this aspect. But she never expected that the important partner brought by Gen Yuru asked her to design such a revealing erotic costume. Looking at Yang Xingnan's ashamed and angry expression, Meng Lang was a little confused. Looking at the way this girl is dressed, shouldn't she be quite open-minded? Why can't you stand a stepmother skirt? But he still has many more popular things that he has taken out yet. For example, blood-dropping guillotines, hollow kyeongsams, national trend bellebands, exotic hanfu pajamas, and various uniforms. What's going on? You just promised Sister Gan that you would cooperate with me to the best of your ability. Meng Lang asked. I said I would cooperate, but I can't draw this kind of design. Yang Xingnan said angrily. What's wrong with this design? Isn't this just a skirt? Isn't it just that the slit is a little higher and the neckline is a little lower, so that it can show the beauty of women? Don't you, who studied design, even understand this? Meng Lang said with a teasing smile on his face. Yang Xingnan naturally would not believe Meng Lang's sophistry, and just looked at him with contempt. Meng Lang finally had to pull out his trump card. I am Sister Gan's important partner. If you still don't cooperate, I will go and sue you. You don't want to lose this job where you can see Sister Gan often, right? Chapter 28. Don't you want to wear clothes designed by yourself? In the end, Yang Xingnan succumbed to Meng Lang's tyranny. Ever since Gan Yuru rescued her from that disgusting family and funded her college education, she realized that she had developed a deformed love for Gan Yuru. Although she knew that Gan Yuru's husband had passed away, she did not dare to express her true feelings to Gan Yuru and could only be a silent guardian. However, she didn't expect that the look in her eyes when she looked at Gan Yuru betrayed her and she was caught by Meng Lang. Now she had no choice but to help Meng Lang complete those designs that made her feel disgusted. The hole in the chest should be made bigger. It's better to fill it with some transparent fabric. I want that vague feeling, you know. Also here, their waist needs to be tightened a little more to bring out the curve of the hips. Of course, the lower the neckline, the better. It's best to show half of it, so it looks better. Yang Xingnan endured the psychological discomfort and spent 2 hours finally drawing all the design drawings that Meng Lang wanted. Meng Lang was seen holding a few design drawings, pouting and looking dissatisfied. The veins on Yang Xingnan's forehead were throbbing, and she wanted to punch Meng Lang's hateful face twice. She never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world who would force her, a female college graduate who had just graduated, to draw the design of such sexy clothing. Although Yang Xingnan didn't consider herself a woman in her heart, she still felt ashamed when painting such things. Especially when Meng Lang was gesturing, he was also looking at her body. It was as if she was imagining what these clothes would look like on her, and she couldn't help but feel a chill. But now that the design drawings are finally finished, I can finally get rid of this shameless guy. But before she could get rid of them, Meng Lang stood up and said to her, "Let's go. Let's go to the production line and see if we can produce a few trial pieces." A few people immediately popped up above Yang Xingnan's head and asked, "We? What does it have to do with me? Don't you know how to go by yourself if you want to go? Didn't you say you would try your best to cooperate with me? Why can't you just go to the production line?" Meng Lang said with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing this, Yang Xingnan said unhappily, "When I say do my best, I mean drawing the design. Do you think I should agree to your request just because you have some perverted request?" Meng Lang showed a wicked smile on his face. "If you are willing, I can also make a special request. Go away. Stop bothering me here." Seeing that Yang Xingnan seemed really angry, Meng Lang stopped teasing her and walked out of the design studio on his own. But before leaving, he turned around and said to Yang Xingnan, "Don't you want to see what the design you drew will look like when it's produced?" When Yang Xingnan heard this, her eyes flickered, but she ignored Meng Lang. After Meng Lang left, she couldn't help but look in the direction he left. Although she graduated from a prestigious university, she was just an intern after all and could only do odd jobs. It was impossible for the company to design products according to the drawings she drew. Speaking of which, these drawings she drew for Meng Lang were indeed her debut in her design career, so she naturally had expectations. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help herself and stood up and walked towards the production line. Meng Lang found the workers on duty on the production line, showed them the design drawings in his hand, and asked them if they could produce it. "Of course we can. If it's just a few samples, the two of us can do it. But now our factory has stopped production and is not allowed to resume work. And we don't have any raw materials. The fabrics we bought last time were all inferior and would tear if torn. It's definitely not acceptable." Hearing this, Meng Lang quickly said, "That's not a problem. We're just trial producing a few pieces, which doesn't count as starting production. Besides, my family is registered with the Industrial and Commercial Administration, so we guarantee that we won't violate any regulations. As for the raw materials, I want this kind of fabric that tears easily. I won't accept anything else." The two workers on duty looked at each other, hesitated for a while and still didn't dare to take action. In the end, Meng Lang called Gan Yuru. After getting Gan Yuru's permission, the two workers started to work this time. Fortunately, the two people assigned to be on duty were experienced masters, and they did their work very efficiently. It didn't take long before the first piece of clothing was sewn. When the finished clothes appeared in the workers' hands, they confirmed them several times, thinking that the size was measured wrong. "What kind of clothes is this? It can't even cover my butt." Meng Lang took the clothes directly from their hands and said, "This is the effect I want." The two masters exclaimed that young people really know how to have fun, and then they started sewing the next piece of clothing. Meng Lang looked at the hollow cheongsam in his hand and thought it would be nice if he had a model to try it on. After all, whether clothes look good or not can only be known by wearing them on people. But the people present at the time were all men, so they couldn't wear it. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly saw someone peeking at the factory door. "Look at her iconic short hair and baby face, who else could it be but Yang Xingnan? If you want to see the samples, just come in and take a look. I won't laugh at you." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan realized that she had been discovered by Meng Lang, so she stopped hiding and walked in from the factory gate. Her eyes were fixed on the light blue hollow cheongsam that had just been produced in Meng Lang's hands. This was the first piece of clothing made according to her design. "You are worthy of being a top student at East China University. The clothes made according to your designs are so beautiful," Meng Lang exclaimed with a slight exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan raised her eyebrows noticeably, and it was obvious that she was very pleased with Meng Lang's praise. She was just about to reach out and take the cheongsam to take a look when she heard Meng Lang speak again. "What a pity." Meng Lang just started talking and then stopped. Yang Xingnan was confused by his half-sentence and asked quickly, "What's a pity?" "It's a pity that there is no model, so we can't fully show the beauty of this cheongsam. Meng Lang said with emotion. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan felt a little regretful. It would have been perfect if the first piece of clothing she designed had a model with a graceful figure to try on. She couldn't help but think that it would be perfect if Gan Yuru could try on the first dress she designed. With Gan Yuru's figure, it's unimaginable for her to wear this dress. And wouldn't this be equivalent to giving her first time to Gan Yuru? Just thinking about it made her excited. It's a pity that Gan Yuru couldn't possibly try on such a revealing dress. As the designer of this dress, Ms. Yang Xingnan, aren't you going to do something? Me? What else can I do? Yang Xingnan looked ignorant. Meng Lang said pointedly, of course I'll try on this dress myself. You're the only woman here, how can you not wear it and ask me to? You, what are you thinking about? How could I possibly wear this kind of clothes? Yang Xingnan's face was suddenly filled with anger. Don't you want to wear the clothes you designed yourself? Meng Lang asked. Don't be delusional. Even if I lose this job, I will never wear clothes like this. Seeing Yang Xingnan so determined, Meng Lang had no choice but to change his strategy. You know that Arctic Fox Company is in a difficult situation right now. It's very likely to go bankrupt soon. Don't you want to help Sister Gan share some of the pressure? Chapter 29 Chun-Li's Human Form. What do you mean? Yang Xingnan was interning at Arctic Fox and naturally knew the dire situation the company was facing. Isn't it those raw materials that tear easily that are the reason why Arctic Fox has become such a mess now? It just so happens that the clothes I want are not picky about fabrics. As long as the samples satisfy me, I will place an order immediately. Now that the factory has orders, can't Arctic Fox Company continue to operate? Whether the sample can satisfy me depends on whether I can find a suitable model. Meng Lang said with a harmless smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan's face immediately turned red with anger. She had already thought Meng Lang was shameless enough, but she didn't expect that this man had no bottom line at all. She clenched her fists and stared at Meng Lang's hateful face, wishing she could smash it to pieces. Are you blackmailing me? Threat? What threat? What did I threaten you with? I just let you try on the clothes you designed. I won't do anything to you. How can it be called a threat? Listening to Meng Lang's words, Yang Xingnan's fists gradually relaxed. She certainly did not believe Meng Lang's sophistry. Wearing such clothes was a great humiliation for her, not to mention having to wear them in front of a scumbag like Meng Lang. But she knew that the current situation of the Arctic Fox put Gan Yuru under great pressure, and she wanted to help Gan Yuru share some of the burden. If Meng Lang could really place an order, Arctic Fox would be able to digest those unqualified raw materials. Maybe we can get out of our current predicament. Thinking of this, Yang Xingnan finally took a deep breath and finally made some kind of decision. If it satisfies you, will you really place an order for Arctic Fox? Meng Lang shook his head when he heard this, which made Yang Xingnan clench her fists again. If Meng Lang wanted to make any more excessive demands, she would really rush up and beat him up this time. Fortunately, Meng Lang's next words did not make any further indecent requests. He simply said, not only will I place an order for the Arctic Fox to keep it alive, I will also make it even more glorious. Okay, I promise you, I hope you won't break your promise. After saying that, Yang Xingnan took the light blue hollow cheongsam and walked towards the dressing room specially used to display samples. Meng Lang naturally followed. 5 minutes later, when Yang Xingnan opened the curtain of the changing room, Meng Lang was stunned. Summer afternoons are hot, and even though the dressing room has air conditioning, Yang Xingnan couldn't help but sweat, making the already tight cheongsam stick tightly to her body, completely outlining her body curves. The hollow design of the cheongsam's chest revealed a large area of white and a sinful abyss at Yang Xingnan's neckline. The waist-cinching design perfectly shows off her flat belly. The hem of the skirt only reaches the thighs, and the firm and round buttocks are only half covered, revealing a perfect curve. The straight and round white legs were fully displayed in front of Meng Lang. The muscles on the legs are clearly defined. If you use too much force, your waist might be broken. This light blue hollow cheongsam always gave Meng Lang a sense of déjà vu when worn in front of Yang Xingnan. This is Chun-Li. Meng Lang suddenly thought of Chun-Li from Street Fighter. If Yang Xingnan had 2 buns on her head, she would be the human incarnation of Chun-Li. Especially when Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang, there was an expression of disgust and contempt in her eyes, which perfectly matched Chun-Li's temperament. If we could take a few photos and put them on Taobao, this hollow cheongsam would definitely sell out. However, Meng Lang didn't have a camera, and Yang Xingnan would definitely not agree to let the photos of her in this state be made public. How about it? Are you satisfied? Yang Xingnan said to Meng Lang with a look of shame and anger. Come here and turn around for me. Meng Lang said to Yang Xingnan while sitting on the sofa in the locker room. Don't go too far. How did I go too far? I want to take a closer look at this sample. As a model, you have the obligation to show me the beauty of this dress in all aspects. Meng Lang said with a righteous look on his face. Things have come to this point, and Yang Xingnan can only do as she is told. She had a cold face, her lower lip was bitten white by her white teeth, and she slowly walked out of the dressing room. The tightness of the cheongsam made her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Her slender waist twisted involuntarily, and her round buttocks were very dazzling when moved by her waist. She stopped in front of Meng Lang, turned around, and a gust of fragrant wind was brought up and blew on Meng Lang's face. Because the hem of the cheongsam was too short, Meng Lang could even vaguely see the black lace under the skirt. The strong visual impact made Meng Lang feel a little dizzy. In addition, the weather was hot and people were prone to getting angry. 2 streams of blood flowed directly from Meng Lang's nostrils. Meng Lang wiped it casually, and immediately a large area of scarlet appeared on his face. Seeing this, Yang Xingnan subconsciously took a tissue from the table beside her and bent down to wipe Meng Lang. She's actually doing more harm than good. The blood in Meng Lang's nose flowed even more violently. Just because Yang Xingnan bent down, the abyss of sin was completely revealed to Meng Lang through the hollow part of the cheongsam's chest. Meng Lang felt that if this continued, he would probably bleed to death today, so he had no choice but to close his eyes reluctantly after taking a deep look at the scenery in the abyss. After a long while, Meng Lang finally felt that his nosebleed had stopped. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Xingnan holding a few blood-stained notes in her hand, looking at him with a mocking expression. It was as if to say, that's it. That's all it takes. Even though Meng Lang was thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. How about it? Boss Meng, are you satisfied now? Yang Xingnan said in a teasing tone. At this point, Meng Lang even started bleeding from his nose and didn't know what to say anymore. Although he is not a good person, he would not act unreasonably in front of a little girl. Okay, I'll go talk to Sister Gan about production later. Take off the sample for me, and I'll take it back to take a look. Hearing this, Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang warily. You're not planning on doing anything to this dress of mine, are you? Who do you take me for? Am I such a pervert in your eyes? In my previous life, there were indeed some perverts who liked to buy items worn by women on Xianyu. But Meng Lang doesn't admit that he has such a hobby. As the client, isn't it natural for him to take away the trial production samples? Isn't it? Yang Xingnan asked back. Now Meng Lang didn't know how to answer. His behavior just now seemed to be ungentlemanly. But Meng Lang is thick-skinned and doesn't care what Yang Xingnan thinks of him. So what? I want this original cheongsam you're wearing today. Just tell me whether you want to take it off or not. In the end, Yang Xingnan was succumbed to Meng Lang's shamelessness. After returning her clothes, she reluctantly handed the hollow cheongsam that still had her scent on it to Meng Lang. There was deep disdain in her eyes as she looked at Meng Lang, as if she could already imagine him doing something inappropriate with this cheongsam tonight. Suddenly, I felt a chill, and finally left impatiently without even saying goodbye. Meng Lang put away the original cheongsam and returned to the factory. After the 2 craftsmen had finished sewing the other samples, he took the large bag of samples and a few pairs of easily torn stockings and underwear and went to Gan Yuru's office. At this time, a heated debate was breaking out in Gan Yuru's office. Chapter 30. Thank you. Please collect. Thank you. I don't agree. This could cost us over 30 million. How can the company afford that much money? Don't forget, the dealer still has to pay for breach of contract. Even if you sell the company, it won't be enough to cover the damages. Ju Dong yelled while standing in front of Gan Yuru's desk. He totally couldn't understand why Gan Yuru, who used to have a very methodical business approach, would make such a stupid move and actually pay consumers 10 times the purchase price. This was simply crazy. There's nothing I can do even if you don't agree. The TV station has recorded everything I said, and it will be broadcast on the news tomorrow morning. Gan Yuru said indifferently. Ju Dong was so angry at Ganyuru's attitude that he slammed the table. Ganyuru, what's your attitude? I'm also a shareholder of the company. I also have the right to participate in the company's decision-making. My attitude is the company's attitude, and my decision is the company's final decision. I own 80% of the company's shares, so I have the final say in the company. Ganyuru spoke with absolute certainty, and Ju Dong had no way to deal with her. Thinking of his property, which had shrunk drastically after the divorce, Ju Dong became furious. Okay. Ganyuru, this is how you treat me as a shareholder, right? If I hadn't lent money to your husband, Arctic Fox would have gone bankrupt long ago. How could you get to sit here and give orders? Ganyuru remained unyielding in her demeanor. We haven't treated you unfairly. You still control 20%, and you've received a lot of company dividends over the years. Everything I've done is legal and compliant. Just when the argument between the two reached a stalemate, there was a knock on the office door. The assistant poked his head in and said to Ganyuru, Boss Gan, Mr. Meng is here. He wants to see you. Ganyuru nodded after hearing this, and then said to Ju Dong, Mr. Ju, there is no room for change in this matter. It's useless for you to argue with me. See you later. Ju Dong could only leave the office angrily. He just bumped into Meng Lang, who was coming in. Ju Dong was short and strong, and he almost knocked the clothing samples in Meng Lang's hands to the ground. Ju Dong, who was angry, raised his head and glared at Meng Lang, snorted coldly, and was about to rush out. Then he heard Meng Lang say behind him, Fuck. You're such an idiot. You didn't even say sorry after you bumped into someone. Ju Dong's face suddenly turned the color of liver. But looking at the tall and strong Meng Lang, he knew that he would not gain any advantage by continuing to make trouble here. After taking a deep look at Meng Lang and remembering his annoying face firmly, Ju Dong left in disappointment. Seeing Ju Dong suffer a defeat at the hands of Meng Lang, Ganyuru's mood improved a little. The reason Ju Dong was so aggressive towards her just now was because he thought she was a woman and easy to bully. Thinking of this, Ganyuru looked at Meng Lang and couldn't help but smile. What's that in your hand? Looking at the gentle smile on Ganyuru's face, Meng Lang's mood also improved. These are the samples based on the design I told you about before. It's okay if your production line is stopped right now, so how about making some for me? I'm afraid that won't work. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau's order to suspend production and rectify our situation has not been lifted yet. Ganyuru shook her head and said, There's nothing to worry about. All substandard products have been destroyed, and Arctic Fox has promised to pay substantial compensation to consumers. The suspension and rectification measures issued by the industrial and commercial authorities have already achieved their intended purpose. As long as you submit an application to cancel the rectification, production will be resumed soon. Besides, don't I still have you? If it doesn't work, I'll go find Director Zhao. Seeing Meng Lang so confident, Ganyuru finally nodded. Okay, I'll go look at the design drawings later. After I've calculated the cost, I'll tell you the price for OEM production. After discussing the matter, Meng Lang did not stay with Ganyuru for long. He first went to Jiangdong Clothing Market to check the preparation progress of the store. Seeing that his uncle and aunt were almost ready, Meng Lang rushed back home. It was already evening when Meng Lang returned home. miHoYo had also returned home from get off work and was cooking noodles in the kitchen. Seeing Meng Lang coming back, he beat 2 more eggs into the pot and added a handful of noodles. The father and son had a meal together. By the way, I've gotten you the business license you requested, and I've put your things in your room. After dinner, miHoYo mentioned to Meng Lang the matter of applying for a business license today. Meng Lang hurried into the room and saw the business license and several official seals lying on his computer desk. This made him sigh that it is easier to get things done if you have someone in the court. He found Daobao on his computer, filled in all the information, and uploaded a photo of his business license. As long as he waited for the review, his Daobao store could officially open for business. Meng Lang originally thought that it would take a long time to wait for Daobao's review, but he didn't expect that the review would be completed in just half an hour. At this point, the preliminary preparations for Meng Lang's online store have basically been completed. As long as he waits for Arctic Fox's suspension of business to be lifted and starts producing for him on a contract basis, he can start his sex toy business. But he is still missing one thing. That's the product photo. Whether it is when the products are put on the shelves or in Meng Lang's store promotion plan, product photos are indispensable. Moreover, the sales of sexy lingerie largely depends on the quality of the product photos. The quality of product photos depends on the quality of the model. When it comes to models, the first person Meng Lang thinks of is naturally Yang Xingnan. She looks so stunning in the hollow cheongsam today. Thinking about it now, Meng Lang's cerebellum felt hot with excitement. If I could take a few photos and hang them in the store, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. But this is basically impossible. How could a top student Zhu Jiahao, who was playing games in the internet cafe, was puzzled when he saw Meng Lang's reply of "thank you." He originally wanted to humiliate Meng Lang with this, but he didn't expect Meng Lang to actually send him a thank you message. What is Meng Lang thanking for? Of course, I thank Zhu Jiahao for telling Meng Lang that he has a SLR camera at home. Meng Lang wanted to borrow his SLR camera, so why bother looking for him? Wouldn't it be better to just ask his mother? It just so happened that he was so angry today that he had a nosebleed and needed to relieve his anger. Zhu Jiahao jumped like that. It must be because Sang Wanyan didn't educate her well. She must be punished tonight. Chapter 31, Grandpas and Aunties Grabbing Eggs. Thinking of this, Meng Lang picked out the one that best suited Sang Wanyan from the samples he brought back, went out, took a taxi, and headed towards Xinghuan where Sang Wanyan lived. When Sang Wanyan opened the door and saw Meng Lang standing at the door, she couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. 2 days ago, Meng Lang brought her an unprecedented experience, so much so that she had Meng Lang in her dreams for the past few nights. Although she felt a little flustered after learning that Meng Lang was her son's high school classmate. But after the panic subsided, this strange excitement of betrayal made her look forward to meeting Meng Lang again even more. Sang Wanyan couldn't wait to pull Meng Lang into the room. Meng Lang didn't expect Sang Wanyan to be so passionate. She almost kissed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. After a while, Sang Wanyan slowly regained her composure and noticed that Meng Lang had brought something with him. "What is this? Did you bring me a gift?" Sang Wanyan asked expectantly. Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "Just open it and you'll know." So, Sang Wanyan reached into the plastic bag and took out a very thin suspender skirt. The pure black suspender dress has a very low neckline, the back is almost completely hollow, and the waist is very narrow. If a woman with a worse figure, she probably can't wear it. Of course, Meng Lang had enough confidence in Sang Wanyan's figure, so he chose this stepmother skirt. Sang Wanyan looked at the skirt that didn't look like something you could buy in a normal clothing store, and realized something. She gave Meng Lang a charming smile. "You are such a little scoundrel." After saying that, she twisted her charming figure and entered the cloakroom next to the room. After a rustling sound, a hand reached out from the cloakroom and turned off the ceiling light in the room. The room suddenly became dark, with only the bedside lamp emitting a warm yellow glow. The atmosphere suddenly became charming. Sang Wanyan, wearing her stepmother's dress, lifted the curtain of the cloakroom and slowly walked in. The tight stepmother skirt fits her body perfectly, and the two S-shaped curves outline Sang Wanyan's seductive figure in the dim light. The black skirt further highlights the whiteness of her skin. Under the dim light, her skin looked like plump pearls, sparkling with charming luster, and like flawless white jade. Sang Wanyan's slightly curly long hair was tied behind her head with her wrist, and her plump red lips were like flames, attracting the man's attention. Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "What a beauty on earth." Before Sang Wanyan reached the bedside, he couldn't help but rush over and hold her in his arms. With the sound of cloth tearing, this carefully sewn skirt announced the end of its mission. The faint light and shadow in the room kept flickering until late at night. The next morning, Meng Lang walked out of building A18, facing two black circles, holding a Canon SLR camera in his hand. In a corner where he couldn't see, a person holding a camera was pointing the lens at him. With a series of light clicking sounds, Meng Lang's figure walking out of the villa was recorded on the memory card in the camera. Half an hour later, Zhu Dong, who received the photo, was so angry that he overturned the tea table. "This brat is Meng Lang. He stayed at Sang Wanyan's place all night again yesterday." Looking at this familiar face, Zhu Dong instantly thought of the tall young man who called him an idiot in Gan Yuru's office yesterday afternoon. "Great. You call me an idiot during the day and play with my ex-wife at night. This is fucking too much." Zhu Dong was so angry that he smashed a few teacups before he finally recovered from his rage. He took out his cell phone with hands that were shaking with anger and made a call back. "Help me investigate this Meng Lang again. I want to find out where he came from. Meng Lang didn't know that he was being targeted. He was sitting on a tricycle, heading to Jiangdong clothing market. Why take a tricycle? After leaving Sangwanyan, he went back to his home, put away the borrowed camera, washed up, and went to the vegetable market to buy several large boxes of eggs. He was just in time to catch the egg delivery tricycle to rush to Jiangdong clothing market. When we arrived at the clothing market, my uncle and aunt had been waiting at the store door for a long time. The clothing store had been newly renovated at this time, with the words Jiangbei Arctic Fox Store written in large letters on the door. There is also a long banner hanging at the entrance of the store. The banner read, "Big off-season sale at the store, free eggs when you come in, Arctic Fox warm clothes for only 79 yuan a set." There is also a 58-inch LCD TV at the door. The TV is tuned to Jiangju TV station, and an advertisement for an unknown health product is playing. Because it was still early, the surrounding clothing stores were not open yet and there were no customers, so it seemed a bit deserted. My uncle and aunt moved all the eggs from the tricycle and piled them in front of the store. "Xiaolang, do you think there will be business today?" asked my aunt Li Xiuhong worriedly. "There will definitely be one, don't worry, aunt." Meng Lang was still confident in his plan. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw several old men and women getting off the bus at the entrance of the clothing market. Looking at the flyers in their hands, you can tell that they are here for the Arctic Fox store. "Where can I get the eggs?" Their voice came before the person arrived. Meng Lang quickly waved at them, uncles and aunts. "Look this way." As he spoke, he opened a box of eggs. Seeing this, the group of old men and women immediately trotted over. Don't be anxious, everyone has some." Meng Lang stopped the old men and women who were about to grab eggs. "Grandpas and grandmas, please listen to me first. Today is the opening day of our Jiangdong North Arctic Fox clothing store. Authentic Arctic Fox thermal clothing is only 79 yuan a set. If you make a purchase in our store today, we will give you 5 eggs. If you don't make a purchase, that's fine, we will also give you 2 eggs as a gift." As soon as Meng Lang finished speaking, 2 aunts reached out to him. "Give me 2 eggs first." Meng Lang was not stingy and took out the eggs from the box and put them in the aunt's hand. An old lady looked very satisfied after receiving the eggs, but she still expressed doubts about the quality of the clothes. "A set of thermal clothing that costs over 70 yuan, who knows if it's real or fake? I bought a set of Arctic Fox thermal clothing for Chinese New Year this year, but it cost 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhong, who was standing by, quickly took a set of warm clothes from the hanger and handed it to the aunt. "Fakes can never be real. Try wearing Arctic Fox warm clothing and feel it, and you'll know." The aunt took the thermal underwear and touched it with suspicion. "Hey! It's similar to the one I bought during Chinese New Year." She flipped the tag again and saw that the price on it was the same price she bought during the Chinese New Year, 199 yuan. "It seems to be a genuine Arctic Fox product." "You really only sell it for 79 yuan?" the aunt asked with surprise. "It's really only 79. We'll even give you a pair of socks when you buy some warm clothes." When the aunt heard this, she was overjoyed and was about to take out her wallet from her pocket. "Buy me 2 sets. That's too cheap." Seeing this, other uncles and aunts also expressed their desire to buy after checking the quality of the products. "You take 1 set, I take 2 sets, and a few old men and women took more than 10 pieces of goods. But just as the uncles and aunts were about to pay, a middle-aged woman rushed over aggressively. "This is the Arctic Fox store, right? Look at what crap you're selling." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out a few pairs of socks and underwear from a plastic bag and threw them at the door of the store. Chapter 32 Business is booming, please collect it, thank you. Seeing someone coming to cause trouble, the old men and women who were about to pay immediately closed their wallets. Meng Lang knew at a glance that these were consumers who had bought the batch of substandard products from Arctic Fox. If the problem was not resolved, today's first batch of business would probably be ruined. "Auntie, you didn't buy these underwear and socks from our store, did you?" "So what if I didn't buy it from you? Aren't you the Arctic Fox store? I'm telling you, don't try to cheat me. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can forget about doing business with me." After saying that, the middle-aged woman turned to the elderly people in the store and said, "Don't buy Arctic Fox clothes. Look at the quality." The middle-aged woman picked up a sock and pulled it with a little force. It made a tearing sound and a hole was torn in it. Seeing this, the old men and women immediately put down the clothes in their hands. They didn't dare to buy such quality. Bar. No wonder it's sold so cheaply, it turns out to be this kind of stuff. The aunt who initially said she wanted to buy 2 sets spat at Meng Lang. Faced with such a situation, Meng Lang also felt a little tricky. Once consumers' emotions are aroused, they won't listen even if you want to explain. Fortunately, at this moment, the LCD TV placed at the door of the store finally finished playing the fake medicine advertisement and started broadcasting the morning news. Meng Lang quickly found the remote control and turned the TV volume up to the maximum. Everyone in the store was instantly drawn to the loud noise coming from the TV. The first news item in the morning was a scene of Arctic Fox Company destroying substandard products. The scene of workers throwing boxes of packaged clothes into the shredder immediately caught everyone's attention. What are they doing? How can they tear all the good clothes into pieces? What a pity! An old lady said with a distressed look on her face. What's the pity? They are all rags that can't be worn anyway. But Arctic Fox Company took the initiative to destroy these junks. They still have some conscience, replied the middle-aged woman who asked for compensation. Meng Lang finally had the right opportunity to strike up a conversation, and he quickly said to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, how much did you pay for these things? Do you have the receipt? How about I refund you the original price?" The middle-aged woman stopped making a fuss when she heard this. "Didn't you say that I didn't buy my things from you, so you won't give me a refund? I think you look good to me. If it had been someone else, and they hadn't bought it from me, I definitely wouldn't have given it a refund." Hearing Meng Lang say this, the middle-aged woman was immediately delighted and was ready to hand over the receipt in her pocket and ask Meng Lang to refund her. At this moment, Ganyuru's voice announcing 10 times compensation was heard from the TV. The middle-aged woman quickly put the receipt back into her pocket and stared at Meng Lang. "Great. I was wondering why you were so kind. Turns out you can ask Arctic Fox for a 10x refund. I'm not going to return it." After saying that, the middle-aged woman packed up her things and ran away. Although the underwear and socks she bought were not valuable, if she could get 10 times the compensation, it would still be several hundred yuan. If Meng Lang refunded her the original price, she would be at a loss. The elderly men and women who were about to take the eggs and leave turned around and looked at Meng Lang and asked, "If I buy inferior products from your Arctic Fox, will I really get 10 times the compensation?" "Of course, isn't it all said in the news?" Meng Lang replied confidently. "If I buy inferior products from you, can you compensate me 10 times as much?" "That's right. But let me be clear, we only compensate for problems with items purchased in our store. If you bought them somewhere else, you should go to the place where you bought them to claim compensation." Meng Lang emphasized the specific rules of compensation. If those who bought that batch of inferior products came to him to claim compensation, he would have to pay for everything his uncle and aunt had to pay. Of course. The uncles and aunts agreed, and happily picked up the clothes they had just put down and started paying. Maybe they were worried about the poor quality of the 79 yuan clothes before, but now with the guarantee of 10 times compensation, they are completely relieved. They even hope that the clothes they buy are of poor quality, so that they can earn more than 700 yuan for a set, which is almost half a month's pension for them. At this time, more and more people rushed into the store with flyers. After receiving the eggs, most people were attracted by the discounted price of 79 yuan. The news broadcast repeatedly on TV dispelled their doubts about product quality. The business of the specialty store gradually became prosperous. Meng Lang was distributing eggs to customers, while his uncle and aunt were busy replenishing the stock and collecting payments respectively. Just then, Meng Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his old acquaintance Yuan who were calling. Presumably, the news had been broadcast, and he had come to Meng Lang to fulfill his promise. Meng Lang was distributing eggs to customers while answering the phone. "Brother Meng, what do you think? Am I reliable?" Yuan Hua's voice contained a hint of impatience. "That's really reliable. I've seen the news." Meng Lang replied, holding the phone between his shoulders. "Then brother, shouldn't you tell me which side you're betting on to win tomorrow's semi-final?" If Yuan Hua hadn't said it, Meng Lang would have almost forgotten that tomorrow was the World Cup semi-final. He was so busy recently that he didn't even have time to redeem the lottery ticket he bet on Spain winning 1 o'clock in the last match of the quarter-finals a few days ago. The money after deducting taxes was almost 700,000. I have to hurry to the sports lottery center to place my bets. Although Meng Lang doesn't remember the score of tomorrow's match between Netherlands and Uruguay, the odds of betting on the Netherlands to win are only 1.7. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Besides, Meng Lang's current capital is not small. Even if the odds are relatively low, he can still make at least more than 200,000, which is not a small amount. I will bet on the Netherlands to win tomorrow. Meng Lang replied into the phone. Yuan Huer waited on the other end of the phone for a long time before realizing that Meng Lang had nothing to say about this. No score. Yuan Huer's tone was full of disappointment. I'm not a god, how can I bet on the score in every game? Meng Lang said as a matter of course. The odds of betting on the Netherlands are a bit low, right? Only 1.7. Yuan Huer obviously didn't give up yet. He was obviously dazzled by the odds of 6.0 last time and wanted to make another big profit. 1.7, you're still not satisfied. Didn't you win over 30,000 last time? If you bet it all, it would be enough to win several months' salary. But it's nothing to worry about. If you think the Netherlands odds are too low, just bet on Uruguay. They definitely have higher odds. Yuan Huer could only sigh in the end. He was busy running around, personally leading the team to the Arctic Fox for an interview, and helping to coordinate the news schedule. Wasn't it just to ask Meng Lang about the betting situation and then win big? But Meng Lang couldn't earn much from the information he gave him this time, no wonder he was so discouraged. Alright. Then I'll go all in with you on the Netherlands in this match. Hearing Yuan Huer so disappointed, Meng Lang knew that he couldn't dampen his enthusiasm too much. Don't sigh. Aren't there 2 more games to go? Let's just leave it at that for tomorrow's match. I'll give you a big one later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Huer instantly became excited. Are you serious? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied? But I need you to do me a little favor. Chapter 33 Genyuru's pricing. What do you want me to do for you again? Do you want me to send my men to help you with news coverage? As expected of a deputy director, he has a keen sense of smell. Meng Lang said with a smile. What news? Let me be clear, there are clear regulations. Not all news can be broadcast on our TV station. A specialty store for Arctic Fox clothing has opened in Jiangdong Clothing Market, specializing in Arctic Fox warm clothing. Citizens are flocking to buy. It's just a new store. What's there to interview about? Aren't you asking me to use public resources for personal gain? Yuan Huer refused. No. You can treat this as a follow-up to the Arctic Fox incident. And this store is different from the others. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Yuan Huer finally became interested. What's the difference? Business is very good. We can sell at least 1,000 sets a day. Meng Lang said confidently. What a joke! Selling warm clothes in the middle of summer, and selling thousands of sets a day. Yuan Huer's tone was full of surprise. If this was true, then it was indeed worth an interview. News. Only new things can be called news. Selling warm clothes in the hot summer, the business is so good that thousands of sets are sold a day, which will definitely attract the audience's attention. Yuan Huer finally agreed to send a team of reporters to interview him tomorrow, and Meng Lang hung up the phone with satisfaction. The main audience group of Jiangju TV's news program is middle-aged and elderly people. If the store can be included in the news, with the price of 79 yuan, the store's threshold will probably be trampled down. By then, my uncle and aunt will definitely not be able to handle it alone, and we will have to find more people to help. Just then, the students who had worked part-time distributing flyers yesterday all came over. Meng Lang. Do we still need to distribute flyers today? Lu Fei asked first. Meng Lang thought about it. With so many customers coming to buy thermal clothing today, the store's first wave of fame has already been spread, and word of mouth will spread quickly. Business during this period will definitely be good, and handing out flyers will no longer have much effect. No need to hand out flyers. You came just in time. The store is already overwhelmed. Why don't you just help out in the store today? Your salary will be the same as yesterday. As Meng Lang spoke, he took out his wallet and distributed the wages of his classmates' part-time jobs yesterday to them one by one. The students who came to work part-time didn't care whether they were distributing flyers or helping out in the store, so they all started to get busy. Some maintained order at the door, some helped their uncle Liu Lei stock the goods, and some followed their aunt to greet customers who asked about prices. Meng Lang was finally free from the job of distributing eggs and could temporarily leave the store to do other things. After saying goodbye to his uncle and aunt, Meng Lang took a taxi and went directly to the sports lottery center. I followed the previous steps, exchanged the last lottery ticket, and used all the money to buy tomorrow's lottery. Meng Lang even took out the 50,000 yuan his father gave him. Excluding a few $1,000s for myself, I have a total of 740,000 yuan, and I bet on the Netherlands to win tomorrow. Although the odds are only 1.7, because the principal is relatively large, after the game tomorrow, I will probably get over 1 million. This really shocked the staff of the sports lottery center. They also saw someone betting more than 700,000 yuan on lottery tickets at one time. Especially since Meng Lang is a frequent visitor to the sports lottery center, the staff at the prize redemption counter have watched him win continuously from tens of thousands of yuan to over 700,000 yuan now. In the end, even the director of the sports lottery center was alarmed and personally ran to the prize redemption counter to receive Meng Lang. Meng Lang knew that as his winning streak continued, he would sooner or later be noticed. Especially in the last two games, Meng Lang knew the scores. By then, the principal amount would be relatively large, and the final prize amount would definitely reach tens of millions. It would be hard not to attract attention. But so what? Should I give up the tens of millions of wealth that is within my reach just because I am afraid of attracting other people's attention? Of course, this is impossible. As for other people's attention, just do as you please. Nothing is more important than making money. As soon as he placed his bet and walked out of the sports lottery center, Meng Lang received a call from Gan Yuru. Gan Yuru's tone was a little depressed on the phone. Meng Lang hurriedly asked the reason, only to find out that Li Shuyer had had a fight with Gan Yuru at home last night. Gan Yuru did not elaborate on the content of the quarrel. Last night, Li Shuyer kept questioning her whether she had a special relationship with Meng Lang and whether she planned to make Meng Lang her stepfather. Gan Yuru was questioned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Meng Lang was indeed pursuing her. And he was pursuing her in a way that she couldn't refuse. But she couldn't help but consider her daughter's attitude, so Gan Yuru was in a dilemma last night and almost didn't sleep the whole night. However, after dawn, she still forced herself to go to the company to deal with her work. Xiao Lang, I asked Xingnan to help calculate the cost of your custom-made clothes. Depending on the style, the factory price I can give you is about 5 to 8 yuan per piece. You can come to me to see the specific price when you have time. Is it so cheap? Meng Lang was a little surprised by the price. Even if all industries were in serious internal competition in a dozen years, he would not be able to purchase goods at such a cheap price. You've helped me so much, I deserve a discount on the price. In fact, the price Yang Xingnan gave to Gan Yuru after the calculation was not so low. In order to help Gan Yuru reduce the company's performance pressure, she basically set the price according to the fixed factory price. However, after Gan Yuru learned that the products customized by Meng Lang were made of low-quality fabrics in stock, she directly cut the price by more than half. Meng Lang also knew that he must have gotten a huge bargain at this price, so he quickly thanked him. Thank you very much. Why are you so polite? We are helping each other. Gan Yuru's voice was as sweet as a clear spring in the receiver. Meng Lang didn't say any more words of thanks. Gan Yuru gave him such a favorable price, so of course he had to return the favor. By the way, have you submitted the application to cancel the suspension of production? Maybe I can help you find out the situation. It has been submitted, but this matter still requires your attention. You just told me not to be polite, but now you're being polite, aren't you? If production can resume sooner, the clothes I want can be produced sooner, which will also be beneficial to me. After the call ended, Meng Lang fell into deep thought. After today's news was broadcast, it can be seen from consumers' shopping enthusiasm that the image of Arctic Fox in the minds of consumers has been greatly improved. The industrial and commercial suspension and rectification order should be lifted soon. Arctic Fox has so much equipment and skilled workers that Meng Lang can have as much sexy lingerie as he wants. However, his sales channels for sexy lingerie have not yet been rolled out. It seems we must hurry up. Today I have to find a suitable model to take sexy lingerie photos. Chapter 34, Footbath City Search. It's not easy to find people willing to be underwear models. This is not like other fashion models. As long as you have a good figure, you can do it. Underwear models, especially erotic underwear models, have extremely high requirements for their body shape. Even the model's figure will directly affect the sales of the product. However, because sexy lingerie is too revealing, very few people are willing to work in this field. Meng Lang could only go to those brothels to look for her, hoping to find someone with a good figure who was willing to appear as a model. But it's noon now, and places like bars, nightclubs, and KTVs are not open yet. The only similar place Meng Lang could think of that was open for business was the footbath city. In his previous life, Meng Lang had been to places like the footbath city many times, but he didn't know much about the footbath city in 2010. After searching for a long time on the local forum using his mobile phone, Meng Lang finally found a discussion thread about Jiangsu footbath city. Through this post, Meng Lang learned a lot of information. The footbath city with the best service in Jiangsu city is called Kangal Footbath, but the one with the best business is Chengshe Fengsai. Those who often go to healthcare centers know that the service in a footbath center with good business may not be the best, but the technicians are definitely the most beautiful. After Meng Lang found his target, he immediately headed towards the city. When we arrived at the footbath city, it was noon and there were not many customers in the city. As soon as Meng Lang entered the magnificently decorated footbath city, a row of reception managers bowed to him and said, "Welcome, the city style welcomes you." Then one of the hospitality managers immediately came up to Meng Lang and asked, "Hello, handsome guy. Would you like to have your feet washed?" Meng Lang was no longer surprised by the services at the footbath city. He simply nodded silently and followed the reception manager into the private room. "Do you have a membership with us? If not, why not apply for one? Members get 40% off your first order." Meng Lang didn't answer, but went straight to the point and asked, "What's the number of your most beautiful technician?" In his previous life, the reception manager would have taken out a tablet and shown Meng Lang the technician's photo. Although those photos have basically been retouched, you can still tell which one is more beautiful. It is naturally impossible to be so advanced now. Faced with Meng Lang's request, the hospitality manager could only offer a cliché, "Don't worry, our technicians are all beautiful. I'll definitely arrange one that will satisfy you." As he spoke, the reception manager handed Meng Lang a price list. Different consumption levels are marked above, ranging from 199 to 899. As for whether there are more expensive services, you have to communicate directly with the technician. Meng Lang knew that if he let the reception manager make the arrangements, he would just randomly call someone over according to the order on the schedule. He didn't intend to waste time here. After selecting a 399 set meal, Meng Lang said to the reception manager, "Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. How about this, call technician number 888 over here first." According to Meng Lang's previous experience, in a footbath city, technicians who can get numbers like 888 or 999 all have outstanding qualities. After hearing this, the reception manager didn't know what to say. Anyway, no matter which technician came, it would not affect his commission. Meng Lang didn't have to wait too long before a woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old walked in. She was wearing a green traditional style dress. The close-fitting fabric showed off her slim figure, beautiful appearance, and delicate facial features. Judging from her appearance, she really deserves the title of 888. Technician number 888 walked up to Meng Lang with a graceful smile, bowed slightly, and said, "It's a pleasure to serve you." Meng Lang looked at her and pursed his lips, not very satisfied. Although she is pretty, she has a slim figure. In other words, apart from her pretty face, she has nothing else to offer, which does not meet Meng Lang's requirements. "You're too happy. Change to number 999. Upon hearing Meng Lang's words, technician number 888's smile froze on his face. She is one of the top stars in this restaurant. If there were not so few customers at noon, one would have to make an appointment in advance if they wanted to order her in. But she was actually rejected by the young man in front of her. But as a top technician, she still had some professionalism. She forced a smile and asked, "Did I do something wrong to satisfy you?" "It's not your problem, it's my problem. I want to find someone with a fuller figure," Meng Lang replied. Although technician number 888 was a little angry about the customer's return, in such a service place, the customer is God. At most, she could only complain a few words behind the customer's back and could only walk out of the box honestly. This time, Meng Lang waited for a long time and was almost falling asleep on the single sofa when the door of the box was opened again. A woman about 160 centimeters tall walked in wearing high heels. Although her looks are slightly inferior to technician number 888, her figure is absolutely top-notch, and it is estimated to be at least D-level. Although her waist-to-hip ratio is not very good, it is not a problem. Photo editing tools are very mature these days. After greeting Meng Lang, technician number 999 began to take off his shoes and prepared to provide him with service. Meng Lang was not in a hurry to talk about being a sexy lingerie model. Since he was already here, he might as well enjoy the service first. It's no wonder that number 999 not only has a good appearance and figure, but also has very good massage techniques. Meng Lang felt extremely comfortable after the massage. Without waiting for Meng Lang to ask any questions, technician number 999 asked Meng Lang instead. The boss looks so young, what kind of business is he in? Meng Lang lay on the sofa calmly, enjoying the service of the beautiful woman, and replied casually, I am in the adult clothing business. Adult clothing? Is it sexy lingerie? Technician number 999 asked with surprise. This actually surprised Meng Lang a little. Logically speaking, in 2010, the domestic sexy lingerie market was just starting out, and there were very few places to buy sexy lingerie on the market. But judging from the reaction of technician number 999, she seemed to be very familiar with sexy lingerie. What? Are you also interested in this industry? Meng Lang asked tentatively. That's not the case. I was traveling in Hong Kong some time ago and saw a roadside shop selling this. But it's very expensive, said technician number 999. Traveling to Hong Kong and visiting a sex toy store, it seemed that this technician was having a lot of fun, so Meng Lang didn't hide it and asked directly, I have a part-time job. I wonder if you are interested. The technician raised his eyebrows, as if he thought Meng Lang was a pimp, and shook his head. The boss here doesn't allow us to take private jobs outside. And how much can we earn as a part-time worker? The lowest paid technicians like us can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. We're so busy that we don't have time. Boss, you've probably come to the wrong place. After hearing this, Meng Lang didn't say anything about going again. It seemed like he had found the wrong place. The technicians in the footbath city are all high-income groups, especially those who are good-looking and have good figures. If they want to make money, they don't need to be models at all. Coming here to look for models is too presumptuous. Having said that, Meng Lang lost interest in continuing the conversation. Just then, a waitress came in with tea. Meng Lang didn't pay attention to her at first, but when she bent down to put the tea on the coffee table next to Meng Lang, her graceful curves immediately made Meng Lang stare. Chapter 35 Convincing Liu Hongmei. The waiter looked to be about 30 years old. Her facial features look pretty delicate, but there is a large burn on her face which affects her overall appearance. What is particularly striking is her figure. Although she is wrapped in a loose waiter's uniform, Meng Lang is a person of character. Just from the prominent curves when she bends over and walks, it can be seen that her figure is definitely at the SSR level. This figure is not inferior to Sang Wanyan. If compared with the technician number 999 in front of him, it is definitely a crushing blow. Meng Lang immediately lost interest in washing his feet. The technicians at the footbath city might look down on the little money earned by a part-time model, but waiters wouldn't have such a high income, right? Thinking of this, Meng Lang put on his shoes and socks without even having time to wipe the essential oil off his feet. He told technician number 999 that he didn't want to wash his feet, took out 400 yuan and threw it on the sofa, then hurriedly chased after the waiter who had already walked out of the box. Beautiful lady in front, wait a moment. Meng Lang called out a few times before the waiter realized he was being called. She turned around to look at the tall young man running towards her and asked timidly, Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing the woman's panicked expression, Meng Lang stopped in front of her and said in a gentle tone, There is indeed something I need your help with. Seeing Meng Lang's polite tone, as if he wasn't looking for trouble, the woman relaxed a little. Just tell me, I'll definitely help if I can. I have a job that I think is very suitable for you. Are you interested in changing jobs? Facing a waiter, Meng Lang didn't even talk about part-time jobs. The salary for him as a model would definitely be much higher than that of a waiter, so he didn't need to work as a waiter at all. The woman was stunned by Meng Lang's question. Coming back to her senses, the woman looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of vigilance. If a stranger suddenly comes out and asks you if you want to change jobs, no matter who it is, you will have to think about it. What's more, Liu Hongmei's family situation is rather special, so she is more sensitive to such things. I don't know you. Sorry, I still have tea to serve you, so excuse me. After saying that, Liu Hongmei turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, listen to me. I can double your current salary as a waiter. Meng Lang also knew that no one would agree if he asked this question suddenly, so he simply launched a financial offensive. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei paused for a moment, but still did not turn back. Meng Lang knew that she must be tempted by the salary, but because of lack of trust, she did not look back. I'm not a bad person. My dad works at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I can sign a labor contract with you. After Meng Lang said this, Liu Hongmei finally turned around. Is everything you said true? It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau before signing the labor contract. Everyone there knows me. The title of state agency is still very useful. At least people who work in state agencies are not considered bad people in the eyes of ordinary people. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei finally became interested in learning about the job Meng Lang mentioned. What kind of job can you offer me? It's like this, I plan to open a clothing store online. The clothing samples are ready, but I'm in urgent need of a model. I just saw you and I think you are very suitable. Meng Lang explained. Model? Me? Liu Hongmei looked at Meng Lang with an expression of disbelief. She had never thought that she would be associated with the word model, and was afraid that even if she agreed, she might not be successful in the end. But thinking of the double salary promised by Meng Lang, she decided to ask. Can I still be a model even though I have a scar on my face? It's okay. Your scar is not deep and can be covered with makeup. Besides, I'm a fashion model, so I don't have to show my face. The only requirement is that you have a good figure, which is why I came to you. Meng Lang said. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. The invisible high bulge of the toes gave her some confidence, and she finally mustered up the courage to ask, Do you need an interview? Meng Lang was very happy to see that things were going so smoothly. He waved his hand and said, No need for an interview. I trust my own judgment. I'll take you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau first. After you confirm that I'm not lying, we'll sign the labor contract and then take a few photos today. Is it so urgent? Can you wait until the end of the month, when I finished working for the month and received my salary, before resigning? All Meng Lang wanted now was to take the photos quickly and start his own grand career, so he didn't care about the waiter's salary at all. Just come with me, and I'll give you the salary here later. Liu Hongmei finally asked the foreman for half a day off before leaving the footbath city with Meng Lang. The two of them took a taxi and came to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Uncle Chin, I opened a clothing store and want to hire an employee, but she thinks I'm too young and doesn't believe me. Can you help me prove it? I grew up in the yard of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and I definitely wouldn't lie. Meng Lang pointed at Liu Hongmei and said to the doorman, Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin nodded quickly at Liu Hongmei, that's right, Alang is from our Industry and Commerce Bureau, he definitely wouldn't lie. Seeing Meng Lang greeting the gatekeeper at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in a familiar manner, Liu Hongmei finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart all the way. Now it seems that what Meng Lang said should be true. Wait for me at the door first. I'm going in to talk to the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau about something. Meng Lang said to Liu Hongmei. Liu Hongmei nodded and stood at the gate waiting for Meng Lang. She also asked the gatekeeper about Meng Lang's specific situation. When she heard Uncle Chin say to her mysteriously that Meng Lang would soon become the director's grandson, she was completely relieved. On the other side, Meng Lang came to find Zhao Qiushan, naturally to ask when the production suspension and rectification order of the Arctic Fox factory could be lifted. As soon as he reached the door of the director's office, Meng Lang heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Section Chief He walking towards him from the other end of the corridor. Xiao Lang, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to Director Zhao about? Uncle He, is the director here? Meng Lang looked at Section Chief He and asked. Unfortunately, there is a meeting in the city today. Tell me what's the matter and I will tell him for you. Section Chief He asked with concern. Meng Lang thought that as Zhao Qiushan's office secretary, Section Chief He should also know about the Arctic Fox situation, so he asked directly, that's fine. I just want to know when the Arctic Fox company's suspension of production and rectification will be lifted. So that's what it is. Director Zhao just handed this matter to me today, asking me to go to Arctic Fox Company when I have time to check whether their unqualified products have really been destroyed, as the news said. If the inspection results are fine, the order to suspend production and rectify can be revoked. Section Chief, he said with sudden realization. Chapter 36 Filming in progress. Meng Lang didn't expect that this matter would be handed over to Section Chief He, which also meant that Zhao Qiushan was ready to lift the suspension of business. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle He. What? Is Arctic Fox Company related to you? Section Chief He asked curiously. It's nothing serious. It's my classmates' company. They asked me to help find out about the situation. Meng Lang quickly stopped her and said, "What are you thinking? I'm talking about finding a nice hotel, getting you dressed, and taking pictures." Liu Hongmei was still a little skeptical after hearing this. "You didn't lie to me." "Why would I lie to you? You should be married. My first principle in life is never to touch a married woman." Listening to Meng Lang's confident words, Liu Hongmei finally believed it a little. But when she heard him mention her husband, Liu Hongmei's expression became a little gloomy. Finally, Liu Hongmei suggested taking photos in a newly opened hotel near her home. Perhaps being closer to home would make her feel more secure. Meng Lang checked the hotel's information and confirmed that it was a 4-star hotel with up-to-standard hardware. He did not reject Liu Hongmei's proposal. The two took a taxi and drove towards their hotel. On the way, Meng Lang saw a cosmetics store and bought a set of basic cosmetics. "Before we take the photo, I'll put some makeup on you first so the photo will look better. If you don't want to show your face in the photo, you can just wear a mask." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei was completely relieved. If Meng Lang really planned to do something to her, why did he buy cosmetics? Shouldn't he buy condoms? After arriving at their hotel, Meng Lang directly booked an executive suite at the front desk. The whole thing cost him more than 2,000 yuan, which made him feel very distressed. If you put these 2,000 yuan into football lottery, it can at least become hundreds of thousands of yuan. But now that his shop is about to open, he urgently needs photos and can't care about so many things. Moreover, Liu Hongmei signed a labor contract with him, so her salary can be settled next month. By then, the World Cup will have been over and his wealth will have doubled. Compared to models who charge per session, Meng Lang has saved a lot of money. After entering the exquisitely decorated and luxurious suite, Liu Hongmei's expression became noticeably restrained. On the one hand, it was because she had never been to such a luxurious hotel before, and on the other hand, she was a little uncomfortable with the fact that she and Meng Lang were alone in a hotel. When Meng Lang took out pieces of revealing sexy lingerie from the bag, Liu Hongmei was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. "Why is this dress so revealing? What's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it?" Liu Hongmei's voice was trembling a little. This kind of dress was a bit beyond her cognition. Meng Lang thought that wearing sexy lingerie was much more exciting than wearing nothing at all. But he also knew that an honest woman like Liu Hongmei would definitely be resistant to such clothes, so he could only gently comfort her. "Although our products are revealing, they cover up everything that needs to be covered. Just think of it as wearing a swimsuit at the beach." "No, if this is photographed and spread out, how can I face people?" Liu Hongmei clenched the corner of her clothes tightly with her fingers, her expression very conflicted. On one hand, there are years of traditional concepts, and on the other hand, there is a generous salary, which makes her at a loss as to how to make a choice. Meng Lang knew that if he didn't add fuel to the fire, this model he had finally found would probably run away. "Don't worry about others finding out. Wear a mask to cover your face. The fact that we're taking photos is known only to you, God, and the earth. We won't let anyone else know. Also, I'll count each set of clothes as your performance. 500 yuan per set. What do you think?" Meng Lang's two sentences made the balance in Liu Hongmei's heart begin to tilt. She was paid 500 yuan for taking photos of a set of clothes, which was the money she had to work hard for a week to earn. Moreover, Meng Lang also promised not to let anyone else know. If that's the case, it's not impossible. What's more, her gambling-addicted husband asked someone to introduce her to a job at a foot massage parlor. Wasn't it just because he wanted her to be a technician and earn money to pay off his gambling debts? She would rather die than be a technician, so she ended up working as a waitress. Because of this, her gambling husband beat her many times. Her husband doesn't care about her innocence anyway, so why should she care so much? Thinking of this, Liu Hongmei finally made up her mind and nodded to Meng Lang. Seeing that Liu Hongmei finally agreed, Meng Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. He led her to the dressing table, took out the cosmetics he had just bought on the road, and began to put on some simple makeup for her. When Meng Lang's hand touched Liu Hongmei's face, she couldn't help but tremble like a frightened doe. Relax. It's just a job. Don't take it too seriously. While comforting her, Meng Lang gently applied makeup on Liu Hongmei's face. Liu Hongmei's body gradually began to relax. Looking at herself in the mirror, she gradually became delicate and beautiful under Meng Lang's manipulation. A strange feeling continued to grow in her heart. Chapter 37: A Genius at Being a Model. In Liu Hongmei's impression, she seemed to have never worn makeup. Even when they got married, they just put on some lipstick and finished their makeup. She watched Meng Lang slowly apply these cosmetics, which she couldn't name, on her face. It covers the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes caused by work, and the scars on the face left by accidents. I felt inexplicably touched. Liu Hongmei's gaze turned to Meng Lang in the mirror. Looking at Meng Lang's young and strong face, which was full of care and seriousness, Liu Hongmei couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if her husband could love her like this. Unfortunately, this is impossible because her husband is an incurable gambler. He is willing to do such things as sending his wife to a foot bath center to work as a technician for money. What else can we expect from him? Thinking of this, Liu Hongmei could only feel sad inwardly. Meng Lang's makeup skills are pretty good. He learned it from an older sister who specialized in makeup when he was doing live broadcasts in his previous life. Of course, when I was studying, I paid hundreds of millions of dollars in tuition fees, and only then did I learn real skills. Since Liu Hongmei had to wear a mask when taking photos later, Meng Lang only focused on the upper half of her face and simply applied some powder on the rest of her face. It took about 20 minutes for Liu Hongmei to appear in the mirror with a brand new look. Liu Hongmei, who originally had a pretty appearance, could now be called a beauty. Especially after covering up the scars on his face, his overall temperament has improved a lot. Liu Hongmei stared blankly at herself in the mirror, feeling incredible. She, an ordinary poor woman, could actually become so beautiful. Okay, stop looking and change your clothes quickly. Hurry up and take pictures. It will be dark soon if you delay any longer. Meng Lang urged from behind her. Okay, I'll go right away. Liu Hongmei said with her head lowered in panic. But when she saw the several samples Meng Lang placed on the bed, she didn't know where to start. After all, these clothes are more revealing than the other, and in Liu Hongmei's opinion, any one of them is extremely outrageous. Meng Lang was too lazy to talk to her, so he just picked up a set of traditional Chinese-style belly bands and stuffed them into her hands. Go change in the bathroom. Why start with the traditional Chinese belly band? Because this set reveals the most. As long as Liu Hongmei accepts this set of rules, the other sets of rules will not pose any psychological barriers to her. Meng Lang is working now, not flirting, and has no intention of playing the step-by-step approach with Liu Hongmei. Looking at the burgundy belly band with very little fabric in her hand, Liu Hongmei's face suddenly turned red. But he still went into the bathroom at Meng Lang's urging. After a burst of rustling sounds, Meng Lang still didn't see Liu Hongmei coming out of the bathroom door. I couldn't help but urge him, aren't you ready to change yet? If you don't come out, I'll go in. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei replied in panic, I'll be right out. After a while, Meng Lang saw the bathroom door being pushed open, and Liu Hongmei's plump and well-proportioned legs stepped out. But when she came out, Meng Lang saw that she had wrapped herself tightly in a bath towel. Meng Lang was really speechless now. Although his clothes were relatively revealing, they definitely covered all the necessary parts. Otherwise, the photos taken will not pass the review of the Taobao platform. If you continue to be uncooperative, I'll dock your salary. Seeing Meng Lang's face turn cold, Liu Hongmei finally gritted her teeth and untied the bath towel on her body. As the bath towel slid to the ground, Liu Hongmei appeared in front of Meng Lang wearing a burgundy traditional Chinese-style belly band. Meng Lang was indeed not mistaken. Liu Hongmei's figure was definitely 1 in 1,000. The size of the E-class belly band pushed it up high, and the hem of the belly band could not cover her lower abdomen at all. Because of years of work, Liu Hongmei has almost no fat on her belly, and her fair skin glows brightly under the warm light of the hotel. Her waist-to-hip ratio is excellent, outlining 2 beautiful curves. The lower body is a pair of no-take-off thongs that match the belly band. The bows tied on both sides of the thighs can be easily taken off with a slight pull. This outfit, coupled with Liu Hongmei's extremely shy expression, made Meng Lang feel like a bandit in ancient times who broke into a good family to rob. Turn around and show me. Liu Hongmei followed Meng Lang's instructions and slowly turned around in place. Meng Lang looked at Liu Hongmei's presentation and couldn't help but nodded. He was very satisfied with the effect. Next, it's time to take pictures. Can you duck sit? Meng Lang asked Liu Hongmei to sit on the bed and instructed her to turn her legs outward so that her calves and soles were completely aligned with the outside of her thighs, her buttocks were completely sitting on the bed, and her legs formed a W shape. Yes. Sit like this, then tilt your head back and put your hands behind you. After Liu Hongmei posed, Meng Lang picked up the camera, found the right angle, and prepared to press the shutter button at her. Wait! Didn't you tell me to wear a mask? Liu Hongmei hurriedly stopped him, fearing that her face would be photographed. Your head is tilted up, so I can't take a picture of your face. Don't worry, if I need to take a picture of your face, I will put a mask on you. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei finally felt relieved and adjusted her posture again. Meng Lang squatted on the ground and took a few pictures in succession, then stood up and started to check. Perfect. One of the photos made Meng Lang very satisfied. In the photo, Liu Hongmei's face is flushed as she leans back. Although her body is in a wild posture, her overall expression is a little shy, giving people a feeling of wanting to refuse but also wanting to welcome. Meng Lang thought to himself that he had found a treasure. The professional lingerie models he had seen in his previous life were also very professional, with better figures than each other. But after being filmed so many times, their expressions and movements have become formulaic. Although the photos taken are beautiful, they lack the kind of seductive soul that makes people's blood boil. This photo Liu Hongmei just took is very good, with a kind of forced beauty. Very good, you must remember the feeling just now. If you can keep it up, I will give you a raise. Meng Lang said excitedly. After taking the first step, Liu Hongmei finally broke through her psychological defenses and began to actively cooperate with Meng Lang. The subsequent filming went more and more smoothly. Coach Meng Lang's movements became more and more seductive, and Liu Hongmei's demeanor became more and more natural, but she always maintained that shy feeling. As the filming progressed, Meng Lang gradually felt like he was about to lose control. Fortunately, he unloaded the goods at Sang Wanyan's place yesterday, otherwise there might really be a chance of an accidental discharge of the gun. This made Meng Lang couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is Liu Hongmei a genius at being a sexy lingerie model? Chapter 38 Meng Hai was Golden Avenue. After working for more than 3 hours, several sets of clothes were finally photographed. What made Meng Lang a little regretful was that the stepmother's skirt was torn to pieces during the fierce confrontation between him and Sang Wanyan yesterday. Otherwise, with Liu Hongmei's figure, she would definitely be very suitable. By the time they came out of the hotel, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Lang left Liu Hongmei's phone number and told her that he would contact her again next time there were samples that needed to be photographed. The two of them went back home separately. As soon as Meng Lang walked into their house, he heard the sound of water boiling in an iron pot in the kitchen. There is no need to guess, miHoYo must be cooking noodles again. Dad! Give me another bundle of noodles. Meng Lang shouted towards the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, miHoYo poked his head out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand. Hey! Why are you coming back so often these past 2 days? I thought you weren't coming back for dinner. It's because you're such a great noodle cook, Dad. I love the noodles you cook the most. Meng Lang replied in a flattering manner. Stop trying to fool me. A few days ago you said you were tired of eating noodles and wanted to change your taste. Did I ever say anything like that? Meng Lang really couldn't remember whether he had said such words in his previous life, but since his father left the system in his previous life, he had never eaten the noodles cooked by his father again, so he missed it especially now. You just said that a few days ago, and you don't remember it. I found that you have been acting a little strange these past 2 days. You used to be idle all day long, but now you are learning how to do business from your uncle. It's like he's become a different person. Has anything happened recently? miHoYo added a bundle of noodles to the pot, beat 2 more eggs, and looked at Meng Lang with a puzzled look. Meng Lang's heart couldn't help but tremble. His changes really couldn't be hidden from his father, who he lived with day and night. Although his father was his closest relative, Meng Lang did not intend to let anyone know about his rebirth, which was beyond ordinary people's cognition, so he had to change the subject. Dad, how are you getting along with Aunt Zhao? When can you marry her home? Then I won't have to eat the noodles you cook every night. Go to hell. Stop worrying about adults' affairs. Meng Haihua scooped the noodles out of the pot with chopsticks, sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions on the noodles, and then poured the noodle soup over the chopped green onions. The aroma of chopped green onions immediately filled the air from the kitchen. Meng Lang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up his bowl of noodles, and sat down at the dining table with Meng Haihua. Dad, seriously, what is Director Zhao's attitude towards you now? Meng Haihua glanced at Meng Lang and saw that he was serious. Thinking about Meng Lang's performance at the dinner 2 days ago, he said, Director Zhao has indeed been looking for me more often these past 2 days, and he has also asked me to do some things. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Meng Lang immediately leaned over and asked. Zhao Qiushan handed the matter over to Meng Haihua, definitely to test him. What do you know about things at work? Meng Haihua said indifferently. Meng Lang immediately became anxious. How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me? Meng Lang must hold on tightly to Zhao Qiushan, this golden thigh of his. It's not that he wants to curry favor with the powerful, but as his wealth continues to increase, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of those with ulterior motives. If he didn't have any background at all, he would be extremely uncomfortable if others used some tricks on him. If Zhao Qiushan was backing them up, others would be more cautious. Meng Haihua thought for a moment before slowly saying, it's still the topic from the dinner the other day. Ordinary people can't get through to the industrial and commercial department to get things done. The director asked me to think of ways to improve this situation and submit a report. After hearing this question, Meng Lang fell into deep thought. The first thing that came to his mind was not how to solve this problem, but the purpose of Zhao Qiushan raising this question. Does Zhao Qiushan really want to solve the problem of ordinary people having difficulty in getting things done? Meng Lang didn't know, nor did he need to know. But Meng Lang knew that Zhao Qiushan was now at the crossroads of promotion and would definitely need a sufficiently outstanding political achievement as a guarantee of his smooth promotion. Therefore, if Meng Haihua could come up with a sufficiently eye-catching plan so that Zhao Qiushan could show up in front of the people above him, his marriage with Aunt Zhao would be a done deal. Thinking of this, Meng Lang raised his head, looked at Meng Haihua and said, Dad, you have to seize this opportunity. You don't even need to tell me that. I've been working in this company for over a decade and it's not like I've been eating for free. It's not a problem for me to offer a few suggestions. Meng Haihua looked serious, and he knew that this matter might affect his marriage and career in the second half of his life. Meng Lang shook his head upon hearing this. Just a few suggestions are definitely not enough. With so many people in the industry and commerce department, who wouldn't be able to offer suggestions? You must come up with something solid this time, preferably something that will make a splash, something Director Zhao will be able to show off to the provincial and even national audiences. Meng Haihua just thought that Meng Lang was a little whimsical. What was the difference between this and asking Ben Berber to get rid of Tang Monk and his disciples? Anyone who can enter the system is a smart person. If he can make a splash in the province or even the whole country by just producing a report, why would he waste more than 10 years in the position of deputy section chief? Seeing Meng Haihua's embarrassed look, Meng Lang didn't keep him in suspense any longer. Dad, what do you think is the most important thing about this report? Meng Haihua frowned and thought for a while, then replied, of course, being able to actually solve the problem is the most important thing. Meng Lang shook his head and said, wrong. The most important thing is to conform to the general trend. Only by standing on the cusp of the trend can you take off. What general trend? Meng Haihua looked confused. Do you think the difficulty for ordinary people to get things done is unique to our industrial and commercial department, or does it also happen in other units? Meng Lang asked. I think other units also have this problem to some extent. Meng Haihua replied. Then what is our purpose? Meng Lang continued to ask. Of course it is to serve the people. Meng Haihua answered without hesitation. That's right. If that's the case, when people generally have difficulty getting things done, the country will definitely find a way to solve the problem. Therefore, your report cannot be presented solely from a business perspective, but should be presented from a broader, more holistic perspective. Meng Haihua was even more confused by what Meng Lang said. How should I write it then? Let me give you some ideas. As he spoke, Meng Lang took out a pen and paper and wrote down the nouns one by one. Service-oriented government, comprehensive government affairs center, one-stop service. Looking at the paragraphs of text written by Meng Lang on the draft paper, Meng Haihua's eyes gradually widened. The suggestions he had come up with these days, combined with these words, made his thoughts suddenly become extremely clear. After Meng Lang finished writing, Meng Haihua couldn't wait to pick up the paper and pen and walked into his room, without even having time to finish the noodles in the bowl. Looking at Meng Haihua's back, Meng Lang didn't care anymore and just ate his noodles. He was not worried that Meng Haihua's report was not well written. Perhaps it would be better if the report had problems. As long as Meng Haihua writes the keywords he provided into the report, Zhao Qiushan will definitely see the value of this report and then participate in the work of writing this report. Meng Lang remembered that in his previous life, the country had put forward the slogan of service-oriented government in recent years. If we can write this report before then, or even conduct the first pilot of a service-oriented government department, we can achieve some results. When the country vigorously promotes it, it will definitely be promoted as a typical case. This undoubtedly paves a golden road for Meng Haihua's future. Chapter 39 Store's First Day Performance. After finishing his noodles and clearing away the dishes, Meng Lang returned to his room. I uploaded the photos I took this afternoon into my computer and looked at them carefully. The computer in his house was discarded by his father's unit. It's okay for browsing the web, but it can't run photo editing software at all. Fortunately, Liu Hongmei has a good figure and basically does not need any photo retouching. Meng Lang simply added a watermark to the picture and uploaded it to the Taobao platform. As long as Arctic Fox Company resumes production tomorrow, his online store can open. But before you go there, you can do some publicity work. Meng Lang opened QQ, found the group that was recruiting classmates for part-time jobs, and sent a message. New job. Posting on online forums for 50 cents each. Anyone interested? A classmate in the group immediately responded. Brother Lang, you're treating us like slaves. I just finished working at your uncle's shop and was about to take my paycheck to the internet cafe. And you're finding something for me to do again. 50 cents a piece, real or fake? It can't be illegal, right? Seeing that the classmates had started discussing, Meng Lang replied in the group. Online store promotion, guaranteed not to break the law. Then I posted the photo with the Taobao store name added to the group. When the high school students in the group saw the photo of the beautiful woman wearing only a bellaband, they immediately became excited. Oh my god! Brother Lang, do you have any more? Send more. Brother Lang, you know me, I've made up my mind. Seeing the enthusiastic response in the group and everyone being very interested in this promising job, Meng Lang replied in the group. Please forward the pictures I posted to major forums and post them to sections with high traffic. Remember to register multiple accounts, and change to another account if your account is blocked. Remember to take a screenshot after sending it out. Salary is paid once a week and will be paid according to the number of screenshots taken. After saying that, Meng Lang added the name of the Taobao store to the other photos, and also added some dirty jokes from later generations, and sent them to the group. These high school students who work part-time are all calling it awesome in the group. This kind of posting work is much easier than handing out flyers or helping out in a clothing store. It costs 50 cents for one message. If you register a few more accounts, it would be easy to send hundreds of messages in an hour. This way they can earn dozens of dollars an hour, which is higher than their parents' salary. Even some students who don't have computers at home are clamoring to go to the internet cafe all night. Meng Lang didn't care about this little money at all. A week later, the World Cup matches were all over. By that time, he had at least tens of millions of dollars in funds, so this amount of money was nothing to him. Moreover, if these pictures of his were to spread in online forums, the traffic to his erotic lingerie online store would increase immediately. Considering the profit margin of sexy lingerie, this amount of advertising expenses is just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Meng Lang also opened the Qinyar forum, which has a relatively large amount of traffic, and posted a few pictures. Although he was quickly given a yellow card warning by the forum administrator, it sparked a lot of discussion. After all, these days, although everyone has seen educational videos of Japanese teachers, only a few people have seen sexy lingerie. Many people opened Taobao according to the store name given in the picture. Meng Lang could see in the background of his Taobao store that the store's traffic had increased significantly. Some netizens have even sent messages on Aliwangwang to inquire about the sizes of sexy lingerie. Just as Meng Lang was observing the back end of the Daobao store, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He hurried out of the room and opened the door to the living room. He saw his uncle Liu Lei giving him a bright smile outside the door. Behind him, his aunt Li Xiuhong and cousin Liu Zihang were standing at the door. "Uncle and aunt, why are you here?" Meng Lang welcomed them in and found slippers from the shoe cabinet. After everyone sat down on the sofa, Meng Haihua, who heard the noise, also came out of the study. Liu Lei and Li Xiuhong both stood up and called him brother-in-law, and Liu Zihang also called him uncle. After greeting them, Meng Haihua brewed a few cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table. Then he asked, "You guys came here so late. Is there something going on?" Liu Lei's smile remained unchanged as he said to Meng Haihua, "We are here to thank Xiao Lang." Hearing this, Meng Lang had already guessed the purpose of his uncle and aunt's visit. They thought that the business in the store today exceeded their expectations, so they came to talk to him. Meng Haihua asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Thank you, Xiao Lang? Why are you thanking him? Isn't he learning the clothing business from you? I should be the one thanking you. Xiao Lang doesn't need to learn from us. The ideas he gave us have made us earn more today than we did last month." Li Xiumei said on the side, her face full of joy at this moment, and she was obviously very satisfied with the income of the day. Liu Zihang, who was sitting next to them, was also infected by his parents and his face was full of smiles. Although he had a pretty good relationship with Meng Lang, he felt a little superior because Meng Lang's academic performance was not good. But when he learned from his parents that Meng Lang had made their family earn tens of thousands of yuan a day, he was completely convinced of Meng Lang. He knew that even if he had good grades and could get into a key university, it would be difficult for him to get a salary of tens of thousands of yuan a month after graduation, let alone earn tens of thousands of yuan a day. Seeing that his uncle's family was so happy, Meng Lang finally became curious. "How many sets of clothes did you sell in the store today? You're so happy." Li Xiuhong looked at Meng Lang excitedly, stretched out her two hands, made a 1 with one hand and a 2 with the other. 1,200 sets. The gross profit per set is about 25 yuan, so we made 30,000 yuan that day. If the store had tea sold out, they would definitely be able to sell more. Your uncle has already asked someone to arrange for the goods, so tomorrow's business will definitely be good. After saying that, Li Xiuhong took out several stacks of thick red banknotes from her bag and placed them in front of Meng Lang. "Xiao Lang, this 30,000 yuan is the jackpot of this store. You should take it all. From now on, this clothing store will be yours as a half share, and you will get half of all the profits," Li Xiuhong said very seriously. Before Meng Lang could say anything, the straightforward Meng Haihua quickly refused. "How can this be possible? There's no reason to share the money you worked so hard to earn. Brother-in-law, Meng Lang should have received this money. If he hadn't obtained the brand authorization of Arctic Fox, the clothing store we opened would have been able to earn hard-earned money every day. It's different now. This store probably makes more money in a month than we did in the past few years. As long as this store can continue to operate, our whole family can live a good life. Xiao Lang has been a huge help to us. If I don't compensate Xiao Lang properly, how will I, as his uncle, face him in the future?" Chapter 40 Half Shares. After much persuasion from Liu Lei and Li Xiuhong, Meng Haihua finally agreed to let Meng Lang accept the 30,000 yuan. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Meng Lang had changed greatly. It seemed as if she didn't recognize her own son at all. This is not Meng Haihua's fault. What happened today was really too unbelievable. Not only did his own son provide him with a report idea that was sure to impress his boss, but he also helped his uncle and aunt earn tens of thousands of dollars a day. This is simply a monster. If Meng Lang hadn't been standing right in front of him, he would have suspected that his son had been switched. Naturally, Meng Lang had no reason to refuse this money. For him now, no amount of money is too much. He knew the scores of the last 2 games of the World Cup. No matter how much money comes into his hands, it can be multiplied by at least dozens of times after a week. If he wasn't afraid of his father's suspicion, he would have mortgaged his house to buy lottery tickets. He even thought that it would be great if there were online loans in this era. He could use up all the loans and use the money to buy lottery tickets. If he had the 30,000 yuan, he could have bought at least 8 to 10 houses in Jiangsu City in 2010 a week later. However, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh at the character of his uncle and aunt. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of people, but he had rarely seen people as clear-headed and lucid as his uncle and aunt. Even if many people become rich, they will only attribute it to themselves, completely forgetting how many people have helped them along the way. Even some successful entrepreneurs, after achieving success, verbally thank the country and society, but in their hearts they only attribute their success to their own intelligence and talent, and instead blame those low-level working-class people in society, saying that the reason they do not have high incomes is because they are not working hard enough and are not able to endure hardships enough. If one could really earn a high income by working hard enough and enduring enough hardship, every farmer would be a millionaire. Meng Lang asked his uncle and aunt to run this specialty store in order to repay them for their care for him in his previous life. Since his uncle and aunt could do things so openly, Meng Lang naturally couldn't treat them unfairly. If he needs someone trustworthy to do anything in the future, his uncle and aunt will definitely be his first choice. After Meng Lang put the money away, the few of them chatted for a while in the living room. With the two children, Meng Lang and Liu Zihang, present, they naturally talked about study and the college entrance examination. Zihang will be taking the college entrance exam next year, right? You must persevere in this final year and don't be like Meng Lang. miHoYo looked at Meng Lang, a hint of complaint in his tone. He was also a top student from a prestigious university, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get into a good company like the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Although he was relatively calm, he still felt ashamed that his son couldn't even get into a junior college. Meng Lang didn't care about it. He had always had poor grades since he was a child and was not cut out for studying. However, Liu Zihang had always been at the top of his class, but he performed poorly in the high school entrance exam and failed to enter the best high school in Jiangsu City. Meng Lang remembered that in his previous life, Liu Zihang had done quite well in the college entrance examination and successfully entered a 211 university. Liu Zihang answered seriously, "I will continue to work hard." Li Hongmei complained when she heard this, "What's the point of just working hard? You also need to be careful. If it weren't for the off-topic essay in the high school entrance examination, you should have been admitted to the key class of number 1 middle school. I heard that number 1 middle school arranges special training during the summer vacation. If I had been able to get into number 1 middle school, I might have been able to get into a key university." Hearing this, miHoYo nodded thoughtfully. Meng Lang noticed miHoYo's expression. After his uncle and aunt left, he asked, "Dad, do you want Aunt Zhao to help arrange for my cousin to be admitted to the key class at number 1 middle school?" miHoYo nodded when he heard this, although he didn't know how Meng Lang had increased the income of his brother-in-law's clothing store so much. But the other party was willing to give out half of the shares of the clothing store that he had worked hard to run for many years, which gave Meng Lang some capital to make a living. As Meng Lang's father, he also had to show some appreciation. In his opinion, finding a way to get Liu Zihang into the key class of number 1 middle school was a very good idea. However, he was not sure whether this matter could be accomplished, and he had to discuss it with Zhao Yarji. Meng Lang had no objection to this. If Liu Zihang could enter number 1 middle school, with his grades, he might be able to get into a better school. By then, my uncle and aunt will probably be very happy too. After chatting about this, Meng Lang returned to his room and continued to reply to customers' messages on Aliwanwan. At the same time, a few blocks away in the Xinghuan community, Sang Wanyan, who had just finished taking a shower, suddenly heard the doorbell ring. A look of joy suddenly appeared on her pretty face, thinking that Meng Lang was looking for her again. But when she opened the door, she found a short and sturdy figure standing at the door. Who else could it be but her ex-husband Zhu Dong? Zhu Dong had just received detailed information about Meng Lang from a private detective. After confirming that Meng Lang did not have any strong background, he angrily came to Sang Wanyan. Seeing Zhu Dong standing at the door, Sang Wanyan's face immediately showed disappointment. "Why is it you?" Seeing the disgust and disappointment on Sang Wanyan's face, Zhu Dong suddenly became furious. "Why? Are you disappointed that it wasn't your lover who knocked on the door?" As he spoke, Zhu Dong threw a stack of photos at Sang Wanyan. Sang Wanyan looked down and saw Meng Lang's figure in the photo, and her pretty face suddenly turned cold. "You investigated me. We're divorced, and you're invading my privacy. I can sue you." Seeing that Sang Wanyan did not deny it, Zhu Dong's face suddenly turned purple with anger. "What's wrong with investigating you? If I hadn't investigated you, I wouldn't have known you were hooking up with your son's classmate. How could you be so shameless? You could even do that to your son's classmate." Upon hearing this, Sang Wanyan angrily said, I have no shame. Do you even have any shame? Who cheated on me? Who hooked up with my son's tutor? How dare you blame me? After hearing what Sang Wanyan said, Ju Dong was suddenly unable to refute. It was indeed he who cheated first, which forced Sang Wanyan to divorce him. However, after his divorce, he lost a lot of assets, which made him feel very painful, and he had to find a way to make up for the loss. It just so happened that a friend came to him with a promising project these days and hoped that he could invest together, but he simply didn't have that much money at the moment, so he thought about remarrying Sang Wanyan. After taking a deep breath, Ju Dong seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Sang Wanyan and said, in that case, we are even. Wanyan, I want to reconcile with you, is it okay? Jiahao is still young, he needs a complete family. Upon hearing this, Sang Wanyan sneered, Ju Dong, I just realized how shameless you are. Even? Who is even with you? I never did anything to let you down before the divorce. As for after the divorce, I am free to do whatever I want. I can sleep with whoever I want. It's none of your business. Chapter 41, Be known by your job title when working. Wanyan, how can you say that? As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. We've been together for nearly 20 years, don't you miss the relationship we had as husband and wife? Ju Dong still wants to try his best. Sang Wanyan almost felt sick when she saw Ju Dong's hypocritical look. If you had cared about our relationship at all, you wouldn't have brought another woman home with you. Don't dream on, I won't remarry you. After saying this, Sang Wanyan planned to close the door and send the guests away. However, Ju Dong blocked the crack in the door with his foot, preventing Sang Wanyan from closing the door. Wanyan, listen to me. Before Ju Dong could finish his words, Sang Wanyan's high-heeled foot kicked Ju Dong's instep hard, causing him to grimace in pain and withdraw his foot. Seeing Ju Dong in pain, Sang Wanyan was still not satisfied. She said to Ju Dong contentiously, I have so much fun sleeping with a little wolf dog. Why should I bother serving a soft, greasy old man like you? You still want to remarry? Dream on. After saying that, Sang Wanyan slammed the door shut. Only Ju Dong was left standing there, with a look of disbelief on his face. His wife, who used to be so reserved, actually said such ruthless words in front of him. From this, we can see how much fun she had with Meng Lang. Wasn't the reason he cheated on his wife because Sang Wanyan was unwilling to cooperate with his special requests? Unexpectedly, after the divorce, Sang Wanyan seemed to have become a completely different person. Thinking of this, Ju Dong was so angry that his eyes turned red. Meng Lang, I can never coexist with you. Ju Dong roared in his heart. Meng Lang, who was replying to a customer's message on Taobao, couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to go to bed early. Many customers have already placed orders in his Taobao store, and he has to ship the goods within 48 hours of the order. However, at this time, he has no goods except for a few samples. I have to rush to the Arctic Fox Company tomorrow. As long as the industrial and commercial inspection is passed, I will sign the delivery contract immediately and speed up production. It would be best to borrow a warehouse directly from Arctic Fox Company so that the products can be shipped directly by express delivery after production. While thinking, Meng Lang lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Meng Lang got out of bed early. After eating a bowl of noodles on the street, Meng Lang first took a taxi to the sports lottery center and used the 30,000 yuan he earned yesterday to buy today's game. In this way, together with the 740,000 he bought before, Meng Lang spent a total of 770,000 on this game. Although the odds were only 1.7, by the end of the afternoon game, after deducting taxes, Meng Lang would be able to get about 1.05 million. After keeping the lottery ticket close to him, Meng Lang went directly to the Arctic Fox Company. From a distance, Meng Lang saw Gen Yuru and a group of people standing at the gate of Arctic Fox Company, as if they were waiting for someone. Meng Lang understood after a moment's thought. It must be that section chief he from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had notified them in advance that they would come for rectification and acceptance inspection, so they were now waiting for section chief he to come at the door. As Meng Lang got out of the taxi, his attention was immediately attracted by Gen Yuru's figure. Gen Yuru was wearing a red chiffon dress today. Standing in the crowd, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Her hair was tied up behind her head with a pearl headband, and paired with the big round pearl necklace around her neck, she looked very noble. The waist-hugging design of the skirt perfectly highlights Gan Yuru's perfect figure. Her plump body, slender waist and round buttocks form two breathtaking S-shaped curves that make Meng Lang unable to take his eyes off her. Gan Yuru spotted Meng Lang getting out of the taxi and looked at him tenderly. "Xiao Lang, what brings you here?" "Of course I'm here to see Sister Gan." Meng Lang walked up to Gan Yuru under the gaze of everyone. The Arctic Fox Company executives behind Gan Yuru couldn't help but talk about who this young man who was very familiar to Gan Yuru was. Among them, Li Shuncharn looked at Meng Lang with a particularly unfriendly look. Perhaps he felt that Meng Lang's tone when speaking to his sister-in-law was too frivolous. Meng Lang didn't care about the looks of these people and walked to Gan Yuru's side. The two of them were very close to each other, and their relationship seemed a little unusual. "After Section Chief he comes to inspect today, the suspension order should be lifted. The clothes I need are urgent, so I want to sign the order contract as soon as possible and hope to get the goods as soon as possible." Meng Lang leaned close to Gan Yuru's ear and said. Gan Yuru's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and she thought to herself, this inspection was indeed commissioned by Meng Lang. This morning the Industrial and Commercial Department called and said they would come over for an inspection. Gan Yuru suspected at the time that it was Meng Lang who was behind this. The application to cancel the suspension of production and rectification was submitted just yesterday, and people were arranged to come down for inspection today. This speed is too fast. Meng Lang spoke in such a low voice, obviously not wanting others to know that he had used his connections to invite the people from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. So Gan Yuru could only whisper her thanks into Meng Lang's ear. "Thank you again this time." Gan Yuru's voice, which she lowered deliberately, was soft and sticky, and particularly pleasant to the ear. Along with the pleasant sound, there was also a warm and fragrant breeze with the lingering scent of Gan Yuru. Feeling the fragrant breeze on his face and looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Meng Lang's breathing even became heavy. Seeing the two of them whispering in each other's ears so intimately, the eyes of the Arctic Fox management almost popped out of their heads. Their suspicions about the young man grew. Who is this person? How could he be so close to Mr. Gan? Li Xuanchang's eyes turned red as he watched. A strong sense of crisis came over him. Apart from his deceased brother, he had never seen his sister-in-law behave so intimately with any other man. Thinking of this, he could no longer bear it, so he walked forward and said to Gan Yuru, "Sister-in-law, the leaders of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau should be coming soon. Otherwise, those who are not involved should leave first and don't hinder the leaders' inspection." As he spoke, Li Shuncharn looked at Meng Lang with an unfriendly look. The irrelevant people he mentioned were naturally Meng Lang. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru frowned and looked at Li Shuncharn and said, "Mr. Meng Lang is an important partner of the company, not some irrelevant person. Also, when you're in the company, refer to my position, don't call me sister-in-law." Li Shuncharn was immediately speechless and could only retreat back into the crowd with a sullen look on his face. At this moment, a black Passat sedan drove towards the gate of Arctic Fox. After the car stopped, Section Chief he got out of the car. Gan Yuru quickly stepped forward, gently shook his hand, and said, "Welcome, Section Chief he, to come and inspect." Section Chief he just nodded slightly to her, and his eyes quickly caught sight of the tall Meng Lang in the crowd. "Xiao Lang, why are you here? Are you worried that I am not doing my job carefully and you come here to supervise me?" Section Chief he said jokingly. "Uncle he, how can I be qualified to supervise you? I just opened an online store and wanted to import some goods from Arctic Fox Company, so I came here to take a look." Meng Lang replied with a smile. Now the talents of Arctic Fox Company realized that the leader of the Industrial and Commercial Department was actually invited by this young man named Meng Lang. No wonder Gan Yuru, who has always been rude to other men, treats him so well. Only Li Shuncharn looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of fear. Chapter 42: The Genius of Designing Sexy Lingerie. There wasn't much greeting at the company gate. Section Chief he, led by Gan Yuru and Arctic Fox's management, went to inspect the factory. It was naturally difficult for Meng Lang to follow, otherwise he would really end up supervising Section Chief his work. Section Chief he has already given Meng Lang enough face, and Meng Lang is naturally not someone who doesn't know how to advance or retreat. Moreover, when he came to Arctic Fox Company, in addition to asking Gan Yuru to sign a production contract, he also wanted to ask Yang Xingnan to draw more designs for sexy lingerie. Due to limited time the day before yesterday, Meng Lang only asked Yang Xingnan to draw 5 or 6 sets of sexy lingerie styles. He has a lot of popular sexy lingerie in his mind, and in addition to these popular ones, there are some basic styles that sell well, such as various JK and nurse costume modified sexy lingerie, which had very good sales in his previous life. Meng Lang found the designer's studio with ease. As expected, Yang Xingnan was the only one in the studio. Today, Yang Xingnan wore a pure white t-shirt and a short skirt that covered her hips, which perfectly showed off her figure. Especially the buttocks. The short skirt could not cover the tight and round buttocks at all, revealing a perfect curve, which was seen by Meng Lang, who was standing behind. It was really hot. She casually gathered her short hair behind her head, wore a simple metal necklace around her neck, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet, which made her look both beautiful and cool. At this time, Yang Xingnan was lying on her workstation, a pencil dancing soulfully in her hand, as if she was drawing something seriously. Meng Lang quietly walked behind Yang Xingnan and saw that a clothing design drawing was already half completed. But when Meng Lang looked at the design drawing, he felt something was wrong. The height of the neckline and the curvature of the waistline. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary piece of clothing. It's a piece of sexy lingerie. And from this bold design and advanced concept, this feeling of trying to cover up but making things more obvious, of wanting to refuse but actually welcoming, is simply amazing. Meng Lang's gaze towards Yang Xingnan gradually became hot. This is also a genius. A genius in designing sexy lingerie. But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem surprising that Yang Xingnan could draw such a design. As a woman, she knows how to show off a woman's physical gifts. But she is also a T and knows what kind of clothes can please her most. In addition, her studies at a prestigious university laid a solid foundation for her career as a designer. This is simply the holy body of a natural sexy lingerie designer. Looking at the sexy lingerie gradually taking shape under Yang Xingnan's pen, Meng Lang secretly made up his mind. We must firmly grasp this rare talent. Cough cough. Meng Lang coughed, reminding Yang Xingnan of his arrival. After hearing the cough, Yang Xingnan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She quickly hid the design drawings on the table under a pile of thick manuscript papers. She breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that the person coming was Meng Lang, as if she was afraid that someone would find out that she was drawing the design of sexy lingerie. Why are you here again? Yang Xingnan said with a displeased look at Meng Lang. I'm here to fulfill my promise to you. Meng Lang said with a smile on his face. He remembered that his attitude towards Yang Xingnan the day before yesterday seemed not very good, and he even forced her to wear a hollow cheongsam. Presumably, she did not have a good impression of him. Now that Meng Lang wanted to recruit her, his attitude naturally had to be more moderate. What kind of agreement can I have with a bastard like you? Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang's hateful face and remembered what happened the day before yesterday afternoon. Her face was full of anger. I don't know if this vulgar guy did anything improper to the cheongsam after taking it away. Didn't I promise you the day before yesterday that I would place an order for custom clothing from Arctic Fox as long as you followed my requirements? I'm here to place an order today. Meng Lang still had a warm smile on his face. Hearing Meng Lang say this, Yang Xingnan's expression finally eased a little, but her tone was still very aggressive. You should go to Mr. Gan to place your order. Why are you looking for me? I only drew a few pieces that day. Even if I place an order, I can't produce many. So I plan to ask you to help draw some design drawings, so that I can enrich my product library. Meng Lang explained. When Yang Xingnan heard this, her eyes became alert. I can draw the design, but let me be clear, don't even think about forcing me to wear that kind of clothes again. How could that be? Am I the kind of person who likes to force others? Meng Lang said with a wry smile. Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang with distrust still written all over her face. Only after Meng Lang repeatedly assured her that he was only going to draw the drawings today and there was absolutely nothing else to do did Yang Xingnan feel relieved. She took out the draft paper and prepared to draw the design for Meng Lang. Based on his memories from his previous life, Meng Lang roughly described the popular design in his mind. What about lace suspender nightgown, ancient fairy dress, young woman's battle robe? Yang Xingnan listened very carefully. Sometimes when she heard about some novel designs, she would even take out a notebook to take notes, as if she was learning. Meng Lang was also very happy to see her in this state. Loving to learn is a good thing. Meng Lang has some sexy lingerie styles in his mind, but perhaps some of them do not conform to the aesthetic tastes of people of this era. If Yang Xingnan could learn independently and innovate, Meng Lang would not have to worry about not having new products to sell in the future. With the cooperation foundation from the day before yesterday, the two of them have more tacit understanding in cooperation and their work efficiency is much higher than before. 3 hours later, a stack of design drawings had piled up on the table, at least more than 10 sets. Including the sets from the day before yesterday, there are more than 20 sets of sexy lingerie to serve as the store's product library, which is more than enough. After painting for several hours in a row, Yang Xingnan couldn't help feeling sore in her back. She couldn't help but stand up and move around, squinting her eyes, raising her hands and stretching. The slender body stretches out a beautiful arc like a bent bow. The curvy curves are so attractive that people can't take their eyes off them. After stretching out her hands, Yang Xingnan's towering chest pushed up her white t-shirt, revealing her flat belly without a trace of fat. As she stretched more and more, the hem of her t-shirt continued to rise, and Meng Lang gradually saw her delicate belly button, the neat and white outline of her ribs, and the semicircle of white lace. "What are you looking at?" Yang Xingnan finally finished stretching and a few tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. Through her tear-blurred vision, she saw Meng Lang staring at her body and swallowing wildly. Yang Xingnan quickly pulled down her clothes, looked at Meng Lang with a bad look, and cursed, "You pervert." Chapter 43 Signing a Contract. Faced with Yang Xingnan's eyes that were almost spitting fire, Meng Lang reluctantly withdrew his gaze. "You exposed it yourself, I didn't mean to see it," Meng Lang explained with his hands spread out. Seeing Meng Lang's rogue behavior, Yang Xingnan gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Get out of here now that you're done. I don't want to see you again." "Who said I finished my work?" Meng Lang asked back. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan immediately looked at Meng Lang warily. "I've already given you the blueprints, what else do you want to do?" "Who said all the designs were given to me? Isn't there one more?" As Meng Lang spoke, he pulled out a design drawing from the bottom of the pile of waste paper at lightning speed. It was the one Yang Xingnan had drawn before Meng Lang came. "Give it back to me." When Yang Xingnan saw that the design drawing she had secretly drawn was taken away by Meng Lang, she rushed over to grab it. But Meng Lang was tall and had long arms, so he held the design drawing high. Although Yang Xingnan was not short among the girls, she was half a head shorter than him. No matter how she jumped, she could not reach the design drawing in Meng Lang's hand. Yang Xingnan was so anxious that she threw herself on Meng Lang. The curvy body rubbed against Meng Lang's, and the elastic fat hit Meng Lang's chest, causing ripples. "You've already drawn it, why not just produce it and let's see?" Meng Lang said, holding the design drawing high. However, Yang Xingnan completely ignored Meng Lang's words, her face already flushed with shame. In her opinion, being forced by Meng Lang to draw the design of sexy lingerie and taking the initiative to design a set of sexy lingerie are two completely different things. The former was out of necessity, and if others knew about the latter, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Seeing that Yang Xingnan still refused to give in, Meng Lang had no choice but to use his trump card. "This is it. After this suit is produced, no matter how many I sell, I will pay you the design fee based on 3% of the net profit." Hearing Meng Lang say this, Yang Xingnan finally stopped snatching and looked at Meng Lang in disbelief. "Are you serious? You're going to pay me a design fee? Or a percentage?" The reason why Yang Xingnan was so surprised was that as an unknown fashion designer, she could only charge a one-time fee when selling her designs to clothing factories. Charging by piece or by percentage are privileges that only well-known fashion designers are entitled to. Interns like Yang Xingnan, who just graduated from school, are not even qualified to charge a one-time fee. "I can only assist formal designers or draw pictures as required. Basically, there will be no opportunity to design products independently, let alone collect profit sharing from the products as Meng Lang mentioned. And it's a 3% profit share, which is a sky-high price for a new designer. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract," Meng Lang said righteously. But after he finished speaking, he added, "However, I will have the right of first refusal for any future designs you make. No matter what design you draw, I have to review it before I can sell it to others." This is where Meng Lang's true intentions are revealed. He wanted to bind Yang Xingnan, a talented designer in the field of sexy lingerie, closely to himself, so as to ensure a steady supply of excellent products in future business competition. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan was immediately confused. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Meng Lang softened a little. At this moment, She was thinking that although Meng Lang was a gangster, the fact that he recognized her professional ability made her resentment towards him slightly reduced. In the end, Yang Xingnan nodded and agreed to Meng Lang's conditions. Meng Lang quickly drafted a contract and signed it with Yang Xingnan on the spot. He also used Yang Xingnan's lipstick to put his fingerprints on his hands. When he left the design studio, Meng Lang not only had 24 designs of erotic clothing and the corresponding cost tables in his hands, but also Yang Xingnan's indenture. When Meng Lang arrived at Gan Yuru's office, it was almost noon. Section chief he had already finished his inspection and left. Gan Yuru had just finished the work at hand. I really have to thank you this time, otherwise the order to suspend production and rectify would not be lifted so quickly. Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang with joy and said with a warm smile on her pretty face. This is what I should do. I'm still waiting for the Arctic Fox company to be revitalized, and for you to agree to my pursuit as agreed. Meng Lang's face was also full of smiles. The order to suspend production and rectify the situation was lifted. Gan Yuru was in a good mood at the moment and was not annoyed by Meng Lang's verbal teasing. Don't be too happy, I said in the news that I would compensate consumers 10 times the purchase price, which is a full 30 million. Adding to the money owed to suppliers and liquidated damages, Arctic Fox will need at least 50 million in funds to get through this difficult time. The real difficulty is yet to come. Faced with the financial pressure of 50 million, Meng Lang remained calm. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Everything will be settled in half a month at most, and you can't deny it then. Facing Meng Lang's fiery gaze, Gan Yuru suddenly didn't know how to respond when she heard his words. She wasn't mentally prepared to date a young man 20 years her junior, so she had to change the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to sign a contract for custom clothing? Meng Lang shook the clothing design drawings in his hand and said, the designs are all here. Now that the production line can resume production, let's hurry up and sign the contract. Gan Yuru took the design drawing from Meng Lang's hand, and her face turned red after looking at it. Why are all their clothes like this? They are too revealing. She was so busy before that she didn't have time to look carefully at Meng Lang's design drawings, and even asked Yang Xingnan to ask someone in the production department to do the cost accounting. Meng Lang now placed a large stack of sexy lingerie designs in front of her, which had a great impact on Gan Yuru. Is this the kind of clothing you want Arctic Fox to produce? That's right. If I were to make ordinary clothes, a newcomer like me wouldn't be able to compete with you established clothing companies, so I have to find another way. Gan Yuru didn't know what to say when she heard that. Although she found it a little unacceptable to see Meng Lang, a high school student, doing adult products business, from a business perspective, it was indeed a good idea. After looking through all the design drawings, Gan Yuru adjusted the cost list, eliminated the material costs, and finally gave Meng Lang the factory price, which ranged from 3 to 15 yuan depending on the style. The reason why prices fluctuate so much is because the production costs of different styles of sexy lingerie vary greatly. For example, the traditional Chinese-style bellaband only has a few pieces of cloth and is easy to produce. There is no need to consider the material cost. If Meng Lang is paid 3 yuan per set, Arctic Fox Company can even make a lot of profit. The hollow cheongsam, which has a more complicated production process, also does not include material costs, so the factory price is only 15 yuan. How many pieces do you plan to buy? Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and asked. Let's start by producing 5,000 pieces of each set. Gan Yuru was surprised by Meng Lang's answer. 5,000 pieces per set. 24 sets means 120,000 pieces total. You've only just started your business, can you possibly sell that many? Chapter 44 The second step of the plan. Don't worry, the sexy clothing market is a vast ocean right now. For me, more than 100,000 sets are just a drop in the bucket. Meng Lang has full confidence in the sex toy market. Based on his understanding of this industry in his previous life, it is very normal for an ordinary online store to ship hundreds of thousands of pieces a month. Although online shopping is not as developed as it is in later generations, the current market competition is not that fierce. Seeing Meng Lang's certainty, Gan Yuru didn't know what to say anymore. She turned on the computer and started drafting the contract. There's one more thing I need to explain in advance. I'm currently unable to pay the deposit and the payment for the goods. Can you produce the goods for me first? Starting from July 13th, I'll pay according to the quantity of goods delivered. Meng Lang asked tentatively. July 13th is the day after the World Cup ends. and only then will all of Meng Lang's funds be released from the lottery. Gan Rui glanced at the calendar. Today was already July 7th, and the 13th was only a week away. For a manufacturing company like Arctic Fox, a one-week payment period is not a problem at all. It is common for some dealers to default on payments for more than half a year. No problem, these goods are made from that batch of scrap materials anyway, so it doesn't cost much for me. After saying that, Ganyuru wrote the payment time for the goods into the contract. Half an hour later, Meng Lang signed his name on the order contract. The contract is for a total of 120,000 sets of sexy underwear, with an average price of 8 yuan per set, and the total payment is as high as 960,000 yuan. According to the production line scale of Arctic Fox, all deliveries can be completed within half a month. After the contract was signed, Ganyuru suddenly looked at Meng Lang and asked, "Ever since the news broadcast 2 days ago, Arctic Fox's brand image has greatly improved. According to your plan, this first step has been a success. When do you plan to start the next step?" "Second step of the plan. I have already started." "Oh. I was so busy these 2 days that I forgot to tell you," Meng Lang said with a smile. "It has already started." Ganyuru was a little surprised. She didn't expect Meng Lang to be so fast. "Yes. Didn't I ask you for a brand license? When I open a store, when other people see the profitability of authorized stores, they will definitely rush to you to buy authorization. By then, you'll be able to make back more than half of the 50 million yuan funding gap just from licensing fees." Meng Lang's voice was full of confidence. But Ganyuru was skeptical. Meng Lang's words sounded too easy, as if 50 million was within his reach. Looking at Meng Lang's young face, Gan Rui couldn't help but have some doubts. "But it's really hard to open a specialty store in just half a month. Is it difficult?" "Not at all. I've already established this specialty store. It just opened yesterday and sold 1,200 sets of thermal clothing in one day," Meng Lang said with a relaxed look. "How much?" Ganyuru's pretty face was filled with surprise when she heard this, as if she couldn't believe the number. "How is this possible? 1,200 sets of warm clothing for winter. What's impossible about this? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it later. Today's business will definitely be better than yesterday's." After hearing Meng Lang say this, Ganyuru's expression of surprise finally turned into delight. If this is true, there is real hope for the revival of Arctic Fox. According to Meng Lang, Arctic Fox Company not only charges brand licensing fees every year, but also charges money for every tag it authorizes. Ganyuru did some quick calculations and found that this store could sell 1,200 tags a day. If each tag costs 8 to 10 yuan, this store could bring Arctic Fox 10,000 yuan in revenue a day. If Arctic Fox can sell 100 licenses, it can make a net profit of millions a day by selling tags, which means more than 300 million a year. Even at its peak, Arctic Fox's sales revenue did not reach 300 million. If Meng Lang's plan can really be realized, it will be a huge profit. If Meng Lang knew what Ganyuru was thinking now, he would only laugh at her for not imagining things boldly enough. The sales volume of these 1,200 pieces is only the sales volume of an offline physical store. When e-commerce develops, it will be common for a Taobao authorized store to sell tens of thousands of pieces. Open Taobao and search for underwear, socks and thermal clothes, and you will find that all of them are brand authorized stores. Every product sold from a brand authorized store must pay a tag tax to the brand. It was this strategy that supported Antarctic's market value of 60 billion at its peak in the previous life. "Let's go check out this store you mentioned." Not long after, Meng Lang arrived at the Jiangdong clothing market in Ganyuru's BMW 5 Series. As soon as he parked the car on the side of the road, Meng Lang saw that the direction of the specialty store was crowded with people, and many people were rushing in that direction. After getting closer, Ganyuru was shocked by the huge crowds of people. "How did you do it? Why do all these customers come here to buy warm clothes in the middle of summer?" Hearing this, Meng Lang smiled and said, "You have no idea how hard these elderly people will work to save money. A warm coat originally priced at 200 yuan is only 79 yuan, plus free socks and eggs. Naturally, they'll flock to it. The storefront is actually not very big, and it is basically packed at this time. If it weren't for the high school classmates who work part-time to help, my uncle, aunt and cousin would not be able to handle it. Fortunately, there is not much to choose from when it comes to thermal clothing. Customers just need to tell us their size, then they can line up to receive the clothes and pay for them. Finally, they can go to the door with the receipt to collect the eggs. After completing the entire assembly line operation, it only takes 2 minutes to serve one customer. Li Xiuhong, who was working at the cashier, saw Meng Lang at the door, and quickly handed the cashiering task to her son Liu Yihan, then squeezed out. Xiaolang, you have no idea how good our business is today. People were already lining up outside our store before daybreak, and we've already sold over 800 sets by noon. Meng Lang was not surprised by this data, but Gan Yuru, who was standing beside him, was surprised. 800 units were sold at noon. If they were sold until the evening, wouldn't the number exceed 2,000? This is too crazy. Gan Yuru couldn't help but say. Li Xiuhong noticed Gan Yuru, who came with Meng Lang, and asked curiously, "Who is this?" "This is Mr. Gan from Arctic Fox Company. He came here today to check out the situation in our store," Meng Lang introduced. "So it's Mr. Gan. We have such a good business thanks to your brand authorization. If it weren't for the well-known Arctic Fox brand, there wouldn't be so many people buying clothes. The owner of the clothing factory that supplies us was so envious when he came to deliver the goods today that he said he would also like to go to you to buy a brand license." After hearing what Li Xiuhong said, Gan Yuru's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that the second step of Meng Lang's plan has been half successful. Chapter 45 Pepper Fish. The sales data of Jiangbei Arctic Fox store is enough to attract other clothing dealers. This business is really booming. A small store of less than 50 square meters sells thousands of sets of thermal clothing a day. Even if a tag tax of 8 to 10 yuan is collected for each set, there is still enough profit margin. The daily profit can be at least more than 20,000 yuan. In 2010, this speed of making money was simply unimaginable. You can buy 2 houses in 1 month. And even with such promotional sales, there is no need to worry about draining the market potential. For clothing like thermal underwear, even the most frugal person needs to buy at least 1 new set in winter. With so many people in China, the market is over 1 billion sets per year, so this kind of promotional business can be done for a long time. Arctic Fox only needs to occupy a very small part of this huge market to live a comfortable life. Moreover, if Arctic Fox only sells tags, it does not need to bear inventory pressure and production pressure. From production to sales, all work is done by authorized dealers. Arctic Fox only needs to do a good job of brand operation and can just sit back and collect money. This business model is simply amazing. Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang with an increasingly incredible look. How can a young man who just graduated from high school have such a keen business sense? Looking at his calm demeanor, it seemed as if he had already guessed this outcome. At this time, Meng Lang was communicating with Li Xiuhong about some matters regarding the specialty store. "We must ensure the quality of our thermal clothing. We must not allow any quality issues to arise. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted." Li Xiuhong assured him, "Don't worry. The owner of this clothing factory wants me to help him get the Arctic Fox brand license. He definitely won't fool us with inferior products. And your uncle carefully inspects every batch of goods to ensure there won't be any problems." Meng Lang felt relieved after hearing this. Also, Jiangju TV might come over to interview us in the next couple of days. If it's on the news, business will definitely get better. Otherwise, we should buy the 2 shops next door. It's not a good idea to have customers lining up at the door every day. After listening to Meng Lang's suggestion, Li Xiuhong nodded seriously. "I'll have your uncle talk to the owner of the shop next door tonight. But can our shop really be on TV?" "Don't worry, I've already contacted the people at the TV station." After explaining everything clearly, Meng Lang no longer disturbed his aunt from doing business. "Come on, Sister Gan, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate the smooth progress of our cooperation." It was already noon, and Gan Yuru did not refuse, and went to a nearby shopping mall with Meng Lang. The two found a more refined restaurant, sat down at a window seat, and ordered the restaurant's signature dish, Sichuan pepper fish, on the waiter's recommendation. Perhaps because she finally saw hope for the revival of Arctic Fox Company, Gan Yuru was in high spirits and always had a heartwarming smile on her face. Meng Lang, who was sitting opposite her, kept his eyes fixed on her bright and beautiful face with a smile on his lips. If you ignore the age difference between the two, they really look like a couple on a date. "I'm curious. Even though the price of thermal clothing is very attractive, how did you manage to make a store so popular in just 2 days?" "It's very simple. I just identify my target customers from the beginning, and then conduct targeted publicity for them. This way, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Meng Lang briefly told Ganyu about the marketing methods targeting the elderly group, such as sending classmates to the community to distribute flyers and give out free eggs. Hearing this, Ganyu nodded repeatedly. I don't know how you know so much at such a young age. Speaking of this, Ganyu suddenly thought of her daughter who had been throwing tantrums recently and was causing her no peace of mind. This is nothing, what happens next is the most important. You can greet the dealers in advance, and once the store has been open for 7 days, we can prepare a dealer conference. When the time comes to reveal the data, those dealers will definitely waive their money to you to buy brand authorization. Ganyu thought carefully about Meng Lang's suggestion, and the bustling scene in the store just now emerged in her mind, and her heart was suddenly filled with confidence. After a brief greeting, the dishes they ordered were served. Sichuan pepper fish is worthy of being the signature dish of this restaurant, and it is fragrant as soon as it is served. The sliced white and tender fish meat is soaked in the spicy soup, and a handful of peppercorns is sprinkled on the noodles. The whole dish looks mouth-watering. Ganyu pinned the napkin to her collar to prevent the soup from splashing on her clothes. Every move she made showed the elegance and composure of a mature woman. This kind of elegant temperament was something Meng Lang had never seen in his previous life, and it was also the reason why Ganyu was so attractive to Meng Lang. Being stared at by Meng Lang, Ganyu couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and accidentally rubbed the oil stains on the chopsticks onto the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Meng Lang quickly took a napkin and wiped Ganyu's face. Such an intimate action immediately made Ganyu blush, but Meng Lang was very fast. Before she could stop him, Meng Lang had already withdrawn his hand. Ganyu had no choice but to pretend nothing had happened and forced herself to remain calm. Little did they know that their intimate actions were seen by the two people standing outside the window. Ever since Li Shuyer had a conflict with Ganyu, she has been cut off from pocket money. After staying at home for 2 days, she finally couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to go out shopping. It doesn't matter if she has no money, she still has a dog to boot. After receiving a phone call, Zhu Jiahao rushed to find her. The two went out together and started shopping. After shopping for a whole morning, Zhu Jiahao's hands were already full of bags of various sizes. But these were all bought for Li Shuyer, and none of them belonged to him. But despite his efforts, Li Shuyer still didn't smile at him. Shu Ye. Are you still unhappy because of that bastard Meng Lang? Hearing the name Meng Lang, Li Shuyer immediately became furious. Don't mention him to me. I never want to hear this person's name again. Seeing that Li Shuyer was so disgusted with Meng Lang, Zhu Jiahao was immediately overjoyed. It seems that Meng Lang has completely lost the qualifications to compete with him for Li Shuyer. How can he not be excited? Okay. Let's not talk about him. It's getting late. Let's go eat. I know a restaurant here. You're sure to like the food. As he spoke, he led the way and led Li Shuyer towards the restaurant he mentioned. This is it. Their Sichuan pepper fish is absolutely amazing. Zhu Jiahao pointed to a restaurant and spoke to Li Shuyer, but just as he finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure sitting in the window seat in the restaurant. As his sworn enemy in high school, Zhu Jiahao recognized the figure as Meng Lang at first sight. However, the person sitting opposite Meng Lang was blocked by the gauze curtain of the window, and only a vague figure could be seen. However, judging from the atmosphere of their conversation and the outline of the figure behind the gauze curtain, Zhu Jiahao could be sure that the person opposite Meng Lang was definitely a woman. Zhu Jiahao was immediately overjoyed and quickly pointed in Meng Lang's direction and said to Li Shuyer, Shuyer, look. Look who that person is. Chapter 46. Have you had enough of the trouble? Li Shuyer looked in the direction of Zhu Jiahao's finger, and her sight instantly caught sight of the figure that had made her hate him so much in the past few days. But when she noticed that there was a woman standing opposite Meng Lang, she suddenly felt panicked for some reason, as if she had been betrayed. Li Shuyer bit her lower lip with her teeth until it turned white, and walked towards the restaurant angrily. She wanted to see who made Meng Lang change his mind. But the closer she got, the more familiar the figure behind the gauze curtain seemed to Li Shuyer. Her steps gradually became stiff, her breathing became rapid, and she felt both angry and frightened. Finally she walked to the window, and when she saw the profile of the woman opposite Meng Lang, tears of grievance burst out of her eyes. She is so familiar with this profile. She is her support since she was a child and her most beloved mother. She tried hard to convince herself that her mother must have something important to do and that was why she had dinner with Meng Lang. There was not necessarily any special relationship between them. But at this moment, Meng Lang actually picked up a tissue and wiped his mother's mouth right under her nose. But my mother didn't object and even looked a little shy. Li Shuyer had completely given up and no longer had any illusions. No matter how she looked at it, the two people in the restaurant looked like a couple on a date. All she could feel now was a deep sense of betrayal. Not only did Meng Lang, the man who had pursued her for 3 years in high school, betray her. Even her mother, who had loved and protected her since she was a child, betrayed her. She couldn't accept this fact, so she gritted her teeth and rushed into the restaurant. Zhu Jiahao, who was standing by, was also stunned at this moment. He never expected that Meng Lang was actually serious about pursuing Aunt Gan, and judging from the current situation, he seemed to have succeeded. Bang! The sound of the chair being knocked to the ground startled Meng Lang. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pretty little girl rushing in front of him, looking at him with a red face and a frown. Gan Yuru also saw the person rushing towards her. She looked up and saw that her daughter's eyes were red and the expression on her pretty face was a little distorted. Shu Ye. Why are you here? What happened to you? Gan Yuru quickly stood up and asked with concern. Unexpectedly, Li Shuyer took Gan Yuru's concerned inquiries as a sign of guilt. Why am I here? I really shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be interrupting your date. Seeing Li Shuyer's tearful expression, Gan Yuru knew she must have misunderstood, and quickly explained, what date? Xia Lang and I have work to do, and we just happen to be having lunch here. You still want to lie to me? I saw everything just now. Li Shuyer stomped her feet in anger. Seeing Li Shuyer making a fuss in front of him, Meng Lang just felt annoyed. I finally got to sit down and have a meal with Gan Yuru, but she ruined it. Li Shuyer, have you had enough of this? Hearing Meng Lang's angry roar, Li Shuyer felt unbelievable. Clearly, she had caught them on a secret date, but Meng Lang not only didn't feel guilty, he even dared to yell at her so confidently. You dare to yell at me? Li Shuyer was so angry that her whole body was shaking. What's wrong with you? Why are you making such a fuss in front of me? Don't mention that Yuru hasn't agreed to my pursuit yet. Even if she agreed now, what's the use? She and I are both single, so it's reasonable for us to be together. How can you object? Li Shuyer was immediately stunned by Meng Lang's aura, and Meng Lang's words kept echoing in her mind. What did Meng Lang call his mother just now? Yuru? She had only heard her late father call her mother that way. How could Meng Lang call her that? What right did he have to call her that? Their noise attracted a lot of people's attention. The customers dining in the restaurant all turned their eyes over here, and the restaurant waiters also came over to try to stop the fight. Fortunately, smartphones were not yet popular at that time. If this had happened in the previous life, it would have been recorded and posted online, with all kinds of eye-catching titles given to it. Seeing more and more people paying attention to her, Li Shuyer felt her face getting hot. In the end, she just left a sentence bitterly, anyway, I will never agree to you two being together. If you are with Meng Lang, I will sever our mother-daughter relationship. After saying that, Li Shuyer ran out of the restaurant, and Zhu Jiahao followed closely behind with his short legs. Gan Yuru turned around and glanced at Meng Lang. Sorry. Let's talk about the rest at the company tomorrow. Then she went to the front desk to pay the bill and hurried after him. Only Meng Lang was left standing there. He didn't have much to say. It was normal for Gan Yuru to worry about her daughter going out. But this woman Li Shuyer is really annoying. It's fine that she didn't agree to be with him in the previous life, but now he doesn't pursue her in this life, and even her mother won't agree if he pursues her. Fortunately, after spending some time together, Gan Yuru herself was not very resistant to his approach. In just over a month, Li Shuyer will go to college in another province. When she comes back from vacation, maybe she will already be living with Gan Yuru. Just tolerate her for a while, after all, a stepdaughter is still a daughter. Meng Lang comforted himself in this way. The food on the table was hardly touched. After Meng Lang had eaten and drunk his fill in the restaurant, he was even able to pack a bag. It was still early when I got home. In the past few days after his rebirth, Meng Lang has been busy with his career. This afternoon, he finally has some time to rest. However, the entertainment options at this time were really limited for Meng Lang. There were no live broadcasts or short videos. Meng Lang had watched all the TV shows, movies, and novels before, and he had no desire to revisit them. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn on the TV and watch the World Cup. The game started not long ago. Today's game is the first match of the World Cup semi-finals, Netherlands versus Uruguay. Although Meng Lang knew that the Netherlands would eventually win the game, the intense football match was still a good way to kill time. At the end of the game, the score was fixed at 3-2. As expected, the Netherlands won the victory, which also meant that the 770,000 bet by Meng Lang turned into a prize of 1.05 million. Meng Lang turned on his computer and logged into the official sports lottery website to check the match schedule for tomorrow's game. On July 8, the second match of the World Cup semi-finals, Spain versus Germany. The odds for Spain to win, draw or lose are 2.70, 3.35, 2.96 respectively. As can be seen from the odds, the strength of these two teams is very similar. If you bet on the score, the odds of Spain 1 o'clock Germany are 8.0. Seeing these odds, Meng Lang instantly became excited. This also means that after the game ends tomorrow, his wealth will be super doubled. But this excitement is only temporary, and making money from the lottery can only be considered a side job. Only a business that can truly last for a long time can generate a steady stream of wealth. Chapter 47, Be Bold. Please call DA Fashion. Meng Lang did not indulge in the joy of winning the jackpot. Instead, he closed the sports lottery website and opened the backend of his Taobao store. The moment the Taobao backend was opened, countless information prompts popped up, almost causing the old computer to crash on the spot. After working for a long time, Meng Lang finally finished replying to the customer's message. According to Taobao's backend, there are already more than 300 customers who have placed orders. There are also many customers who placed orders but cancelled their orders when they saw no response from customer service. Meng Lang didn't expect that in just one day, so many customers would flock to his Taobao store. I don't know how many small advertisements those high school classmates who work part-time have posted on the forum. Thinking of this, Meng Lang quickly opened QQ and sent a message in the group. The ad is working well. How many ads have you posted? It's just that at this time everyone in the group was working part-time in a specialty store. Given the booming business of the specialty store, there was probably no time to reply to his message, so Meng Lang had no choice but to give up. But this won't work. If there is no customer service representative to reply to customers' messages, many orders will be lost. Moreover, these orders that have been placed need to be shipped as soon as possible, otherwise it is easy for customers to leave bad reviews. Meng Lang definitely can't handle so many things alone, he needs to find someone he trusts to help. Speaking of trustworthy people, besides his father and uncle and aunt, the first person Meng Lang thought of was his good brother Lu Fei. In his previous life, when he was penniless, Lu Fei lent him 5,000 yuan. I had just been reborn in this life, and the money I used to buy lottery tickets was 5,000 yuan borrowed from Lu Fei. When he becomes rich in the future, Meng Lang will definitely make clear arrangements for Lu Fei's financial future. But now, when it's time to fight, we still have to pull our brothers together to fight. But Lu Fei should still be helping distribute eggs at the door of the specialty store, and Meng Lang didn't call him. Lu Fei can be responsible for the back-end management of the online store and work part-time as a customer service representative. Things like packing and shipping require at least one person to do. It's definitely too late to find someone now. I should have prepared in advance. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly remembered that he still had an employee who had signed a labor contract. Although Liu Hongmei is his model, she doesn't need to be photographed every day. If he gives her a little salary and lets her do more work, she will probably be willing to do it. Thinking of this, Meng Lang called Liu Hongmei directly. The call was connected quickly and Liu Hongmei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, do you want to take pictures again? That's right, our store will officially open tomorrow, and there are some things I want to discuss with you. After that, Meng Lang told her the address of Arctic Fox Company and asked her to go directly to Arctic Fox Company to gather tomorrow morning. After writing down the address, Liu Hongmei breathed a sigh of relief. After Meng Lang took the photo of her yesterday, he didn't contact her again. She stayed at home today and became more and more anxious, fearing that Meng Lang was a liar and the high-paying job she had been promised would be ruined. Fortunately, Meng Lang called again, which made her feel relieved. At this moment, the sound of a key unlocking the door was heard at Liu Hongmei's house. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but tremble. She immediately stood up, walked to the door respectfully, took out a pair of slippers from the cabinet, and placed them neatly at the door. A thin middle-aged man opened the door and walked in. He kicked off his worn leather shoes, put on his slippers, and walked into their house. Liu Hongmei quickly put her leather shoes, which had been kicked around, back into the shoe cabinet and said to the man, "Dinner is already cooking. It will be ready soon." If other people were present, they would probably be surprised at Liu Hongmei's status in the family. She is like a nanny. In fact, Liu Hongmei is not even as good as a nanny in this family. The nanny gets a salary, but she not only has to do housework, but also has to earn money to pay off her husband's gambling debts, and she is often beaten and scolded. The middle-aged man seemed dissatisfied with Liu Hongmei's submissive attitude and scolded her, "You're so slow even when cooking. What's the use of you?" After cursing, the man sat down on the sofa, looked at Liu Hongmei with a gloomy look and asked, "I heard from Brother Long that you didn't go to work at the footbath city today. What's the matter? You've learned to be lazy, haven't you? I finally asked Brother Long to help introduce you to a job. If you get fired, where will my face be? How can I pay back all the money my family owes?" Faced with the man's angry rebuke, Liu Hongmei could only lower her head, purse her lips, and stand there. If she dared to say anything in reply, she would be severely beaten. It was not until the man was tired of scolding that Liu Hongmei finally had the chance to speak. "Actually, I found another job." "What?" As soon as Liu Hongmei finished speaking, the man stood up, rushed towards Liu Hongmei and grabbed her hair. "You stinky bitch! What do you mean? Are you deliberately going against me? I asked you to work as a technician at a foot massage parlor, but you refused and insisted on being a waiter. Now you're even changing jobs behind my back. You're getting bolder and bolder." Tang Dao's face was full of fierceness but cowardice. He was angry that Liu Hongmei found a new job behind his back. But behind the anger, there is actually a bit of fear. He was afraid that Liu Hongmei would be out of his control after getting a new job, and no one would be able to bully him or manipulate her at will. Liu Hongmei couldn't help but let out a cry of pain when her hair was pulled, and she quickly said, "This new job pays twice as much as my waitressing job. If I don't make more money, how will I ever be able to pay off the debt my family owes?" After hearing what Liu Hongmei said, Tang Dao's raised palms stopped in the air. "Are you serious? Are the salaries really that high? Really, I even signed a labor contract. 5,600 a month, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund." Liu Hongmei explained repeatedly. After hearing her say this, Tang Dao finally let go of the hand that was holding her hair, but he still refused to give in. "If you're willing to work as a technician, you can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. You won't have to worry about not having enough money to pay off your debts." Liu Hongmei didn't want to talk about being a technician at all. Liu Hongmei knew very well how those technicians who earned tens of thousands of yuan a month made their money, and she didn't want to sacrifice her innocence for the sake of making money. After knowing that Liu Hongmei changed her job in order to earn more money to pay off his gambling debts, Tang Dao didn't know what to say. Anyway, Liu Hongmei would never want to be a technician. Instead of working as a waitress and earning more than 2,000 yuan a month, it would be better to let her do a new job. As for what Liu Hongmei's new job was, he was too lazy to ask. As long as Liu Hongmei can bring money home on time to help him pay off his debts, that's enough. He doesn't care even if Liu Hongmei goes out to sell herself. Meng Haihua had to work overtime at the company today, so Meng Lang cooked some food at home and ate some of the dishes he packed back at noon. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the messages Meng Lang sent in the part-time job QQ group received replies one after another. The number of advertisements posted by students in various forums varies. The most I sent out was 600 or 700, and the least was at least 200 or 300. But the one who posted the most was Lu Fei. "I've already posted over 2,000 messages. Alang, you won't withhold my salary just because I posted too many, right?" After seeing this message, Meng Lang exclaimed, "Wow." He finally understood why the Daobao store was doing so well. It turned out that Lu Fei was taking advantage of him. If he posts for 50 cents each, and he posts more than 2,000 times, that would be more than 1,000 yuan. If he keeps posting, it would be easy for him to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. Skinny dog fly. How did you do it? Why can't I post more than a few messages on my account before I get banned? How dare you? You still call me skinny dog flying. Now I should call you Big Flying God. Please teach me the secret code to wealth. Chapter 48 Ganyuru's Changes. Meng Lang was also curious about how Lu Fei posted more than 2,000 posts in one day. No, strictly speaking, Lu Fei worked part-time in the store during the day and only had time to post online last night. In other words, he sent more than 2,000 messages in one night. It's nothing, I just have a lot of cousins, so I subcontracted it to them at 30 cents per piece and asked them to help me post it. My cousins seem to have subcontracted the work to their classmates. Anyway, I now have more than 2,000 screenshots in my hands. If Brother Lang doesn't pay me my salary, I might go bankrupt. Meng Lang didn't expect that Lu Fei had already started doing subcontracting. It was really a waste of his talent to ask him to post such small advertisements. However, the idea of subcontracting is so simple that Lu Fei is definitely not the only one who can think of it. But even if others thought of it, they would definitely not dare to do so before receiving their salary from Meng Lang. Because they were worried that Meng Lang would not be able to settle the accounts in time, causing them to suffer losses. Only Lu Fei dared to be so bold because he believed that Meng Lang would definitely not cheat him. Don't worry, your wages will be paid in full when the time comes. After sending this message, Meng Lang called Lu Fei directly and told him not to go to the store tomorrow. He had arranged a new job for him and guaranteed that he would earn more. Lu Fei naturally agreed without saying a word. As soon as the call was hung up, Meng Lang's phone rang again. I picked up the phone and saw that it was my uncle Liu Lei calling. Xiao Lang, please send me your bank card number. I won't send you today's dividends. I'll just deposit it directly into your card. How many sets were sold today? Meng Lang asked. Today I stocked up and sold 1,800 sets from early morning until the market closed just now, making a total profit of 45,000 yuan. The store is just too small, and many customers don't buy anything because there are too many people. But I've already made an agreement with the neighbor to rent his shop, and business will definitely be better then. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang sent his bank card number to his uncle. Not long after, a text message came on my mobile phone indicating that 22,500 yuan had been deposited into my bank card. Meng Lang originally wanted his uncle to settle accounts with him on a monthly basis in the future. But thinking that there were still 2 World Cup matches to go and every penny he had would increase in value dozens of times, he didn't say anything more. Let's wait until the World Cup is over and then rearrange the time for splitting the profits with my uncle. That night, the students in the part-time job group seemed to be inspired by Lu Fei. They were like chicken blood, posting crazily in major forums. Some also followed Lu Fei's example and mobilized their families and classmates. They raised the slogan of draining Meng Lang's wallet and posted messages crazily. Meng Lang naturally wanted it very much. No matter how much they made, they could only make a few $1,000s from him at most. The traffic of his Taobao store increased, and he earned more than a few thousand yuan. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the students, the number of orders for the Taobao store soared, and exceeded 500 orders before Meng Lang lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Meng Lang got up and took a look at the store's back-end data. The number of orders had exceeded 800. If the goods cannot be shipped today, I don't know how many negative reviews there will be. Meng Lang was so scared that he quickly took a taxi to the Arctic Fox company to check the product production situation. Fortunately, Arctic Fox has begun to resume production. Moreover, due to the previous accident, no other production tasks were arranged on the production line, and all of it was producing Meng Lang's orders. When Ganyuru took Meng Lang to the production line to check the situation, the workers were busy. Although these clothes are completely different from the underwear they produced in the past. Fortunately, the factory is full of experienced and skilled workers, and production can proceed smoothly with a slight adjustment of the process. Seeing the finished sexy lingerie being quickly produced and neatly stacked in the warehouse, Meng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as all the orders can be sent out today, Meng Lang's sexy lingerie business will be officially launched. By the way, our Arctic Fox company also had an online store before, but because we didn't have professional staff to run it, it wasn't doing very well. Coupled with the recent accident, the store has closed down. We did leave some equipment behind, though. Do you think you can use it? After checking the production line, Ganyuru looked at Meng Lang and said. Meng Lang was overjoyed when he heard this. It was like someone handed him a pillow just when he felt sleepy. He was worried that he had no place to send and receive express deliveries in the store. Take me to see it quickly. Meng Lang said impatiently. 5 minutes later, Meng Lang came to a warehouse under the guidance of Gan Yuru. There is a separate office in the warehouse, which is equipped with computers and various printing equipment. The warehouse area is also large enough to store inventory. Meng Lang could just use this place as the sending and receiving base for his online store. I have the contact information of the courier company we worked with before. If you want to find a courier company, I can help you contact them. Gan Yuru said with a gentle smile on her face. Meng Lang really wanted to hug Gan Yuru and give her a big kiss now. This woman was so thoughtful. She had considered everything he needed to open an online store. I don't know how to thank you. You really helped a lot. Meng Lang said from the bottom of his heart. Let's not say thank you to each other. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I have to thank you. Compared to your help to me, all this is just a small favor. What happened in the restaurant yesterday did not alienate Gan Yuru from Meng Lang. After returning home yesterday, Li Shuyer had another big fight with her, so Gan Yuru simply gave her some money and asked her to go out with her classmates to relax. What her daughter said last night really broke her heart, and she also thought it through. A man without faith cannot stand. Since she had promised Meng Lang that she would agree to his pursuit as long as the Arctic Fox Company could survive with his help, she had to keep her promise. At least apart from the big age gap, Meng Lang was a very good person in her opinion. At least he was reliable and dependable. Okay, I won't interfere with you building your business empire. I'll have the goods produced on the production line delivered directly here, and I'll help you contact the courier. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at Gan Yuru's beautiful figure leaving, Meng Lang's face was filled with smiles. He could feel the change in Gan Yuru's attitude towards him today, which was a good sign. Gan Yuru has gone from being forced to accept his pursuit to actively approaching him. One day, he will be able to win the beauty. Chapter 49 Earn 30,000 yuan a day. Not long after Gan Yuru left, Lu Fei and Liu Hongmei also arrived at the Arctic Fox Company. Meng Lang directly called them all to the e-commerce warehouse. Lu Fei looked around the warehouse and asked, Lang, are you really starting a business? That's right, from today on, you are the operations director of my online store. How about it? Are you satisfied? Meng Lang said to Lu Fei. Operations director. What does that do? Lu Fei asked with eyes wide open in surprise. Meng Lang turned on the computer in the warehouse, logged into the Daobao backend, and explained to Lu Fei the process of handling customer orders from beginning to end. Also, if a customer sends you a message with a question, you must respond promptly. Isn't this just customer service? Lu Fei couldn't help but complain. Do you know? Their position is not determined by the content of the work, but by the amount of salary. If I pay you 8,000 yuan a month, how can you be called a customer service representative? Meng Lang said arrogantly. When Lu Fei heard this, his originally small eyes suddenly widened. Really? Godfather? When have I ever lied to you? Meng Lang said confidently. After the excitement, Lu Fei became a little worried that Meng Lang paid him such a high salary because of their good relationship, and he was afraid that he would lose money in the end. But can your business make money? You're paying me such a high salary, you won't lose money, right? How could that be? Do you know what the average purchase price of these clothes of mine is? How many? About 10 yuan. Lu Fei took a look at the data on Taobao's back end. The average price of the several sets of clothes on the shelves was around 60 yuan. Lu Fei did some calculations and found that after deducting all costs such as labor and express delivery, he could still make at least 40 yuan from a set of clothes. Now the number of orders in the back end has exceeded 800. Just with these, Meng Lang can earn more than 30,000 yuan. This is just the sales amount for one day. Won't he be able to earn millions in a month? This is a number that Lu Fei, a high school graduate who just graduated, dares not even think about. Holy crap! You make so much. After hearing this, Lu Fei no longer worried about Meng Lang losing money. He sat in front of the computer and began to interact passionately with the customer. 8,000 yuan is only a quarter of the day's profit. But even so, this is more than his parents' monthly salary combined. Don't be too happy too soon. I'm sure I'll have other things to do in the future. I might hand this store over to you. You mustn't let me down when the time comes. Meng Lang naturally gave Lu Fei such a high salary after careful consideration. In Meng Lang's plan, this online store will not be the focus of his future career. Instead, like the Arctic Fox store, it serves as a model for people to see and use to attract others to enter the sex toy industry. Only when such online stores flourish can the sex toy industry flourish. How much money can an online store make? Meng Lang wants the entire industrial chain. Therefore, once he gets the Arctic Fox production line, his focus will shift away from this Taobao store, and at this time he will need a trustworthy person to take charge of the store on his behalf. Lu Fei is the most suitable candidate, so naturally he needs a higher salary to give him enough motivation to grow and improve. Lu Fei could sense the seriousness in Meng Lang's tone, and he responded solemnly, "Don't worry. I will definitely do my best." Patting Lu Fei on the shoulder, Meng Lang looked at Liu Hongmei again. "There are some costume photos that need to be taken these days, but I hope that besides being a model, you can also do something else here, such as helping with packing and shipping, cleaning, etc. If you want, you can also learn how to use a computer from Lu Fei. Of course, I will also give you a raise. How about increasing your base salary to 6,500 a month?" When Liu Hongmei heard this, her face was full of surprise. Although she was also shocked by Meng Lang's ability to make 30,000 yuan a day. But she also knew that she was just a housewife with little education and did not dare to have too high expectations for salary. In her opinion, the salary Meng Lang gave her was already generous enough, and it was her duty to help pack the express packages and clean the place when she was not taking pictures. Meng Lang actually wanted to give her a raise for this. She had never seen such a good boss before. But the boss was willing to give her a raise, and there was no reason for her to refuse, so she had to thank Meng Lang repeatedly. After all their work was arranged, the sexy lingerie that had just been produced on the production line was delivered, and the courier company that Gan Yuru helped contact also called. The three of them began to busily sort and arrange the clothes, and began to prepare for shipment according to the orders in the Taobao back-end. Fortunately, Meng Lang worked in e-commerce in his previous life, so he was familiar with the process and packing the clothes was very simple, so he didn't have to rush around. But with such a large number of orders, the three of them worked for a whole morning and only completed half of it. Only then did Lu Fei and Liu Hongmei understand why Meng Lang offered them such high salaries. If you have to work so hard every day, the salary is not that much. At the same time, in Gan Yuru's office, Li Shunchan took a few sets of sexy lingerie samples and threw them on Gan Yuru's desk. "What's this?" Gan Yuru frowned, glanced at the aggressive Li Shunchan, and said calmly, "Custom-made clothes. Our company outsources production to someone else. As their head of the production department, why didn't I receive any advance notice?" Li Shunchan's tone was very unfriendly. Gan Yuru's behavior of arranging the production without his knowledge made him feel very uneasy. Gan Yuru just looked at him meaningfully without explaining. She is the general manager of Arctic Fox and the company's largest shareholder. Her decision is the company's decision, so why should she explain it to others? Moreover, Li Shunchan still hasn't figured out the big problem that occurred in the previous production, which greatly reduced Gan Yuru's trust in him, so she didn't plan to tell him about Arctic Fox's transformation into selling tags. Seeing that Gan Yuru didn't respond to his question, Li Shunchan pressed on, "Now that our Arctic Fox brand image has been revitalized, shouldn't we be quickly producing our own products and fulfilling those orders? Why are we outsourcing to others? Don't worry about this matter, I know what's going on." Gan Yuru frowned and replied, "These are all produced for that kid Meng Lang, right? Sister-in-law, can you please be more clear-headed? That guy may have helped us, but isn't the most important thing right now to quickly deliver the order that's about to default and recover the company's losses? I've already made up my mind about this matter. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave first." Seeing that Gan Yuru refused to listen, Li Shunchan was helpless and could only say something hatefully. "Arctic Fox Company will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the general manager's office. After leaving Gan Yuru, Li Shunchan became more and more angry. He went directly to the production line and found the workshop director in charge of production. For this batch of OEM clothing, reduce the number of stitches by half. The workshop director was very confused by Li Shunchan's instructions. These clothes are made of low-quality fabric to begin with. If half the seams are missing, they are completely unwearable. They'll fall apart if they are even slightly pulled. Li Shunchan didn't care about all that, he just wanted to ruin this deal. "Don't you see how much our general manager charges for OEM? If we don't save a little, how can the company make money? Just listen to me, I will take responsibility for any problems. When the workshop director heard what his boss said, he had no choice but to do as he was told. In this way, the sexy lingerie produced becomes easier to tear. Chapter 50 Yuan Hua's Divination, General Gao appears. Meng Lang, who was busy packing and shipping, certainly didn't expect that his products had been cut corners. After working for a whole morning, the three of them were so tired that they sat down among the pile of express deliveries. Brother Lang, it's so hard to earn your 8,000 yuan monthly salary, Lu Fei said, panting. It was the height of summer, and even though there were two large fans blowing air in the warehouse, the three of them were still sweating profusely. Especially Liu Hongmei, she was wearing a t-shirt today that looked very cheap. The fabric was very thin, and it stuck to her body after she sweated, fully showing her top-notch figure in front of Meng Lang. Lu Fei, a high school student who was still childish, blushed at the sight and didn't dare to look at Liu Hongmei at all. Meng Lang was different. His fiery gaze made Liu Hongmei feel embarrassed. Just then, a cell phone suddenly rang, rescuing Liu Hongmei from the awkward atmosphere. Meng Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Yuan Hua. Brother Meng, I sent someone this morning to interview the clothing store you mentioned last time, and they should have finished by now. Today's match is starting this afternoon, so which side should I bet on to win? After Yuan Hua said this, Meng Lang remembered that today was the second game of the World Cup semi-finals. He was so busy that he forgot to go to the sports lottery center to claim his prize and place his bet. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. The odds of this game were 8.0. If he missed it, he would be heartbroken. He asked Lu Fei and Liu Hongmei to continue working, and he hurried towards the door of Arctic Fox Company. As they walked, Meng Lang said to Yuan Hua on the other end of the phone, I plan to bet on Spain to beat Germany 1-0 today. After hearing Meng Lang's words, there was a sound of mouse clicking on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that Yuan Hua was checking the odds of Spain 1 o'clock Germany. The odds are 8.0, Brother Meng, are you sure? Yuan Hua's voice sounded very excited. There's no such thing as absolute certainty in the lottery. Just buy it yourself. After saying that, Meng Lang hung up the phone and took a taxi to the sports lottery center. Hearing the dead tone coming from the phone, Yuan Hua suddenly fell into confusion. After he bought 2 lottery tickets with Meng Lang, his private money, which was originally reduced to 5,000 yuan by his wife, now has 50,000 yuan. He was reluctant to put all 50,000 yuan at stake at once. But when he thought of Meng Lang's battle record, the greed in his heart continued to tempt him. The odds are 8.0. If he wins the bet, his 50,000 yuan will become 320,000 yuan. But what are the odds of the game ending in a 1-0 draw? Is this really possible to bet on? After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Hua seemed to have thought of something and took out a brocade box from the drawer of his desk. This brocade box was a gift given to him by a feng shui master when he interviewed him in the past. A pair of divination blocks, said to have been blessed by a high monk, are extremely effective for fortune telling. Yuan Hua had some knowledge of these supernatural things, and the current situation made him feel confused, so he simply turned to ghosts and gods for help. He took out the pair of divination blocks from the brocade box, prepared to tell fortunes, closed his eyes and began to recite silently. But after just reading a few sentences, he opened his eyes, his thin face full of confusion. When asking for divination, one also has to go to the corresponding deity. For marriage, ask Yu Lao, and for wealth, ask Zhao Gongming. Which god should we pray to for this football match? Should I ask General Gao? Who cares? Let Gao Chiu be Gao Chiu. Thinking of this, Yuan Hua closed his eyes and began to recite again. Your Excellency, General Gao, I have a request for you. On the 27th of May in the Guanyin year, the Portuguese played against the Germans. The result was 1-0. Is this acceptable? After finishing reading, Yuan Hua threw the dice blocks in his hand to the ground. The wooden dice blocks made a crisp sound when they fell to the ground. Finally, the front and back appeared in front of Yuan Hua. Throwing a divination block with one head and one tail is called the Holy Cup, which means that what you ask for is feasible. Yuan Hua's face immediately lit up with joy. He picked up the dice and threw them twice more. Perhaps it was really the spirit of General Gao, as the results of both dice rollings were Holy Grail. 3 consecutive Holy Cups indicate that the gods have approved of what has been requested. Yuan Hua was finally relieved. Since General Gao said it was okay, there must be no problem. This time Spain beat Germany 1 o'clock, he was determined, and even Jesus could not change his decision. On the other side, Meng Lang rushed to the sports lottery center before getting off work at noon. He was personally received by the director of the sports lottery center, whom he had met once before. And he looked at him in shock as he bet 1.07 million on Spain to win 1 o'clock Germany. In addition to the nearly 1.05 million yuan prize from the previous lottery, Meng Lang also bet all of the more than 20,000 yuan in dividends that his uncle transferred to his card yesterday. After leaving the sports lottery center, Meng Lang found a restaurant on the street, packed some meals, and got in a car back to the Arctic Fox Company. During the time that Meng Lang was away, Lu Fei and Liu Hongmei did not rest and were busy packing and shipping. There are not many orders left that have not been sent out. After the three of them finished their meal, they worked for another 2 hours and finally sent out all the orders in the back end. After a short rest, Meng Lang asked Lu Fei to continue staying in the e-commerce warehouse to look after the Daobao backend and reply to customers' messages at any time. He picked up a few sets of new sexy lingerie samples from the warehouse, took Liu Hongmei out, and headed towards the hotel where they took the photos last time. There are only 6 sets of sexy lingerie on sale in the Daobao store now. The other 10 or so sets were only designed yesterday and there was no time to take photos for them, so they have not been put on the shelves yet. If the existing 20 or so sets of sexy lingerie are all put on the shelves, and a new photo album is promoted, the Daobao store's business will definitely reach a higher level. After arriving at the hotel, Liu Hongmei was not as reserved as she was during the last photo shoot. Because she was busy all day, she was covered in sweat, so she took a shower in the bathroom. After taking a shower, Meng Lang put on some simple makeup for her as usual. Then, Liu Hongmei put on sexy lingerie piece by piece and started taking pictures of Meng Lang. The whole process went very smoothly. From maid uniform to nurse uniform, from see-through nightgown to charming JK. Liu Hongmei's shy feeling is perfectly captured. Meng Lang feasted his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel a burning sensation. If he hadn't been so strong-willed and principled, these sets of sexy lingerie samples might have been ruined. The photos taken are also very good, and basically no photo editing is required and they can be used directly as covers. After watching it herself, Liu Hongmei also found it a little unbelievable. She was just an ordinary woman, but under Meng Lang's lens, she became so beautiful. She couldn't believe that the charming beauty in the photo was actually herself. This gave her some confidence after a long time of hardship in life. It turns out that she is not limited to being a housewife who does laundry and cooking, or a waiter who delivers water and cleans. She can also shine in front of the flash. However, there was a small accident when taking the last set of sexy lingerie photos. Chapter 51 Domestic Violence. The last set of sexy lingerie I want to shoot today is a sexy apron. It is the style of a common kitchen apron, but with the neckline lowered a little, and with some perspective and lace elements, it becomes a sexy apron. When Liu Hongmei was tying the apron straps, she didn't align them properly, causing the apron to be a little crooked on her body. So Meng Lang asked her to stand in front of the dressing mirror in the room, and stood behind her to help her adjust the position of the straps. Meng Lang was almost a head taller than Liu Hongmei. When he stood behind her, he could see through her hair and directly see the deep cleavage under her apron. This made Meng Lang a little distracted. He accidentally failed to control the strength of his hands and actually tore the seams of the apron tie apart. Without the laces to hold it in place, the entire apron slipped off Liu Hongmei's body. The pink and tender skin and milky white were presented to Meng Lang without reservation through the dressing mirror in front. Meng Lang suddenly felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his brain. Which man can withstand the impact of such a flesh bomb? Liu Hongmei was frightened half to death by this sudden change. She quickly crossed her arms over her chest to cover her private parts. She looked at Meng Lang in horror and screamed. But the more this happens, the more erotic the scene becomes. Her 2 hands could not cover the sudden appearance of spring light at all, and instead were deformed under the pressure. Meng Lang finally managed to restrain the urge to pounce on her and took a blanket from the bed and threw it to Liu Hongmei. Liu Hongmei quickly wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. But from the ups and downs of her figure, you can still see the beauty of her figure. With this happening, there is no way we can continue with today's work. Meng Lang could only watch as Liu Hongmei put on her clothes, packed her things, and prepared to leave the hotel. When leaving,
Liu Hongmei dug out the untied sexy apron that Meng Lang had just thrown away from the trash can.
I'll take this dress back and sew it up so I can use it for my next photo shoot.
It'll cost me dozens of dollars a set, so it'd be a shame to throw it away. Meng Lang didn't say much.
It was a good thing that his employees were willing to save money for him. After packing up, the two left the hotel together. Not far behind them, a man and a woman also walked out. A charming woman stared at Liu Hongmei for a long time, then turned to the man next to her and said, "Brother Long, isn't that Sister Mai who used to be a waitress at our footbath city?" If Meng Lang saw this woman, he would definitely recognize her as technician number 999 who had served him just 2 days ago. The man called Brother Long heard this, glanced at Liu Hongmei's back, and his spirit, which had been drained, immediately perked up. It's true. Tang Dao is actually being cheated on by his wife. This is going to be a good show to watch. After saying that, Brother Long quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Tang Dao. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Liu Hongmei returned home. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her husband Tang Dao sitting on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy face. She thought he was blaming her for coming home late and not cooking for him.
"Wait a minute, I'll go cook."
Before Liu Hongmei entered the kitchen, she was stopped by Tang Dao.
"Did I ask you to cook? You better explain to me first. What did you do today?"
When Tang Dao suddenly asked this question, Liu Hongmei instantly remembered the unbearable incident that had just happened in the hotel.
With an unnatural expression on her face, she said, "Why should I go? I'm at work today."
Tang Dao stared at Liu Hongmei's face, saw the unnatural expression on her face, and also saw the makeup on her face, and immediately became furious.
"You stinky bitch!
I've never seen you wear makeup in all the years you've been married to me, and you put on makeup today to get a hotel room with that random guy, right?" As he said that, he slapped Liu Hongmei hard in the face. Liu Hongmei was knocked to the ground and her back hit the kitchen door frame, causing her to gasp in pain. Tang Dao was still not satisfied after slapping her, so he walked up to her, grabbed Liu Hongmei's hair, and slapped her again. "Tell me, who did you book a hotel room with today?" Liu Hongmei finally understood why Tang Dao was so angry. It must be because he discovered her and Meng Lang taking photos in the hotel. She quickly explained, "I didn't do anything to offend you. I booked a room in the hotel for work." Tang Dao was so angry that he laughed. What kind of job requires renting a room in a hotel?
Being a prostitute.
Tang Dao's dirty words immediately made Liu Hongmei's face turn red with anger. She attached great importance to her innocence, otherwise she would not have refused so strongly to work as a technician in the footbath city.
"No, I'm a fashion model and I'm taking photos in a hotel room."
"Taking pictures? Did you climb onto the bed while taking pictures?" After hearing this, Tang Dao became even angrier and kicked Liu Hongmei in the chest, knocking her to the ground. The bag Liu Hongmei was holding fell to the ground, revealing the apron inside.
Tang Dao immediately noticed the lace edge of the apron and quickly took the apron out of his pocket. When he saw the style of the apron and the torn ties, his eyes turned red with anger.
"Great! You bitch, you're so extravagant with others outside, aren't you?" After cursing, Tang Dao rushed up and continued to abuse Liu Hongmei. But what he didn't expect was that Liu Hongmei, who had never fought back or retaliated in the past, suddenly got the courage from somewhere and stood up and pushed him hard. Tang Dao was as thin as a bamboo pole and was caught off guard. When Liu Hongmei pushed him like that, he fell flat on his butt. Seeing the ferocious Tang Dao being pushed down so easily, Liu Hongmei was very surprised, and the fear that had accumulated in her heart for a long time suddenly subsided a lot.
"Tang Dao, doesn't he seem that scary?
Okay, you dare to fight back, right?" Tang Dao had no meat on his buttocks, and when he was pushed to the ground, he felt that his tailbone was broken, and his face was full of pain. He sat on the ground, looking fiercely at Liu Hongmei who was standing in front of him. However, he found that the fear on Liu Hongmei's face was completely gone. This made Tang Dao feel a little nervous. This bitch has a strange man outside and her temper has become hard. Faced with Liu Hongmei who suddenly became strong, Tang Dao did not dare to use violence anymore. At this moment, he regained his composure, thinking that Liu Hongmei had already been played with by someone else, so there was no point in arguing with her, and there was no need to find ways to squeeze more money out of her. So he looked at Liu Hongmei and said, "The guy who checked into the room with you is your boss, right?" Chapter 52 He who wears the crown must bear its weight.
When Liu Hongmei heard this, her heart was filled with pain. With Tang Dao making such a fuss, she would definitely not be able to continue her job. Even so, she didn't intend to let Tang Dao cause trouble for Meng Lang. Although Meng Lang took advantage of her a lot when taking pictures, in her opinion, Meng Lang was a good boss. Not only did he offer her a generous salary, but he also helped her regain her confidence and gave her the courage to stand up to the scumbag Tang Dao. Thinking of this, Liu Hongmei no longer paid any attention to Tang Dao. The worst that could happen is I'll quit this job. Anyway, she is not the one who owes the debt, so if the debt collector comes and she has no money to pay, it is none of her business. On the other hand, Meng Lang naturally didn't know that Liu Hongmei almost suffered domestic violence after returning home. At this time, he was sitting in a taxi, admiring the night view of Jiangsu City. At this time, he couldn't calm down. Because the scene where Liu Hongmei's apron slipped off in the hotel just now was so shocking. Now when he closed his eyes, his mind went blank. At this moment, he suddenly received a message on his mobile phone. Hilton Hotel, 1502. The sender of the letter is Sang Wanyan. Along with this text message, there was also a multimedia message. It is a photo of beautiful legs wrapped in a pair of black stockings. Meng Lang could tell at a glance that the beautiful legs in black stockings belonged to Sang Wanyan. After all, he had already admired them carefully twice, so Meng Lang was already very familiar with this pair of legs. What puzzled him was why Sang Wanyan wanted to meet at the hotel today. But he didn't think much about it and just asked the driver to turn around and drive towards the Hilton Hotel. An hour later, a man and a woman stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hilton Hotel, and the night view of Jiangsu was in their sight. But at this moment they had no time to appreciate the night view. The two of them lay back on the bed, panting. "Why did you ask me to come to the hotel today? Is it inconvenient at home?" Meng Lang looked at Sang Wanyan's beautiful face, which was covered in sweat, and tucked the hair that was stuck to her forehead behind her ears. Sang Wanyan exhaled a sweet breath and explained, "It's nothing inconvenient. The little bastard went on a trip with Li Shuya, and there's no one else at home. But my ex-husband is looking for someone to investigate me. The last time you went to my place, someone took a picture of you." Meng Lang didn't feel panicked when he heard this. In his previous life, when he was indulging in flowers, he was often investigated. "Didn't your ex-husband already divorce you? Why is he sending someone to investigate you? He came to me and said he wanted to remarry me," Sang Wanyan said, then glanced at Meng Lang, wanting to see his reaction. "You won't agree to him?" When Sang Wanyan saw Meng Lang's anxious expression, a charming smile suddenly appeared on her face. "How is that possible? Remarrying that greasy old man is nowhere near as exciting as being with you." Meng Lang heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was also afraid that Sang Wanyan was going to remarry and was here to break up with him today. It's not easy to meet a beauty of Sang Wanyan's level. Besides, that bastard doesn't really want to remarry me. He's broke after divorcing me, and now he has a project to invest in, so he wants to raise funds to remarry me. I won't fall for his tricks. How do you know this? Meng Lang asked curiously. If he can find someone to investigate me, why can't I find someone to investigate him? After saying that, Sang Wanyan looked at Meng Lang and asked worriedly, "My ex-husband has already found out your identity. You should be careful recently. I'm afraid he will take revenge on you because I refuse to remarry him." Meng Lang nodded when he heard this, and became alert in his heart. It is not easy to be reborn, so he must not capsize in the gutter. However, Meng Lang was not too worried. After all, this was a society ruled by law, and his father was still a member of the system, so it was not so easy to do anything to him. After resting for a while, Meng Lang felt that he was ready again. He pulled Sang Wanyan into his arms, kissed her pretty face, and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to try something more exciting?" Sang Wanyan felt Meng Lang's strong heartbeat, her body gradually weakening. She asked, "What's more exciting?" "From?" Meng Lang said with a wicked smile. "Isn't that what happened just now?" Sang Wanyan looked confused. "That's what I'm talking about." The two fought until late at night. So much so that when Meng Lang walked down the steps in front of their hotel the next morning, his legs felt a little weak. As soon as he got in the car and took out his cell phone, Meng Lang saw 3 missed calls, all from Yuan Hua. Presumably, after the World Cup results came out yesterday,
Yuan Hua won some money and couldn't help but come to share his joy with him. Meng Lang called him back. The phone rang once before being connected. Yuan Hua's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Little brother Meng, no. I have to call you Big Brother Meng. Big brother, you are truly amazing. It really is 1 o'clock. Yesterday, I listened to you and invested all my 50,000 yuan of private savings. Now it has become over 300,000 yuan. Meng Lang felt that Yuan Hua on the other end of the phone was almost going crazy with excitement. This was probably what Fan Jin's success in the imperial examination was like. Old Yuan. You shouldn't be so excited about over 300,000 yuan. You're the deputy director of the news department at the TV station after all. Isn't 300,000 yuan a piece of cake for you? Unexpectedly, after hearing what Meng Lang said, Yuan Hua started complaining. Brother, you don't understand my hardships. Although I'm a deputy director and my salary is decent, the financial power of the family is in the hands of your sister-in-law. Do you know how I've lived these past 10 years? I'm a deputy director, and I only have 500 yuan in pocket money every month. Even if I want to get a major health checkup, I have to save for months. Is this how a human being should live? Listening to Yuan Hua's sobbing, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. What exactly did marriage bring to this middle-aged man? Luckily, brother Meng helped me get rich. Over 300,000 yuan is enough for me to have fun with my healthcare until I die. From now on, you'll be my big brother. If you have any problems, just come to me. Apart from anything else, my eldest brother-in-law works at the Public Security Bureau, and my younger brother-in-law works at the Procuratorate. As long as you don't do anything illegal, I can handle anything for you. After listening to Yuan Hua's words, Meng Lang finally understood why his wife controlled him so strictly. It turned out that his wife's family was so powerful. There is nothing to be pitiful about. This is what is called, if you wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You enjoy the resources of your wife's family, but you still want to get healthcare. Bar. Scum. Chapter 53 Business continues to be hot. After hanging up the phone with Yuan Hua, Meng Lang took out the lottery ticket from his pocket and looked at it. According to the odds of 8.0, the total prize money of the lottery ticket in his hand is as high as 8.56 million. Even after deducting 20% tax, it is still 6.848 million. The Jiangsu City Sports Lottery Center certainly cannot redeem such a large amount of prize money. You have to go to the provincial lottery center to redeem the prize money. Fortunately, the provincial capital is right next to Jiangsu City, and a high-speed railway was built there 2 years ago. It only takes half an hour to get there by high-speed railway, which is not very troublesome. However, there is no rush for this matter. The World Cup final will not start until July 12th, and there are still 3 days left. Just redeem the bonus before then. Jiangsu City in July is like a furnace. It is extremely hot from the moment the sun comes out. The taxi was an old Santana, and the air conditioner had been broken for who knows how many years. The wind it blew out was not cool at all, and Meng Lang was so hot that he broke out in a sweat. It is the morning rush hour now, and even on the main road, it is difficult to speed up, and even with the windows open, there is not much wind. Meng Lang could only endure it silently, thinking that as long as the bonus came in, he would buy a nice car with air conditioning. After passing the train station, the traffic was finally less congested. Sitting in the car, Meng Lang could see the Jiangdong clothing wholesale market not far away. From a distance, you can see that the clothing market is already crowded with people, and there are even police on the scene to maintain order. Meng Lang felt a little strange. Why were there so many people in the clothing market today? There didn't seem to be so many people a few days ago. The taxi driver answered his question. Last night, a clothing store in Jiangdong market was on the news. They were selling warm clothes in the hot summer and they could sell thousands of sets a day. I heard you could get free eggs, so my parents rushed over early this morning, but I don't know if they got any. Meng Lang suddenly understood after hearing this. Yuan Hua is a very considerate person. He released the news so quickly. It turns out that he is efficient in doing things when he gets benefits. Could you please stop by the roadside? I'm going to get some eggs too. Meng Lang got out of the taxi under the taxi driver's puzzled gaze. The driver looked at Meng Lang's face and sighed. Is he so frugal at such a young age? He must teach his kids a lesson when he gets home. He should have them go out with their grandparents to get eggs tomorrow, so they don't just run around at home during the summer vacation.
Meng Lang naturally didn't know that his casual joke would cause him to lose dozens of eggs in the following period of time. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Are you kidding? He will be a multi-millionaire in a few days, so why would he care about these eggs? When Meng Lang arrived at the store's entrance, it was already packed with people. There were even police officers who came to maintain order and asked the elderly people who had gathered to line up in the small square at the entrance of the clothing market. My uncle and aunt were very busy at the moment, greeting customers with a dozen high school classmates who worked part-time. Meng Lang looked at the sun rising higher and higher, knowing that this would not work. If so many old men and women are queuing here and get hurt by the sun, they might have to hold the store responsible. So he quickly ran to the bottled mineral water store nearby and bought 10 buckets of water. He then went to the grocery store next to him and bought a few bags of disposable cups, which he placed next to the people in line. He said to the elderly people in line, "Dear customers, welcome to support our business, but it's so hot today, please be careful of heat stroke. If you are thirsty, please come and get some water." As soon as he finished speaking, several old men and women came over and took 2 glasses of water to drink. After drinking it, he thanked Meng Lang. "Young man, you have a good heart, and the clothes you sell must be good. I will definitely buy 2 sets from you today." Meng Lang thanked them repeatedly, then said to the elderly men and women, "There's no need to queue in the scorching sun. Our promotion will continue, and it will be the same in a few days." But after he finished speaking, no one left. "I'm here today, and I won't go back until I get the eggs," said an old lady standing in the queue. Her words immediately caused laughter, and it was obvious that others thought the same thing. Meng Lang had no way to deal with them, but fortunately the team was advancing at a fast pace. The old men and women who come specifically to get eggs will leave soon after getting the eggs, and a small number of them put the eggs in their pockets and run to the end of the line to continue queuing. Customers who are attracted by the price of thermal underwear also feel that since all the styles are the same, there is not much to choose from. After getting the clothes of the right size, they will pay the money and collect the eggs and leave quickly. Even if you are at the end of the line, it will take you no more than half an hour to complete the entire process. For these energetic old men and women, basking in the sun for half an hour may not be a big deal. There were 3 police officers maintaining order at the scene, including 1 police officer and 2 auxiliary police officers. Meng Lang went forward to offer them cigarettes but was refused, so they only drank the water that Meng Lang brought to them. Looking at the blue duty uniforms of the policemen soaked with sweat, Meng Lang felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the news to have such a good effect, so good that the police had to come and maintain order. "I'm so sorry for making you stand here in the sun in the middle of summer." The leading police officer simply waved his hand and said, "It's okay. We're all here to serve the people. Don't worry about us. Go back to your business." By noon, when the sun gets strong, these elderly people won't be able to stand the heat. Meng Lang nodded when he heard this, and then borrowed a few outdoor umbrellas from a nearby merchant, which he held up for the elderly people queuing and the police officers on duty. "I worked with my uncle and aunt until after 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun had already risen to the top of our heads and our skin was stinging from standing in the sun." The number of people in the queue finally gradually decreased. Seeing that there was no need to maintain order, the police on duty left. The people who were busy in the store could finally take turns to rest for a while and catch their breath. A rough estimate shows that the store sold 1,200 sets of thermal clothing in just this morning. When everyone saw this result, they were naturally overjoyed. Li Xiuhong immediately announced that the daily salary of part-time students would be increased to 100 yuan. There was a burst of cheers immediately. Meng Lang, sweating profusely, walked up to his uncle Liu Lei, whose clothes were also soaking wet, pointed to several corners of the store and said, "Uncle, there are so many people in our store now, we need to install some surveillance cameras. If anything unexpected happens in the store, it's always safer to have a surveillance camera there." Liu Lei nodded and said, "You're very thoughtful. I'll find someone to install it after we close the stall today." Meng Lang asked his uncle to install surveillance cameras because he was worried that the business was too good and something might happen to a customer in the store. On the other hand, it was also because of Sang Wanyan's reminder last night. If Sang Wanyan's ex-husband really investigated him, he would definitely know his relationship with this specialty store. Maybe they will attack this store. This was a precautionary measure for him. Chapter 54 miHoYo's report. We were really caught off guard by so many customers today.
Everything will be fine tomorrow. The shop next door will be vacant tomorrow, and our store's area will be doubled. Then we won't be so busy. Liu Lei said, pointing to a shop that was moving nearby. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. In the past 2 days, more and more people have come to ask for Arctic Fox authorization. The owner of the store next door is willing to transfer the store to me and also wants me to help him get Arctic Fox authorization. What do you think we should do? Liu Lei looked at Meng Lang and asked. Meng Lang didn't find it strange when he heard this. The specialty store's business is so booming that the owners of the surrounding clothing stores must have noticed it. Even those insiders in the clothing business have a rough estimate of how much money a specialty store can make in a day. With such huge profits here, it is impossible for them not to be tempted. But now is not the time to disclose the Arctic Fox tag plan. Although the sales data of specialty stores are good now, they are not impactful enough. Only after the store's reputation has spread completely and the news's publicity effect has fermented, can the store's sales data reach its peak. This will be attractive enough to make these clothing dealers try every possible way to obtain the Arctic Fox brand authorization. Only then will the Arctic Fox brand licensing be able to be sold at a high price. At the same time, in the office of the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Zhao Qiushan finally finished the work at hand and saw a report beside him. This report was delivered by Meng Haihua in the morning. Zhao Qiushan was busy with work at the time, so he had not had time to read it. Now that he had some free time, he finally had time to take a look at the quality of the report sent by Meng Haihua. Ever since the last dinner between the two families, Zhao Qiushan's impression of Meng Haihua has changed. So a few days ago, he specifically asked Meng Haihua to write a report to solve the difficulties faced by ordinary people in doing business in the industrial and commercial departments. This time, asking Meng Haihua to write a report was to test him to see whether he was worthy of training and whether he was qualified to marry his daughter again. Holding the report in his hand, when he saw the title of the report clearly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Report on Building a Public Service-Oriented Government Department. Building a Public Service-Oriented Government. That's a good slogan. Zhao Qiushan couldn't wait to open the report in his hand and read it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. He originally thought that based on Meng Haihua's previous work performance, it would be good enough if he could at most come up with a few feasible suggestions to facilitate the people according to his requirements. Unexpectedly, Meng Haihua gave him a big surprise. Establish comprehensive service stations and one-stop solutions. These measures and suggestions are closely linked to the purpose of serving the people. It took Zhao Qiushan a full hour to read the report word by word. If we really follow what is said in this report and build the country's first comprehensive and convenient government service center, and if it is ultimately successful. Thinking of this, Zhao Qiushan couldn't help but take a breath. This is the first in the country, enough for him, a middle-level cadre, to rise to prominence. However, Meng Haihua's report still has many shortcomings, and he still needs to consider how to revise it. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau implements dual leadership. The direct leadership body is the municipal government, but there is also a business leadership body, which is the Provincial Industrial and Commercial Bureau at the next higher level. How this report is revised depends on where Zhao Qiushan submits it. If the report is to be submitted to the municipal government, it must be revised according to Meng Haihua's ideas to build a comprehensive government affairs center. However, if the report is to be submitted to the higher level industrial and commercial department, then it will naturally have to be changed to building a convenient service center for the industrial and commercial department. Submitting this report may very likely affect his future promotion direction and even his future political life, so he has to act with caution. Just as Zhao Qiushan was struggling, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open. His thoughts were interrupted and he couldn't help but frown. But when he looked up and saw Zhao Yarji walking in with a lunchbox, his brows immediately relaxed. "Why are you here? I made you some monk fruit and lean meat soup. It clears away heat, detoxifies, and reduces internal heat. It's perfect for summer." As she spoke, Zhao Yarji walked to the desk, took out a small bowl from the lunchbox, scooped a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Zhao Qiushan. The soup has cooled down and is now ready to be eaten. Zhao Qiushan picked up the bowl and took a sip. The fragrance of luo hangguo immediately flowed down his tongue into his throat, coupled with the mellow aroma of the stewed lean meat. He immediately closed his eyes in comfort, and even the fatigue caused by concentrating on the report seemed to be relieved a lot. Seeing Zhao Qiushan enjoying his meal so much, Zhao Yarji smiled and said, "Dad, take your time eating. Just put the bowl aside when you're done. I'll clean it up later. I'm going to go out for a walk first." Zhao Qiushan, upon hearing this, could see through Zhao Yarji's subtle thoughts. He snorted coldly and said, "I thought you were really here to bring me soup. Turns out you came to see Meng Haiwo under the guise of bringing me soup. Oh my. Dad, how can you say that? I've been cooking this soup for 2 hours." Although Zhao Yarji is over 30 years old, she has always grown up under the care of Zhao Qiushan, so she sometimes acts like a little girl in front of Zhao Qiushan. However, Zhao Qiushan was very much attracted by her tricks. As if he had been pestered by her to no end, he pretended to be helpless and said, go ahead, go ahead. After all, a girl can't be kept away when she grows up." Zhao Yarji looked happy, ignored his nagging, turned around and was about to walk out of the office. But then he heard Zhao Qiushan's voice coming from behind. "Take this soup to Xiao Meng too. I worked so hard to make this soup for 2 hours, I can't let an old man like me get away with it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yarji's eyes showed surprise, and she turned to look at Zhao Qiushan in disbelief. Really? Although it was just a bowl of soup, Zhao Qiushan was willing to share the soup made by his daughter for him with another man, which already said a lot. At least it represents that Zhao Qiushan has further accepted Meng Haiwo. When Meng Haiwo saw Zhao Yarji coming to him with soup, he was also shocked. The report was only delivered in the morning, and Zhao Yarji was asked to deliver soup at noon. The meaning is self-evident. Other people in the office also cast envious glances at Meng Haiwo. Before, the relationship between Meng Haiwo and Zhao Yarji was just a rumor, but now he is openly delivering soup to her, which shows that this relationship has been approved by Zhao Qiushan. Meng Haiwo is really going to be successful now. Feeling the gazes from everyone around him, Meng Haiwo suddenly thought of his son. If Meng Lang hadn't given him the idea, he wouldn't know how long it would take for him to get Zhao Qiushan's approval. This kid Meng Lang is really something. Chapter 55 Liu Hongmei's imprisonment. Meng Lang stayed in the store until noon. After eating lunch with everyone, he took a taxi to the Arctic Fox Company. When Meng Lang entered the e-commerce warehouse, 2 people were busy packing express deliveries. One of them is Lu Fei, but the other is not Liu Hongmei. "Yang Xingnan. Why are you here?" Before Yang Xingnan could speak, Lu Fei explained for her, "Sister Xingnan is here to help. I don't know why Sister Mai didn't come to work today. I almost couldn't handle it alone. Luckily Sister Xingnan came to help." Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang and snorted coldly. In fact, she was not there to help, but wanted to come and see what the finished product of the sexy lingerie she designed looked like. Seeing Lu Fei busy here alone, she offered to lend a hand. Meng Lang didn't pay attention to Yang Xingnan's expression, but asked in surprise, "Isn't Liu Hongmei here?" Could it be that she felt embarrassed about what happened yesterday and that's why she didn't come to work? It shouldn't be. Meng Lang took out his cell phone and called Liu Hongmei. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally connected. However, the voice that came from inside was not Liu Hongmei's, but a slightly sharp male voice. "Who are you?" Just when Meng Lang thought he had dialed the wrong number, Liu Hongmei's voice faintly came from the other end of the line. "Tang Dao, give your phone back." Before Liu Hongmei could finish her words, the sound of slapping from the other end of the phone interrupted her. Hearing Liu Hongmei being beaten, Meng Lang quickly pressed the record button on his phone and said, "We can talk it out if we have something to say. Why are you hitting someone? HMPH. Feeling sorry for me? I don't even feel sorry for my wife, so why should you feel sorry for her?" Tang Dao said with a sneer. "Liu Hongmei is my employee. If she gets beaten, of course I have to intervene." "Oh. You're the boss who took my wife to the hotel to get a room, right? You misunderstood." Before Meng Lang could finish, Tang Dao interrupted him. "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not, I just know that you played with my wife. How about this? I'm a magnanimous person, just give me 50,000 yuan and this matter will be over. If you want to play with my wife again in the future, it's fine, but you have to pay me at least 30,000 yuan a month." Hearing the outrageous remarks on the phone, Meng Lang was stunned. There are actually such shameless people in the world who use their wives as tools to make money. But Meng Lang was afraid that he would continue to abuse Liu Hongmei, so he could only comfort him and said, "No problem, I'll send you the money wherever you are." Tang Dao was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend 50,000 yuan for his wife. What a sucker. So he quickly gave his home address. After hanging up the phone, Tang Dao looked at Liu Hongmei, who had been knocked to the ground by his slap, and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Someone is willing to spend 50,000 yuan on you. And you said you didn't have an affair outside." Liu Hongmei was now completely disheartened. She lay on the ground with tears in her eyes, completely ignoring his words. The only thing that comforted her was that Meng Lang was willing to spend 50,000 yuan to save her. Although she knew that Meng Lang was rich, 50,000 yuan was just 2 days' income from his Daobao store. But she was still touched to be valued so much. Liu Hongmei's attitude made Tang Dao even more angry. Okay, you don't even bother with me now, right? Originally, I just wanted to ask your wild man for some money, but with your attitude now, I have to make him suffer. After saying that, Tang Dao took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Long. Are you free later? Thank you for telling me yesterday that bitch Liu Hongmei was checking into a hotel with someone else. We've found the wild man. He'll come over to apologize to me soon. Do you have time to come and help me out? Let's give that guy a good payout. Okay, bring a few more brothers, I'll treat everyone to dinner later. On the other end, Meng Lang hung up and checked the phone recording. Lu Fei quickly stepped forward and asked, "What happened? Why was Sister Mai beaten again?" There was a little misunderstanding and Liu Hongmei was locked up by her husband. Meng Lang explained. What should we do then? I'll figure it out, just help me take care of the store. After saying that, Meng Lang turned and walked out. Do you need my help? Asked Yang Xingnan, who had been standing nearby without saying anything. How can you help? As soon as Meng Lang finished speaking, Yang Xingnan raised her strong long legs and suddenly kicked a box full of clothes sideways. The box was kicked open instantly, and the sexy lingerie inside fell all over the floor. I've practiced this specially. I'm the best at dealing with scumbags who beat women. Yang Xingnan said arrogantly. Meng Lang was also stunned by her violent kick. Although the probability of her attacking was low, he felt more at ease having a beautiful woman with such high fighting ability to protect him. So he nodded and said to Yang Xingnan, "Then please come with me." On the way, Meng Lang called Yuan Huer. He remembered Yuan Huer saying that his brother-in-law worked in the Public Security Bureau. Since he specifically brought it up, his level must be quite high and he will definitely be able to help. It is hard to say whether Tang Dao's behavior can be considered extortion, but domestic violence and illegal restriction of personal freedom are definitely unavoidable. If it's a big deal, it wouldn't be a problem to put him in detention for 2 days. As for giving him money, Meng Lang never intended to give money. Once you let a scoundrel like Tang Dao get a taste of goodness, he will cling to you like a leech. The best way to deal with him is to kill him from the beginning. Moreover, Meng Lang has no money on him now. All his money has been spent on lottery tickets. The money earned from the Daobao store will not be deposited into his account until the customers confirm receipt of the goods. Yuan Huer's call was connected quickly. Meng Lang told Yuan Huer about the domestic violence against one of his employees. Yuan Huer immediately promised and helped contact his brother-in-law. When Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan took a taxi to Liu Hongmei's residential complex, they saw 2 policemen already waiting for them at the gate. Coincidentally, Meng Lang had seen one of the police officers before. He was the leading police officer who helped maintain order at the entrance of the specialty store yesterday morning. When Yang Xingnan saw the police present, she looked a little disappointed, as if she couldn't beat up the scumbag and felt that her trip was in vain. After greeting him, I found out that the police officer's surname was Chen and he was a police officer from the street police station. This area was under their jurisdiction. Director Ding called our director. We attach great importance to such vicious incidents occurring in our jurisdiction. Could you tell me the specific situation, Mr. Meng? Officer Chen looked at Meng Lang and asked. Meng Lang told Officer Chen everything he knew and played the previous phone recording again. The more Officer Chen listened, the more his brows furrowed, especially when he heard the sound of Tang Dao beating Liu Hongmei on the phone. Chapter 56, The Fierce Dragon Brother. Taozi, have you asked your wife about this? Is this guy really just a Daobao shop owner? He's not some tough nut, is he? That bitch refuses to say, but if she has the ability and background, she can have any woman she wants. How could she possibly be interested in this bitch of mine? She must be a greenhorn who has never seen the world.
Tang Dao said with disdain. Okay, in that case, when that brat comes later, I'll definitely give him a good beating for you. He dares to cheat on his brother. He must be tired of living. In Zhao Hongmei's home, the living room was filled with smoke. A burly man with a scar on the corner of his eye and several of his younger brothers were sitting on the sofa in a carefree manner, with smoke spewing out of their mouths. Tang Dao, who looked like a skinny monkey, squatted aside and nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Long. But that bastard pays my wife such a high salary, he must be very rich. No matter how much money we can squeeze out of him later, Brother Long, you take half first." After hearing this, Brother Long's face lit up with joy. He patted Tang Dao on the shoulder and said, "We're all brothers, why are you being so polite?" Tang Dao was shaking all over from being slapped by his big hands like a palm leaf fan, but he didn't stop talking. "After we deal with this guy, I'll have to trouble Brother Long to take this bitch of mine to your footbath city. She refused to be a technician before, and I thought she really cared about her innocence. I didn't expect that I would be cuckolded so soon, I deserve a beating. Leave it to me. It doesn't matter if she doesn't want to be a technician. We have plenty of ways to make her obey." Liu Hongmei, who was locked in the room, listened to the men outside discussing her future fate unscrupulously, with despair written all over her face. She originally thought that with a well-paid job, her life would get better and better. Unexpectedly, I suddenly fell into the abyss. She could already imagine how miserable she would be if she fell into Brother Long's hands. During the time she worked as a waitress in the footbath city, she also heard some rumors about Brother Long. He is a hungry wolf who eats people without leaving any bones. Many technicians in the footbath city have to do those despicable things under his coercion. I even heard that someone was forced to death by him. Not only her, but Meng Lang would definitely not have a good ending if he fell into their hands. He might even be blackmailed into bankruptcy. Liu Hongmei thought again that Meng Lang's family seemed to be affiliated with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, so perhaps they would not dare to go too far. Just as she was lost in thought, Liu Hongmei suddenly heard a knock on the door. After there was a knock on the door, everyone who was chatting and bragging in the living room fell silent for a moment. All eyes were focused on Brother Long. It seemed that as long as he gave the order, the group of people present would rush out and directly grab Meng Lang, who was knocking on the door outside, and bring him in. But Brother Long waved his hand and said, "Let me show him the power first. I'm the best at dealing with fat sheep like this." After saying that, he stood up and walked to the door, took a deep breath, raised his head, made what he thought was the most ferocious expression on his face, and then suddenly pulled open the security door. The old security door made a sharp creaking sound and was instantly opened by Brother Long. However, when Brother Long, who had a ferocious look on his face, saw the blue shirt with the police badge in front of him, he could no longer maintain his expression. Their head that was held high lowered in an instant. This legendary wolf that eats people without leaving any bones behind seems to have suddenly turned into a harmless husky. Officer Chen fanned the smoke from his face, looked around the room, and then walked in. So many people. Are they having some kind of event? When the people in the room saw a policeman suddenly walk in, the excitement on their faces disappeared instantly and they all lowered their heads. They were all idle street thugs who had done some illegal things to some extent. When they saw the police, they were like mice seeing a cat. Open the window to let the smoke out so that you won't feel stuffy in this hot weather. Another policeman also walked into the house. After a while, the smell of smoke in the house finally dissipated, and Liu Hongmei, who was locked in the room, was rescued by the police. Brother Long, Tang Dao and a group of people stood in a neat row with their backs against the wall in the living room. "Who is Tang Dao?" Officer Chen took out a notebook and a pen and asked the group standing against the wall. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on Tang Dao, their eyes filled with resentment. Didn't we agree that the other party was just a greenhorn who had never seen the world? Why did they even call the police? Tang Dao could only raise his hand tremblingly under the gaze of everyone. "Hello, officer. I'm Tang Dao." Upon hearing this, Officer Chen walked up to Tang Dao with a notebook. "Someone has called the police to report you for suspected domestic violence, restriction of personal freedom, and extortion. I am now interrogating you according to the law. Do you understand?" As soon as Officer Chen finished speaking, Tang Dao shouted that he was innocent. "It's unfair. Officer, my wife cheated on me, so I hit her." After saying that, Tang Dao looked at Meng Lang who was standing aside checking Liu Hongmei's injuries. That's him. He's the one who played with my wife. He checked into a hotel with my wife yesterday, and Brother Long saw him coming out of the hotel with my wife. Brother Long, who was standing next to Tang Dao, quickly spoke up, I can testify. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on Meng Lang. Even Yang Xingnan, who came with Meng Lang, looked at him with suspicion. In her mind, Meng Lang was someone who could do such a thing. Before Meng Lang could explain, Liu Hongmei spoke up, that's not true. We were at the hotel yesterday for work. I was a model for Boss Meng, and we were taking photos at the hotel yesterday. Hearing this, Brother Long smiled obscenely and said, what kind of model is this? She even came to their hotel specifically to take photos. These rich people just love to play tricks like this. Perhaps it was because Brother Long spoke too frequently that Officer Chen took a few more glances at his face. Hey! You look familiar to me. Hearing this, Brother Long broke out in a cold sweat and immediately lowered his head and said, Officer, you must have recognized the wrong person. Officer Chen stared at him carefully for a few seconds, as if he had finally matched him with the person in his memory. Brother Long? Zhang Xiaolong, right? Tell me, when were you released? What are you doing now? Seeing that Officer Chen recognized him, Brother Long no longer dared to play tricks and a shy smile appeared on his fierce face. I left last month and now I'm a foreman at City Style. But I'm not causing any trouble this time, I'm just hanging out at a friend's house. Upon hearing this, Officer Chen snorted coldly and said, didn't you cause any trouble? Or maybe you didn't have time to cause any trouble. Seeing that Brother Long was too frightened to speak by the police, Tang Dao couldn't stand it anymore and said quickly, Officer, you have to make the decision for me. It was this pair of bastards who got together first, and I couldn't help but hit them. Really, don't blame me. Chapter 57, Brother Long's Revenge. Wait a minute, if you say that again, I will sue you for defamation. You said that Liu Hongmei and I had an improper relationship. Do you have any evidence? Meng Lang looked at Tang Dao with a relaxed expression. Brother Long saw you coming out of the hotel with his own eyes. Tang Dao retorted excitedly. Can this even be called evidence? If I walk around the hotel entrance a few more times every day, does that mean all the women in the hotel are having an affair with me? Moreover, even if Liu Hongmei really cheated on her husband, so what? Cheating is not illegal. But your domestic violence, illegal imprisonment, and extortion are all written in the criminal law. Tang Dao was stunned when he heard this. Isn't it illegal to cheat on your spouse? He saw on TV that in ancient times, women who cheated on their husbands would be thrown into a pig cage, but now it is not even considered a crime. He looked at Officer Chen in disbelief, hoping that Officer Chen would stand up and refute Meng Lang. Unexpectedly, Officer Chen nodded. You really can't prove whether Ms. Liu Hongmei has cheated on her husband, and even if she did, she certainly didn't violate any laws. But there is evidence that you committed domestic violence against Ms. Liu Hongmei, restricted her personal freedom, and blackmailed Mr. Meng Lang over the phone. We police officers investigate cases based solely on evidence. After hearing what Officer Chen said, Tang Dao immediately collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that he would be the one breaking the law in the end. In his heart, although he smokes, drinks, gambles, visits prostitutes, and even likes to abuse his wife, he is definitely a good man who abides by the law. How come it suddenly became illegal? On the contrary, Liu Hongmei, who was unfaithful to her husband and had an affair with other people outside, did not break the law. Is this fair? Come on. Come back to the police station with us. Don't worry about us wrongly accusing you. We will always act impartially. After saying that, the two police officers lifted up Tang Dao, who was slumped on the ground. Brother Long and his gang who were standing by thought they had escaped and were breathing a sigh of relief. Officer Chen suddenly turned around and said to them, you all should go to the station too. Brother Long was suddenly frightened. Officer Chen, we didn't do anything wrong. We just went to a friend's house to smoke a few cigarettes and brag a little. Stop talking nonsense here. I'm summoning you to cooperate with the investigation. Please cooperate. Since Officer Chen said so, Brother Long and the others knew that they would have to go to the police station today. They all felt very aggrieved and couldn't help but cast unfriendly glances at Meng Lang. If this bastard hadn't hooked up with Tang Dao's wife, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Meng Lang, the person who called the police, and Liu Hongmei, the victim, naturally had to go to the police station to give their statements.
However, after arriving at the police station, Liu Hongmei was taken to a nearby hospital by a female police officer for a physical examination. Yang Xingnan also went to the hospital with him, although she suspected that Liu Hongmei and Meng Lang really had some improper relationship. But out of sympathy for a woman who was suffering from domestic violence, she took very good care of Liu Hongmei along the way. This made Liu Hongmei feel a little uncomfortable. She saw that Yang Xingnan came with Meng Lang, and they looked about the same age, so she thought Yang Xingnan was Meng Lang's girlfriend. So he kept explaining to Yang Xingnan along their way that there was absolutely no improper relationship between him and Meng Lang. This made Yang Xingnan even more suspicious. As a fashion designer, she is very sensitive to the physical conditions of models and can tell at a glance how perfect Liu Hongmei's figure is. She knew what kind of clothes Meng Lang sold. Being a model for Meng Lang was no different from standing naked in front of him. She just didn't believe that with Meng Lang's vulgar and lustful personality, he could control himself when faced with a woman with a perfect figure standing naked in front of him. They were busy until it was almost dark and finally finished the procedures at the police station. Tang Dao was temporarily detained on suspicion of domestic violence and restriction of personal freedom, pending further evidence collection by the police. Among Brother Long's group, 2 were found to have a history of theft and were detained. As they left the police station, Officer Chen said to Meng Lang, "Based on the evidence we have so far, it's probably impossible to convict Tang Dao of extortion. The injuries inflicted on Ms. Liu Hongmei as a result of domestic violence were not serious, so we will detain him for a maximum of 15 days. If you have any other relevant evidence, please feel free to contact me." After saying that, Officer Chen gave Meng Lang his cell phone number. After saving the number, Meng Lang nodded. He hadn't planned to keep Tang Dao in jail for long as he had a criminal record. If Liu Hongmei plans to file for divorce, the criminal record of domestic violence and illegal detention is enough for the court to make a quick judgment. There is no such thing as a cooling-off period for divorce these days. As long as Tang Dao doesn't harass Liu Hongmei and affect her work, Meng Lang doesn't care about the life or death of such a scumbag. Liu Hongmei's home was not far from the police station. After leaving the police station, Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan supported Liu Hongmei and walked towards her home, intending to send Liu Hongmei home first. Shortly after they left the police station, Brother Long and his 2 younger brothers were released after being interrogated by the police. Brother Long had indeed been released from prison not long ago and had not had time to commit any crime. But today he really lost face in front of his younger brother. He had agreed to bring his brothers to support Tang Dao, but ended up being arrested by the police. Not only did he go to the police station, but 2 of his younger brothers were also detained. Looking at Meng Lang leaving with 2 women in the distance, Brother Long became more and more angry. "Brother Long, are we just going to let this go? Haozi and Xiaoxi have both been detained. It's all that little bastard Meng Lang's fault. We have to get back at them," a younger brother said indignantly. "Come on, didn't you see how polite Officer Chen was to him? It's obvious that he has a background. Do you still want to go to the police station?" Another older and more mature brother retorted. "What are you afraid of? At worst, I'll be imprisoned for a few days, which is better than enduring this kind of humiliation. Besides, he must be sending Tang Dao's wife home. That's an old residential area, dark at night, and there are no surveillance cameras. If we give him a surprise attack, where will he go to sue us? Didn't the police say that they also need evidence to investigate a case? I have said so much now. If Brother Long doesn't do something, how will he survive in the underworld in the future?" He finally made up his mind, patted the younger brother on the shoulder and said, "Then let's do as you say. Let's teach this little bastard a lesson today." After saying that, he chased in the direction Meng Lang and his group left. The young man followed with excitement. The older one, although somewhat reluctant, had to follow in order to make a living under Brother Long. Chapter 58 Yang Xingnan is miserable. After Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan sent Liu Hongmei home, they left without staying for long. Meng Lang also gave Liu Hongmei 2 days off so that she could have a good rest. After leaving Liu Hongmei's house, Yang Xingnan looked at Meng Lang with contempt in her eyes. This made Meng Lang feel a little puzzled. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I thought you were going to spend the night here," Yang Xingnan said with contempt. "Spend the night? What are you talking about? I have a husband, how could I possibly spend the night here? TSK. Still pretending?"
I don't believe you, a pervert, would do nothing while taking pictures of a beautiful woman like Sister Mai in a hotel. After hearing this, Meng Lang was too lazy to explain anything to her. Seeing her like this, she wouldn't believe anything he said, so why waste his breath? You can say whatever you want. How hypocritical. You dare not admit it even though I was right. Even a clay figure can get angry, let alone a grown man like Meng Lang. After being ridiculed repeatedly by Yang Xingnan, Meng Lang became angry. You're such a fucking meddlesome person. Even if something happened between me and Liu Hongmei, it has nothing to do with you. I can't stand this kind of scumbag. He is obviously pursuing Sister Yuru, but he is having affairs with other women. Yang Xingnan said to Meng Lang with an angry face. In her opinion, having such a suitor was a defilement to Gan Yuru. After saying that, Yang Xingnan no longer paid any attention to Meng Lang and walked towards the entrance of the community with her long, slender, and powerful legs. Meng Lang was too lazy to argue with her, so he slowed down and waited for her to leave first. In the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes were watching the two of them. Hey! Why are you still arguing? This guy's girlfriend must have found out he was having an affair with Tang Dao's wife and started a fight. You know what, this little bastard is so lucky. This girl is so damn beautiful. Look at her perky butt and long legs. If I could push her down on the bed, it would be so satisfying. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them stared at Yang Xingnan, and their Adam's apples began to move. Although they have been to various places and have played with many women, they have never seen a young girl with a figure like Yang Xingnan. Brother Long. This girl is about to come out. Should we stop her or that little bastard Meng Lang? The young brother asked, panting. Brother Long's face was flushed with excitement at this time, and the scar at the corner of his eye turned purple-red due to congestion. He licked his lips, showing his yellow teeth, and said, "Stop this girl. If we catch her, the little bastard won't be able to escape. Even if he runs away, it doesn't matter. He played with Tao's wife, and we played with his girlfriend, which can be regarded as Tao's revenge." At this point, the 3 of them laughed obscenely at the same time. After nightfall, the old community was quiet. The street lights had long been in disrepair and the road leading outside was pitch black. Yang Xingnan could only see the road clearly by the neon lights of the city in the distance. Just then, she saw 2 figures vaguely appear in front of her. She thought they were residents of the community returning home, so she didn't pay much attention. It was not until the 2 men stood straight in front of her that Yang Xingnan saw clearly that the 2 men in front of her were actually the younger brothers of the gangster named Brother Long in the afternoon. "Beauty, it's so dark here. Do you want me to take you home?" One of them had a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes kept looking at Yang Xingnan. Yang Xingnan's baby face was suddenly covered with frost. She was angry at the moment, and her tone was particularly harsh. She just felt that the person in front of her looked particularly disgusting. Even the vulgar and lustful Meng Lang was not as hateful compared to him. "A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way." "Wow. You have quite a bad temper. But I like it." The man laughed and stretched out a hand to grab Yang Xingnan's chest. Just before his hand was about to reach the peak, Yang Xingnan raised her tight and round thigh, and with a left kick, she kicked the young gangster hard in the crotch. The young gangster was kicked to his knees in front of Yang Xingnan, like a shrimp, prostrating himself on the ground. He was shaking with pain, tears and snot flowing instantly, and he let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing his companion in such a miserable state, the other gangster couldn't help but shiver, and felt a little cold between his legs. How painful would it be if this kick hit him? Yang Xingnan looked at the other gangster with sharp eyes, as if she would kick him if he dared to take another step forward. The man seemed to be frightened by Yang Xingnan's aura and quickly moved to the side of the road. Just when Yang Xingnan thought that the other party had given in and relaxed his vigilance, something strange happened. She suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her, and before she could turn around, the footsteps were approaching her. Immediately afterwards, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, and together with her arms, they held her firmly. Then she saw the person behind her suddenly exert force and pick her up. Yang Xingnan's feet were hanging in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage. Even though she twisted her body frantically, she was held tightly and could not break free at all. She turned around and saw a man with a scar on the corner of his eye looking at her with a lewd smile. He grinned with a big mouth full of yellow teeth and said, "Hey, hey. Little beauty, I caught you." The man's mouth exuded a foul odor like that of a toilet,
which was the result of long-term smoking, drinking, and chewing betel nuts. It made Yang Xingnan almost vomit. The gangster who had been scared away by Yang Xingnan before quickly ran up and grabbed Yang Xingnan's two long, snow-white legs. The two men held Yang Xingnan up, making it impossible for her to resist. Seeing that Yang Xingnan was under control, even the gangster who was kicked to the ground endured the severe pain in his crotch, forced himself to stand up, and looked at Yang Xingnan with a grim smile on his face. "You stinky bitch, you dare to kick me? Just wait and see how I kill you today." As he said this, he limped towards the restrained Yang Xingnan and was about to reach out to tear off Yang Xingnan's clothes. Yang Xingnan's eyes widened as she stared at the gangster in front of her who was reaching out to her, wishing she could kill him. But she was firmly controlled at this moment and could not move at all. She could only wait in despair for the humiliation of these scumbags. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly came from behind everyone. "Stop! Let her go!" Yang Xingnan instantly recognized that the voice came from Meng Lang, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her desperate face. Brother Long and the other three also turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. Then they saw a figure walking towards them with a mobile phone in his hand. The flash of the mobile phone was so dazzling in the dark environment. Chapter 59. Another kick in the waist. Although the Ankoil slider phone has only 5 million pixels, which is far inferior to the smartphones of the past that have hundreds of millions of pixels, and does not have any night shooting function, it can still clearly capture what is happening in this quiet old community with the help of the flash. In fact, Meng Lang had already rushed over when that heart-wrenching scream rang out. It was only because he saw that Yang Xingnan was not in danger that he hid behind and did not come out, using his mobile phone to record the criminal evidence of the group in front of him. He may not care about Tang Dao, the coward who only bullies his wife, but he must kill Brother Long and his gang. Otherwise, one day, these stinky rats might come out from somewhere and disgust you. "Hey! You little bastard, you actually dare to come here? What? Do you want to watch me play with your girl with your own eyes?" Brother Long said to Meng Lang with an obscene laugh. But his move was just to paralyze Meng Lang. After saying that, he turned to look at the thug who was holding Yang Xingnan's legs and whispered, "That guy must be recording with his phone. Later, when he's not paying attention, grab his phone. If the video gets into the hands of the police, we'll all go to jail." Although his voice was low, Yang Xingnan was definitely able to hear it because he caught her. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingnan quickly shouted to Meng Lang, "Run! Call 110. They won't dare to do anything to me." Meng Lang seemed to be frightened and said like a fool, "Let her go, I can give you money." After saying that, he took out his wallet from his pocket and threw it towards Brother Long. Among the three opponents, 2 of them controlled Yang Xingnan from the front and the back, and only the young gangster who was kicked in the crotch could move freely. Seeing a wallet thrown in front of him, the young gangster endured the pain, clamped his legs together, bent down and picked up the wallet. Under the cover of darkness, a sneer flashed across Meng Lang's face. What he threw out was not a wallet, but a weight to convict them. If I remember correctly, he still had more than 3,000 yuan in his wallet. According to the criminal law, if the amount of robbery exceeds 3,000 yuan, the offender may be sentenced to a prison term of more than 3 years but less than 10 years. This alone is enough to send them to jail, not to mention that their actions against Yang Xingnan also involve kidnapping and forcing women. Moreover, they committed the crime in a gang, so they will be sentenced to a longer sentence. The young gangster opened his wallet and counted the money, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. "Wow! It's so thick, it must be several thousand yuan. You're quite rich, kid. But if you want to get back your beautiful girl with just this little money, I'm afraid it's still a little short." Meng Lang was holding back his laughter, hoping that they would ask for as much as possible. The larger the amount, the longer the sentence. But he put on an anxious look and said, "How much money do you want? I'll give you any amount. You can use your bank card to withdraw it. I can tell you the password, but please don't hurt her." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Brother Long and his group immediately became greedy. "Brother Long, why don't we give him a good beating? We can play with this girl after we get the money. We have more people, so they won't be able to escape." Yang Xingnan was almost crying in anxiety. She couldn't understand why Meng Lang suddenly became so stupid. "Go call the police. Do you really think they'll let me go if they pay me?" But Meng Lang seemed to be really dumbfounded. He responded to Yang Xingnan seriously, "Xingnan, don't worry.
I will never abandon you. Looking at Meng Lang's stupid look, Brother Long's greed finally got the upper hand. I didn't expect you to be such a passionate person. Since you're so sensible, we won't ask for much from you. Just 100,000 yuan. Later, you take my brother to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan, and we will release your woman. How about it? Upon hearing this, Meng Lang readily agreed, okay, I'll get it right away. 100,000 yuan is good, it just falls into the range of huge amounts, and the sentence is directly increased to 10 years. Brother Long was still instructing his younger brother, when you go with him to the bank to withdraw money, remember to take his phone away, delete the video on it, and then smash it. Don't leave any evidence for him. Also, let him withdraw the money by himself, and don't let the bank's cameras capture you. Although I felt uneasy when I heard that, I still let go of Yang Xingnan's legs and walked towards Meng Lang. Yang Xingnan struggled frantically after her legs were free again, but Brother Long held her high up by the waist, leaving her feet with nowhere to gain leverage, and her struggle was completely in vain. Just as the person opposite was about to walk up to him, Meng Lang turned off the video on his phone and put the phone back in his pocket. Just before his phone went dark, Meng Lang saw a pop-up window on the homepage, which showed a text message reply from Officer Chen 5 minutes ago. He also felt relieved. That's right, when Meng Lang appeared in front of Brother Long and the other two, he had already sent a message to Officer Chen to report the incident. I had talked so much nonsense with these people before just to collect evidence. Now that the evidence has been collected, it's time to turn the tables. The moment he pulled the phone into his pocket, Meng Lang rushed out. The gangster who was walking towards Meng Lang never thought that the cowardly Meng Lang would resist. He was completely unprepared and was easily pushed aside by the tall and strong Meng Lang. Meng Lang didn't bother with this little guy and rushed straight towards Brother Long. Another young thug wanted to step forward to stop Meng Lang, but the severe pain in his crotch where he was kicked made it impossible for him to take a step. Meng Lang easily bypassed him and kicked Brother Long. Yang Xingnan kept struggling in Brother Long's arms, making it impossible for Brother Long to move or avoid her. Meng Lang's flying kick landed directly on Brother Long's waist. Brother Long immediately let out a howl of pain and was kicked to the ground. He kept screaming in pain and had to let go of the arms that were holding Yang Xingnan. Meng Lang suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that on the night he met Sang Wanyan, he kicked a designated driver in the waist in the same way. The designated driver named Wei Xiong sat on the ground for a quarter of an hour before standing up. Although Brother Long looks a little stronger than Wei Xiong, his kidneys were attacked so violently that he would have to lie down for at least 5 minutes. But this is not a boxing match. It doesn't mean that others can't hit you if you lie down. Brother Long, who fell to the ground in pain, was soon met with a second attack from Yang Xingnan. Yang Xingnan had just been choked by Brother Long's stinky mouth, which was as foul as a toilet. Even after he was released, she could still vaguely smell the extremely disgusting smell. She was so angry that she kicked Brother Long's stinky mouth several times, and his face was covered in blood. Seeing that she was getting a little angry, Meng Lang hurried forward to stop her. If he let her kick like this again, Brother Long would probably die here today. Chapter 60. I have plenty of money. Not long after, 2 police cars with flashing lights drove over quickly. What the team leader, Officer Chen, didn't expect was, at this time, all 3 gangsters had been subdued by the person who called the police. Looking at the miserable state of the 3 gangsters, Officer Chen was a little confused for a moment as to who was the robber and who was being robbed. Fortunately, there was video evidence on Meng Lang's mobile phone. When Meng Lang started filming, Yang Xingnan had already kicked the young gangster to the ground. So at the beginning of the video, Brother Long sneaked out from behind Yang Xingnan, hugged Yang Xingnan and controlled her. The other 2 hooligans started to do indecent things to Yang Xingnan, but fortunately Meng Lang, who was filming the video, suddenly appeared and stopped their actions. Under the blackmail of Brother Long and his 2 men, he took out his wallet and went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan before Brother Long and his 2 men were willing to release him. After watching the video, Officer Chen's brows were furrowed into a shape. Less than half an hour after Brother Long and his group came out of the police station, they attacked Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan. This was clearly a retaliation. If Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan had not been so strong in their ability to resist, it would have been a very serious crime. Thinking of this, Officer Chen looked at Brother Long, who was lying on the ground with blood on his face, with anger in his eyes.
retaliation, robbery and molestation, kidnapping and extortion. The crimes you committed this time are serious. I'm afraid you won't be released so easily. It was not until now that Brother Long finally figured everything out. It turned out that it was all a trap set for him by that little bastard Meng Lang. Now he was finished. Yang Xingnan, who was standing by, also finished the entire video and was filled with fear. If Meng Lang hadn't appeared, she couldn't even imagine what kind of cruel abuse she would have suffered tonight given the vicious behavior of these three people. This made her gaze towards Meng Lang soften a little. Although this guy was a dirty pervert, he was still very reliable at critical moments. All three suspects were handcuffed and taken into a police car. Officer Chen walked towards Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan and said, "I'm sorry to bother you to come with me to the police station to take a statement." When two hooligans who were temporarily detained for theft saw Brother Long and his two companions, who had been beaten into pig heads, being locked up again, they were stunned. "Brother Long, why did you come in again? What happened to your injuries?" Brother Long and the other two had a lot of grievances. If they had known earlier, they would have confessed all their previous offenses to the police in the afternoon. Those minor offenses would have resulted in them being detained for a while at most and then released. Now, according to Officer Chen, they will have to stay in prison for at least 5 to 10 years before they can be released. So now they looked at the two convicted younger brothers with envy on their faces. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Meng Lang and Yang Xingnan came out of the police station again. Fortunately, Officer Chen was kind enough to buy them a box lunch, so they weren't very hungry. After a whole day of high-intensity work, both of them couldn't help feeling a little tired. Thank you for saving me today." Yang Xingnan walked beside Meng Lang and spoke somewhat unnaturally. Although she felt ashamed of Meng Lang's fickle behavior, she was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. If Meng Lang had not rushed over today, her life might have been ruined, so she still expressed her gratitude to Meng Lang very solemnly. "No need to thank me. If you hadn't helped me, you wouldn't be in danger today. If anything happens to you today, I will regret it for the rest of my life," Meng Lang said very seriously. Hearing Meng Lang's words, Yang Xingnan immediately fell into a dilemma. After a long while, she spoke again. "In return, I can keep your affairs with Sister my secret from Sister Yuru, but you have to promise me that you must keep your distance from other women in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely reveal your true colors in front of Sister Yuru." Meng Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. "You can say whatever you want. The innocent will be innocent. Anyway, Liu Hongmei and I have never had any improper relationship." When Meng Lang arrived home, miHoYo was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. He looked very relaxed, which was very different from his previous busy and serious appearance. Meng Lang also walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Although the father and son lived under the same roof, they had not seen each other for 2 or 3 days. Ever since Meng Haihua had to write a report, he has been working overtime at the company until late at night every day. Yesterday, Meng Lang had a secret meeting with Sang Wanyan outside again and did not return all night. When they met suddenly, they felt so strangely unfamiliar with each other. "Hey! Dad, you're not working overtime tonight?" Meng Haihua did not answer, but stared at Meng Lang with eyes that contained 3 parts of doubt, 3 parts of relief, and 4 parts of confusion. Meng Lang felt a little uneasy when he saw his strange look. "Dad! What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" Meng Haihua was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "I really have some doubts. Are you my son Meng Lang?" Hearing this question, Meng Lang's heart suddenly jumped into his throat. Before he could say anything, Meng Haihua continued, "You are so smart now that you don't seem like the Meng Lang you used to be. Didn't I write a report based on the ideas you gave me these past 2 days? You don't know that after Director Zhao saw the report I submitted today, his attitude towards me changed 180 degrees, and he even asked your Aunt Zhao to personally bring me soup." After listening to his father tell him everything that happened at work today, Meng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought that my rebirth was exposed, but it turned out that my father was too excited about getting Zhao Qiushan's recognition, and he felt that the world was unreal. Anyway, Daddy wants to thank you for this. Tell me what you want, and Daddy will definitely fulfill your wish." If Meng Lang was really just an 18-year-old boy at this time, he would definitely be very excited to put forward his request. But Meng Lang, who was reborn at this time, was actually over 30 years old mentally.
Meng Haihua's words made him feel uncomfortable. Forget it, I don't need a reward. Your son is very rich now, so if he wants something, he can buy it himself. You, just try to remove the word deputy from your title of deputy section chief this year. I'm still waiting to become the son of an official. At this moment, the phone that Meng Lang had casually placed on the coffee table suddenly rang, and then the screen lit up. A text message appears on the screen. China Construction Bank, 32,000 renminbi has been credited to your account XXXXXX. Meng Haihua's eyes suddenly widened. How do you have such a large income? I've already told you that your son has plenty of money now. Meng Lang picked up his phone and took a look. This should be a transfer from my uncle. It's a dividend from today's store revenue. What? One day's dividends are over 30,000. Chapter 61 Divorce. Yes, there are so many every day. This business will definitely get better and better, and there will be even more in the future. Meng Lang said very calmly. Although a few days ago Liu Lei came over and gave Meng Lang 30,000 yuan, saying it was the jackpot of the specialty store. Meng Haihua thought that Liu Lei gave Meng Lang extra money to thank him. I didn't expect to earn so much every day. You have to know that as the deputy section chief of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, his monthly salary plus various allowances does not exceed 5,000 yuan in total. His son could earn more than 30,000 yuan a day, which was equivalent to what he could earn in half a year. How could he not be surprised? If he knew that Meng Lang also had a Daobao store, with a daily income of almost 30,000 yuan, and that his daily income was equivalent to his annual income, I wonder what he would think. It also made it increasingly difficult for him to understand his son who lived under the same roof with him every day. Seeing Meng Haihua's surprised expression, Meng Lang said nonchalantly, money is only a thing outside of one's body. Just wait and see. Your son will only get richer and richer. If one day I become the richest man, don't be surprised. It took a long time for Meng Haihua to finally accept the fact that his son's ability to make money far exceeded his. But being a cautious person, he still gave Meng Lang a few words of advice. Just know that money is just a thing outside of your body. Even if you have money, don't do anything wrong. Hearing this, Meng Lang nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, I don't need to worry. I will definitely use all my wealth to benefit the people. Isn't he developing the sex toy industry benefiting the general public? Meng Haihua nodded with satisfaction, and as if he had thought of something, he said, I really might be able to remove the word deputy from my title this year. Meng Lang remembered that Meng Haihua had been stuck at the deputy section chief position for many years. If he didn't seize the time to move up, he would basically have no chance in the future. So he immediately perked up and asked, has it been decided? Meng Haihua shook his head and said, it hasn't been decided yet. We have to wait for Director Zhao to submit the report. So, the matter between you and Aunt Zhao is basically a done deal. Meng Lang looked at Meng Haihua and asked. Meng Haihua smiled a little embarrassedly when he heard this. There's no rush for this. Let's wait until we get feedback on the report we submitted. However, I have already told your Aunt Zhao about having your cousin transfer to number 1 middle school for his senior year. She said she would ask around and it shouldn't be a big problem. Aunt Zhao works at the Education Bureau, so there's no doubt she'll have no problem finding a spot for a transfer student in the senior year. Besides, my cousin's grades aren't necessarily worse than the top students at number 1 middle school. Meng Lang was very confident in Zhao Yarji. The fact that she brought up this matter with him at the dinner party showed that she was 90% sure about it, otherwise she would not have brought it up at such a critical moment to get closer to each other. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, it was getting late, so Meng Lang washed up and returned to his bedroom. But he tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep, as if something had been forgotten and had not been completed. After thinking about it and sorting out all the recent events, he finally realized that the photos he took of Liu Hongmei in the hotel yesterday had not been uploaded yet. Since the Daobao store opened, the only products on the shelves are the 5 or 6 sets of photos taken at the beginning. Thinking of this, Meng Lang quickly got up, turned on the computer, and imported the photos from the memory card into it. After another half an hour of hard work, I finally uploaded the photos of several sets of sexy lingerie I took yesterday to the Daobao platform, and the corresponding products were also put on the shelves. After adding the store's watermark to the photos, I sent them to the part-time QQ group of my high school classmates, asking them to use the new sexy lingerie photos for further promotion. With new products on the shelves and new promotional materials, the
the Taobao store's business will definitely be able to reach a higher level. After doing all this, Meng Lang was exhausted and no longer cared about the heated discussions in the QQ group among his high school classmates who had seen the new photo. Not long after he fell on the bed, he burst into cheers. The next day, Meng Lang slept until noon. When he finished breakfast and rushed to the Arctic Fox Company's e-commerce warehouse, it was already bustling with activity. Unlike the deserted store in the past few days, there are quite a few people in the e-commerce warehouse today. In addition to Lu Fei, who came to work every day, Liu Hongmei, Yang Xingnan, and even Gan Yuru were present. Seeing three beauties, each with their own unique charm, appear in front of him, Meng Lang suddenly became energetic. However, the slap marks and bruises left on Liu Hongmei's face slightly reduced the beauty of the scenery. Sister Mai, didn't I tell you yesterday to take a few days off before coming back? Why are you coming to work today? Meng Lang walked up to Liu Hongmei and asked with concern. This minor injury is nothing serious. I've already troubled you enough yesterday. How can your work be affected by my own affairs? Liu Hongmei said with some self-blame. How can you say that? It's all your husband's fault that things turned out like this. How can you be blamed? Listen to me, go back and rest quickly. It would be bad if you left any hidden injuries on your body. I'm waiting for you to recover and continue to model for me. However, no matter how Liu Hongmei was persuaded, she refused to go back and rest. Boss, please stop trying to persuade me. Just let me work here. I'm scared to stay at home. I'm afraid that when I wake up, my husband will be released. As she spoke, Liu Hongmei's eyes became wet, and she was obviously sad because of the misfortune in her marriage. Because of family reasons, Yang Xingnan was already filled with hatred for Tang Dao, a man who was a domestic abuser and a gambling addict. Seeing Liu Hongmei so sad, she hurriedly advised, Sister Mai, you might as well get a divorce if you stay with a man like this. Even Gan Yuru tried to persuade her, Xingnan is right. I've just heard about your situation. If you meet a husband like that, you should divorce him. I can introduce you to a lawyer friend who is very experienced in divorce cases. In a situation like yours, if you file for divorce, there's a good chance the court will support you. After what happened yesterday, Liu Hongmei thought a lot. When Tang Dao is released from the detention center, he will definitely take revenge on her. If she continues to live with him, she will be subjected to endless torture. She had naturally thought about divorce, but due to traditional concepts, she had never been able to break through the barrier in her heart. Now that she saw so many people supporting her, she finally made up her mind. Liu Hongmei took a deep breath, bowed to everyone, and pleaded solemnly, I want a divorce, please help me. Meng Lang grabbed her hand, helped her up, and said, You're my employee, of course I'll help you. Don't worry, with me here, no one can do anything to you. Chapter 62 Next Steps. Gan Yuru called her lawyer friend on the spot. After explaining the situation to the lawyer in general, we made an appointment to meet at Arctic Fox Company tomorrow morning for a detailed discussion. Seeing that everyone had almost finished chatting, Lu Fei, who had been busy nearby, couldn't help but complain. You all should stop chatting and come over here and help. I can't handle it all by myself. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongmei hurried over to help pack and ship the goods. Meng Lang walked to the computer and looked at the background data of the Taobao store. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. The backend shows that there are as many as 1,500 unshipped orders. And they were basically the new sexy lingerie styles he had put on the shelves last night. Just one night later, so many new orders were added. No wonder Lu Fei couldn't handle it all by himself. There are only 3 people in the e-commerce warehouse now, including himself. Even if we include Yang Xingnan who came to help, we still wouldn't be able to handle so many orders. Moreover, as the sexy lingerie photos continue to spread in major forums, the business of this store will only get better and better. Based on Meng Lang's experience in his previous life, 3 people could only complete the delivery of 1,000 orders at most. At the store's current order growth rate, at least 6 people are needed to ensure that customers' orders are shipped on time. Thinking of this, Meng Lang looked at Gan Yuru. Sister Yuru, I'm a little short on manpower right now. Can I borrow some from you to help with the shipment? Hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded and said, No problem. I can't guarantee anything else if you ask someone to do it, but if they just help with packing and shipping, there will definitely be no problem. I'll find some honest and reliable people for you. As he said that, Gan Yuru called his brother Gan Yuyen, and soon several workers were sent over to join the ranks of packing and shipping. Watching the orders being processed continuously in the background, Meng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pointing at the workers who came to help, he said, "I'll pay them their wages when the time comes. I can't let them work for me for nothing. These are all trivial matters. Do you have time now? Let's talk about the next plan of Arctic Fox Company." Seeing that Meng Lang had finished the work at hand, Gan Yuru walked up to him and asked. Meng Lang nodded and said, "There are too many people here, let's go to your office to talk." As they spoke, the two walked out of the e-commerce warehouse side by side and headed towards the office building of Arctic Fox Company. On their way, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang beside her and asked, "How's the store business these past 2 days? Have you maintained your sales?" "It's going pretty well. Since the opening on July 6, sales have been increasing every day. Yesterday, because it was on the TV news, we sold almost 2,400 units in one day. My uncle also rented the shop next door. I estimate that this shop has reached its peak sales in the past 2 days, with estimated sales of over 4,000 sets a day." Meng Lang calculated yesterday's sales volume based on the bank transfer amount received last night. Meng Lang earned 30,000 yuan last night, so the store's total profit yesterday was 60,000 yuan. The profit per set was about 25 yuan, and the total sales volume was about 2,400 sets. Listening to the data reported by Meng Lang, Gan Yuru's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She originally thought that selling 1,200 sets of thermal clothing on the first day would be the peak. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning. In just 3 days, sales volume doubled. Although this is partly due to the spread of television news, it also shows how attractive the Arctic Fox thermal jacket, which costs 79 yuan per set, is to consumers. If a store can sell 4,000 sets a day, and based on the thermal clothing tag fee of 8 yuan per set, Arctic Fox Company can earn more than 30,000 yuan in revenue from this store in one day. Thinking of this, Gan Yuru said impatiently, "Then can we start notifying the dealers in advance? I want to organize a dealer conference and gather all the dealers together. When the time comes, I will display the sales data of the specialty stores, which will definitely attract them." Meng Lang nodded and said, "The dealer conference is indeed in my plan. Let's put it this way. Once the first week's data from the specialty stores is released, the dealer conference will be almost ready. Let's set it for July 15 for now." When Gan Yuru heard the time Meng Lang said, she hesitated again. Meng Lang looked at her and seemed to suddenly think of something. July 15th. How could he forget this day? This is Li Shuyer's birthday. He was a bootlicker in his previous life, but he attached more importance to this day than the Chinese New Year. Not only does he have to prepare all kinds of gifts and surprises for Li Shuyer, but he also has to work hard and serve Li Shuyer. How about we change the date? The 15th is Shuyer's 18th birthday, and it's also her coming-of-age ceremony. I've already made an appointment with her to celebrate with her. During this period, the relationship between Gan Yuru and Li Shuyer was a little tense. As a mother, Gan Yuru also wanted to take this opportunity to repair the relationship between mother and daughter. Meng Lang shrugged nonchalantly. Then let's move it up to the 14th. It'll just take a little longer to sort out the data and create a plan, but that's not a big deal. I have drafted a plan for the Arctic Fox brand licensing plan. It's in my office. I'd like to invite you to take a look at it. Gan Yuru said with a smile. Meng Lang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gan Yuru had already made so many preparations for the brand licensing plan. Okay, let's take a look together. As they spoke, both of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. But just as she turned a corner, Gan Yuru didn't pay attention and her high heels suddenly stepped on the cover of the gutter. The heel of her high heels got stuck in the gap of the gutter, and Gan Yuru suddenly lost her balance and fell to the right. Meng Lang, who was standing to Gan Yuru's left, reacted immediately. He grabbed Gan Yuru's arm with one hand and her slender waist with the other hand. He forcibly stopped her delicate body from falling to the ground and held her in his arms. Suddenly, a faint fragrance entered Meng Lang's nostrils, which instantly lifted his spirits. Looking down at Gan Yuru in his arms, he saw that her pretty face, which was full of the charm of a mature woman, was now pale, as if she was frightened because she almost fell. When she saw Meng Lang holding her in his arms, her face, which had turned pale with fear, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, making her look particularly charming and attractive. He continued to look down past Gan Yuru's pretty face. The white casual shirt she was wearing became a little messy under Meng Lang's embrace, especially at the collar. A button was broken because the shirt was pulled, revealing a plump and snow-white piece wrapped in lace. Meng Lang could even see a tiny red mole among the snow-white skin. When Meng Lang saw this, his breathing suddenly became rapid and blood rushed to his brain. Gan Yuru also felt a chill in her chest. She looked down and found that she was exposed. She quickly covered her collar with her hands. Meng Lang also realized his failure and quickly helped Gan Yuru up and helped her stand firmly again. However, in a corner that they didn't notice, a pair of eyes were watching them. Chapter 63 Pricing of Brand Licensing. Seeing Meng Lang holding Gan Yuru in his arms, Li Shunchang, who was following behind them, immediately clenched his fists. As soon as he came out of the factory, he saw Gan Yuru and Meng Lang walking side by side on the small path between the warehouses. Both of them were talking and laughing, and seemed to be having a great time. Li Shunchang immediately became unhappy. Why is Gan Yuru always so rude to him, but so kind to an outsider? So he followed quietly. What he never expected was that his sister-in-law, who was so elegant and noble in front of him, actually hugged a man after walking around an empty corner. Li Shunchang suddenly felt that his worldview had been impacted. He couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was real, but the moment he poked his head out from around the corner, the truth of the world was laid out before him. His sister-in-law Gan Yuru was hugging another man. At this moment, Li Shunchang's awe and love for his sister-in-law Gan Yuru instantly turned into overwhelming hatred. He has worked diligently for Arctic Fox for many years, worked hard for Arctic Fox, and followed Gan Yuru's lead. Why? Is it for the annual salary of 200,000 yuan? No, he did it to protect the business that his eldest brother had worked so hard to build, and to take good care of his sister-in-law and niece on his behalf. But unexpectedly, his years of hard work did not get the rewards he deserved. Gan Yuru's attitude towards him was always lukewarm, and she didn't give him any chance at all. Until now, she would rather throw herself into the arms of others than choose Li Shunchang. Is Li Shunchang really that bad? When Li Shunchang saw Meng Lang let go of Gan Yuru and her collar slightly open, his blood pressure soared even more. Have they all progressed to this point? What on earth is Gan Yuru doing? Where is her modesty as a woman? I actually let a man I had only known for a few days treat me like this. Li Shunchang was so angry that his teeth were about to break. No. We can't let them continue to develop like this. If we continue to let them develop like this. Li Shunchang couldn't help but start to think that if Gan Yuru remarried another man, then the Arctic Fox Company would belong to someone else. Thinking that there would be another man in the future who would spend the money his elder brother had worked so hard to earn, play with his gentle and beautiful sister-in-law, and beat his well-behaved and obedient niece, Li Shunchang felt cold all over. He must stop this from happening. But to Gan Yuru, he was just an outsider. How can he stop Gan Yuru from being with another man? Oh, and my niece Li Shuya. Gan Yuru would definitely not listen to what she said, but she would definitely listen to what her biological daughter said. Thinking of this, Li Shunchang quickly took out his mobile phone and called Li Shuya. Come to Gan Yuru's office. Gan Yuru made a cup of tea for Meng Lang. Then he took out a printed document from the drawer of his desk and placed it in front of Meng Lang. There are a few big words written on the cover of the document: Arctic Fox Brand Authorization Plan. Meng Lang flipped through the document and read it carefully. Gan Yuru put a lot of effort into this plan, which was written based on her many years of experience in the clothing industry. Meng Lang could hardly find anything that needed to be added. The entire plan provides a detailed division of rights and responsibilities between Arctic Fox and dealers who purchase brand authorization. Arctic Fox is responsible for operating the brand well and working hard to enhance its value. All dealers need to do is sell independently and ensure the quality of the clothes sold. Especially regarding the quality issue, Gan Yuru emphasized in this plan that if the dealer sells products with quality problems, Arctic Fox Company has the right to require them to compensate consumers at 10 times the selling price. Meng Lang strongly agrees with this point. In its previous life, Antarctic's market value fell from 60 billion at its peak to a scale of several billion. A large part of the reason was that the distributors lacked quality control over their products, which led to the collapse of Antarctic's brand reputation. It is not easy for Arctic Fox to establish its reputation, and it must be well protected. When doing business, you have to pay attention to long-term development. Gan Yuru's strategy may not allow the Arctic foxes to develop at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people like the Antarctic people in their previous lives, but it is more stable and sustainable. In the end, Meng Lang's attention fell on the brand authorization price and tag price. The brand authorization price is 100,000 yuan year, the thermal underwear tag price is 8 yuan set, underwear is for yuan piece, and socks are 2 yuan piece. This price wasn't considered low, but Meng Lang thought of the store's current terrifying sales volume and shook his head, saying, "This price is too low. Even if the price were to increase by 30%, there would definitely be dealers willing to pay for it. And once Arctic Fox's strategy proves successful, other clothing brands will surely follow suit. With competition, prices will inevitably fall, so we need to eat our fill this first time and leave enough room for price adjustments in the future." Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru also nodded. "I never thought the store's business would be so good, so I was a little conservative when pricing." Finally, after discussion between the two, the relevant fees for the brand licensing plan were determined. The brand authorization price is 120,000 yuan year, the tag price for thermal underwear is 10 yuan set, underwear is 5 yuan piece, and socks are 3 yuan piece. The first phase plans to release 300 brand authorizations, and we will decide whether to increase the number based on the situation at that time. If all these 300 brand licenses can be sold, Arctic Fox Company will be able to make a profit of 36 million yuan just from licensing fees. It is enough to compensate consumers with 10 times the compensation that Gan Yuru promised on TV before. Then, the gimmick of issuing 10 times the compensation amount can be used to further expand the brand awareness of Arctic Fox, thereby attracting more dealers to purchase Arctic Fox's authorization. As long as a virtuous cycle is formed, the debt and crisis that Arctic Fox is facing now are nothing. Listening to the blueprint Meng Lang drew for her, Gan Yuru nodded with longing. "I hope everything goes well. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Although I'm in sole control of Arctic Fox, I only own 80% of the shares. In the early years, due to the company's difficulties in cash flow, Arctic Fox Company borrowed a sum of money, which was later converted into a 20% stake. Although this shareholder generally doesn't interfere with the company's operations, he definitely needs to be informed if such a major business adjustment is to be made." Meng Lang couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He didn't expect that 20% of the shares of Arctic Fox's company were still in the hands of others. According to his plan, Arctic Fox is destined to take off in the future. Even if it cannot reach the 60 billion market value of Antarctic Man in its previous life, it should not be a big problem to break through the 10 billion mark. If Arctic Fox develops smoothly, it will basically not need financing, and its 20% equity will not be diluted before listing. This is a fortune of up to 10 digits. If it was given to Gan Yuru, Meng Lang wouldn't mind. But if it gives someone else a bargain, Meng Lang will not agree. It would be best to find a way to get back these 20% shares before the plan is announced. Who is this shareholder? Meng Lang looked at Gan Yuru and asked. Chapter 60 for 20% equity ownership. This man is Zhu Dong. You should know him as Zhu Jiahao's father. You ran into him before when you came to my office, so you should remember him. Meng Lang was shocked. Zhu Jiahao's father. Isn't that Sang Wanyan's ex-husband? Meng Lang looked carefully at Gan Yuru's office, thought about it carefully in his mind, and finally a scene appeared in front of him. That day was his first time in Gan Yuru's office. As soon as he entered the door, he met a short and strong middle-aged man coming out of the office. The two of them bumped into each other at the door, and he seemed to have scolded him at that time. That short and strong figure really makes him look like Zhu Jiahao's father and son. No wonder a beauty like Sang Wanyan gave birth to a son who looked like Zhu Jiahao. It turned out that there was such a short and fat human being holding him back. Thinking of this, Meng Lang remembered that Sang Wanyan told him the night before yesterday that her ex-husband wanted to remarry her because he needed money for investment. Perhaps we can take advantage of the fact that Zhu Dong is in urgent need of funds and take 20% of Arctic Fox's shares from him. These thoughts ran through Meng Lang's mind, but he did not tell Gan Yuru about his plan. After all, the relationship between him and Sang Wanyan was really hard to explain to Gan Yuru. The brand licensing plan for Arctic Fox was almost discussed, and Gan Yuru had other things to deal with, so Meng Lang did not stay in her office for long. When he returned to the e-commerce warehouse, Lu Fei and Liu Hongmei were busy packing and shipping with several workers. A small half of the orders accumulated in the background have been processed. Meng Lang bought a few bottles of iced drinks from the convenience store in front of the Arctic Fox Company and handed them to the busy crowd. Everyone, have a drink of water and take a break. There's no need to rush. Just send out all the orders from the back end before the end of the day. Everyone took the drinks and thanked Meng Lang repeatedly. Especially the workers who were transferred here by Genyuru today. They originally thought they were transferred here because the Arctic Fox Company was about to go out of business due to previous losses, and they had been assigned a new boss. I'm still worried whether this new boss will be difficult to get along with. They didn't expect that the young boss was so generous. He not only let them rest, but also bought them drinks. Everyone was full of gratitude to Meng Lang in their hearts. Only Liu Hongmei sat aside and felt unhappy. Meng Lang thought she was still sad about her husband's affairs. Unexpectedly, Liu Hongmei actually took the initiative to walk up to Meng Lang and said, "Boss, how about we go to the hotel to take pictures today?" Meng Lang was a little confused. Why did you suddenly want to go to the hotel to take pictures? Aren't your injuries still healed? Liu Hongmei pointed to the boxes of products stacked deep in the e-commerce warehouse and said, "These goods have obviously been produced, but they can't be put on the shelves because there are no product photos. It's such a pity. Boss, you're a good person. I don't want to delay your making money because of me. If we take the photos of these products earlier, you can also make money earlier, right?" Meng Lang had never seen an employee as conscious as Liu Hongmei, who actually went into battle injured just to help her boss make more money. However, the kindness between people is mutual. If Meng Lang had not given Liu Hongmei a high salary and rescued her from Tang Dao's clutches, she would definitely not have cared so much about Meng Lang. Since Liu Hongmei was so enthusiastic, Meng Lang naturally had no reason to refuse. Although Liu Hongmei had bruises and scars on her body from yesterday's beating, these can be removed through post-processing. What's more, when shooting some sexy costumes, the models will be deliberately given some scar makeup to achieve further stimulation. For example, some bondage and bondage-style clothing. Coincidentally, among the design drawings that Meng Lang had asked Yang Xingnan to draw before, there were several sets of this style. It's just right for today's shooting. After having lunch together in the e-commerce warehouse, Meng Lang took a few sets of samples and went out with Liu Hongmei. They still went to the same hotel as before. Anyway, Tang Dao and Brother Long and his gang are still being held in the detention center, so no one will disturb them. Moreover, Liu Hongmei has become accustomed to the environment of this hotel. As a new model who has not received any training, having a familiar environment to help her maintain her form is the most important thing. After entering the room, Meng Lang still put on some simple makeup for her first. This time, Meng Lang did not use foundation to cover up the scars and bruises on Liu Hongmei's face. Instead, he used some cosmetics to highlight these scars. This makes Liu Hongmei's appearance more in line with today's clothing theme. Then Meng Lang took out the sexy lingerie samples that he had used for taking photos today. Cat ears, eye patch and maid outfit. A halter dress, a bandage and a small collar. Looking at these things that were beyond her cognition, Liu Hongmei couldn't help but get nervous again. Compared with what happened in front of her, the shame she felt from the previous two shoots was nothing. But thinking of Meng Lang's help to her these days, she gritted her teeth and walked into the bathroom with her clothes. 5 minutes later, Liu Hongmei, wearing a maid outfit and a pair of cat ears, walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Liu Hongmei's appearance, Meng Lang immediately felt something. This maid outfit adopts a short skirt design with hollowed-out chest, waist and back, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin to the air. Under the warm light, there is a very ambiguous atmosphere. The extensive exposure also made it impossible to hide the bruises and scars on Liu Hongmei's body. Especially the scars and bruises on her face that were deliberately highlighted made her look pitiful. These scars complement the style of the entire outfit, and coupled with the sad and resentful expression on Liu Hongmei's face, she really looks like a maid being ravaged by a perverted rich man. Watching Liu Hongmei approaching him, Meng Lang swallowed hard and suppressed the desire in his heart. After putting the blindfold on Liu Hongmei, Meng Lang picked up the camera and started taking pictures of her. The photos taken also turned out great. In the photo, Liu Hongmei was slumped on the bed, half covered by her maid outfit. The bruises and scars on her body were exposed from under the maid outfit, and there were burn scars and red marks from slaps under the eye patch on her face. Coupled with the gorgeous decoration of the star-rated hotel suite, the photo looks like a maid who was imprisoned and abused in a rich man's house, which is really tempting. Because of the blindfold, Meng Lang had to support Liu Hongmei to get into a new pose when adjusting her posture. This inevitably led to physical contact between the two. Liu Hongmei only felt that Meng Lang's hand was as hot as a red-hot iron. Chapter 65. The third shooting. Every time he touched her, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Meng Lang was also distressed by Liu Hongmei's condition. A woman with a hot body, wearing an eye patch, wearing a revealing maid outfit, with scars all over her body, trembles in front of you. Isn't this inviting people to commit a crime? Meng Lang really wanted to commit a crime, but when he thought about the fact that Liu Hongmei had not divorced yet and was still his employee, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, Liu Hongmei was wearing a blindfold, so she didn't notice the embarrassment on Meng Lang's face. This maid outfit took a particularly long time to shoot. On the one hand, it is because the effect of this dress in the photo is really good even though Liu Hongmei is covered with scars. Meng Lang wanted to take more photos as a reserve. It would be difficult to achieve such an effect in the future. He wouldn't really beat up Liu Hongmei just to get a good photo effect. On the other hand, because Liu Hongmei was too attractive, Meng Lang was seriously disturbed, which inevitably led to reduced efficiency. Fortunately, there is plenty of time today and Meng Lang is not in a hurry. After nearly an hour of dawdling, the maid outfit was finally filmed. The next one is even more revealing than the maid outfit. It can't even be called clothing anymore. It is an SM outfit made up of pieces of cloth. The effect of wearing it is almost the same as wrapping a bandage around the key parts a few times. There should be enough space between the bandages so that people can vaguely see what's underneath. This half-covered, half-exposed effect is more deadly than wearing nothing. This time, Liu Hongmei spent a long time in the bathroom trying to put on the clothes. It's really not that easy to bandage yourself. Meng Lang wondered whether he should include wearing instructions with this outfit when selling it. Otherwise, there will definitely be players with poor hands-on skills who will not know how to use this equipment properly, and finally get angry and give his store a bad review. Just as Meng Lang was thinking about this, Liu Hongmei's voice came from the bathroom. "Boss, I can't wear this suit." Well, it seems that Liu Hongmei is one of those people who is not good at hands-on work. But the clothes have already been produced, and they have to be photographed and put on the shelves. I can't just back off when something goes wrong. Since one person can't put it on, add another person to help. But he is a man, and he can't let Liu Hongmei be naked and let him wrap bandages on her body. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the eye mask that Liu Hongmei had just worn. Got it, I can just wear an eye mask. Although wearing an eye mask will affect efficiency, it is better than letting Liu Hongmei struggle alone in the bathroom. When Meng Lang made this suggestion, Liu Hongmei agreed after just a slight hesitation. It's not like he hasn't seen it anyway. The last time I put on the sexy apron, the straps were torn and he saw everything. But even so, when Liu Hongmei came out, she still stuck her head out first, and after making sure that Meng Lang's eye mask was indeed on, she walked out of the bathroom naked. "Help me hold this end." Liu Hongmei handed one end of the bandage to Meng Lang. Then let Meng Lang walk to the other end of the room. She began to wrap bandages around her body, then turned in circles, letting the bandages wrap around her body in circles. But after turning around and around, she couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. She also has to pay attention to making sure the bandage is wrapped where it should be, so as to achieve a better visual effect. After adjusting it a few times, she finally managed to wrap the bandage around her upper body, mainly the chest area. Because this part of her body is too full and the cliff is too steep, it is not easy to bandage it. If it is wrapped too loosely, it will be too exposed. If it is wrapped too tightly, it will not achieve the desired effect. It is difficult to strike the right balance. After wrapping this part, the rest will be much easier. Simply wrap it twice from your chest to your hips to expose as much skin as possible. And then there's the buttocks. Finally, it was almost finished. Liu Hongmei couldn't help but speed up the process, wanting to complete this difficult task quickly. However, as more and more bandages were wrapped around her body, the distance between her and Meng Lang became closer and closer, the bandages became tighter and tighter, and she increased her speed. This caused the bandage to act like a rope, tying her thighs together. Liu Hongmei felt dizzy from spinning around and lost her balance for a moment. She screamed and her body tilted, about to fall to the ground. When Meng Lang heard the scream, he no longer cared about the differences between men and women. He quickly took off his blindfold and looked at Liu Hongmei. Seeing that she was about to fall, he immediately rushed over and tried to grab her. However, taking off the blindfold did take some time. Meng Lang failed to hold Liu Hongmei's hand, and could only randomly grab the bandage on Liu Hongmei's body, hoping to hold her with the bandage. But he forgot that this batch of sexy lingerie was all made of low-quality fabrics. Although Meng Lang grabbed several bandages, they were unable to hold and all broke at the moment before Liu Hongmei fell to the ground. However, the pulling before the bandage broke still served as a buffer, so that when Liu Hongmei fell on her back on the ground, she did not fall too hard. But the price was that almost all the bandages on Liu Hongmei's chest were torn off, and large areas of her snow-white skin were exposed in front of Meng Lang. Only a few bandages were wrapped around her chest, blocking the key parts. The torn pieces of bandages were scattered on Liu Hongmei's body, providing her with some coverage. However, Meng Lang, who maintained a forward-rushing posture, was affected by the pulling force from the belt on his hands, which affected his body balance and caused him to fall forward. He fell straight towards Liu Hongmei. Meng Lang felt as if his entire face was wrapped in softness. You can also smell the unique fragrance of facial cleanser at the tip of your nose. When Meng Lang realized what had happened, his head was completely blank. I just felt the blood rushing out of my nose. When Meng Lang raised his head, he saw that the white bandage on Liu Hongmei's chest was stained with bright red blood, which had a strange beauty. Liu Hongmei seemed to have accepted her fate. She lay on the ground and didn't bother to cover herself up. Anyway, she has been seen and touched, and has made up her mind to divorce her current husband. What is there to be embarrassed about? Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Meng Lang wiped the blood from his mouth and apologized repeatedly. It's okay, it was my own mistake. What do you think of this pose? How about we just shoot it like this? Meng Lang stood up and took a look at Liu Hongmei's current posture. She was seen lying on her back on the ground, with white bandages scattered all over her body, and her proud figure was faintly visible under the bandages. As the saying goes, if you want to look pretty in morning clothes, you should wear them. The white bandages all over Liu Hongmei's body also have a similar effect, especially the bright red mark on her chest left by Meng Lang. It gave her a kind of enchanting beauty. This posture is indeed worth taking a picture of. Meng Lang didn't waste any time, picked up the camera and started taking pictures of Liu Hongmei, which also relieved the embarrassment in his heart. I was busy until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the samples I brought out had been photographed. Meng Lang asked Liu Hongmei to leave work early. He called Sang Wanyan. Today was already July 10th. According to the plan, Ganyuru will hold a dealer conference on the 14th to announce the Arctic Fox brand licensing plan. Before that, Meng Lang had to get the 20% of Arctic Fox company shares held by Sang Wanyan's ex-husband. Time is of the essence. Chapter 66, Private Conversation. An hour later, in a hotel box called Four Seasons Evergreen, Sang Wanyan lay on the table, gasping for breath. Her face was flushed with excitement and her whole body was trembling slightly. Even though the air conditioner was on in the box, the sweat couldn't be stopped from seeping from the white forehead and nose. After a long time, she finally recovered, climbed up from the table, and put down the black skirt that had been lifted to her waist. Sitting back in the chair, she glanced unhappily at Meng Lang, who was tying his belt, the blush still on her face. Can't you just get a room in a hotel? Why do you have to do this in a restaurant? Aren't you afraid of being seen? After Meng Lang tidied his clothes, he opened the doors and windows of the private room, letting out the charming scent inside. Then he turned to Sang Wanyan and said, I originally wanted to talk to you about something, but you're so alluring, I just can't control myself. Upon hearing this, Sang Wanyan couldn't hide the smug look on her face, but she still pretended to be nonchalant and said, Humph. You only know how to use these sweet words to deceive me. Not long after, the waiter walked into the private room with the dishes in a calm manner, placed the dishes on the table calmly, and then left the room calmly. Such calmness seems very abnormal. It seemed as if he was afraid that the two people in the box would discover that he was having an affair. Sang Wanyan could naturally see the clues in this and gave Meng Lang another unpleasant look. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not last long. After the waiter left, Meng Lang decisively stated the purpose of his visit today. I came to see you today because I want to ask you for help with something. Sang Wanyan placed a piece of meat in Meng Lang's bowl, squinting at him and asked, What's the matter?
Does your ex-husband own 20% of Arctic Fox?
It seems so. I remember it when the property was divided. Sang Wanyan said after thinking for a while. I want to buy 20% of the shares of Arctic Fox Company. Can you help me buy it, and then I will buy it from you? Meng Lang said seriously. That's not difficult. My ex-husband is short of money recently. If the price is right, he would definitely be willing to sell it. But do you have that much money? Sang Wanyan looked at Meng Lang with some confusion in her eyes. Although she had slept with him several times, Sang Wanyan's understanding of Meng Lang was limited to the fact that he was her son's high school classmate. And judging from his usual attire, Meng Lang doesn't look like a rich man. Although Arctic Fox Company has fallen on hard times, 20% of its shares are still worth tens of millions. Meng Lang doesn't look like someone who can casually spend tens of millions. Hearing this, Meng Lang was at a loss for words. He really can't come up with so much money now, but as long as the World Cup final is over on July 12th, this money will be a piece of cake for him. But he couldn't tell Sang Wanyan directly about the World Cup, as that would make him look like a psychopath. In order to convince Sang Wanyan, Meng Lang had no choice but to reveal his cooperative relationship with Ganyuru. In fact, I opened a specialty store in cooperation with Arctic Fox Company. Now the business is doing well. The net profit of the store is increasing every day. It has exceeded 60,000 yuan now. This figure will be maintained for some time to come. After saying that, Meng Lang took out his cell phone and showed Sang Wanyan the dividends his uncle had transferred to him in the past few days. Seeing this, even Sang Wanyan was very surprised. She didn't expect that the profitability of a specialty store would be so terrifying. It was indeed as Meng Lang said, it was still on an upward trend. Of course, she wouldn't believe everything Meng Lang showed her, and she would definitely investigate it. But if what Meng Lang said was true, she could help Meng Lang buy the 20% stake from Ju Dong. Even if Meng Lang didn't have enough money to buy Arctic Fox's shares from her, given the popularity of the Arctic Fox store, the future prospects of Arctic Fox would not be too bad. She could treat it as a long-term investment, which would not be a loss for her. After thinking it over, Sang Wanyan looked at Meng Lang and said charmingly, "What benefits can I get if I help you?" Seeing Sang Wanyan's interest, Meng Lang was overjoyed and quickly replied, "I will definitely prepare a big surprise for you." Sang Wanyan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "Then I'm looking forward to your big surprise. If your surprise doesn't satisfy me, don't blame me for not transferring the shares to you." When Sang Wanyan said this, she agreed to the matter. Meng Lang pulled her into his arms, kissed her hard on the face, and one hand began to wander over her body, while the other hand reached directly under her skirt. What are you doing? The door of the private room is not locked." Sang Wanyan couldn't help but said coquettishly. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang quickly got up to lock the door of the box and then pulled the curtains back up. The meal took a full hour. In order to thank Sang Wanyan for agreeing to help, Meng Lang gave her everything he knew. So much so that he always held his waist when he returned home. He suppressed his tiredness and uploaded the photos he took this afternoon to the Daobao platform. After adding a batch of promotional materials to his part-time friends in the group, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Meng Lang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. I opened my sleepy eyes and saw that it was Yuan Hua calling. I looked at the time again. Today is July 11th. It must be because the World Cup final is about to start tomorrow, and Yuan Hua can't wait. Sure enough, the first thing Meng Lang heard when he answered the phone was, "Brother, how do I bet on tomorrow's game? Should I bet on Spain to beat the Netherlands 1-0? I watched and studied Spain's previous games, and they all won 1 o'clock." The rapid-fire barrage of words made Meng Lang's head buzz as he just woke up. He got up from the bed, went into the bathroom and rubbed his face, then he became a little more sober. He also remembered that the result of this game was indeed Spain 1 o'clock Netherlands. But the only goal of the game came in overtime. According to the rules of football lottery, only scores within 90 minutes of normal competition are counted. So if you want to win money, you have to bet on Spain 0:0 Netherlands. "I plan to bet on 0:0 in this game," Meng Lang said to Yuan Hua on the other end of the phone. 0:0. Yuan Hua's voice was full of surprise, and then there was the sound of keyboard tapping, probably checking the odds. The odds for 0:0 are 12.0, which is 2 points higher than 1 o'clock, but bro, you can't just bet on whatever has the highest odds. Spain hasn't played a 0:0 game in the World Cup this year. Meng Lang brushed his teeth and mumbled, "You decide for yourself. I've already told you the result. As I said, don't blame me if you lose." Chapter 67 Asking General Gao again. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Hua fell into confusion again. Should it be 0:0 or 0:1? On the one hand, Meng Lang has the confidence of winning 6 games in a row, and on the other hand, he has the experience and judgment summarized from watching football for many years. After hesitating for a long time, the balance in his heart finally leaned towards Meng Lang's suggestion. After all, Meng Lang's record of winning 6 games in a row is too terrifying. It's as if he has great luck. But just as he was about to go out and place a bet with his bank card, he stopped again. Should we ask General Gao again? After all, the result given by General Gao last time was correct, so it seems there is no harm in asking. Yes, it wouldn't hurt to listen to Captain Gao's advice. If Captain Gao also says to bet on 0:0, then the game will definitely be a sure win. Thinking of this, Yuan Hua walked back and took out the pair of wrestling balls in the brocade box from the drawer. "Your Excellency, General Gao, I have another request. If it is granted, I will offer incense and offerings during every festival. On the first day of the 6th month of the Guanyin year, the Portuguese will play against the red-haired barbarians. The result is 0:0. Is this acceptable?" Yuan Huacheng prayed sincerely and threw the wrestling ball to the ground. With a crisp sound, the result of the wrestling throw appeared in front of Yuan Hua. But the result disappointed him greatly. I saw that both of the thrown balls on the ground were facing upwards. This represents a yin hexagram, indicating that the gods do not approve of the matter being asked. Yuan Hua threw it twice more, but they were all yin guar. How so? 3 consecutive yin hexagrams indicated that General Gao felt the result of the game would not be 0:0. This inevitably made Yuan Hua feel shaken. Could it be that Meng Lang made a wrong bet this time? Thinking of this, Yuan Hua suddenly became so anxious that he paced around the office. What should I do? Although Meng Lang has won 6 times in a row, there is no guarantee that he will not fail the last time. If he bet wrong, the more than 300,000 yuan he had worked so hard to earn would be wasted. After wandering around the office for a long time, Yuan Hua decided to ask for another fortune. General Gao, on the first day of the 6th month of the Guanyin year, the Portuguese played against the red-haired barbarians, and the result was 1:0. Is that acceptable? This time it was the Holy Grail 3 times in a row. In other words, General Gao recognized the 1 o'clock result of the match. Seeing this, Yuan Hua was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, General Gao and his hero shared the same opinion. But he couldn't ignore Meng Lang's words. Therefore, Yuan Hua finally decided to divide the money into 2 parts and spend 100,000 yuan to buy Spain to draw 0:0 with the Netherlands. This was bought for Meng Lang's sake, so he would accept the loss even if it was a loss. He bought Spain 1 o'clock Netherlands for 200,000. According to the odds of 10.0, as long as he won this time, he could get 1.6 million. With so much money, he couldn't spend it all even if he went to the club with young models every day. He had only 20,000 yuan left, so he didn't plan to bet anymore. If he lost everything, at least he would have some consolation. Before leaving, Yuan Hua looked back at the dice on the table and muttered, "General Gao, please don't let me down." If Meng Lang knew about Yuan Hua's outrageous behavior, he would probably laugh like a pig. You know what, General Gao's advice is really effective. The result of the match was indeed 1 o'clock. But this goal shouldn't have been scored in overtime. General Gao lived more than 1,000 years ago, played Kuju, and didn't understand your football lottery rules. If you lose, then you can't blame others. Meng Lang doesn't have as many complicated thoughts as Yuan Hua. After hanging up the phone, he went straight out the door and headed towards the high-speed rail station which had just been built. After his last game, his prize money had accumulated to 8.56 million, and after deducting 20% tax, it was still 6.848 million. You can't get so much money from the Jiangsu City Sports Lottery Center. You have to go to the Provincial Sports Lottery Center to get the money. Fortunately, the provincial capital Linchuan City is right next to Jiangsu, and it only takes half an hour to get there by high-speed rail. Sitting on the brand new Harmony train, Meng Lang looked at the electronic display screen in front of him. At that time, the domestic high-speed rail line had just been opened and the speed was still 350 kilometers per hour. Watching the scenery of the fields outside the window passing by quickly, Meng Lang felt extremely comfortable with the beautiful scenery. Turning around, Meng Lang saw a girl sitting next to him flipping through a copy of Yilin with great interest. Meng Lang took a casual glance and saw a story. It is said that in order to save a sparrow that was entangled in high-voltage power lines, the US president sent a special plane to crash into the national main power line in Washington, causing a nationwide power outage. In the end, it took rescue workers half an hour to rescue the sparrow. Meng Lang almost laughed out loud, which earned him a cold look from the girl. This story is really made up. The United States can cause a nationwide power outage for half an hour just for a sparrow, and then kill people all over the Middle East for oil. Isn't this schizophrenia? The key point is that even though it is such an outrageous story, today's domestic readers just happen to believe it. Under the beautification of these media, many people believe that developed countries such as Europe and the United States are so beautiful. However, this should be the last few years of glory for physical magazines such as Yilin and Reader. In the future, not only because of the popularization of 4G and 5G networks and the rise of self-media, people will have more channels to obtain information, which will cause most people to give up subscribing to physical magazines. Also, as the public's understanding of foreign countries increases, they gradually realize that the stories in Yilin and Reader are treating domestic readers as fools. Things like Japanese summer camps and German oil paper bags are all scams. The real foreign country is that the water city of Venice is full of stinking ditches, and the romantic streets of Paris are full of shit. These ironclad facts have severely shattered the filters that these unscrupulous media have spent years creating. However, this approach was adopted by foreign media more than 10 years later, and even the Yilin phenomenon appeared in the United States. It really proves the old saying, after entering Guangzhou, there will be great scholars to debate for me. Thinking of this, Meng Lang naturally felt extremely comfortable. The domestic economy in the next 10 years or so will also start super acceleration, just like this new Harmony train. Ordinary people today would never imagine that China's economy will surpass Japan this year and become the world's second largest economy. And it will continue to improve, widening the gap with the third place and closely following the United States. Even more than 10 years later, we will be able to compete with the United States in all aspects. In the end, even the United States is questioning us. We are already so developed, so why do we call ourselves a developing country? In just half an hour, Meng Lang had already arrived at his destination, Linchuan City, before he even felt like he was sitting down. After leaving the station, Meng Lang took a taxi and headed directly to the provincial sports lottery center. When the staff at the sports lottery center heard that Meng Lang was going to use all of his 6.848 million yuan prize money after tax deduction to bet on the World Cup finals, they were all stunned. It was not until the director of the sports lottery center personally confirmed with Meng Lang again and again that he was able to complete the bet as he wished. Chapter 68, Negative Reviews on Taobao Store on the first day. A small incident occurred during the betting period. Meng Lang planned to use all the dividends from the store in the past few days to bet. After all, the odds are 12.0, so as long as you bet on it, the money you bet on can be increased tenfold in 2 days. There was no reason for Meng Lang not to put all the money he had on the line. But when he checked his bank balance, he was surprised to find that his uncle had transferred another 50,000 yuan into his card last night. Including the dividends from the previous 2 days, Meng Lang still had 100,000 yuan in his bank card. Naturally, he bet all the money without hesitation. In other words, his total bet amount this time is 6.95 million. According to the odds of 12.0, after the World Cup final tomorrow, the prize money will be as high as 83.4 million yuan. Even after deducting taxes, it will be as much as 66.72 million yuan. After walking out of the sports lottery center, Meng Lang called his uncle Liu Lei. My uncle must have been busy, as the call was connected after a long time. When Meng Lang asked why there was a dividend of 50,000 yuan yesterday, Liu Lei replied, "We worked overtime yesterday to clear out the shop next door. Plus, the weather has been a little cooler these past 2 days, so there have been a lot of customers buying clothes in the store. In just 1 day yesterday, we sold 4,000 sets of warm clothes. Business is pretty good today, I'm almost overwhelmed." Although he said he was busy, Liu Lei's tone was full of joy. As long as he can make money, he is happy to be busy.
Meng Lang didn't bother his uncle with his business for too long. After getting the answer he wanted, he hung up the phone. He originally thought that the store's daily sales of 4,000 sets would be its peak, but judging by the current situation, the sales limit is still beyond his expectations. This is also a good thing. The higher the sales volume, the more people will be willing to spend money to buy the Arctic Fox brand license. As long as he gets 20% of Arctic Fox's shares from Ju Dawn, he will be able to earn more. Meng Lang did not stay in Linchuan City for long. Although Linchuan City is the provincial capital, Meng Lang had seen and played a lot in his previous life. Linchuan City in 2010 had no appeal to him at all. By the time he took the high-speed train back to Jiangsu, it was just noon. Meng Lang rushed to the Arctic Fox Company's e-commerce warehouse. After having lunch with everyone, he checked the orders on the Taobao store's back end. After uploading a batch of new products last night, the Taobao store attracted another group of customers. The number of back-end orders successfully exceeded 2,000 per day. Fortunately, there were employees sent by Genyuru. Otherwise, with Meng Lang's current staff, he would not be able to finish so much work even if he worked all night. Just as Meng Lang was looking at the data in the background, he walked towards him. Meng Lang has been busy outside these days, thanks to Lu Fei, who has been keeping an eye on the situation in Taobao's back-end and replying to customers' messages. As a high school graduate, it is not easy to do the back-end management work of an online store in such a short time, which also shows Lu Fei's dedication. Alang, I found out yesterday that our store seems to have received a bad review. I contacted the customer, but she refused to delete it no matter what. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took it seriously. If a new store receives bad reviews, it will greatly affect its subsequent business. Especially in this era when e-commerce has just emerged, the public's trust in online shopping is not very high. If they see bad reviews on a store, they may directly give up their desire to buy. What exactly is the situation? Meng Lang asked with a frown. You'll see for yourself. This customer said the quality of our products is poor. As he spoke, Lu Fei took the mouse and clicked on the order rating interface. Sure enough, I saw a bad review placed in a prominent position. However, when Meng Lang read the content of this negative review, he suddenly became both amused and helpless. Bad review, bad review. What a tattered piece of clothing. It rips when you pull it. My boyfriend almost fucked me to death last night. You say it's a bad review, but it doesn't seem to discourage customers from buying. But this is indeed a bad review. How do you think we can handle this? How about I contact this customer again? Give her a refund and see if I can get this negative review deleted. Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head violently and said, why delete it? Just let this negative review hang here? No. Pin it to the top. I want this negative review to be the first thing every customer who clicks in sees. Hearing Meng Lang say this, Lu Fei was stunned. He couldn't understand what Meng Lang was thinking. It's clearly a bad review, but it's pinned to the top. Isn't he this bad for business? Looking at Lu Fei's stunned expression, Meng Lang just smiled faintly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, you are still young, it is normal that you don't understand this kind of thing. Although Lu Fei didn't understand what Meng Lang meant, he still did as he was told. After a short break in the afternoon, the e-commerce warehouse became bustling again, with employees doing the packing work in an orderly manner. Watching the products piled up in the warehouse being packed one by one and loaded into the express company's trucks, Meng Lang nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Genyuru entered the e-commerce warehouse with a formally dressed woman. After seeing Meng Lang, Genyuru introduced him. This is Cheng Mai Hong, a senior attorney at Dingye Law Firm. I told her about Sister Mai's situation yesterday, and she's very willing to help Sister Mai with her divorce case. Meng Lang stepped forward and gently shook hands with Cheng Mai Hong. He had heard of Dingye Law Firm, which was the leading law firm in Jiangsu City. Being a senior lawyer there meant that one was definitely an elite in the industry. Cheng Mai Hong looked to be in her early 30s, with medium-length hair and strong facial lines. She looked a bit serious when she wasn't smiling. She was wearing a more formal business suit, a short-sleeved summer suit on the upper body and a knee-length business suit skirt on the lower body, looking very capable. Mr. Meng, right? I've heard of you for a long time. Sister Yuru often mentions you to me. Cheng Mai Hong looked at Meng Lang and said. It seemed that she and Gan Yuru were quite familiar with each other. Meng Lang didn't know this person and didn't say much to her. Instead, he directly called the person involved, Liu Hongmei. But after Liu Hongmei took the business card handed over by Cheng Mai-hong, she was a little hesitant and looked at Meng Lang with a look for help. Meng Lang also knew what she was thinking. Seeing Cheng Mai-hong so formal, she must be worried that the lawyer fees would be too expensive and she could not afford it. Don't worry, I can give you the money you need to spend on the lawsuit in advance, and then slowly deduct it from your salary later. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Liu Hongmei finally felt relieved and told lawyer Cheng the details. After listening to Liu Hongmei's story, I realized what a bastard Tang Dao is. Apart from the domestic violence that everyone knows about, this person is actually a gambler and owes a lot of gambling debts. In order to pay off his gambling debts, he actually wanted Liu Hongmei to work as a technician in a footbath city to earn money. Chapter 69 Lawyer Cheng Mai-hong. According to the current situation, your husband, Tang Dao, is absolutely at fault in this marriage. The police case records and your injury report are the most direct evidence. As long as you submit these evidences to the court, you will be invincible in this divorce lawsuit. At least when it comes to the division of family property, the court will definitely be on your side. As for Tang Dao's debts, if he can prove that they were all owed by him from gambling, he can also apply to the court for division. That is to say, under the most ideal circumstances, you should be able to obtain most of the current family property, and the debts will be borne by your husband Tang Dao alone. If you have any other requests, you can also discuss with me. I will do my best to help you achieve it. Cheng Mai-hong spoke slowly but with confidence. Obviously, her title of senior lawyer in the law firm was not earned for nothing. After listening to the professional lawyer's story, Liu Hongmei felt much more at ease. I don't have any other requirements. I don't want any property or anything. I just want a quick divorce. Liu Hongmei's words should have reduced Cheng Mai-hong's workload, but Cheng Mai-hong frowned after hearing this. Ms. Liu, I don't recommend you do this. You should actively fight for your legal rights. If you just want to get a divorce, you don't need to come to me. Given the current situation, you can easily find any law school student to achieve the situation you want. Now that I have taken over this case, I certainly cannot let it go so easily. How about this? You can just entrust this case to me, and I promise to give you a satisfactory result as soon as possible. Cheng Mai-hong acted very tough, as if pursuing a divorce like Liu Hongmei would be an insult to a professional lawyer like her. Liu Hongmei didn't know what to do for a moment, and once again turned to Meng Lang for help. It seemed that Meng Lang, her boss, had become the person she trusted most in the world. Meng Lang could tell from Cheng Mai-hong's strong attitude that she had absolute confidence in her professional abilities. Since professional lawyers have already made suggestions, just follow the professional advice. For a scum like Tang Dao, he really needs to suffer a little. It would be best if he was kicked out of the house with nothing but gambling debts. Speaking of this, Liu Hongmei's divorce case has an explanation. Lawyer Cheng will start preparing materials to submit to the court. It is estimated that he will receive a court summons once Tang Dao is released from the detention center. After Liu Hongmei signed the attorney-client agreement, Cheng Mai-hong left in a hurry. You can be absolutely assured of Lawyer Cheng's professional ability. If she weren't a woman, she would have been a senior partner of Dingye law firm long ago. Gan Yuru said, looking in the direction Cheng Mai-hong left. Since you were specially introduced to him, he must be quite capable. Meng Lang nodded and said. Gan Yuru had other things to deal with, and seeing that the matter had been settled before she arrived, she did not stay any longer. Meng Lang took Liu Hongmei to their hotel and finished shooting the remaining sets of erotic costumes. Before dark, Meng Lang returned home. After uploading the photos he had taken to the Daobao backend, the product library of his Daobao store was finally filled. There are 24 sets of sexy lingerie in total. As a startup online store, having so many products is more than enough. Just as he finished the work at hand, Meng Lang heard the sound of the door opening. When I walked out of the room, I saw miHoYo coming back from get off work. Meng Lang glanced at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, long past miHoYo's get off work hours. He just finished his work recently and should not have to work overtime. He came home so late, he must have gone out on a date with Aunt Zhao. Seeing Meng Lang walk out of the room, miHoYo smiled, picked up the plastic bag in his hand and said, "Haven't you eaten yet? This is the roast duck your Aunt Zhao bought for you." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took the roast duck, sat on the sofa, opened the package, tore off a duck leg and started to eat it. After a busy day, he He was indeed hungry. Don't worry, aren't you tired of just eating roast duck? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. With that, miHoYo walked into the kitchen. In a few minutes, a bowl of clear soup noodles was served on the table. miHoYo also sat down at the table and said to Meng Lang, "Your Aunt Zhao told me today that the matter I asked her to help inquire about whether it would be possible for your cousin to transfer to number 1 middle school for his senior year has finally been finalized. According to the regulations, it's definitely not allowed to transfer to the key class. However, the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school is her former classmate. She is willing to help. However, she wants to meet your cousin in advance to see his grades. If his grades are too bad, it will definitely not be allowed. There's definitely no problem with Liu Yihang's grades. He's always been in the top 10 in his grade at number 2 middle school. If his uncle and aunt didn't want a better learning environment, they wouldn't have thought of letting him transfer schools." Meng Lang replied. "You should talk to your uncle and aunt about this. If they want to transfer schools, take your cousin there tomorrow at noon. Your Aunt Zhao has arranged to have dinner with the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang finished 2 or 3 pieces of noodles in his bowl, then took out his cell phone and called his uncle Liu Lei. What he didn't expect was that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, but the store was still open. "My uncle and aunt are still busy in the store. You can hear their fatigue just from their tone." However, when they heard Meng Lang say that Liu Yihang could be transferred to the key class of number 1 middle school, their spirits immediately lifted. I expressed my gratitude to Meng Lang. Meng Lang finally understood why his father asked him to call his uncle and aunt to inform them about this matter. This is to make my uncle's family count this favor as my own, which is a good intention. But when they heard that they would be taking Liu Yihang to meet the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school at noon tomorrow, his uncle and aunt were in trouble again. The specialty store's business is so good that they really can't get away. "Xiaolang, how about you take your cousin with you? The store's business really can't do without us." Meng Lang thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be anything important tomorrow, so he agreed. Later, Meng Lang received a transfer from his uncle on his mobile phone. At first glance, there was actually 100,000 yuan. Meng Lang was immediately shocked. The dividend for one day was definitely not that much. A dividend of 100,000 yuan means a daily profit of 200,000 yuan, and you have to sell 8,000 units to make that much. Selling 4,000 units yesterday far exceeded Meng Lang's expectations. If it could double, that would be simply a fantasy. Meng Lang quickly called his uncle. Sure enough, today's income did not increase compared to yesterday. It was just that my uncle transferred all of today's income to me to thank Meng Lang for helping him get the opportunity to transfer to number 1 middle school. Chapter 70 Teacher by Jie. "Uncle, what are you doing? We are all family, and we should help each other. Why are you being so polite?" Of course. I'm not being polite. Transferring to another school is such a hassle, so we definitely need to take care of it. I definitely can't let you pay for it. Besides, Xiaolang, you found us such a good job. We can earn tens of thousands a day now. Your aunt and I are not short of money now. In the past, it would have taken my uncle and aunt several months of hard work to earn the extra 50,000 yuan. Now it's just the store's one-day profit, so there's really no need to worry too much about it. After hearing what his uncle said, Meng Lang didn't think too much about it. He just used the money to make good preparations and ensure that Liu Yihang could enter the key class of number 1 middle school. After getting up the next day, Meng Lang went directly to the store. In the morning when the weather is not too hot, it is the peak time for the elderly to be active, and it is also the busiest time for specialty stores. My uncle and aunt were too busy to greet Meng Lang. Meng Lang told them that Arctic Fox Company would hold a dealer conference on the 14th to announce matters related to brand authorization. Have them notify those manufacturers and store owners who previously inquired about how to obtain Arctic Fox authorization. After both of them heard what Meng Lang said, he did not disturb the two busy people and found his cousin Liu Yihang. At this time, Liu Yihang was sitting in the store with a somewhat nervous look on his face. Suddenly having the opportunity to enter the key class of number 1 middle school, he felt both happy and nervous, fearing that he would not perform well today and miss this opportunity. You know, if you enter the key class of number 1 middle school, as long as you can keep up with the learning progress, it is basically equivalent to having 1 foot halfway into the gate of a key university.
Finally, Liu Yihang was somewhat confident in his learning ability. If he had not failed the high school entrance examination, he should have been able to go to number 1 middle school. Although he might not be able to go to the key class, he believed that he would not be worse than those top students. Finally, around 11 o'clock in the morning, Meng Lang and his cousin Liu Yihang took a taxi and drove to the restaurant booked by Zhao Yaji. When they arrived, it was still quite early and Zhao Yaji and the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school had not arrived yet. The two of them could only wait in the box. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before they saw Zhao Yaji walk in with a woman of similar age. The woman was not very tall and had a pretty face. She was talking and laughing with Zhao Yaji, but when she turned her gaze towards Meng Lang and Liu Yihang, she naturally displayed the aura of a class teacher facing students, which was very oppressive. Even though Meng Lang was already a second-life human, he still felt a little nervous when this high school teacher, who was a head shorter than him, looked at him. Is this the pressure of being a head teacher at a key class in a high school? It really lives up to its reputation. Liu Yihang, who was standing by, had already lowered his head, not daring to look at the woman who might soon become his class teacher. Yaji. Who is the student you're talking about who will be assigned to the new class? Zhao Yaji looked at Meng Lang and said to him, "This is the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school, teacher by Jie. Xiaolang, please introduce your cousin." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang stood up and looked at the female teacher by Jie. "Hello, Mr. Bai. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my cousin, Liu Yihang. I'm currently studying at number 2 middle school. At the end of last semester, I was ranked 5th in the school. I'd like to join your class and continue to improve my grades." Liu Yihang also quickly stood up and gave Bai Jie a shy smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie nodded slightly. Although number 2 middle school was not as good as number 1 middle school, it was also a key middle school in the city. Being able to get the 5th place in the school, it did have the ability to join the key class of number 1 middle school. It seems that her best friend didn't just use connections to get her a job. If she can get such good grades in number 2 middle school, she might be able to reach the middle level in her class. Fortunately, it was Liu Yihang who was going to join the key class of number 1 middle school. According to Zhao Yaji's previous idea, she planned to put Meng Lang into Bai Jie's class. If the person stuffed in there was Meng Lang, a student with learning difficulties who couldn't even get into junior college, Bai Jie would definitely have a headache. After looking at Liu Yihang's transcript, Bai Jie also accepted the fact that there would be an additional transfer student in her class next semester. After all, Zhao Yaji works in a higher-level leadership unit and is her best friend since childhood. The transfer student's grades are indeed up to standard, so she can't refuse. Originally, my class definitely doesn't allow transfer students, but for your sake, Yaji, I'll make an exception. Zhao Yaji was not satisfied after hearing Bai Jie's straightforward agreement. She looked at Meng Lang and said, "Xiaolang, why don't you stay with your cousin for another year? You're so smart, it's a shame to enter the workforce right after graduating from high school." After hearing what Zhao Yaji said, Bai Jie became a little interested in Meng Lang. She also learned from Zhao Yaji that Meng Lang might become her best friend's stepson, and if possible, she was willing to help. And judging from the way Meng Lang spoke just now, he seemed so confident, so his academic performance should not be too bad either. Have you graduated from high school? If your college entrance exam results weren't ideal, you can still study for another year. There's no need to make the decision to enter the workforce so early. Hearing this, Meng Lang quickly waved his hand and said, "I only scored 233 points in the college entrance examination. I'm really not cut out for studying. There's no need to force myself." When Bai Jie heard Meng Lang's score, she almost fainted. The worst student she had ever taught had never scored so low. Then she looked at Zhao Yaji with some horror, fearing that her best friend would force this poor student's stepson into her class. Fortunately, Zhao Yaji seemed to attach great importance to Meng Lang's own ideas and did not say much. Bai Jie quickly told Liu Yihang to prepare the necessary documents for transferring schools and what procedures needed to be followed. Seeing Bai Jie's dedication, Meng Lang couldn't let her work go to waste, so he asked, "Teacher Bai, how many classes are there in this year's senior year?" "There are 20 classes in total, what's wrong?" Bai Jie looked at Meng Lang in confusion and asked. "Let's put it this way. Regardless of whether my cousin can successfully transfer to another school, I will donate an air conditioner to all the senior classes in number 1 middle school, a total of 20. When Meng Lang said this, Bai Jia and Zhao Yarji looked a little surprised. 20 air conditioners, even if you buy the cheapest cabinet air conditioners on the market, it will cost at least 100,000 yuan. Only Liu Yihang showed no surprise on his face. He knew how good his cousin was at making money. In less than a week, his parents had earned more than 100,000 yuan with his help. Even so, Liu Yihang's eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Meng Lang. As he entered the key class as a transfer student, he was bound to be met with many strange looks. But if he also brought air conditioning to the class, then the result will be different. Jiangsu City has a typical southern climate, with only winter and summer, and spring and autumn can be traced back to the Zhou dynasty. Just imagine that on a hot summer day, when you are sweating just sitting in the classroom, it would be great to have an air conditioner. Even in winter, you no longer need to get frostbite on your hands.